The emergence of IT sectors and ethical hacking can be blamed on technological advancement and an increase in cyber threats. As a result, ethical hacking has emerged as one of the most lucrative career options. Because ethical hacking is an oxymoron, neither the general public nor the media have accepted it. However, it acts as a safeguard for computer systems. Because of the recent cyber attacks on various organizations, there is a growing demand for experienced ethical hackers, which is expected to increase by 17.5% across the world by the year 2025. Hello everyone and welcome to this session. You are currently watching an Edureka ethical hacking full course video. I'm certain you will have a complete understanding of ethical hacking from theory to practical applications by the end of this video. If you love watching videos like these, then subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and click the bell button to never miss out any updates from us. Also, if you want to learn more about ethical hacking after watching this session and wish to obtain Edureka's certified ethical hacking course, please see the link in the description below. Now let's begin with our agenda, where we'll have a brief overview of what we'll cover in this ethical hacking full course video. We'll start with the definition of ethical hacking, where we'll learn what ethical hacking is and why should we learn it. After this, we will dig into the history of ethical hacking. Next, we have phases of ethical hacking, followed by some of the most recent cyber threats that are occurring globally. Now it's time to dive deep into the technical aspects of ethical hacking. We'll start with fundamentals of Kali Linux. After that, we will look at how Kali Linux can be used for ethical hacking. We can then see some of the common cyber attacks like phishing, brute force attacks, cross-site scripting, followed by DDoS and SQL injections. After which, we will learn ethical hacking using Python. Now once this is done, we will understand penetration testing and steganography. Next, we will see two of the most famous ethical hacking tools in the market, that is Nmap and DVWA. After which, we will see how to install DVWA. Now after all this, we will then compare Kali Linux to Parrot OS. We truly hope that this session assists you in getting jobs in the industry. To do so, we will explore the ethical hacking roadmap and how to become an ethical hacker, followed by some key interview questions and answers. So stick till the end. Now let's get started with the first topic, what is ethical hacking?
What exactly is hacking? So hacking is the process of finding vulnerabilities in a system and using these found vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access into the system to perform malicious activities ranging from deleting system files or stealing sensitive information. Hacking is illegal and can lead to extreme consequences if you're caught in the act. People have been sentenced to years and years of imprisonment because of hacking. Nonetheless, hacking can be legal if done with permission. Computer experts are often hired by companies to hack into their systems to find out vulnerabilities and weak endpoints so that they can be fixed. This is done as a precautionary measure against legitimate hackers who have malicious intents. Such people who hack into a system with permission without any malicious intent are known as ethical hackers, and the process is known as ethical hacking. So now that we know exactly what ethical hacking is and who ethical hackers are, let's go over the different types of hackers. So firstly, we have white hat hackers. Now, white hat hackers is another name for an ethical hacker. They hack into a system with prior permission to find out vulnerabilities so that they can be fixed before a person with malicious intents finds them and does his job with it. After that, we have black hat hackers. Now, black hat hackers, also known as crackers, are those who hack in order to gain unauthorized access to a system and harm its operations or steal sensitive information. Black hat hacking is illegal and has always been illegal because of its malicious intent, which includes stealing corporate data, violating privacy, damaging the system, blocking network communications, and much more. Following which, we have grey hat hackers. Now, grey hat hackers are a blend of both black hat and white hat hackers. They act without malicious intent, but for their own fun. They exploit a security weakness in the computer system or network without the owner's permission or knowledge. Their intent is to bring the weakness to the attention of the owners and getting appreciation in form of a little bounty from the owners. Last but not least, there are suicide hackers. Last but not least, we have suicide hackers. Now, a suicide hacker is a person who works with the intent to bring down major corporations and infrastructure. These kinds of hackers are not scared of the consequences of their actions, as they mostly work with vengeance in their mind. These people are also called hacktivists because they mostly utilize the technology to announce a social ideological reform or some religious reform or a political message. In general, most hacktivism involves website defacement or denial of service attacks. Okay, so now that we've discussed the different kinds of hackers that are there, let's go through the different kinds of hacks that exist in the world. Now that we have discussed the various types of hackers, let's go with the different types of hacking. Now we can segregate hacking into different types depending on what the hacker is trying to achieve. Firstly, we have computer hacking. So this is the process of stealing the computer ID and password by applying hacking methods and getting unauthorized access to a computer system. Secondly, we have password hacking. Now, this is the process of recovering secret passwords from data that has been stored in or transmitted by a computer system. Thirdly, we have email hacking. Now, this includes gaining unauthorized access to an email account and using it without taking the consent of its owner for sending out spam links, third party threats, and other such harmful activities. Fourthly, we have network hacking. Now, hacking a network means gathering information about a network using a tool like Telnet, NSLookup, Ping, Tracert, or Netstat. Now, these are done with the intent to harm the network system and or hamper its operations. Last but not the least is the most common type of hacking, which is website hacking. Now, hacking a website means taking unauthorized control over a web server and its associated software such as a database and other interfaces. So let us take a trip to the early days of hacking to start with. Now, the Internet Engineering Task Force is responsible for maintaining documentation about protocols and various specifications and processes and procedures regarding anything on the Internet. They have a series of documents called the Request for Comments or the RFCs. And according to RFC 1389, it says a hacker is a person who delights in having an intimate understanding of the internal workings of a system, computers, and computer networks in particular. While the expression hackers may go back a long time and have many different connotations or definitions, as far as computers go, some of the earliest hackers were members of the Tech Model Railroad Club at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And what those people did and the various things that they did and were involved in are detailed in Stephen Levy's book called Hackers for Our Purposes. Now, for our purposes, we'll be talking about other types of hackers. Although the spirit of what we do goes back to those early days, now the definition of hacking or hackers has changed, particularly in the 1980s, and in part as a result of a couple of people, namely Robert T. Morris, who was a Cornell graduate, who unleashed a piece of software that was called a worm on what was an early version of the internet worm, went on to cause a lot of damage and create a lot of downtime on systems across the country and across the world. Now, the Morris worm did end up resulting in something good, however. That is, the Computer Emergency Response Team at Carnegie Mellon was created primarily in response to the Morris worm. Now, there is also Kevin Mitnick, who is another well known hacker who was responsible for various acts of computer crime over a couple of decades. He was the first convicted in 1988. So, the definition of hacker or hacking moved from something benign to something far more sinister in popular culture. Now, we see hacking or hackers in all sorts of popular culture. We've seen them in hacker movies called war games, also the movie Hackers. Of course, you also see it in the Matrix movies, where you can see, if you look really closely, that they are using a tool called Nmap, which we will get into the use of in great detail later on as we go on. Now, also the movie Sneakers and the movie Swordfish. And on television, in addition to other places, you can see the agents at NCIS regularly doing things like cracking complex cryptography in just a matter of seconds or minutes. So, what is hacking really? Well, hacking is about a deep understanding of something particularly with relation to computers and computing. It's also about exploring and the joy of learning new things and understanding them very clearly and being able to manipulate those things in ways that maybe other people haven't before. It's also about digging into problems to find out solutions in creative and interesting ways, and sometimes finding problems where there weren't problems previously. And that's a little bit about what is hacking. Okay, so now that we have talked about what exactly is hacking and how the meaning and connotations of that word has changed over time, how it came into existence, how it was coined, let's go over the reasons that people normally hack. Now, you may want to hack just for fun. As discussed previously, hacking is a tradition that goes back several decades at MIT, even preceding the computer related definition of hacking. Now, MIT has a long and storied history of hacking, and sometimes of a computer related nature, which in this case happens to be true, and sometimes of a non computer related nature instance. Now, here you can see that MIT's homepage has been hacked, or you might even say defaced, to indicate that Disney is buying MIT. This was an April Fool's Day prank in 1998, and again, this is just the kind of hacking that you would do for fun rather. Now, sometimes you might want to hack just to prove a political point, or any point for that matter. In this case, again, Bill Gates had donated some money to the MIT, which allowed them to have a new building. And he was coming to MIT to visit and give a talk about Microsoft Windows and its systems. And as you can see, the Windows systems that were installed in the entryway at the building were hacked to be running Linux instead. And you can see here that Tux the Penguin is saying, "Welcome to the William H. Gates building." Again, that's some students who decided that they wanted to make a point about Linux and Microsoft and Windows to Bill Gates, and they thought hacking was the best way to go about it. Sometimes you hack just for the challenge. Here's an example again at MIT, where some students turned the facade of a building into a Tetris game board. Now, this was a reasonably difficult hack, and the students went after it just for the challenge of completing it. And it just so they could have some pride of ownership and to be able to say that they were able to pull this off. You know, the things that teenagers do to show off to other teenagers, it just increases with increase in scale. Now, in spite of its difficulties and its challenges and all the obstacles and planning that had to go into it, they were able to pull it off, and now they have those bragging rights. So that was one of them, and one of the instances where somebody would hack just for the challenge and for the fun in it. Now, sometimes you want to hack to prevent theft, and this is where we get more specifically into computer related hackings. You see a lot of articles and stories in the news over the last few years about cybercrime, and here's an example of data theft compromised. And a fewer than 1.5 million cards for global payments. So there are some attackers who got into this company, Global Payment, and they were able to pull out about 1.5 million credit card numbers during the intrusion there. So what you may want to do is you may want to learn how to hack in order to find these holes in your systems or applications or employer systems so that you can fix these holes and prevent these compromises from happening because of the reputational hit that your company takes whenever things like these happen. You have the risk of completely running out of business. So just to protect your job, to protect your company, and to protect your own desire of business, you may just want to learn to hack, and that's a very good reason. Now, you may also want to find all the problems that exist in your system before putting them out and deploying them so that you can keep these attackers from getting in and stealing critical or sensitive information. Sometimes you may want to hack to get there before the bad guys. And the same sort of idea is the last one where we're just going to talk about, and that exactly is ethical hacking. Now, we were just talking about how sometimes you may want to hack into your own system before publishing it out to the public. Let's take Internet Explorer for example. Now, Internet Explorer was actually published to the public with some critical error in the code, and these flaws were heavily exploited by people who actually found them. Now, a number of people in the world go out looking for these flaws and they call themselves security researchers, and they get in touch with the vendors after they found a flaw or a bug and work with the vendors to get it fixed. What they end up with is a bit of reputation, they get a name for themselves, and that name recognition may end up getting them a job or some speaking engagements or a book deal or any number of ways that you could cash in on some name recognition from finding these sort of bugs and getting them fixed. If you want to get there before the bad guys, you may think you're helping out a vendor, you may want to just make a name for yourself, you may want to find these sort of bugs before the bad guys do, because the thing about the bad guys finding them is they don't announce them and they don't get them fixed, and that makes everybody a little less secure. Finally, you may want to protect yourself from hacked computer companies and fight cybercriminals. And this is a new headline from June 18, 2012. And we're starting to see these sort of news headlines show up as companies are starting to retaliate against attackers in order to retaliate against attackers. Now, in order to retaliate against attackers, you need to be able to have the same sort of skills and techniques and knowledge and experience that those attackers have, and where your company may want you to learn to hack, or the company may want to bring in people who are skilled at these sort of activities so that they can attack the attackers, and hopefully you end up with more steely exterior and you get a reputation for not being a company that people want to go after. Those are several reasons, and there we go. I gave you around a bunch of reasons as to why you may want to hack: for fun, to prove a point, protect yourself, to protect the company, to not run out of business, and along with another bunch of reasons. Okay, so now that we have talked about why you would want to hack, let's move on to the types of hackers that exist. Now, we're going to be talking about the different types of hacking, and the first type of hacking that I want to discuss is ethical hacking and ethical hackers, which is really what we're going to be talking about through the rest of these lessons. Now, an ethical hacker is somebody who thinks like a black hat hacker, or thinks like somebody who's intent on breaking into your systems, but follows a moral compass that's more in line with probably the majority of the population. So, their intent isn't to do bad things. Their intent is to look for bad things and get them fixed so that bad things don't happen. Ethical hackers aren't out to destroy anything, and they're not out to break anything unless it's deemed to be acceptable as a part of the engagement, and also necessary in order to demonstrate a particular vulnerability to the organization that they're working with. So, that's an ethical hacker, and there's a certification that's available from the EC Council. It's a certified ethical hacker, and if you find certifications valuable and this sort of thing is what you want to do, pursuing a certified ethical hacker may be something you might want to look into. Now, let's talk about black hat hackers. There's plenty of cases of black hat hackers through years, and let's talk about a guy in particular called Kevin Mitnick. This guy right here is a particularly good example, probably because he was a black hat hacker for a lot of his years. His goal was to cause mischief, to steal where necessary, and just to be engaged in the lifestyle of being a hacker and doing whatever was necessary to continue doing whatever he was doing. It crossed moral boundaries or ethical boundaries. And so Kevin Mitnick here was involved for well over a decade in computer crime and was finally picked up by the FBI, and he was charged and prosecuted, and he was eventually convicted of some of the activities that he was involved with. Now, you may be able to argue that Kevin is a grey hat hacker, and a grey hat hacker is somebody who kind of skirts the line between black and white hat hacking. And white hat hacking is really what an ethical hacker is. So instead of saying ethical hacker, you could say white hat hacker. It's the same idea. A white hat hacker is somebody who hacks for good. If you want to think of it like that, if you want to think of it as a good versus evil, and what they're really doing is they're in it for the technical challenge. They're looking to make things better, make things more efficient, improve them in some way. On the other hand, a black hat hacker is out for the money, for the thrill. It's really a criminal activity. And a grey hat hacker is somebody who may employ the tactics and technique of a black hat hacker, but have sort of a white hat focus. In other words, they're going to do things that may be malicious and destructive in nature, but the reason they're doing it is to improve the security posture of an organization that they are working with. So you can see there's actually a book called Grey Hat Hacking. It's a pretty good book, and it details a lot of the tactics and strategies and techniques we'll be going over in subsequent lessons in this video. Now, one other type of hacking that I want to talk about is a thing called hacktivism, and you'll find hacktivism all over the place. And one example in the last year or so, and certainly in recent memory, is called Lulz Security. Yeah, you heard that right. It's called Lulz Security. And you can argue that Lulz is actually a response to another type of hacktivism. An organization called Anonymous started hacking companies like Sony to protest their involvement in a lawsuit regarding a PlayStation 3 hacker. Now, Lulz Security was supposedly protesting the treatment of Anonymous, or was hacking in support of this group, Anonymous. So they hacked a number of companies and did things like pulled information, usernames, and passwords from the databases at these companies. And they said that the reason was to shine a light on the security of these companies, and also theoretically to embarrass the companies with their weak or poor security postures, And the problem with that they were doing this through were posting information that they had found online, and that information often included details about customers for these particular corporations. And for an ethical hacker, a white hat hacker, that would cross the boundary of causing harm. So there's no reason for me as an ethical hacker to post information in a public forum about somebody because I could be doing damage to them. But in this case, Lul Security and Anonymous, specifically Lul Security, were engaged in a form of hacktivism, and what they were doing was not only damaging to the corporation, that certainly was detrimental to those people. So different types of hackers and different types of hacking. We've got ethical or white hat hacking, we've got black hat, gray hat, and then we've finally got hacktivism. It's really the goal and the means that vary from one to the other. Okay, so now that we've discussed the types of hackers, let's also discuss the skills necessary to become one. So, what we're going to discuss in this part are the different skills that are required or will be learned as a part of this video. So, initially, just for basic computing, you need a basic understanding of operating systems and how to work them. There are going to be several fundamental types of tasks that I won't be going into any detail at all, and you'll need to know how to run programs and do things like open up a command prompt without me walking you through and how to do that. So I am going to assume that you have some basic understanding of how to do these sorts of tasks. Also, you need an understanding of the basic system software, and you'll need a basic understanding of how to use command line utilities. There are a number of tools and programs that we're going to be going through this video, and many of them use the command line. Now, whether it's on Windows or Linux, you'll need to be familiar with typing and being able to run programs from the command line and the various command line switches and parameters that those programs or types of programs are going to use. Now, from a networking perspective, you need a basic understanding of some simple networking concepts. You need to know what cables are and switches and hubs and how systems are networked together. You don't really need a deep level of understanding. I'll be going through some protocols at a reasonably deep level because I think it's important as an ethical hacker to understand what's going on at the protocol level so that you can know better what you are doing and how to achieve the goals and tasks that you have before you. So we're going to be going over some protocols. So just understanding what protocols are and how they go together, those sort of things are necessary from a networking perspective. Now, we're going to also be learning a bunch of life skills. Yes, there are some life skills that it's important to have. I think the most important one is the ability to accept failure and persevere. And by that, I mean you're going to be just running across several things that just don't work the first time around. And it's going to take a little bit of time and stick-to-itiveness to plug away and keep going until you get something to work. And the way that you get things to work is having an ability to problem solve. And sometimes solving problems requires being a little creative. Sometimes you need to think out of the box and come at a problem from a different perspective in order to find a solution. Throughout the course of this video, you're going to run across a lot of sticky problems through the course of learning about being an ethical hacker and just doing the work because it's not as simple. So here's a little recipe for how to do this. Now go follow this recipe every time and you're going to be successful. Every situation is different. Every system is different. You're going to run across some pretty sticky problems. And you're going to have to just wait and get your hands dirty and keep failing and failing and failing and failing until you find a way to succeed. So I think those skills are very necessary to learn how to be an ethical hacker. Digging through some of the material that we'll be going over in this video, as far as what you're going to be learning, you're going to be learning about how to use a lot of tools. You're going to learn networking, and by that I mean we're going to be talking about different protocols that are involved in networking systems together. You're going to learn about security and security postures. Security is the heart and soul of ethical hacking. It's why we do ethical hacking in order to make systems and networks more secure than they were previously. That's the goal from a networking perspective. We're going to be talking about how to read packets from network captures. We're going to be going into TCP/IP related protocols in a fairly significant amount of detail. And you're going to understand how protocols interact with one another. So we're going to do all that, and the reading packets is going to be really important, and we're going to do a fair amount of that in addition to just a fundamental approach to learning how to read packets in several lessons. We're going to read packets as a way of understanding the different tools that we're using and how they're going to learn tactics and methodologies, and you get to learn to use the information you've gathered in order to get more information, and information is really what is this all about. You can't do anything without information. And sometimes it takes a fair bit of digging in order to find that information. And what you're going to learn is the entry points and the stepping stones to get the information that you need. And then once you have that information, you're going to be learning about ways to exploit it in order to get deeper into the target. You're going to learn security awareness. We're going to talk about risk and understanding risks and vulnerabilities. Primarily, recognize the difference between a vulnerability and an exploit, and there's a significant difference. There's security awareness and understanding what a risk is and how that impacts your target, and it's going to be key to a lot of things that we talked about. So it sounds like a lot. We're going to cover a fair bit of ground, not all of it at a deep level. Sometimes we're going to skim the surface, but there's an awful lot of material to be covered. So let's get started into talking about the different skills that are required or will be learned as a part of the series of video. So initially, just for basic computing, you need a basic understanding of operating systems. So it sounds like a lot that we're going to cover, and a fair bit of it is going to be at a very deep level, and sometimes we're just going to skip the surface. But there's an awful lot of material to cover, so let's get started. Okay, so that was all about the skills that we're going to develop throughout this video, and that might be necessary for you to become an ethical hacker. Now let's talk about the types of attacks that you might be dealing with as ethical hacker yourself. So now we're going to be talking about the types of attacks. Now, one type of attack that you'll find common, particularly in cases of hacktivism, for example, or cases where people are trying to make a particular point or just be a general pain, is this idea of defacing. Now, defacing goes back for quite a while. It's the idea of sort of digital graffiti, where you've left your mark or your imprint behind so that everybody knows you were there. Primarily a website thing, and it's really just making alterations to something that used to be pretty common a long time ago. Now, it's very particular for businesses or people or just organizations in general to have their home pages be replaced by this other thing that was along the lines of, hey, I was here and I took over your web page. We also have a pretty common one, or certainly has been common over the years, and it's a pretty good path towards quality exploits and high profile vulnerabilities, and that's buffer overflow. Now, a buffer overflow is a result of the way programs are stored in memory. When programs are running, they make use of a chunk of memory called a stack. And it's just like a stack of plates. When you put a bunch of plates down, when you pull a plate off, you're going to pull the top plate. You're not going to pull the oldest plate, you're going to pull the one that was on the top. So the same thing with the stack here. We're accessing memory, and this has to do with the way functions are called in memory. When you call a function, a chunk of memory gets thrown on top of the stack, and that's the chunk of memory that gets accessed. And you've got a piece of data in memory within that stack, and that's called a buffer. And when too much data is sent and tried to put into the buffer, it can overflow. Now, the bounds of the configured area for that particular buffer, it can overflow the bounds of the configured area for that particular buffer. Now, the way stacks are put together, we end up with a part of the stack where the return address from the function is stored. So when you overflow the buffer, you have the ability to potentially override that return. At which point you can control the flow of execution of programs, and if you can control the flow of execution of the program, you can insert code into that memory that could be executed, and that's where we get buffer overflow. That turns into exploits that creates the ability to get like a command shell or some other useful thing from the system where the buffer overflow is running. So that's a buffer overflow in short. Sometimes we also have format string attacks, and sometimes these can be precursors to buffer overflow formats. Now, format strings come about because the C programming language makes use of these format strings that determines how data is going to be input or output. So you have a string of characters that define whether the subsequent input or output is going to be an integer, or whether it's going to be a character, or whether it's going to be a string or a floating point, that sort of thing. So you have a format string that defines the input or the output. Now, if a programmer leaves off the format string and just gets lazy and provides only the variable that's going to be output, for example, you have the ability to provide that format string. If you provide that format string, what then happens is the program starts picking the next piece of data off the stack and displays them, because that way we can start looking at data that's on the stack of the running program just by providing a format string. And if I can look at the data, I may be able to find information like a return address or some other useful piece of information. There is also a possibility of being able to inject data into the stack. I may be able to find some information like a return address or some other useful piece of information. There is also a possibility of being able to inject data into the stack. I may be able to find some information like a return address or some other useful piece of information. There is also a possibility of being able to inject data into the stack using this particular type of attack. Now, moving on to our next type of attack is a denial of service. A denial of service, this is a pretty common one, and you'll hear about this a lot. This is not to be confused though with the one that I'll be talking about after this, and that is a distributed denial of service. So this one that you see this is a denial of service attack. And a denial of service is any attack or action that prevents a service from being available to its legitimate or authorized users. So you hear about a ping flood or a SYN flood, that is basically a SYN packet being sent to your machine constantly, or a Smurf attack. And the Smurf attack has to do something with ICMP echo requests and responses using broadcast addresses. That one's been pretty well shut down over the last several years. You can also get a denial of service simply from a malformed packet or a piece of data, where a piece of data is malformed and sent into a program. Now, if the program doesn't handle it correctly, if it crashes, suddenly you're not able to use that program anymore. So therefore, you are denied the service of the program and thus the denial of service. Now, as I said, a denial of service is not to be confused with a distributed denial of service. And I know it's pretty trendy, particularly in the media, to call it any denial of service a DDoS or any denial of service a DDoS. Now, it's important to note that any denial of service is not a DDoS. A DDoS, or as you might know, a distributed denial of service, is a very specific thing. A distributed denial of service is a coordinated denial of service making use of several hosts in several locations. So, if you think about a botnet as an example, a botnet could be used to trigger a distributed denial of service, where I've got a lot of bots that I'm controlling from a remote location, and I'm using all these bots to do something like sending a lot of data to a particular server. When I've got a lot of systems sending even small amounts of data, all of that data can overwhelm the server that I'm sending it to. So the idea behind a distributed denial of service attack is to overwhelm resources on a particular server in order to cause that server not to be able to respond. Now, the first known DDoS attack used a tool called Stockholrot, which is German for barbed wire. Now, Stockholrot came out of some work that a guy by the name of Mixter was doing in 1999. He wrote a proof of concept piece of code called TFN, which was the Tribe Flood Network. Let me just show that for you. So you can see on the Wikipedia page that the Tribe Flood Network, or TFN, is a set of computer programs that is used to conduct various DDoS attacks such as ICMP floods, SYN floods, UDP floods, and Smurf attacks. Now, I know many people don't really consider Wikipedia a really good source of any sort of knowledge, but it's a good place to start off. So if you want to read about all these types of attacks like ICMP floods and what exactly is a SYN flood, you can always do that from Wikipedia. It's not that bad a place. Of course, you shouldn't use Wikipedia as your final Rosetta Stone. Moving on. So this program called OldRod, it was used to attack servers like eBay and Yahoo back in February of 2000. So that attack in February of 2000 was really the first known distributed denial of service attack, which is not to say that there weren't denial of service attacks previously. So to that, there were certainly plenty of them, but they were not distributed. Now, this means there weren't a lot of systems used to coordinate and create a denial of service condition, and therefore we get the distributed denial of service attack. So that's a handful of type of attacks and some pretty common attacks that you're going to see as an ethical hacker when you become an ethical hacker, or if you're trying to become an ethical hacker, you should always know about these types of attacks. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to be talking about penetration testing and some of the details around how it works and logistics and specifically things like scope. So what exactly is penetration testing? So, well, not surprisingly, it's testing to see if you can penetrate something, which means you're going to check to see whether you can break into a particular thing, whether it's a server or in applications, depending on the type of engagement you've got. You may have the ability to try to break in physically to a location, but primarily what you're going to be doing with penetration testing is you're going to be trying to break into systems and networks and applications, and that's the kind of what it's all about. And this may actually involve social engineering attacks. So it may require you to make a phone call to somebody and get them to give you their username and password, or some other type of social engineering attack, where maybe you send a URL via a crafted email. Sometimes it's just strictly a technical approach where you're running scans and you're running Metasploit and you're gaining access. That way, or maybe some other type of technical application sort of connection. Sometimes it's physical access that you need. So, in order to get access to a particular system, if you can get physical access, then maybe you can get in. So, that was all about that's what exactly penetration testing is. It's checking whether you can get into a system, whether it be physically or on a network. So, what are the goals of penetration testing? The goals would be to assess weakness in an organization's security postures. You want to figure out what they're vulnerable so that they can go and fix these problems. You want to help them understand their risk positions better and what they can or may be able to do to mitigate those risks. And ultimately, you want to be able to access systems in a particular way to find weaknesses. So, those are really sort of the goals of penetration testing. Now, from a results standpoint, when you're done your testing, what you are going to do, well, you're probably going to generate a report. And by that, I don't mean you're going to run some automated tool and you're going to get it to generate a report for you. You're actually going to give that to the client. You're actually going to give your report to the client. And then they're going to write you a really large check. So that's not really how it works. You're going to write a report detailing the findings in a detailed way so that it includes what did you do to find out what you actually found out and how you can actually mitigate that particular risk. So you should really include remediation activities in order to fix these vulnerabilities that you find. And it's pretty easy to walk around saying, hey, that's a problem and that's a problem and that's a problem. That's really not a lot of value in that where there's a value is that, hey, that's a problem and here's how you can go about fixing it. So let's talk about the scope of penetration testing. So firstly, you want to actually realize how big is the breadbox and how specifically what is it that the two of you have agreed that being you, the ethical hacker, and the other guy being the authorized person to give you permissions to ethically hack, have specifically agreed that you can do penetration testing and you can target them as an organization or the client. And what you have agreed to are any exclusions or any sort of areas that they say you're not allowed to touch. So anything so, like if they've got a database server maybe, or there's a lot of really sensitive data on it, and there's a little hesitant, and they may put a don't touch this thing clause in the scope. So there are a lot of different reasons why they may exclude areas from the scope, and if they exclude them, then trust their reason and listen to them. What they have to say in terms of this is what we want you to accomplish. So along those lines, you really need to get a sign off from the target organization. Now, we've talked about this before, and this is certainly all about the ethics and trust, and it's also about legality because if you do something that you don't have permissions to do, you could be prosecuted for that. So, definitely get the scope very clear in writing and with signatures attached to it as to what you can and what you can't do, and always get approval from the right people and make sure you get somebody who has the right level of permissions and is the right level of management so that they can sign off on its understanding and accept the risk that is associated with a penetration test. So let me talk a little bit about security assessments and how they differ from penetration tests. The security assessment is a hand-in-hand approach with clients. So you would walk in doing a collaborative thing where you're a trusted partner and you ally with them, and your goal isn't to penetrate them and point out all the things that are really bad, but it's to get a full assessment of the risk that the organization is exposed to, and you would probably provide more details about fixes that maybe you would in a penetration test. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to walk in and make sure that the policies and procedures they have in place are really what they need for the organization and the risk appetite that they've got. And we're going to make sure that the policies and procedures have controls that can tell us whether they are being actually adhered to or not. So the procedures and policies are being followed. A security assessment is probably a little bit more comprehensive than a penetration test, and you would look at more factors to assess the security postures of the organization in their overall risk. And you would tailor the output based on their risk appetite and what they're most interested in. And that's not to say that I'm going to tell them what they want to hear, but if there's something that they know and I know that they're just not going to do, I'm not going to be making a big deal out of it because they're already aware of it. And I'll make a note of it in the report just for a completeness sake. But I'm not going to go out in a lot of detail, so it's really kind of a hand-in-hand collaborative approach. Where again, you're not just saying that they want us to say we're providing some real security and risk guidance towards their activities and other things. So it may provide an unrealistic view. So you've got a week, let's say, to do this penetration test against your target. Now you're going to have to go in, you're going to have to get set up, you're also going to have to start doing a bunch of scans and make sure that you're gathering information and screenshots and data for your reports. You're going to have to do all sorts of activities. Also, during the course of that week, you're going to be engaged in probably beginning to write your report and getting a sense of what is going to say and what's going to be in it. If you don't actually get any major penetration during the course of that week, the organization may feel like they're quote unquote secure. That's one of the reasons why penetration testing, while really sexy and show, is nice and all, but if an organization walks out of it believing that in a week you didn't manage to get the keys of the kingdom, then they must be secure. That's really misguided view, because a dedicated, skilled, and motivated attacker isn't going to just take a week or some portion of that week. If they're after something, they're going to dedicate themselves to it and really go after it. So just because you didn't find a penetration in some subset of a week doesn't mean that they're secure and invulnerable to attacks. It just means that during the course of that particular week and other circumstances that were in place, you didn't get a penetration that was really significant or major. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything beyond that. And if an organization walks away feeling like they're secure, they're going to end up not fixing the real vulnerabilities that may be in place that could expose them to significant risks. So that's penetration testing, its scopes, its goals, and how it differs to security assessments. Now it's time to go over footprinting. So what is footprinting? Well, footprinting is getting an idea of the entire scope of your target. That means not just the scope that you were given, which may be an address block or it may be a domain name, that even may be a set of address blocks. Now what you want to do is you want to figure out all the information that's associated with that in great detail as you can possibly get. So you want a list of domain names as you're going to go through this. You probably want some sort of database or Excel spreadsheet or something to keep track of all the information, because you're going to have a lot of it at the end. You want to be able to find the information quickly. So having some sort of either notepad going with your notes, or as I said, a spreadsheet or a database. So if you can get organized in that way, you want to keep all those sorts of things down. So in this case, I want to do some sort of search on, suppose, let's say edureka.co. Now I need network blocks. So far we found out that just made up IP addresses, because I'm just putting information down. But I need network blocks. So you may have one IP address that you can find externally, or you're going to want a whole range of internal blocks, and you can do a little bit of digging if you aren't provided those. You want specific IP addresses for critical systems, web servers, email servers, databases, if you can find any of these things of those sorts. And you want system architectures. And what kind of stuff are they running? Are they running Intel? Are they running Windows? Are they running some Unix systems? What are they running? What kind of access control list they have? These are going to be hard to get, but you may be able to guess them. And you can guess these by doing port scans. So what sort of responses you get back from the port scans with the filters, and or what you don't get back will tell you about if there's an IDS around, or you want to do a system enumeration, or you can get access to a system somehow. You want to know usernames, group names, so on. So the basic idea of footprinting is gathering information. Now, if you can get access to systems somehow, you want to know usernames, group names. So you want system banners, routine tables, SNMP information if you can get it, DNS host names if you can get those. So now this is for both internal and external on the side. If you're doing an internal penetration test or ethical hacking engagement, you want to know the networking protocols that are there. Are they using TCP/IP, or are they using some UDP, or are they on IPX or SPX? Are they using DECnet or AppleTalk? Or are they using some sort of split DNS? In other words, do they have internal DNS servers that give different form for their external? And will it give different information if you want to check for remote access possibilities? Now, in the footprinting process, you want to be very exhaustive. You might want to try and take out email addresses, server, domain name services, IP addresses, or even contact numbers. And you want to be very exhaustive with your approach. You don't want to miss anything out. Because if you do that, you can continue and also provide some launching points for additional attacks or tests that you may be able to do. but this is definitely a starting point of the types of information that you need to have as you go about footprinting your target. Now, next thing that we are going to see is very interesting. This is one of the many common tools that are out there on the internet, and that is the Wayback Machine, or also known as archive.org. Now, while it might not give you all the information that you need, but it certainly gives you a starting point. And what we're talking about out here is the Wayback Machine, or archive.org. So let me just give you a quick look at what archive.org looks like. Okay, I already have it open out here. So out here, what you can see is how a website looked like around some time ago. So for example, if you want to look at what Google looked like, so you just have to search for Google out here and wait for results to come back. Okay, so we see that Google goes way back to 1998. So that was the last capture, or the first capture rather. It was the first capture by the Wayback Machine, and we can see that it has a screenshot of November 11th and how Google looked. So let's see what Google looked like in November 11th of 1998. So this is what Google looked like. There was actually nothing to it. It just said, "Welcome to Google, Google search engine prototypes," and it has some link. So yeah, this is what the Google search engine looked like. It had a Stanford search, it had a Linux search, and you could do all sorts of stuff. You could just put the results. Now, what I'm trying to tell y'all is you can see the evolution of a website through time through the Wayback Machine. And this gives you rather informative look into how website has actually evolved. Okay, now that we know what footprinting is and how it falls into the whole reconnaissance process, so let's go over a couple of websites to do a little bit of historical digging about companies and the types of infrastructure that they may be using. And this information, of course, is useful so that we can narrow down our focus in terms of what we want to target against them for attacks. Now, over time, we've improved our awareness about what sorts of information we may want to divulge. So several years ago, you may have gone to a company's website and discovered that you could get email addresses and names of people in positions that you may find relevant. And there were all sorts of bits of information that could be used against the company. And over time, we have discovered that those sorts of pieces of information probably don't belong on a website where they can be used against a company, and so they've been pulled off. Now, it used to be also that Google had the ability to pull up information that it had cached so far. For example, if a website was no longer available, or if it was temporarily down and offline, there was a little cache button that you could click when you did, and the Google search, and you could pull up that cached information. So even though the website wasn't available, you could still get information from Google's servers. Now, Google's removed that, so we don't have that ability any longer. However, there is an internet archive that we can use. So this thing is called the Wayback Machine, and I have it open out here. So it's archive.org/web. So archive.org is a website that gives us information about other websites and how they looked like in years ago. And by so, I'm going to go to the Wayback Machine, which you can see is at the archive.org, and I'm going to go and try and search for edureka.co. So now we're going to take a historical look at edureka.co's website. And you can see we've got some years and they've got information going back up to 2013. So let's look at what this website looked like when it was just 2013. Okay, there don't seem to be any snapshots out here. I wonder what's going on. Okay, so let's go to 2014. And the first snapshot seems to be on the September 12th of 2014. Actually, it's on May 17th too. So let's see what that looked like. Okay, so this is what Edureka looked like back in 2013, or rather 2014, September 12th, 2014 to be actually exact. Now, you can see that we have some live classes and all these pictures are there, and they've got this weird picture of this guy out here. I don't know why that was a thing back in 2014. Now we can browse more advanced screenshots, or rather the screenshots that were taken later on, and see how this company has evolved with its infrastructure and the way it actually lays out its content. Okay, so it still hasn't evolved, but I can go a couple of years ahead and see what this has actually evolved into. So if I were to go to December 2016, so this is what it looked like in 2016, and we can see that they've added this weird box out here about browsing courses. They have added a search bar. That kind of looks weird, but it's mostly because my internet is slow and it's not loading all the elements. They've also changed how they've actually laid out the courses. We can also see a change in the prices, I guess. So yeah, this tells us about how it evolves as a complete website. Now, this other website that I want to talk about is called Netcraft. Now, Netcraft does internet research, including the types of web servers that companies run. And they have a web server surveys. You can see here as we scroll that Apache Web Servers has 64.3% of the internet market, of course, and that's followed by Microsoft with 13%. Interesting information, maybe useful information, but even more useful than that is looking at what different companies run for their websites. And you can see here, okay, so let's try and search for edureka.co out here. So let's just put in the website URL and let Netcraft generate the site report. So as you can see that some of the stuff is not available. We know that the NetBlock owner is by Amazon Technologies. The name server is this thing right here. The DNS admin is AWS DNS host master. We also have the IP address. We can go for a look up the IP on VirusTotal. We can do that. There is no IPv6 present, so that's some information that we can see. So we can obviously opt out to not target IPv6 ranges. Then there's also reverse DNS. Then we also have a bunch of hosting history. So this is a history of it. And we know that it's hosted on a Linux system with an Apache web server. And it was last seen, and this was when it was last updated. So this is some very useful information. You can also get information on stuff like Netflix. So if you just type, okay, I just spelled that wrong. So let me just change it from the URL out here. So if you go and type for netflix.com, and you'll see that it'll show you all sorts of information. So as you see that it's on an AWS server, it's an Amazon Data Services Ireland, and this is all the hosting history that it goes along with. It has some sender policy frameworks, domain-based message authentication, and reporting confirmations. And there's all sorts of information that you can get about websites and their web servers from Netcraft. So the Wayback Machine, along with Netcraft, make up for some interesting tools that are available on the internet, from which you can do a little bit of your reconnaissance process. Okay, now that we have gone over Netcraft and the Wayback Machine, now it's time to actually get to know how to use the little information that this site actually provides. So what the next topic that we're going to go over is using DNS to get more information. Now, we're going to be going over a tool, and this is called Whois, and it is a utility that is used to query the various regional internet registries to store information about domain names and IP addresses. And let me just show it to you about all the internet registries that are there. So I have aaron.net open out here, and these are the internet registries that provides the ISPs and looks over the internet control as a whole. So out here we have Afrinic, we have Apnic, we have Aaron, we have Lacnic, and we have RIPE NCC. So these are all the regions and all the different types of stuff that they support, all the different countries. You can look at the map that it is supporting out here by just hovering over the providers. So as you can see, all these brown region out here is Africa, Afrinic. Then we have Apnic, which is this black or grayish thing, which is India and Australia and quite a lot of Asia. Then we have Aaron, which is a lot of North America and the United States mostly. Then is Lacnic, which is mostly the Latino side, which is the South American part. Then we have the rest of Europe, which is RIPE NCC, and this is the part that RIPE NCC is providing internet to. Okay, so that was all about the internet registries. Now let's get back to the topic, and that is using DNS to get more information. Now for this, we're going to be using a Linux-based system. So I have Ubuntu running on my virtual machine out here, and let me just log into it. So firstly, we are going to be using this query called Whois that looks up these internet registries that I just showed you. Let me just quickly remove this. Okay. So for querying information from the regional internet registries that I just talked about, you can use Whois to get information about who owns a particular IP address. So for example, I could do Whois, and let's see, I could do Whois Google, or rather Netflix.com, and we can get all sorts of information about Netflix. So we can see that we have the visit mark monitor. Then let's see, let's go up and look for all sorts of information that is being given to us by this Whois query. So as you guys can see, I just went a little bit too much. Okay, so registry domain ID. We have the domain ID where it is registered. The registered URL is mark monitor. Okay, so this is for marking actually. Now the creation date is 1997. So if you haven't realized, Netflix been around for a long time and it's been updated on 2015. And the registry expiry date, as we see, is 2019. So it's going to actually go off this year. Then This is all useful information. So we can see all sorts of domain status, the name server, the URL, the DNS sec that it says unsigned. This is very useful information that is being provided by a very simple query. Now, if you want to know who owns a particular IP address, so let's see. Did we get back the IP address out there? We should have got back the IP address, but it's kind of lost on me. So to get back the IP address also for a domain name service that you know, so you could use this command called dig. So go dignetflix.com. Now, as you guys can see, that it has returned a bunch of multiple IP addresses. These are all the IP addresses that Netflix is. So I could do something like if I was trying to check out who owns a certain IP address, and for example, I have got one of these IP addresses, but let's just assume I don't know that it actually belongs to Netflix. So I can go who is 54.77.108.2, and it'll give me some information. So as you guys can see, it is giving us a bunch of information as to who this is and how it is happening. So we see that it is from Aaron.net, and so we can very smartly assume that it's from the North American part. Now, we can also see that it's in Seattle, so our guess was completely right. So it also gives us a range. So this is something very useful. So if you see, we now have the range of the IPs that might be being used by this guy. So we indeed have 54, and it says it goes up to the 54. There's also 34. Now let's check that out and see what information we get. So who is, and let's check it out. What was the IP that we were just seeing? It's 34.249.125.167. So 34.249.165. I don't know. Let's see. You can also put in a random IP address. It doesn't really matter, and it'll give you the information. So let's see. Is this in some IP address? Even this seems to be an Aaron IP address, and it's also based in Seattle. And we get a bunch of information. So that's how you can use the whois query and the dig query to actually get all sorts of information about a domain name service and get information from a DNS basically. So now let's go over some theoretical part that is for DNS. So using DNS to get information. So firstly, what is a domain name service and why do we need it? So a domain name service is a name given to an IP address so that it's easy to remember. Of course, it's easy to remember names and mnemonics rather than a bunch of random weird numbers. Now, this was mainly so that we can map names to IP addresses and we can get a bunch of information from the hostname resolution. So that's the purpose of IP addresses. Now, we will also be looking at how to find network ranges. Okay, now before we get on to actually moving on to how to find out the network ranges, let me just show you how you can also use whois. So whois, suppose you want to know the domains with the word foo in it. So you could go whois foo. And this will give you a whole bunch of things about how foo exists and all the sorts of foos that there is on the internet. So that was one interesting flag. And if you want to know how to use more about whois, you could just go -- help, I guess. Yeah, so this is all the types of stuff that we can do with whois. So we can set the host, we can set the port that we want to search for. Then we can set with the L flag, we can find one level less specific match. And we can do an exact match, do an inverse lookup for specified attributes. Then we can also set the source. We can set verbose type, and we can choose for a request template. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff they can do. So you could suppose say whois verbose and suppose edureka.co. And it'll give you a verbose version of this is a RIPE database query service. The objects are in RPSL format. The RIPE database is subject to. So, okay, let's try something else like whois netflix.com. Okay, I'm sorry. I was supposed to do verbose and I kept doing H. It's silly me. So you do V and it'll give you a much more. Like this is a RIPE database. Again, I think I'm doing something wrong. Okay, just for that thing. Okay, V and type. Okay. Or let's just see. Let me just show you how to use it. Primary keys are returned. Only primary keys. Okay, let's see. Let's try that out. Okay, so it seems to be that this is a RIPE database query service, and the objects are in RPSL format, so it won't really work for that thing. And it also says that no entries found because of this error. So this is for some later lesson. So for now, I hope I gave you a good idea of how to use whois. Like you could just go whois and some IP address like 192.168.101 or some gateway address like that. Or you could just go for a domain name service like Facebook and get all sorts of information about Facebook when the query actually returns you something. Okay, so let's move on to network ranges now. Now, in this part of the video, we're going to be going over the utility called whois, which is used for getting information from the DNS. Now, let me just show you a website out here. So this is the regional internet registries. So the internet registries are used to store information about domain names and IP addresses, and there are 5 regional internet registries. First is ARIN, which is responsible for North America, so that would be the US and Canada. Then we have LACNIC, which is responsible for Latin America and portions of the Caribbean. Then there's RIPE, that's responsible for Europe and Middle East and Central Asia. There's AFRINIC, which is responsible for Africa. And finally, we have APNIC, which is responsible for Asia Pacific Rim. So that's the regional internet registries. And as I said, whois is responsible for querying information from the various regional internet registries, as you can use whois to get information about who owns a particular IP address. So for example, let me just open up my Ubuntu system. Let me clear this out first. So as I was just saying, for example, you could go whoisfacebook.com. Okay, so as you guys can see, we could find out pretty quickly about who owns a particular IP address. So for example, I could do whois and just go facebook.com. It tells me about who it belongs to. It also gives you who owns a particular IP address and who's responsible for them. From the information, you can get email addresses that belong to a particular company. This one has an email address for tech contact of ipreg@. So you can get all sorts of email addresses, tech contacts, and all sorts of stuff out there. The registry database contains only .com and .net and all sorts of information. Now, I want to query a different IP address, and different information belongs in the different regional internet registries, of course. So if I want to go to a particular database, I would have to use the -h flag. So I could do whois ARIN net and remember the IP address, and I'm going to query that again. And of course, I get the same information back because I went there. So you could just go whois h and then follow it with an IP address. So something like 34.205.176.98. So that's just some random IP address I just made up. And it says that whois option. Okay, so it's a capital H. Okay, so let's see that. And we get all sorts of information back from that. So area 8, ARIN, and all sorts of stuff. Now I can get information about domains as well. So if I can query something like netflix.com and I can find out that this is actually Netflix and there's an administrative contact and a technical contact, and you can see the different domain servers. So the servers that would have authority of information about the DNS entries for that particular domain. You can also see other information like when the record was created, and a whole bunch of different phone numbers that you can contact. In addition to storing information about IP addresses and domain names, sometimes it will store information about particular host names. And there may be other reasons why you would store a host name or particular information about a host name on the system, whether one of the RIRS. Now, if I wanted to look up something specifically, once I had found that, I could now do a lookup on whois, suppose, let's say, something like whois foo. So let's say whois foo. Now, if you already don't have whois installed, you can easily install it by just going apt install whois on your Unix system, and that should do the trick. And then you can start use this really nifty tool. Okay, so that was all about using whois. Now let's get on to actually using how to find out network ranges for a domain. Okay, so now let's talk about how we're going to be going over and finding network ranges. So suppose you've got an engagement and you only know the domain name and you don't know much beyond that, and you're expected to figure out where everything is and what everything is. So how do you go about doing that? Well, you use some of the tools that we either have been talking about or will soon be talking about in more detail. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the domain name edureka.co, and I'm going to look up edureka.co and see if I get an IP address back. So let's just head over there and go whois edureka.co, or we could use the host keyword. So as you see, we get an IP address back, and that is 34.210.230.35, and that is the IP address. And you see that I've got back an IP address. So here's just an IP address, and I don't know what that IP address belongs to. I also don't know how big the network range or network block is, and that's associated with. So what I'm going to do is who is, and I'm going to look up with Aaron who owns that IP address. So you can basically go who is 34.210.230.35. So as you guys can see, that gives us a bunch of information and who is. Now, this doesn't seem to have a very big network range, but unlike something like Netflix, so suppose we were to do something like host netflix.com and see, now we have a bunch of IP addresses. So suppose we were to do who is, let's see, who is 52.19.40.147. Now I'm expecting Netflix to be a much larger company and have a better, yeah, now see, we get net range. So this is the network range that we're talking about. So we had a random IP address, and now we have found the network range. So that's how you find network ranges, and this can be very useful. So this gives me evidence that Netflix.com has a presence on different addresses. The one I have also located by looking up that particular host name. So I've got one address here that I can look at, and let's take a look at the website because that may be a different address. Now, if I didn't have that, I could also go and do something like an MX flag. So let's see. I could go dig, and this will give us all the mails. So dig MX, and let's see what MX does actually. You go help. So we could do dig-h for a list of options. So these are all the options that we have, and the one that we're going to use is something like this. So dig mx, and we say something like netflix.com. So these are all the mailings and MXs that we have gotten from Netflix, and this is information regarding it's still producing information. That's a big thing to produce. Okay, so as I was just saying, you can use the MX flag, and I could get back all the mail handlers in this case, and their mail is being handled by Google. And let's see, wait, let's go on top. Then it's going to tell me that Google's not particularly surprising, and other things that you can do is check for different host names, since I'm assuming DNS probably doesn't allow zone transfers, since most DNS servers don't anymore. Although they used to, you may have to start guessing, so I could do something like webmails that we find out here. So this shows us a dump of all the outstanding memory stuff. Okay, so that was all about finding network ranges. Now moving on to our next topic is using Google for Reconnaissance. Now some people also call this Google hacking. Now if you know how to use Google to exactly target and find what you are looking for, Google is an excellent tool for reconnaissance purposes. And today I'm going to show you how you could use Google exactly for your searches. So first of all, let's open a tab of Google. Let's open up here. So let's go to google.com. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about how we can use Google to actually gain some information or some targeted information. So this is in general called Google hacking. Now when I say Google hacking, I'm not meaning by breaking into Google to steal information. I'm talking about making use of specific keywords that Google uses to get the most out of the queries that you submit. So for example, a pretty basic one is the use of quotations. You quote things in order to use specific phrases. Otherwise, Google will find pages that have instances of all those words, rather than the words specifically together in particular order. So I'm going to pull this query up, and this shows a list of, let me just show it to you. So if you go index of, now this is showing us an index of all the films. Now this is basically all those index of sites that you want. So as you guys can see, this shows us an index of all sorts of films that are there. Now you can use the index of, and you see that we have also an index of downloads or something like that, hyphen.com/download. And it is an index of all sorts of stuff. Now you can go into some folder and check them out. G Jones, G Worthy, G Perico. I don't know what these are, but some sort of stuff. And this is how you can use Google. Now let me just show you some more tricks. So you can use this. So suppose you're using Google to find for something like a presentation. So you could use something like file type PPTX, and it'll search for every type of file there that is PPT. Okay, let's try some other site, .ppt. So config. Okay, so this brings up all the types of files that have some configs in them. So this is some gaming configuration as we see. This is some digital configuration of Liverpool. Now you could also use something like this thing in URL, and you could use something like root, and this will give you all the things with root in their URL. So kingroot.n, digital trends, and how to root Android. So that's in the root, and suppose you want to say something like all in file type, or suppose you want some extension. So .ppt, .pptx, does that work? Let's search for JavaScript files. Okay, I think it's JS. Okay, that doesn't seem to work either. This shows us all the things with JS in it. No, it's just external JS. I'm doing this wrong. So you could use file type. So let's see, file type, and we go, see, doc. So these are all the documents that you could find with the file type thing. And you could also do JS, I guess. Yep, and this will give you all the JavaScript files that are there. So this is how you can use Google to actually narrow down your searches. So suppose you want a particular set of keyword, and we want to make sure we get the passwords file from Google. Okay, so now let's go into more details about the various things you can find using Google hacking techniques. Now, while Google hacking techniques are really useful for just general searching in Google, they're also useful for penetration testers or ethical hackers. You can narrow down information that you get from Google. You get a specific list of systems that may be vulnerable. So we can do things like look for error pages that do in the title error. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of information. So suppose like we go in title and we say error. So as that we get all sorts of stuff, and we can do the minus Google part. So if you do a minus Google, it'll not show you the stuff that's from Google. So we get various documentation pages about different vendors and the errors that they support. So here's one doc about Oracle, about Java error. Where you know something more specific, we may be able to get errors about all sorts of other stuff. So this is how you could use the Google hacking technique to your own advantage if you're a penetration tester. Now, let's also show you something called the Google hacking database. Now, this is very useful for an ethical hacker. Now, the Google hacking database was created several years ago by a guy called Johnny Long, who put this Google hacking database together to begin to compile a list of searches that would bring up interesting information. Now, Johnny has written a couple of books on Google hacking, so we're at the Google hacking database website here, and you can see them talk about Google Docs and all sorts of stuff. Now, you can see that we can do all sorts of searches like in URL, SAP, BC, BSP. This brings up some portal pages. Now, out here you can bring up some password, APS password in URL. Now, this will give you all sorts of stuff on Google. So suppose you go in URL, so like APS password. Now, you can get all sorts of stuff like which have passwords in their URL. So maybe you can just guess a password from there too. Now that was Google hacking. So Google hacking entries, and they also have a number of categories and that you can look through to find some specific things. So you may be interested in, of course, and you can search specific information that you may be looking for with regards to a specific product. For example, let me just show you exploit database. These are all the types of stuff you can go through out here. And as you see, we have all sorts of stuff like this is an SQL injection thing. This is something regarding peer archive tars. So these let you get a foothold into some password cracking attempts, and you can do some brute force checking. And you can see here if it talks about the type of search it is and what it reveals. You can just click here on Google search, and it will actually bring up Google with a list of responses that Google generates. So let's look at this one here. This type is a log. So this is something about cross-site scripting logs, and we can also see some party logs if I was not wrong. So there's some denial of service POC, and we can see a bunch of stuff. And if you continue to scroll down, there are a lot of interesting information in here. So somehow somebody's got a party log that has logged a lot of information. They've got it up on a website, and it's basically a bunch of information that you can see. You can also get some surveillance videos sometimes, and you can look into them. And this is basically how you could use Google. So it's basically a list of queries that you can go through, and this is a very useful site if you're a penetration tester and looking for some help with your Google hacking terminologies. So that's it for Google hacking. Now let's move on. Okay, so now it's time for some networking fundamentals, and what better place to begin with TCP/IP. Now, we're going to be talking about the history of TCP/IP and the network that eventually morphed into the thing that we now call the internet. So this thing began in 1969 and it spun out of this government organization called ARPA, which Advanced Research Projects Agency, and they had an idea to create a computer network that was resilient to a certain type of military attacks. And the idea was to have this network that could survive certain types of war and warlike conditions. So ARPA sent out this request for proposals to BBN, which is Bolt, Baranek, and Newman, and they were previously an acoustical consulting company, and they won the contract to build what was called the ARPANET. The first connection was in 1969, so that's where we get the idea that the internet began in 1969, and the internet as we call it now didn't really begin, but ARPANET did. And ARPANET has a long history that goes through NSF Net in 1980s, and after ARPANET was sort of decommissioned, and a lot of other networks were folded into this thing called NSF Net that then turned into what we now call the internet. And once a lot of other networks were connected into its first protocol on the ARPANET, initially there were 18 to 22 protocols, which was very first protocol defining communication on ARPANET. And it was called 1822 protocol because BBN report 1822, which describes how it worked shortly. And after that, there was this thing called the Network Control Program. And the network control program consisted of ARPANET's host-to-host protocol and an initial control protocol. Now, there's certainly not a direct correlation or an analogy here, but if you want to think about it in particular, where you could say that the ARPANET host-to-host protocol is kind of like UDP, and the initial connection protocol, or ICP, is kind of like TCP. So the host-to-host protocol provided a unidirectional flow control stream between hosts, which sounded a little bit like UDP. And ICP provided a bidirectional pair of streams between two hosts. And again, these aren't perfect analogies, but the host-to-host protocol is a little bit like UDP, and ICP is a little bit like TCP now. Now, the first router was called an interface message processor, and that was developed by BBN. It was actually a ruggedized Honeywell computer that had special interfaces and software. So the first router wasn't a ground-up built piece of hardware, but it was actually an existing piece of hardware that was specially purposed for this particular application. So Honeywell had this computer that they made out, and BBN took that and made some specific hardware interfaces and wrote some special software that allowed it to turn into this interface message processor, which passed messages over ARPANET from one location to another. So where did IP come in here in 1973? So IP came in here as well in 1973, as I just said, and a guy by the name of Vince Cerf and another guy by the name of Robert Kahn took the ideas of NCP and what the ARPANET was doing, and they tried to come up with some concepts that would work for the needs that the ARPANET had. And so by 1974, they had published a paper that was published by the IEEE, and they proposed some new protocols. They originally proposed a central protocol called TCP. Later on, TCP was broken into TCP and IP to get away from the monolithic concept that TCP was originally. So they broke it into more modular protocols, and thus you get TCP and IP. So how do we get to our version 4, which is IPv4, since that's the kind of internet that we're using right now? Version 6 is coming and has been coming for many, many years now, but we're still kind of version 4. So how did we get here between 1977 and 79? And we went through version 0 to 3 by 1979, and 1980 we started using version 4. And that's eventually became the de facto protocol on the internet. In 1983, when NCP was finally shut down, because of all the hosts on the ARPANET were using TCP IP by that point in 1992, work began on an IP next generation, and for a long time, all of the specifications in the RFCs talked about PNG eventually, and IPNG became known as IPv6. You may be wondering where IPv5 went. Well, it was a specially purposed protocol that had to do something with streaming, and certainly not a widespread thing. One of the differences between IPv4 and IPv6 is that IPv6 has a 128-bit address, which gives us the ability to have some ridiculously large numbers of devices that have their own unique IP address. IPv4, by comparison, has only 32-bit addresses, and as you've probably heard, we're well on our way to exhausting the number of IP addresses that are available, and we've done a lot of things over the years to conserve address space and reuse address space so we can continue to extending to the point till where we completely run off IPv4 addresses. Another thing about IPv6 is it attempts to fix some of the inherent issues in IP And some of those has to do with security concerns, and there are certainly a number of flaws in IPv4. And when they started working on IP next generation or IPv6, they tried to address some of those concerns in some of those issues. And they may not have done it perfectly, but it was certainly an attempt. And IPv6 attempted to fix some of the issues that were inherently in IP. And so that's the history of TCP/IP till where we reached today. Okay, so now that we've discussed a brief history on TCP/IP and how it came about to the TCP/IP version 4, let's discuss the model itself. Now we're going to be discussing two models, and those are the OSI model and the TCP/IP model. Now, as I said, we'll be talking about the OSI and TCP models for network protocols and the network stacks. OSI, first of all, is the one that you see out here. It's the one on the left-hand side of the screen, and OSI stands for Open Systems Interconnect. And in the late 1970s, they started working on a model for how a network stack and network protocols would look originally. The intent was to develop the model and then develop the protocols that went with it. But what ended up happening was after they developed the models, TCP/IP started really taking off. And the TCP/IP model was what went along with it and matched better. What was going on with TCP/IP, which became the predominant protocol, and as a result, the OSI protocols never actually got developed. However, we still use the OSI model for a teaching tool, as well as a way of describing what's going on within the network stack. And in networked applications, you'll often hear people talking about different layers, like that's a layer 2 problem, or we're under a layer 3 space. Now, continuing through these lessons, I'll refer occasionally to the different layers, and when I do that, I'm referring to the OSI model. So let's take a look at the OSI model. Starting from the bottom, we have the physical layer, which is where all the physical stuff lives. The wires and cables and network interfaces and hubs, repeaters, switches, and all that sort of stuff. So all that sort of physical stuff is sitting in the physical layer. Now sitting above this is the data link layer, and that's where the Ethernet protocol, ATM protocol, frame relay, those sort of things live. Now I mentioned the switch below the physical, the switch lives at layer 1, but it operates at layer 2. And the reason it operates at layer 2 is because it looks at the data link address and the layer 2 or physical address, and that's not to be confused within the physical layer. It does get a little mixed up sometimes, and we refer to the MAC address. Now, the MAC address is not the physical address that I'm talking about. It is the message authentication code address on a system the MAC address on a system as a physical address because it lives on the physical interface and bound physically. However, that MAC address or media access control address lives at layer 2, at the data link layer. The network layer, which is right above at layer 3, that's where the IP lives, as well as ICMP, IPX, and from IPX, SPX suite of protocols from novel routers operate at layer 3, and at layer 4 above that is the transport layer. That's the TCP, UDP, and SPX again, from the IPX, SPX suite of protocols. And above that is the session layer, and that's layer 5, and that's AppleTalk, SSH, as well as several other protocols. And then there's a presentation layer, which is layer 6, and you'll often see people refer to something like JPEG or MPEG as examples of protocols that live at that layer. Then there's a presentation layer, which is the final layer, which is layer 6, and you'll often see people refer to something like JPEG or MPEG as examples of protocol that live at that layer. And then they live at that layer, which is the presentation layer. Finally, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. And that's HTTP, FTP, SMTP, and similar application protocols, whose responsibility is to deliver end user functionality. So that's basically the OSI model, and that's the 7 layers of the OSI model. And there's some important thing to note here. That is, when we are putting packets onto the wire, the packets get built from top of the stack from the top of the stack to the bottom of the stack, which is why it's called a stack. Each layer sits on top of the other, and the application layer is responsible for beginning the process, and then that follows through the presentation session and transport layer and down through the network data link until we finally drop it on the wire at the physical layer. When it's received from the network, it goes from the bottom up, and we receive it on the physical, and it gets handled by the data link and then the network and till the application layer. So basically, when a packet is coming in, it comes in from the application, goes out from the physical, and then when it's going out also, it goes from the physical through the data link, then the network, transport session, presentation, and application, and finally to the target system. Now what we're dealing with is an encapsulation process, so at every layer on the way down the different layers add bits of information to the datagram or the packet. So that's when it gets to the other side, each layer knows where its demarcation point is. While it may seem obvious, each layer talks to the same layer on the other side. So when we drop a packet out onto the wire, the physical layer talks to the physical layer, and in other words, the electrical bits that get transmitted by the network interface on the first system are received on the second system. On the second system, the layer 2 headers that were put by the first system get removed and handled as necessary. Same thing at the network layer. It's the network layer that puts the IP header, and it's the network layer that removes the IP header and determines what to do from there, and so on again. While it may seem obvious, it's an important distinction to recognize that each layer talks to each layer. While it may seem obvious, it's an important distinction to recognize that each layer talks to each layer. And when you're building a packet, you go down through the stack, and when you're receiving, you come up through the stack. And again, it's called a stack because you keep pushing things on top of the packet and they get popped off the other side. So that was detailed and brief working on how the OSI model is set up and how the OSI model works. Now let's move on to the TCP/IP model, which is on the right hand side. And you'll notice that there's a really big difference here. That being that there are only 4 layers in the TCP/IP model as compared with the 7 layers of the OSI model. Now we have the network access layer, the internet layer, the transport layer, and the application layer, and the functionality. Now we have the access layer, the internet layer, the transport layer, and the application layer. The functionality that the stack provides is the same, and in other words, you're not going to get less functionality out of the TCP/IP model. It's just that they've changed where different functionality resides and where the demarcation point between the different layers are. So there are only 4 layers in the TCP/IP model, which means there are a couple of layers that have taken in functions from some of the OSI models, and we can get into that right here. The difference between the models at the network access layer in the TCP/IP model that consists of the physical and the data link layer from the OSI model. So on the right here, you see the network access layer that takes into the account the physical and the data link layers from the OSI model. On the left-hand side, similarly, the application layer from the TCP/IP model encompasses all the session presentation and the application layer of the OSI model. So on the right, the very top box, the application layer, encompasses the session presentation and application layer. And on the left-hand side, that of course leaves the transport layer to be the same. And in the OSI model, they call it the network layer. And in the TCP/IP model, it's called the internet layer. Same sort of thing, that's where the IP lives. And even though it's called the internet layer as compared to the network layer, it's the same sort of functionality. So those are the really big differences between OSI and TCP/IP model. Anytime I refer to layers through the course of this video, that I'm going to be referring to the OSI model, and in part because it makes it easier to differentiate the different functionality. If I were to say layer 1 function in the TCP/IP model, you would necessarily know if I was talking about a physical thing or a data link thing. Since there's more granularity in the OSI model, it's better to talk about the functionality in terms of the layers in the OSI model. And that's the predominant model, the OSI model and the TCP/IP model for network stacks, network protocols, and applications. Okay, so now that we've discussed the TCP/IP model, let's go over another important protocol, and that is UDP. So what you see out here on your screen right now is wireshark, and we'll be going over the uses of wireshark and what it's useful for in the upcoming lessons. But for now, let me just show you a UDP packet. Okay, so before we get into the analysis of the packet while it's still filtering, let me just tell you a little bit about UDP. So UDP is a protocol in the TCP/IP suite of protocols. It's in the network layer. That's the network layer in the OSI. So a 7-layer reference model, the IP network layer carries the IP address, and that has information about how to get packets to its destination. The transport layer sits on top of the network layer, and that carries information about how to differentiate network layer applications. And that information about how those network application gets differentiated is in the form of ports. So the transport layer has ports, and the network layer has, in this case, an IP address. And UDP is a transport layer protocol. And UDP stands for User Datagram Protocol, and it's often called connectionless or sometimes unreliable. Now, unreliable doesn't mean that you can't really rely on it. Unreliable means that you can't trust that what you send is reaching the other side. So what means actually that there's nothing in the protocol that says it's going to guarantee that the datagram that you send or the packet that you send is going to get where you want to send it. So the protocol has no sort of safety feature like that. So you shouldn't use this protocol, that is UDP, if you want some sort of safety net. And if you needed that type of safety net, you would have to write it into your own application. So basically UDP is a fast protocol, and that's one of the reasons why it's good. It's also one of the reasons why it's unreliable. because in order to get that speed, you don't have all of the error checking and validation that messages are getting there. So, because it's fast, it's good for things like games and for real time voice and video, anything where speed is important, and you would use UDP. So, right here, I have a packet capture. So, I'm using wireshark to capture some packets, and let's check out a UDP packet. So out here you see that there are some frames that says it's 167 bytes on wire, 167 bytes have been captured, but we're not really interested in the frame part. We're interested in the user datagram protocol part. So out here you can see that the source port is 1853 and the destination port is 52081. Now it has a length and it has a checksum and stuff. So as you guys see out here, well, we don't really see a bunch of information. What you only see is the source port and the destination port, the length, and there's also a checksum. So UDP doesn't come with an awful lot of headers because it doesn't need any of the things that you see in the other packet headers. The only thing it needs is to tell you how to get the application on the receiving host, and that's where the destination port comes in. And once the message gets to the destination needs to know how to communicate back to the originator, and that would be through the source port or a return message. So a return message would convert the source port to a destination port and send back to that port in order to communicate with the originator. So we have a source port and destination port, and the length is a minimal amount of checking, and to make sure that if the packet that you received is different from the length that's specified in the UDP header, then there may have been something wrong. So you may want to discard the message to check for more messages. So the checksum also makes sure that nothing in the middle was tampered with, although if there's some sort of man-in-the-middle attack or something like that, a checksum is pretty easy to manufacture after you've altered the packet. So you can see here in the message that there's a number of UDP packets. Some of them just say UDP. The one look at happens to be from some Skype application, I guess. So talking to Skype servers, and we've already got the DNS. Now DNS also needs some fast response times because you don't want to spend a lot of time looking up information about servers that you're going to before, because just to go to them. So DNS servers throw out their queries onto the wire using UDP hopping to get fast sponsors. They don't want to spend a lot of time setting up connections and doing all the negotiating that comes with a protocol like TCP, for example. So here you see that the DNS is using UDP, and what we've got here is another UDP packet with port destination and all sorts of stuff. So you can see it out here. So you can see the checksum, it's unverified checksum status. So you can check out all sorts of stuff using wireshark. So that was about UDP, or the user datagram protocol. Okay, so now that we're done with the user datagram protocol, let's talk about addressing modes. So addressing modes is how you address a packet to your different destinations. So there are three kinds of addressing modes. The first kind of addressing mode is unicast. This is a pretty simple one to understand. So there is one destination and one source, and the source sends the packet to the destination. And it depends on the protocol that you're using to actually address. So if it's something like TCP/IP, you're probably using a bidirectional stream. So the blue computer can talk to the red computer, and the red computer can talk back to the blue computer. But you can also use a UDP stream, which is like one directional stream. So I'm not sure if I'm using the correct word. So it's a stream that's in one direction. I guess I'm driving home the point here. So if it's a UDP, only blue is talking, and when blue stops talking, then red can talk. But if it's TCP/IP, blue and red can talk simultaneously at the same time. Now moving on, there's also broadcast. Now broadcast means that you are sending your packet to everybody on the network. So broadcast messages are very common from mobile network providers. So when you get those advertisements saying something like you have a new postpaid plan from Vodafone or Airtel or something like that, those are broadcast messages. So it's one server that is sending out one single message to all the other systems. Now there's also multicast. Now multicast is like broadcast but selective. Now multicast is used for actually casting your screen to multiple people. So something like screen share, when you're doing it with multiple people, is multicast, because you have the option to not show a particular computer what you are actually sharing. So those are the three modes of addressing: unicast, broadcast, and multicast. Okay, now moving on, let's look into the tool that we just used to understand UDP, that is Wireshark. So what exactly is Wireshark? So this utility called Wireshark is a packet capture utility, meaning that it grabs data that's either going out or coming in of a specific network. And there are a number of reasons why this may be useful or important. One of the reasons why it's really important is what's going on in the network is always accurate. In other words, you can't mess around with things once they're on the network, or you can't lie about something that's actually on the network as compared with applications in their logs, which can be misleading or inaccurate, or if an attacker gets into an application, they may be able to alter the logging. Now, several other behaviors that make it difficult to see what's really going on. And the network, you can really see what's going on once it hits the wire. It's on the wire, and you can't change that fact. Now, once it hits the wire, so we're going to do here is a quick packet capture. So let me just open up Wireshark for you guys. So as you guys can see, I have already Wireshark open for us. Let me just remove this UDP filter that was there. So Wireshark is recapturing. So let us go over the stuff that you can see on the screen. Some important features of Wireshark so that we can use it later. So what I'm doing here is a quick packet capture, and I'm going to show some of the important features of Wireshark so that we can use it later on. Now, when we're starting to do some more significant work, I select the interface that I'm using primarily, which is my Wi-Fi, and I'm going to go over here and we'll bring up a Google page so that we can see what's happening on the network. So let me just quickly open up a Google page. As you guys can see, it's capturing a bunch of data that's going around here. Now let me just open up a Google page, and that's going to send up some data. Let's go back. So it's grabbing a whole bunch of stuff off the network. I'm just going to stop that. I'm going to go back and take a look at some of the messages here. So some of the features of Wireshark, as you can see on the top part of the screen, here there's a window that says number, time, source, destination, protocol, length, and info. And those are all of the packets that have been captured. And they're numbering starting from 1, and the time has to do with being relative to the point that we've started capturing. And you'll see the source and destination addresses, and the protocol, the length of the packet in bytes, and some information about the packet. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see detailed information about the packet that has been selected. So suppose I'm selecting this TCP packet out here. So we can go through the frames. The frame also has some interface IDs, the encapsulation type, and all sorts of information is there about the frame. Then we can look at the source port, the destination port, the sequence number, the flag set, the checksums. We can basically check everything about a packet because this is a packet analyzer and a packet sniffer. Now you'll see some detailed information about the packet that has been selected. So I'm going to select, so as I've selected this TCP IP packet, we see that in the middle frame it says frame 290. It means that it has a 290 A flag packet, and the packet that was captured is 66 bytes. And we grab 66 bytes and it's 528 bits later. So what you see out here was the source and the destination MAC address of the layer to layer address. And then you can see the IP address of both source and destination. And it says it's a TCP packet, gives us a source port, destination port. And we can start drilling down into different bits of the packet. And you can see when I select a particular section of the packet down at the very bottom, you can see what's actually a hex dump of the packet. And on the right hand side is the ASCII. So this is the hex dump, and this is the ASCII that you're looking at. What's really cool about Wireshark it really pulls the packet into its different layers that we have spoken about, the different layers of the OSI and the TCP IP model. And the packets are put into different layers, and there's a couple of different models that we can talk about with that. What Wireshark does really nicely is it demonstrates those layers for us, as we can see here. It is actually 4 layers, and in this particular packet here, we can also do something. So I've got a Google web request. So what I want to do here is I want to filter based on HTTP. So I find a filter. So let's see. We can do an HTTP. And what I see here is it gets text input, and it's going to get an image. So that's a PNG image. And this is a request to get the icon that's going to be displayed in the address bar. So you also see something called ARP out here, which I'll be talking about very soon. So let just the filtering be done. Now in the web browser, it's a favicon.ico that I can do here. I can select, analyze, and follow TCP streams. You can see all the requests related to this particular request, and it breaks them down very nicely. So you can see we've sent some requests to Spotify because I've been using Spotify to actually listen to some music. Then you can see all sorts of stuff like this was something to some not found place. So let's just take the Spotify one, and you can see that we get a bunch of information from the Spotify thing at least. You can see the destination, the source, it's an Intel Core machine. So the first part of the MAC address, the first few digits lets you tell if it's what is the vendor ID. So Intel has its own vendor ID. So F496 probably tells us that that's an Intel Core. So Wireshark does this very neat little thing that it also tells us from the MAC address what type of machine you're sending your packets to from the MAC address itself. So it's coming from a Sophos 4C and going to an Intel core, and the type is IPv4. So that was all about Wireshark. You can use it extraneously for packet sniffing and packet analysis. Packet analysis comes very handy when you're trying to actually figure out how to do some stuff like IDS evasion, where you want to craft your own packets and you want to analyze the packets that are going into the IDS system to see which packets are actually getting detected as some intrusion. So you can craft your packet in a relative manner so that it doesn't get actually detected by the IDS system. So this is a very nifty little tool. We'll be talking about how you can craft your own packets just in a little while, but for now, let's move ahead. Okay, so now that we are done with our small little introduction and a brief use and history of Wireshark, now let's move on to our next topic for the video, that is DHCP. Okay, so DHCP is a protocol and it stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So DHCP is a network management protocol used to dynamically assign an internet protocol address to any device on a network so they can communicate using IP. Now, DHCP automates and centrally manages these configurations rather than requiring some network administrator to manually assign the IP addresses to all the network devices. So DHCP can be implemented on small local networks as well as large enterprises. Now, DHCP will assign new IP addresses in each location when devices are moved from place to place, which means network administrators do not have to manually initially configure each device with a valid IP address. So if a device with a new IP address is moved to a new location of the network, it doesn't need any sort of reconfiguration. So versions of DHCP are available for use in the Internet Protocol version 4 and Internet Protocol version 6. Now, as you see on your screen is a very simplistic diagram on how DHCP works. So let me just run you down. DHCP runs at the application layer of the TCP IP protocol stack to dynamically assign IP addresses to DHCP clients and to allocate TCP IP configuration information to DHCP clients. This includes subnet mask information, default gateways, IP addresses, domain name systems, and addresses. So DHCP is a client-server protocol in which servers manage a pool of unique IP addresses, as well as information about client configuration parameters, and assign addresses out of those address pools. Now, DHCP-enabled clients send a request to the DHCP server whenever they connect to a network. The clients configured with DHCP broadcasts a request to the DHCP server and the request network configuration information for a local network to which they're attached. A client typically broadcasts a query for this information immediately after booting up. The DHCP server responds to the client request by providing IP configuration information previously specified by a network administrator. Now, this includes a specific IP address as well as for the time period, also called a lease, for which the allocation is valid. When refreshing an assignment, a DHCP client requests the same parameters, but the DHCP server may assign a new IP address based on the policies set by the administrator. Now, a DHCP server manages a record of all the IP addresses it allocates to networks, nodes. If a node is reallocated in the network, the server identifies it using its media access control address, now which prevents accidental configuring multiple devices with the same IP address. Now, DHCP is not a routable protocol, nor is it a secure one. DHCP is limited to a specific local area network, which means a single DHCP server per LAN is adequate. Now, larger networks may have a wide area network containing multiple individual locations depending on the connections between these points and the number of clients in each location. Multiple DHCP servers can be set up to handle the distribution of addresses. Now, if network administrators want a DHCP server to provide addressing to multiple subnets on a given network, they must configure DHCP relay services located on interconnecting routers that DHCP requests to have to cross. Now, these agents relay messages between DHCP client and servers. DHCP also lacks any built-in mechanism that would allow clients and servers to authenticate each other. Both are vulnerable to deception and to attack, where rogue clients can exhaust a DHCP server's pool. Okay, so let's move on to our next topic, and that is why use DHCP. So I just told you that DHCP doesn't really have any sort of authentication, so it can be fooled really easily. So what are the advantages of using DHCP? So DHCP offers quite a lot of advantages. Firstly is IP address management. A primary advantage of DHCP is easier management of IP addresses. In a network without DHCP, you must manually assign IP address. You must be careful to assign unique IP addresses to each client and to configure each client individually. If a client moves to a different network, you must make manual modifications for that client. Now, when DHCP is enabled, the DHCP server manages the assigning of IP addresses without the administrator's intervention. Clients can move to other subnets without manual reconfiguration because they obtain from a DHCP server new client information appropriate for the new network. Now, apart from that, you can say that DHCP also provides a centralized network client configuration. It has support for boot TP clients. It supports the local clients and remote clients. It supports network booting. And also, it has a support for a large network, and not only for short, like small scale networks, but for larger networks as well. So that way, you see DHCP has a wide array of advantages, even though it doesn't really have some authentication. So because of these advantages, DHCP finds widespread use in a lot of organizations. Okay, so that winds up DHCP for us. So now let's move on to our next topic for this video, and that is Address Resolution Protocol. Now, Address Resolution Protocol is a protocol that is used in the local area network. So let me just give you a brief introduction to it, and then we'll get into how we can use it as an ethical hacker for looking into stuff and looking into vulnerabilities and looking if somebody is actually being hacked or something like that. Okay. So first of all, as I just said, Address Resolution Protocol is a local area network protocol. It basically works when you're using a LAN. So suppose you have a bunch of computers that are connected over a LAN, and they have the following IPs, which is 192.168.1.31 followed till 32, 33, 34. So these are the computers, and this is the scenario. How the ARP protocol works is that when suppose the red computer out here wants to send a piece of data or a packet or a datagram to this yellow computer, that is the IP that it's calling out. So it'll broadcast over the LAN saying a whois message, like who is 192.168.1.133, and they will be constantly listening for a reply after that. So they send out a packet and they don't really know which machine to send it to because nobody has responded yet. So after that, the red computer asks who is 192.168.133, and after that, the yellow computer recognizes that it has the same IP address, and he'll say that, hey, here's my MAC address, so we can communicate more easily in the future. So this MAC address is going to be tied into this IP address in a thing called the ARP table. I'm going to show you the ARP table right now in just a few minutes. Now, what you have to understand is that this is actually exploitable because there is no validation. Anybody can come into this situation and just lie. So suppose that 192.168.1.31 and there's this yellow computer, and we also have this other computer with the blue computer, and this is not supposed to be on the LAN, but somehow this guy got into the building and he just connected a LAN wire and now he's on the network. Now what he can do is that he can catch the packet that you are sending and then send it to 192.168.133 simply by lying when the ARP protocol is running and saying that, yep, I'm actually the yellow computer, so send your data to me. And then he'll modify the data and send it to the yellow one. And when the reply comes, it'll also be forwarded to the blue computer. So what I'm explaining out here in this scenario is actually called a man-in-the-middle attack. Okay, so that was about the ARP protocol. Now let's talk about how we can use the ARP protocol for our advantage or as an ethical hacker. Okay, so now that we know how ARP actually works, let me show you how you can access the ARP table of your computer. So what you have to do is just open up command prompt, and all you go is ARP A. Now this is not specific to Windows. It can be run on any machine that has this TCP/IP suite of protocols installed on its computer. So every computer system what is called an ARP table, and the reason it's called an ARP table is because it matches a layer 2 or physical address or MAC address to an IP address. And that's what ARP address resolution protocol is. And what it resolves is an IP address to a MAC address or a physical address. And the MAC or physical address are interchangeable because they mean the same thing. The reason it's called a physical address is because it is a physically on a network interface, which is of course a physical device. So it's sometimes called a physical address, that's sometimes called a MAC address for media access control. So I might use MAC address and I might use physical address to make a particular point, but it means the same thing. So you can see here that the IP address and there are the MAC addresses, So these are the IP addresses and these are the MAC addresses. And they're listed in the ARP table, and I've done -A, which means show me all your ARP entries. While I'm doing this on a Windows system, as I just said, it's possible on a Linux system and anything with a TCP/IP suite of protocols installed, because it's an important utility to have in order to help diagnose any issue with your network problems. So this is how you would display an ARP table, and as I said, ARP is just a mapping from IP address to MAC address. So let me show you how the protocol looks like when it's actually working. So let's head over to wireshark. So we choose the interface that we want to see. Okay, now all we do is put on a filter that says ARP. So if you guys see out here, there is this ARP packets that we are finding. So this is how it looks like. And I just said that it's a who has and a tell me. Now, there is no authentication. So when this guy is looking for, okay, so who has 192.168.2.172. Now, if we the hardware and if you see out here the MAC address, that the target MAC address is empty because it hasn't gotten a reply yet. Now, when the MAC address is given, they're just interchanged and it is sent back. So the sender MAC address is a Broadcom, and Wireshark does a really neat job at getting out the vendor names from the DNS, I mean from the MAC address. So there's this Astrock thing, then there's Google, as I just saw out here, some Google phone, I guess, maybe an Android, I'm not really sure. This is how ARP looks like, and this is how ARP works. And if you're trying to do a man in the middle attack, and you shouldn't be trying to do that because that's completely unethical, but just in case you were trying to force a man in the middle attack, you could just try to forward the IP to your own address and just spoof your name while ARPing it. So you can use other tools like Edureka for that. Now, that was all about ARP. Now let's move on to our next topic. So our next topic has come up right after ARP because while studying about ARP, you must have realized that I told you that ARP has no sort of validation. So how could that exactly be fixed? So if the data that actually is being transferred over LAN is encrypted using cryptography, ARP can actually be used very validly. I mean, what you want to do is you want to hide what you're actually sending before sending it out on a local network so that people who are not supposed to get it can't actually see it. Now, let's first tackle the question, what exactly is cryptography? So, cryptography is basically the art of hiding anything. Now, when talking about computers and computer science in general, it includes hiding data. So, now cryptography doesn't really actually start with the new age. It's been there for a long, long time, since the time of Julius Caesar and all. We'll be talking about the history of cryptography right now. But what I want you to understand is that when a message is sent, a key is actually used along with an encryption algorithm. Now, this key is also sent to the other person, and how this key is sent, we'll get into that later. So what you want to basically understand for now is a message is encrypted using an encryption algorithm, which takes the key and the message as parameters. Then on the other side of the message, with the ciphertext, that is, after encryption, you get something called ciphertext because it has to be deciphered now. So cipher is just a word, a Latin word, I guess, or a Greek word. I'm not really sure. That means to hide. So first you encrypt your message, then you decrypt your message with the ciphertext and the decryption key, which is most of the time the same as the encryption key when we're talking about symmetric key cryptography. So use the decryption key and the message along with the decryption algorithm, and you get the same message on the other side. So basically, it's like a password. It's a password protect for messages, and it's a fancy way to say that, and that is cryptography. So let us go into the history of cryptography now. So let me give you a brief history of cryptography. Now, cryptography actually goes back several thousand years before, shortly after people began to find ways to communicate. There were some of us who were finding ways to make the understanding of that communication difficult so that other people couldn't understand what was going on. And this led to the development of Caesar cipher that was developed by Julius Caesar. And it's a simple rotation cipher. And by that, I mean that you rotate a portion of the key in order to generate the algorithm. So here's an example. We've got two rows of letters and that are alphabetical in order, and means we basically written the alphabets down and the second row is shifted by three letters. So a B is a Z actually, because if you move that way, a B is a Z from the first row gets shifted back to the second row, and then the letter D becomes the letter C. That's an example of how encryption works. So if you try to encrypt a word like hello, it would look completely gibberish after it came out of that algorithm. So if you count the letters out, you can see that the letter H can be translated to letter L. So that's a Caesar cipher. Now you must have heard of things like ROT13, which means that you rotate the 13 letters instead of 3 letters. That's what we can do here again. And this is just a simple rotation cipher or Caesar cipher. That's what, of course, the ROT stands for. It's rotate or rotation. Now, coming forward a couple thousand years, we have the Enigma cipher. Now, it's important to note that the enigma is not the word given to this particular cipher by the people who developed it. It's actually the word given to it by the people who were trying to crack it. The Enigma cipher is a German cipher. They developed this cipher and a machine that was capable of encrypting and decrypting messages so that they could messages to and from different battlefields and war fronts, which is similar to the Caesar cipher. Caesar used it to communicate with his battlefield generals, and the same thing with the Germans. You've got to get messages from headquarters down to where the people are actually fighting, and you don't want it to get intercepted in between by the enemy. So therefore you use encryption. And lots of energy was spent by the Allies, in particular the British, trying to decrypt the messages. One of the first instances that we are aware of where a machine was used to do the actual encryption, and we're going to come ahead a few decades now into the 1970s, where it was felt that there was a need for a digital encryption standard. Now, the National Institute of Standards and Technology is responsible for that sort of thing, so they put out a proposal for this digital encryption standard. And an encryption algorithm, what ended up happening was IBM came up with this encryption algorithm that was based on the Lucifer cipher. That was one their people had been working on a couple of years previously in 1974. And they put this proposal together based on the Lucifer cipher. And in 1977, that proposal for an encryption algorithm was the one that was chosen to be the digital encryption standard. And so that came to be known as DES over time. And it became apparent that there was a problem with this, and that was it only had a 56-bit key size. And while in the 1970s that was considered adequate to defend against brute forcing and breaking of code, by 1990s it was no longer considered adequate, and there was a need for something more, and it took time to develop. Something that would last long for some long period of time. And so in the meantime, a stopgap was developed, and this stopgap is what we call the triple DES. The reason it's called triple DES is you apply the DES algorithm 3 times in different ways, and you use 3 different keys in order to do that. So here's how triple DES works. Your first 56-bit key is used to encrypt the plain text, just like you would do with the standard digital encryption standard algorithm, where it changes, and you take that ciphertext that's returned from the first round of encryption, and you apply the decryption algorithm to the ciphertext. However, the key thing to note is that you don't use the key that you use to encrypt. You don't use the first key to decrypt it because otherwise you'll get the plain text back. So what you do is you use a second key with the decryption algorithm against the ciphertext from the first round. So now you've got some ciphertext that has been encrypted with one key and decrypted with the second key, and we take the ciphertext from that and we apply a third key using the encryption portion of the algorithm to that cipher. Encryption portion of the algorithm to that ciphertext to receive a whole new set of ciphertext, obviously. To do the decryption, you do the third key and decrypt it. With the second key, you encrypt it. And then with the first key, you decrypt it. And so you do reverse order and the reverse algorithm at each step to apply triple DES. So we get an effective key size of about 168 bits, but it's still only 56 bits at a time. Now, I said triple DES was only a stopgap. What we were really looking for was the advanced encryption standard once again. And NIST requested proposals so that they could replace the digital encryption standard in 2001. After several thousands of looking for algorithms and looking them over, getting them evaluated and getting them looked into, NIST selected an algorithm and it was put together by a couple of mathematicians. The algorithm was called Reindoll, and that became the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES. It's one of the most advantages of AES is it supports multiple key lengths. Currently, what you'll typically see is as we are using 128-bit keys. However, AES supports up to 256-bit keys. So if we get to the point where 128-bit isn't enough, we can move all the way up to 256 bits of keying material. So cryptography has a really long history. Currently, we are in a state where we have a reasonably stable encryption standard in AES. But the history of cryptography shows that with every set of encryption, eventually people find a way to crack it. Okay, so that was a brief history of cryptography. Now, what I want to do is let's go over and talk about AES, triple DES, and DES in themselves because they are some really key cryptographic moments in history. Because there are some really key historic moments in the history of cryptography. Now, we're going to talk about the different types of cryptographic ciphers, and primarily we're going to be talking about DES, triple DES, and AES. Now, DES is the digital encryption standard. It was developed by IBM in the 1970s, and originally it was cryptographic cipher named Lucifer. And after some modifications, IBM proposed it as the digital encryption standard, and it was selected by the digital encryption standard. Ever since then, it's been known as DES. Now, one thing that caused a little bit of controversy was during the process of selection, NSA requested some changes, and it hasn't been particularly clear what changes were requested by the NSA. There has been some speculation that wondered if the NSA was requesting a backdoor into this digital encryption standard, which would allow them to look at encrypted messages in the clear. So basically, it would always give the NSA the ability to decrypt DES encrypted messages. It remained the encryption standard for the next couple of decades or so. So what is DES and how does it work? Basically, it uses 56-bit keys rather than a stream cipher. It's a block cipher and it uses 64-bit blocks. And in 1998, DES was effectively broken. When a DES encrypted message was cracked in 3 days, a year later, a network of 10,000 systems around the world cracked the DES encrypted message in less than a day. And it's just gotten worse since then with modern computing power being what it is. Since DES was actually created, we already had come to the realization that we needed something else. So along came triple DES. Now, triple DES isn't 3 times the strength of DES necessarily. It applies DES just 3 times. And what I mean by that is what we do is we take a plain text message, then let's call that P, and we're going to use a key called K1, and we're going to use that key to encrypt the message. And use a key that we will call K1, and we're going to use that to encrypt the message. And that's going to result in the ciphertext, and we'll call this C1. So C1, the output of the first round of encryption, we're going to apply a second key, and we'll call that K2 with that second key. And we're going to go through a decryption process on C1. Since it's the wrong key, we're not going to get plain text out on the other end. What we're going to get is another round of ciphertext, and we will call this C2. What we do with C2, we are going to apply a third key, and we will call this K3, and we're going to encrypt ciphertext C2, and that's going to result in another round of ciphertext, and we will call that C3. So we have 3 different keys applied in 2 different ways. So with key 1 and key 3, we do a round of encryption, and with key 2, we do a round of decryption. So it's an encrypt, decrypt, encrypt process with separate keys. While that doesn't really yield a full 168-bit key size, the 3 rounds of encryption yields an effective key size of 168 bits because you have to find 356-bit keys. So speaking of that, technical detail for triple DES, we're still using the DES block cipher with 56-bit keys, but since we've got 3 different keys, we get an effective length of around 168 bits. Triple DES was really just a stopgap measure. We knew that if DES could be broken, triple DES could surely be broken with just some more time, I guess. And so the NIST was trying to request a standard that was in 1999, and in 2001, NIST published an algorithm that was called AES. So this algorithm that was originally called Raindoll was published by NIST as the Advanced Encryption Standard. Some technical specifications about AES is that the original Raindoll algorithm specified variable block sizes and key lengths. And as long as those block sizes and key lengths were multiples of 32 bits, so 32, 64, 96, and so on, you could use those block sizes and key lengths. When AES was published, AES specified a fixed 128-bit block size and key length of 128, 192, and 256. AES with 3 different key lengths, but 1 block size. And that's a little bit of detail about DES, triple DES, and AES. So when AES was published, AES specified a fixed 128-bit block size and a key length of 128, 192, and 256 bits. So we've got with AES 3 different key lengths, but 1 block size. And that was a little bit of detail about DES, triple DES, and AES. We'll use some of these in doing some hands-on work in the subsequent part of this video. Okay, so now that I've given you a brief history of how we have reached to the encryption standards that we are following today, that is the Advanced Encryption Standard, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about DES, triple DES, and AES. So DES is a digital encryption standard. It was developed by IBM in the 1970s, and originally it was a cryptographic cipher named Lucifer. And after some modifications, IBM proposed it as the digital encryption standard. It was selected to be the digital encryption standard, and ever since then, it's been known as DES or DES. One thing that caused a little bit of controversy was during the process of selection, the NSA requested some changes, and it hasn't been particularly clear what changes were requested by the NSA. There has been some sort of speculation that wondered if the NSA was requesting a backdoor into this digital encryption standard, which would allow them to look at encrypted messages in the clear. So basically, it would always give the NSA the ability to decrypt DES encrypted messages. It remained the encryption standard for the next couple of decades or so. And what is DES and how does it work? Now, DES remained the digital standard for encryption for the next couple of decades. So, what does it do and how does it work? So, basically, it uses a 56-bit key rather than a stream cipher. It's a block cipher and it uses 64-bit blocks. And in 1998, if you know, DES was effectively broken when a DES encrypted message was cracked in 3 days. And then a year later, a network of 10,000 systems around the world cracked a DES encrypted message in less than a day. And it's just gotten worse since then with modern computing being what it is today. Now, since DES was created and broken, we knew we needed something. And what came in between advanced encryption standards and DES is triple DES. Now, triple DES isn't 3 times the strength of DES necessarily. It's really DES applied 3 times. And what I mean by that is we take a plain text message, then let's call that P, and we're going to use a key called K1. And we're going to use that key to encrypt the message, and that's going to result in the ciphertext 1. So we'll call that C1. Now, C1 is the output of the first round of encryption, and we're going to apply a second key called K2. And with that second key, we are going to go through a decryption process on C1. Now, since it's the wrong key, we are not going to get the plain text out of the decryption process. On the other end, we are going to get another round of ciphertext, and we're going to call that C2. Now with C2, we are going to apply a third key, and we are going to call that K3, and we're going to encrypt ciphertext C2, and that's going to result in ciphertext C3. So we have 3 different keys applied in 2 different ways. So with key 1, key 3, we do a round of encryption. With key 2, we do a round of decryption. So it's basically an encrypt, decrypt, encrypt process with 3 separate keys. But what it does really is it doesn't really yield a 168-bit key size, because in effectiveness, it's basically 56-bit keys that are being used thrice, whether it be 3 different keys. So in effectiveness, you could say that it's a 168-bit key, but it is not the same strength, because people realize that triple DES can be easily broken, because if DES is broken, you can do the same thing with 3 different ways with whatever key that you use. So it just takes longer time to decrypt if you don't know the key, and if you are just using a brute force attack, you know that triple DES can be broken if DES can be broken. So triple DES was literally a stopgap between DES and AES, because people knew that we needed something more than triple DES. And for this, the NIST, or the National Institute of Standards and Technology, in 2001, they chose AES as the algorithm that is now called the Advanced Encryption Algorithm. So it was originally called the Raindoll algorithm. And the main thing about the Raindoll algorithm and the Advanced Encryption Standard algorithm is that the Raindoll algorithm specifically states in its papers that it has a variable block size and a variable key size as long as they are in multiples of 32. So 32, 64, 96, like that. But what AES does differently is that it gives you one block size, that is 128 bits, and gives you 3 different key sizes, that is 128, 192, and 256. So with AES, 3 different key lengths, but one block size. Okay, so that was a little bit more information on AES, DES, and triple DES. And we are going to be using this information in some subsequent lessons. Okay, now moving on. Okay, so now that we've discussed the different history of cryptography and the more important cryptographic algorithms, let's discuss the different types of cryptography. Now, the first type of cryptography I'm going to talk about is symmetric cryptography. And by symmetric cryptography, I mean that the key is the same for encrypting or decrypting. So I use the same key whether I am encrypting the data or decrypting the data. One of the things about symmetric key cryptography is that they use a shorter key length than for asymmetric cryptography, which I'll get into a couple of minutes. It's also faster than asymmetric, and you can use algorithms like DES or AES as those are both symmetric key cryptography algorithms, and you can use a utility like AES script. Let me just demonstrate how symmetric key cryptography works. So for this, we can use a tool called AES script. So in AES script is actually available for Linux and Windows and Mac, all the systems. So I'm using it on the Windows one, and I'm using the console version. So first of all, I have a text file called text.txt. So let me just show that to you. So as you guys can see, I have this thing called text.txt. Now to do text.txt, let me just show what text.txt contains. So as you guys can see, it has a sentence called "The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog." So that's the sentence that has all the alphabets in the English language, rather. So now we are going to try and encrypt it. So we can use something like AES or DES because both of them are symmetric key ciphers, symmetric key algorithms, rather. So we are using AES in this case. So what we're going to do is say AES script. We're going to encrypt it, and we're going to use a password of, let's say, Pokemon. So we're going to call it Pokemon, and we're going to do text.txt. We're going to encrypt that file. So now we have encrypted that file. Now let's go see. We must be having a new file. So this is called text.txt.aes. So that is our encrypted file, and this is what we would generally send over the network if we are sending it to anybody. So let's assume the person who's received it also knows our encryption algorithm. I mean, encryption algorithm and the key that goes along with it. So let's try to decrypt it now. Now, before I decrypt it, let me just show you what an encrypted message looks like. So this is what the ciphertext looks like. Type text.txt.aes. So yeah, as you guys can see, the Windows console can't really read everything, but if I were to go here, if I were to just go into the file and just edit Notepad++, you'll see that it's a bunch of crap. You really can't make out anything. What is being made here, we can't really decipher much. So that's the point of using encryption. Now, if you were to decrypt it, all we have to do is AES script. We're trying to decrypt. We're trying to give the password is going to be, what was the password? Pokemon. Okay, so, and we're going to try and decrypt text.txt.aes. Now let's dir that again. Okay, so that just decrypts our message for us. So this is how you would use AES script for encryption and decryption. So that just decrypts it, and that's how you would use symmetric key encryption to encrypt a file for this example. Symmetric key uses either a stream cipher or a block cipher, and the differences between stream or block ciphers is that block takes a block of bits at a time, and it's a fixed length. So for example, 64 bits, if I were to use a block cipher with 64 bits, I would need to take in 64 bits before I could start encrypting. Now, if I didn't have 64 bits to encrypt, I would have to fill it with padding in order to get up to 64 bits a stream cipher. On the other hand, it will encrypt a bit at a time, so it doesn't matter how many bits you've got. You don't need to have some multiple of the block length in order to encrypt without padding. And another type of cryptography is asymmetric. Now, asymmetric, as you would expect, uses two different keys, and that's where we have public key and private key. Asymmetric key cryptography uses a longer key length, and it also has more computation, and the encryption process is slower with a symmetric key encryption. And the encryption process is slower than with the symmetric key encryption. One of the uses for symmetric key is for signing documents or emails, for example, where I would have the private key sign something and the public key would be used to verify a signature. And another reason for using asymmetric key encryption is to ensure that you got it from who actually sent it. Since you've got two keys, you always know who the other end of the equation is. Where with symmetric key, since it's just one key, if you can intercept the key, you can decrypt and also encrypt messages. And so if somebody can figure out the key, you can break into a communication stream using symmetric key encryption. So asymmetric gives you the advantage of ensuring that the other end is who the other end says. And they are, since they're the only ones who should have the private key. And in this particular instance, in practice, however, hybrid encryption models tend to be used, and that's where you would use asymmetric encryption to encrypt asymmetric session keys. So basically, you encrypt the message that you are sending using symmetric key encryption. And then when you're exchanging the key with somebody else, you use asymmetric key encryption. So this is going to be a slower process. You probably won't want to use it for smaller files. In order to do that, fortunately, the file example that I have is a smaller one. So I'm going to try and generate a key right now. So for this, we have to head over to our Ubuntu system. So let's see. let me show you how public key encryption actually works. And we are going to first create a key. So let me just clear this out for you. So first of all, let's create a file and let's call that text.txt. Now, if you see, we are going to edit text.txt to have some file. So have some text in it. So there seems to be a warning with the GTK. I'll just use echo instead. So now let's see if that is in our file. Okay, so let me just show you how asymmetric key encryption or public key cryptography works. So first of all, we need a text file. So let me see. Do we have a text file? So there seems to be a text.txt. So let's see what this text.txt says. So it says that this is a random text file. Now what we want to do is we want to create a public key first. So I'm going to use OpenSSL for doing this. So we go OpenSSL and we are going to use it with RSA. So we're trying to generate a key, so gen RSA, and we're going to use des3 to use this, and we're going to output it into a file called private.key. So we are also going to be using a 4096 bit. So this is going to be our private key. So this will create a private key using RSA algorithm. So let it work its way out. So first of all, it's asking me for a passphrase now. So since you can protect your keys with a passphrase, so I'm just going to use my name. Okay, so now we see if we ls and we have a private dot key, I guess. Yep. So we have this private dot key. Now we're using this private key, we are going to generate a public key. So for this, I'm again going to be using OpenSSL. And OpenSSL is a Unix based, so you will need a Unix system. So you go RSAUTL, that's RSA utility, and what we want to do is encrypt, and we want the public key in key, and we want to use the public key that we just generated. I'm sorry guys, so we are going to be using RSA. So first of all, we need to generate a public key. So for that, we use the private key. So we will give the private key as an argument after the in flag. So private.key, and we are trying to get out a public key. So pub out, and we're going to call it public.key. Okay, so there seems to be, okay, I messed it up a little. I forgot to give the output. So you go out, and then you use public.key. So it's asking me for a passphrase, and now it's writing the RSA key, and since the password was correct, we have a public key too. So if you see, now we have a public key and a private key. So we are going to encrypt our file using the public key. So we go OpenSSL, and we go RSAUTL, and we go encrypt, and we can do pub in. So we are going to use the public key, and we want to put the text.txt as the file to be encrypted. So text.txt, and what we want to output is an encrypted file. So encrypted.txt. Okay, I call it OpenSLL. I need to go and edit that out now. Yeah, so that makes it a correct command. And now we have an encrypted file. So let's see, ls, and yep, encrypted.txt. So if we just cut that out, so we see it's a bunch of garbage and we really can't read it unless we decrypt it. So for decrypting the key, all we have to do is again use OpenSSL. Let's clear this out first. So OpenSSL, and we are going to be using the RSA utility again. So RSA UTL, we're going to decrypt this time. So we go with the decrypt flag, and then we are going to be giving the in key, and that is going to be the private key. And what we want to decrypt is encrypted.txt, and what we want to output it is as, let's say, plaintext.txt. So it's going to ask me for my passphrase, which is my name, and I've entered the passphrase, and now we have a plaintext.txt. Now, if we are to go and ls, we see that we have a plaintext.txt out here, just beside info.txt. Now let me just cat that out. So plaintext.txt. So this is a random text file. And if we go up, we see that it was a bunch of garbage, and before that, it was a random text file. Now you can also run this command called diff plaintext.txt text.txt. So this will give you a difference in the text strings. So it's 0, so it gives you, that's the difference. So both the files are the same, and that's how public key cryptography works and how symmetric key cryptography works. Okay, so moving on, we are going to be talking about cryptographic hashing. Now, while the word cryptographic is in the term cryptographic hashing, and it does lead you to believe that there is encryption involved, there is no encryption involved in a cryptographic hash. There is a significant difference between hashing and any sort of encryption, and that is primarily that encryption is a two-way process. When I encrypt a piece of data or a file or anything else, what I'm doing is putting it into a state where I expect it to be able to get it back out again. In other words, when I encrypt a file, I expect it to be able to decrypt the file and get the original contents. Hashing is a one-way function on the other hand. Once I've hashed a piece of data or a file, there is no expectation and ability to get the original piece of data back. Hashing generates a fixed length value, and different types of hashing will generate different length values. For example, MD5 will generate a different length value than SHA-1, and they're both hashing algorithms, but they generate different length values. And the resulting value from a hash function should be in no relation at all to the original piece of data. As a matter of fact, if two inputs generate the same hash value, it's called a collision. And if you can generate collisions, you may be able to get a point where you can generate a piece of data that are going to generate the same hash values, and that leads you to the potential ability to break the particular hashing algorithm that you're using. So what we can use hash is for, well, one thing we can use hash is for file integrity. We can run a hash on a file and get a value back, and later we can check that the value to make sure if it's the same. If it's the same, I can be sure that the same file was hashed in both instances. So let me just show you an example of what I just said, that if we hash a file, we'll get the same hash every time. So remember the certificate that we just created? Let me just log in again. So we are going to hash this certificate, and it will create a certain hash. And we are going to see that every time we hash it, we are getting the same hash. So we can use this command called md5 sum, and we can do edureka.crt. So this is the hash produced after you've hashed edureka.crt. So if I do an md5 again, so md5 is a hashing algorithm that you should know of. So edureka.crt, and it will produce very similar hash. Let's see if SHA-1 works like this. So SHA-1 edureka.crt. Okay, SHA-1 is the SHA from the SHA-utils package. Okay, so I've proved my point that with MD5, which is a cryptographic hashing algorithm, we are getting the same hash back. So if you are able to produce the same hash, that means you have broken the algorithm in itself. So if you run MD5 on Linux, you can get a version of MD5 and MD5 summation program on Windows and Mac OS, where with the utility MD5, which does the same thing. So I just showed you the file and I hashed it. And another reason we use hashing is we are storing passwords. So passwords are stored after hashing. We hash the passwords, and the reason for hashing passwords is so you're not storing the password in clear text, which would be easily seen even if you got it protected with permissions. If I hash the password every time I hash that password, I'm going to get the same value back from the same algorithm. So what I do is store the hash in some sort of password database. Since it's a one-way function, you can't get the password back directly from the hash. Now, what you can do with most password cracking programs, do some variation of this, and you just generate hashes against a list of words until you get a hash value that matches the one in the password. Once you get the hash that matches the one in the password, you know what password is there and here. And we come back to the idea of collisions. If I can take two different strings of characters and get the same values back, then it's easier to crack the password, because I may not necessarily get the password, but if the hash that I get back from a particular string of data is the same as that I get from the original password, then it doesn't matter whether I know the password, because the string of data that I put in is going to generate the same hash value that you're going to compare when you log in. And this hash value will just give you that it's valid, and you'll be able to log in. So suppose the password that you chose while making your account is dog, and the dog word produces this hash value. And if I were to hash cat with the same algorithm, and if the algorithm was prone to collisions, it might produce the same hash value as dog. So with the password cat, I could open up your password. I could open up your account. So that was all about hashing and hashing algorithms. Let's move on now. Okay, so in this part of the video, we're going to go over SSL and TLS. Now, SSL and TLS are ways of doing encryption, and they were developed in order to do encryption between websites, web servers, and clients or browsers. SSL was originally developed by a company called Netscape. And if you don't remember, Netscape eventually spun off their source code and became Mozilla Project, where we get Firefox from. So back in 1995, Netscape released version 2 of SSL, and there was a version 1, but nothing was ever done with it. So we got to version 2 of SSL, and that was used for encryption of web transmission between the server and the browser to do a whole number of flaws between the server and the browser. Now, SSL version 2 had a whole number of flaws, and SSL 2 has the type of flaws that can lead to decryption of messages without actually having the correct keys and not being the right endpoints. And so Netscape released SSL version 3 in 1996. And so we get SSL 3.0, which is better than 2.0, but it still had some issues. And so in 1999, we ended up with TLS. Now, SSL is secure socket layer and TLS is transport layer security. They both accomplish the same sort of thing, and they're designed for primarily doing encryption between web server and web browsers because we want to be able to encrypt the type of traffic. So let me show you what kind of traffic looks like. So first of all, let me open wireshark. And out here, I already have a TLS scan ready for you guys that you can see. We have all sorts of TLS data. So you can see that here's my source and it's 1.32 and destination is 7612.4059.46, doing a client key exchange and the change cipher spec and an encrypted handshake message. And then we start getting application data. So there are some other steps involved here, and you're not seeing all of it with this particular Wireshark capture because, again, we get fragmented packets, and at some point it starts getting encrypted. And you can't see it anyways because Wireshark, without having the key, can't decrypt those messages. But what ends up happening is the client sends a hello, and the server responds with a hello, and they end up exchanging information as a part of that. Now, including version numbers supported, and you get random number, and the client's going to send out a number of cipher suits that may want to support an order, and it can support the server, and it's going to pick from those suite of ciphers. Now, then we start doing the key exchange and then do the change cipher spec and from the client and server, and eventually the server just sends a finished message. And at the point, we've got this encrypted communication going on, but there's this handshake that goes on between the two systems. And there's a number of different types of handshakes depending on the type of endpoints that you've got. But that's the type of communication that goes on between servers and the client one. Important thing about using SSL and TLS is, as I mentioned, some of the earlier versions had vulnerabilities in them, and you want to make sure that the servers aren't actually running those. So you want to run some scans to figure out the type of calls and ciphers that different systems use. So for this, we can use something called SSL scan. So this is available for Unix. I'm not really sure if there is something that is similar for Windows or Mac, but on a Unix-based system that is Linux, we can use SSL scan. So let me just show you how to use that. Clear this part out. So what we can do is run SSL scan, again, suppose www.edureka.co. So I'm going to do an SSL scan here against the website, and you can see it's going out and probing all the different types of ciphers that we know on this system. Start with SSL v3 and are going to TLS version 1. And we could force SSL scan to try to do an SSL v2. If I scroll back up, here I get the surface ciphers, which is SSL version 3. It's using RSA, and it's using RSA for the asymmetric. Now, in order to do the key exchange, and once we get the session key up, we're going to use AES 256, and then we're going to use the secure hash algorithm to do the message authentication, or the MAC. It's something called the HMAC for the hashed message authentication code. And what it does is simply hashes the MAC address that you would check one side against the other to make sure that the message hasn't been fiddled with in transmission. You can see here all the different types of cipher suits that are available. Here's TLS running RC4 at 40 bits using MD5. So that would be a pretty vulnerable type of communication to use. And between the server and the client, a 40-bit cipher using RC4 is a low-strength cipher. And we would definitely recommend that clients remove those from the supported ciphers that they have on their server. All that configuration would be done at the web server as well as when you generated your key and your certificates. Normally, certificates would be handled by a certificate authority. Now, you can also self-sign certificates and have those installed in your web server in order to do communications with your clients. The challenge with that is browsers today warn when they see a certificate against a certificate authority that is entrusted of it, and it doesn't have any certificate authority at all. So you'll get a warning in your browser indicating there may be a problem with your certificate. If your clients are savvy enough, and if the users are savvy enough, you may be able to make use of these self-signed certificates and save yourself some money. But generally, it's not recommended simply because clients are starting to get these bad certificates. And when they run across one that's really a problem, a real rogue certificate, they're going to ignore the certificate message in their browser and just go to these sites that could have malicious purposes in mind and may end up compromising the clients or your customers or users. So that's SSL and TLS and how they work and negotiate between servers and endpoints. Okay, so now that we've talked about TLS and SSL, let's talk about disk encryption. Now, disk encryption is actually something that was not really difficult to do, but sort of out of the reach of normal desktop computers for a really long time. Although there have long been ways to do encryption of files, and to a lesser degree, maybe entire disks, as we get faster processors, certainly encrypting the entire disks and being able to encrypt and decrypt on the fly without affecting performance is something that certainly comes within reach. And it's a feature that shows up in most modern operating systems to one degree or another. Now, these days, we're going to look at a couple of ways here of doing disk encryption. I'm going to tell you about one of them first, and it's not the one I can show. I can't really show the other one either. So with Microsoft, their Windows system have this program called BitLocker. Now, BitLocker requires either Windows Ultimate or Windows Enterprise. I don't happen to have either version, so I can't really show it to you, but I can tell you that BitLocker has ability to do entire disk encryption, and they use AES for the encryption cipher. And the thing about BitLocker is that they use a feature that comes with most modern systems, particularly laptops. They'll have this chip in them that's called the Trusted Platform Module, or TPM. The TPM chip is what it does is it stores the keys that allows the operating system to be able to access the disk through this encryption and decryption process. And they use a pretty strong encryption cipher, which is AES, but you have to have one of the couple of different versions of Windows in order to be able to use BitLocker. And it's one of those things you would normally run in an enterprise, and so that's why they included it on its enterprise version. Now, on the macOS side, they have this thing called File Vault, and you'll see in the system preferences under security and privacy, if you go to File Vault, you can turn on File Vault. Now, if you have the little button that there says turn on File Vault, then you can turn on the File Vault and it would ask you about setting up keys, and it works similar to Windows BitLocker. Now, PGP happens to have the ability to do disk encryption, and you can see that in the case of this, you've burned the system. They've got a package called GDE Crypt, which is a GUI that allows you to map and mount a created encrypted volume. So I could run GDE Crypt, and it would help me set up the process of encrypting the volumes that I've got on my system. Now, disk encryption is a really good idea because when you are working with clients, the data is normally very sensitive. So, as I mentioned, you can always use things like BitLocker and Windows Vault or other such softwares for disk encryption. So, what I mentioned before is now not only possible, it's very much a reality with current operating systems. Now, let's talk about scanning. Now, scanning refers to the use of computer networks to gather information regarding computer systems. And network scanning is mainly used for security assessment, system maintenance, and also for performing attacks by hackers. Now, the purpose of network scanning is as follows. It allows you to recognize available UDP and TCP network services running on a targeted host. It allows you to recognize filtering systems between the users and the targeted hosts. It allows you to determine the operating systems in use by assessing the IP responses. Then it also allows you to evaluate the target host TCP sequence numbers and predictability to determine the sequence prediction attacks and the TCP spoofing. Now, network scanning consists of network port scanning as well as vulnerability scanning. Network port scanning refers to the method of sending data packets via the network to a computer system specified service port. This is to identify the available network services on that particular system. This procedure is effective for troubleshooting systems issues or for tightening the system security. Vulnerability scanning is a method used to discover known vulnerabilities of computing systems available on a network. It helps to detect a specific weak spot in an application software or the operating system, which could be used to crash the system or compromise it for undesired purposes. Now, network port scanning as well as vulnerability scanning is an information gathering technique, but when carried out by anonymous individuals, they are viewed as a prelude to an attack. Network scanning processes like port scans and ping swipes and return details about which IP address map to active live host and the type of service they provide. Another network scanning method known as inverse mapping gathers details about IP addresses that do not map to live hosts, which helps an attacker to focus on feasible addresses. Network scanning is one of the three important methods used by an attacker to gather information during the footprint stage, and the attacker makes a profile of the target organization. This includes data such as organization's domain name systems and email servers, in addition to its IP address range. And during the scanning stage, the attacker discovers details about the specified IP addresses that could be accessed online, their system architecture, their operating systems and services running on every computer. Now, during the enumeration stage, the attacker collects data, including routing tables, network user and group names, simple network management protocol data, and so on. Now, a very popular tool that is used for network scanning is Nmap. Now, Nmap is a must-have tool for most ethical hackers, and ethical hackers throughout the industry are using this on a daily basis. Now, what it is used for is scanning, as I just said, and the only bad part about Nmap is it is a very noisy scanner. But if you know some ways of IDS evasion, which is the next topic that we're going to talk about, you can very well do an Nmap scan by being very quiet. So let's go into Nmap and see the different ways that we can use Nmap. So Nmap is originally available on a Unix system, but I've also heard that it's also available on Windows systems. For now, I'm going to be using the Unix version. So first of all, let's go ahead and open up our Unix system that is running on our virtual machine. Now, let me clear out the screen out here. So I already have Nmap installed, but if you don't, you can go apt-get install Nmap, and that should install Nmap for you. If you're not a root user, you might want to check and use the sudo command along with this thing. So I'm not really going to run this command right now because I already have Nmap installed. What I'm going to do is show you the different ways we can use Nmap. So when you're using a tool on your Linux, the first thing that you want to do with any tool is go and type the help command. So if you do help, it'll show you all the stuff that you can do with Nmap. So as you guys can see that we can do a bunch of target specification, we do host discovery, we have different types of scan techniques and port specification and scan orders. Then there's also servers version detection and script scans. So there's a bunch of things that we can do. Okay, so now what we want to do is, let me just show you how you can do all sorts of stuff. So suppose you want to do an Nmap scan on, let's say, edureka.co. So this will start up an Nmap scan on the IP address that edureka.co sits on. So as you guys can see, this is running an Nmap scan, and it can take a little bit of time. Now, since it's taking a lot of time, I'm going to show you some other ways by just quitting out of it. Okay, so now that I've stopped it because it was taking too much time, you can specify IP address. So suppose you want to 192.168.1.24. You can do an Nmap scan on an IP address like that. I'm also going to quit out of this because my computer is really slow and it's taking a bunch of time to actually load anything. Then you can also do scan on an entire subnet, like suppose you want to 192.168.1. Then suppose you want to do all the IPs through 1 till 24. So this is how you would do it, and you can run that, and then it would do an Nmap scan on all those IP addresses. I'm going to quit out of every scan because this computer is really, really slow. Okay, so let me show you some other flags. So suppose you had a file that says targets.txt. So suppose you had a file that had all the target files in it. So let me just create a target file, targets.txt. Now you could use this file and actually create an Nmap. So, and actually run through all the IP addresses. So suppose targets.txt had a list of IP addresses. All you would have to do is nmap and il, which is basically input list. So small I and capital L, and then you tell the name of the target, which is targets.txt. Okay, so because that had no IP addresses, as you can see, 0 IP addresses scanned in 0.89 seconds. So you can do that. Now you can also do an exclude. So nmap allows you to do that. With nmap, you can do exclude. And suppose you want to do a scan and you want to exclude some IP address. So let's see, 192.168.1.1. Suppose you want to exclude that. So you can very well do that, and it will start scanning up all sorts of stuff. So that was the host name, so that's why it's failed. It was its target. Now you can also do some scanning techniques. So suppose you want to scan for SYN ports. So SYN ports. So you could do something like, let's choose a default IP address. Now nmap for a SYN scan, you do small s and capital S. So that is for SYN scans. And this will choose all the TCP SYN port scans, and you can do it on anything. So after that, you just put in an IP address. So out here, I'm going to say 192.168.3. I don't know, .2.34. And it'll give you all sorts of information after that is done. I'm not going to run the scan for a long time. After that, you can also scan TCP connection ports. So for that, you use the ST flag. So nmap S and T, and this is default, and you can use the TCP connection port scan. So you, after that, you just enter the IP address. So 192.168.2.34. And that should do a TCP port scan. Let's quit out of that. Then So let me just tell you all the flags for the different types of scanning techniques. So SU instead of ST, let me just tell you, SU instead of ST will actually scan for UDP ports. Then if you do an SA, it will scan for all the acknowledgement port scans. So if when there's a TCP handshake going on, it sends back an acknowledgement packet. So you can specifically scan for those types of stuff. Then for Windows port scan, you can do SW, and for a main mount port scan, you can do an SM. Okay, now you can also do a bunch of host discovery stuff with Nmap. So let's go over them one by one. Now with Nmap, you can do something like S and L, and this will show no scan. So it will scan only the list targets. So you could do something like 192 and then the IP address. So 192.168.2.34. So that will do that. And let's quit out of that quickly. You can also use the SN tag. So you can use the SN tag, which is for disabling port scanning or host discovery only. So this will not give you a host discovery. It will save you some time. And you can use the N flag also. And this will tell you to never do hostname resolution. So you can just save yourself some time in that way. Then you can also do ARP discovery on a local network. So let me just show you how to do that. Nmap for ARP discovery is PR. So that is for ARP discovery, and you could do it on your local network, 192.168.1.1. Okay, so that's a very invalid IP. Yeah, so that was the gateway, and since that's the gateway, instead of running Nmap on some random IP all the time, let's go on ifconfig first, and let's see our IP address. So our IP is 192.168.56.101. So let's try and do some scans on ourselves. That was all about host discovery. Now you can also do some port specification. So you can do port specifications like this. So our IP is 192.168.56.101. And suppose you want to scan for port number 21. So that'll scan port number 21 and it'll show you that TCP closed FTP. It's a FTP and it's closed. So that's how it should be. Then you can use the port scan, like you could say 21 to 100, and that would scan all the ports from 21 to 100. So that was about port scanning. Now you can also do a fast port scan. So that's with the F tag. So Nmap. Let's get up the previous thing. So Nmap, and all you want to say is F-F. So that'll be a fast port scan, and it's considerably faster than, see, that was very fast. So it was considerably faster than most of the scans. And that was also, you can do another thing. So suppose you want to just scan the top ports. So you could say top ports and all the top 2000 ports, and that'll scan all the top 2000 ports that is on this IP address. Now this will take a long time because it's a very slow computer. So okay, that did it. Now let's go and do some service inversion detection. So for service inversion detection, let's get back our edureka.go IP address. So that is 34.210. So let's try and do some service detection on that. So nmap 34.210.230.35. So you could have done it on edureka.go itself. So SV will give you the service version. So it'll try and attempt to determine all sorts of service versions that are running on that IP address. So I personally know that it's an Apache server 2.0 that's running on there. So I'm not really going to wait for the scan to run, but that's how you actually do it. So you can also increase the version intensity. So let's just stop out of that. Now you can increase the version intensity. So the intensity is done something like this. So you go version and intensity, and then you specify a number, anything between 0 to 9. The higher the number, the more correctness that you can kind of get offered by Nmap. So you can say version intensity 8. Okay, seems like version intensity actually has been removed from Nmap. So that's an update that you learned in this lesson. Okay, you can also do aggressive scans. So for aggressive scans, all you have to do is an A tag, so A. And that will do a very aggressive scan on that IP address. Okay, so that was all about aggressive scans, and it's taken a really long time. So I'm going to just quit out of it. Then you can do something like OS detection also. So for OS detection, just if you want some OS detection, you could use nmap and you could go -o, and that'll give you the OS detection. And that's basically the end of our nmap tutorial. So moving on, we are going to be discussing IDS evasion, which is going to be the last lesson for this video. So now let's talk about intrusion detection evasion. So before we get into IDS evasion, let's talk about what exactly is an IDS. Now, an intrusion detection system, or IDS, is a system that monitors network traffic for suspicious activity and issues alerts when such activity is discovered. While anomaly detection and reporting is primary function, some intrusion detection systems are capable of taking actions when malicious activity or anomalous traffic is detected, including blocking traffic sent from suspicious IP addresses. Although intrusion detection systems monitor network for potentially malicious activity, they are also prone to false alarms or false positives. Consequently, organizations need to fine-tune their IDS product when they first install them. That means properly configuring their intrusion detection system to recognize what normal traffic on their network looks like compared to potentially malicious activity. An intrusion prevention system also monitors network packets for potentially damaging network traffic, but where an intrusion detection system responds to potentially malicious traffic by logging the traffic and issuing warning notification, intrusion prevention systems respond to such traffic by rejecting the potentially malicious packets. So there are different types of intrusion detection systems. So intrusion detection systems come in different flavors and detect suspicious activities using different methods. So kind of intrusion detection is a network intrusion detection system. So that is NIDS is deployed at a strategic point or points within the network where it can monitor inbound and outbound traffic to and from all the devices on the network. Then there is host intrusion detection system, that is HIDS, which runs on all computers or devices in the network with direct access to both the internet and the enterprise internal network. HIDS have an advantage over NIDS in that they may be able to detect anomalous network packets that originate from inside the organizations or malicious traffic that NIDS has failed to detect. HIDS may also be able to identify malicious traffic that originates from the host itself, as when the host has been infected with malware and is attempting to spread to other systems. Signature-based intrusion detection system monitors all packets traversing the network and compares them against a database of signatures or attributes of known malicious threats, much like antivirus softwares. So now let's talk about IDS evasion. Okay, so now let's talk about IDS evasion. Now, IDS is an intrusion detection system, as we just spoke about, and is there to detect exactly the types of activities that we are engaged in sometimes. And sometimes you may be called in to work on a target where activities are known and should be known by the operators or the operations people involved in monitoring and managing the network. And the idea being not only do they want to assess the technical controls that are in place, but they also want to assess the operational procedures and ensure that the systems and processes are working the way that they are supposed to be working. Now, when you are engaged with a target that you are in full cooperation with, you don't need to do these types of evasion tactics. All these techniques may be actually avoided. But if you're asked to perform an assessment or a penetration on a target where they are not supposed to see your activities, then you need to know some different techniques to evade detection from an IDS. So we're going to talk about a couple of different things that you can do. So one thing that you can do is manipulate packets to look a particular way. Now, for this, there's a tool called Packet. So Packet is a really good way to actually manipulate traffic, and by actually manipulating the contents of a packet, like you can specify the destination and source. So it's a really useful tool to set up packets, look a particular way. One thing it can do is allow you to spoof IP addresses. So I could set a source IP address here that was something completely different from mine. Now, if I'm using TCP or UDP, I'm not going to see the response back. And in this case, TCP, I'm not even going to get the three-way connection made because the responses are going to go back to the source IP. But what you can do is, in addition to spoofing, you can set up particular ways that a packet may look, like changing the type of service or by changing the fragmentation offset, or by different flag settings that may allow you through an IDS without maybe getting flagged. And it may also allow you through a firewall. Now, it's a slim possibility, but it's a possibility. Now, another thing you can do is use Packet to generate a lot of really bogus data. And what you might do is hide in the noise generated by Packet. So you could create some really bogus packets that are sure to set off IDS alarms, and then you can run some legitimate scans underneath and hopefully be able to get some responses. Hopefully be able to get some responses back without being detected. So if you were to look at Nmap, let me just open Nmap up for you and go Nmap help. You can see a throttle response out here. Yeah, the timing and performance. On the manual pages here, one of the things that you can see is the throttle. In other words, the timing template to go really slow. So if I do a -T0 with an Nmap scan, it's going to really slow it down. and it goes really, really slow. So there's a possibility it may not rise to the threshold that would trigger an IDS. And this is what we would call a low and slow scan. Now, of course, this is only Nmap, and that would be a port scan. And there are still a lot of other works that you would have to do. And you may have to find other ways to get around that. And you can see also here on this page, there's some firewall IDS evasion and spoofing. And you can do things like fragment packets. And we're really fragmented packets sometimes will avoid IDS because an IDS is going to look what's in front of it and may not have the ability to actually gather the entire packet and put it back together to take a look at what's going on. So sometimes fragmented packets can get through, and you can also add decoys into a scan. And again, this is a kind of cover-friendly fire sort of approach where Nmap will throw a bunch of decoys into the mix of the scan that you're doing, and hopefully you'll get lost amongst the decoys that are going on. I can also spoof the source address and do some other things around data lengths and TTL. And I can also spoof MAC addresses and send packets with bogus checksums. So all of those have the possibility of getting around firewalls and IDS and doing evasion. Now, one of the downsides of using some of these techniques, and particularly the timing technique that we talked about, is that you run the risk of really slowing down your work, which of course is a side effect of this type of approach where you have to hide yourself and your activities. But the thing to keep in mind is you've got a limited time frame in order to perform these sort of activities. And you really want to keep that in mind and be aware of how long some of these techniques are going to take. So also under the line of friendly fire, you could do the spoof technique with a throttle of 5 and just throw a lot of really bogus traffic at your target while also running a separate Nmap scan, which shows legitimate information. And again, hopefully you can get through underneath that friendly fire that's causing a lot of noise. Similarly, there's this tool called Nikto. And Nikto does web application testing, and you can see that it has some abilities. There are some IDS evasion techniques. So if you're doing web application testing and you need to do IDS evasion, what you can also do is throw a Nikto scan out and do it from another system. And again, you may be able to hide underneath the noise from Nikto scans. While you're doing some other technique, you can hope you can see enough of these sorts of tactics to hide yourself well enough to be able to get what you need from your target without being detected by the target and the operations people there.
Let's get started with the phases. So the first phase is reconnaissance, and also I'll be explaining each phase of ethical hacking with the help of an analogy so that it's easy for beginners to understand. Suppose you're a beginner, it's the first video you're watching on ethical hacking, or maybe you've watched a little videos and you don't have a lot of understanding of what ethical hacking is, then it'll be easy for you to understand. So let's start with the first phase. Firstly, I'll tell you what this analogy is. So the analogy goes something like this. Suppose there's an enemy layer at a location, and this enemy layer has got a lot of destructive weapons, and you are the army chief who's assigned to attack the enemy layer and take control of this. So my question to you is, if you were actually an army officer who's assigned to make a surgical strike, you've got a lot of forces, you've got the army, you've got tanks, you've got air force, all at your command. So would you just take all your forces and go attack? I don't think so. Yeah, because first you'll have to create a plan, and before that you'll have to understand the enemy layer. So you'll collect basic information such as the location of the layer, how to get to that location from the army base. You'll collect more information about the building, the number of floors, and the surroundings of the building. So similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, you cannot just use tools or type something in your computer and just hack the target. So to hack the target, the first thing you have to do is understand the target. So this phase where you understand your target is reconnaissance. So reconnaissance is basically the phase where the ethical hacker collects information about the target so that it's easy for him to understand how to actually hack the target. So some of the basic information you would want to collect are, the first one would be the IP address of the target. Suppose you're trying to hack a particular system in a network, then you would want to know the IP address of the target because the IP address uniquely identifies the system in the network. The next thing you would want to know is the IP address range. Suppose there's an organization with hundreds of computers and you want to hack the whole network. You don't know which computer or which system has got the lowest security. So to check that, you would need the IP address range of the whole organization or the network. The next thing you would want to know is the network. You would want to know the architecture of the network. And finally, you would want to know about the DNS records. So these are very basic things, very basic information to collect about your target. And depending on what your target is, this information might vary. So now I'll be talking about some of the most popular tools used for reconnaissance. The first tool I'm going to talk about is search engine. So I'm sure you're familiar with Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So I'll give you an example. Okay, imagine yourself in this situation where you are an ethical hacker. You're the best in the city. There's no one else who can compete your skills of ethical hacking. And one day you're at your office and this guy, a CEO of a big organization, comes to you and he hands out the name of a website and he wants you to test for security loopholes or weaknesses on his website. And he just walks away. He doesn't speak a word. He's an introvert. So at this point, you only know the name of the website. You have, no idea of what this application is or what your target is. You only know the name of your website. So what would be the first thing you'd do? So the first thing you would want to do is use the name of the website into a search engine. So maybe Google the name of the website. There are different search engines you can use. There's Google, there's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, there's Shodan, and a lot of search engines. So you just Google search or use whatever search engine you want to and then find information about your target. So the first thing you'd get is the URL of the target, the URL of the website, using which you can find out other information such as the IP address, the IP address range, and whatever information I told about in the previous slide. So this is the first thing you would do. The next tool you would use, which is one of the most popular tools for reconnaissance, is NSLOOKUP. So NSLOOKUP is a DNS querying tool and it's mainly used to get the domain name and the IP address map of your target. So suppose there's an organization, like maybe you want to collect information about the same website, then you would run a NSLOOKUP search on that and you'd collect information such as the domain name, the IP address map, the range, the IP address range, and such information. The next tool you can use is WhoisLookup. So WhoisLookup is a browser-based query and response tool, and it's mainly used to get the registration and delegation details of your target. So suppose your target application requires a login. So maybe the username is the email ID, and using WhoisLookup you can find out who the website is registered to, the contact information, and many other information. So these information will play a vital role when you're actually trying to hack the application. So these are the most popular tools for reconnaissance. Moving forward to the next phase of ethical hacking. So the next phase is scanning. Now let's come back to the surgical strike example. You found out the location of the enemy layer. You found out the way how you can go from the army base to the enemy layer. And you've also found out about the surroundings. But is this information enough? You found the enemy layer, you found the building, but can you just go attack now? No, you need a strategy, you need a plan. And for this, the main thing you would require to know is which point of the building you can enter from. So basically you scan the whole building to see which points you can enter from and whether these points are blocked or are they open, because obviously there are enemies, they have got destructive weapons. So maybe a door is set up with a bomb, with an explosive. So you have to scan the building so that you can find a safe way to enter the building and attack. Similarly, when it comes to scanning in ethical hacking, you found out the IP address, the IP address range, and many information, but it's not enough. Now it's time to find out those points on your target which has got a weak security and where you can try to hack the target from. So this phase where you find the weak points on the target is scanning. The scanning is basically the phase where you find out points on the target system or the network from where the hacker can try to hack the target. So these are the weak points on your target that you can start the hack from. Some of the information you would want to collect during your scanning are, there's active ports and active hosts. So these are basically the ports and the hosts that are live and running on the system. So there's no point if there's an organization and there's a network of 100 computers and 10 computers out of the 100 computers are turned off. There's no point in finding out information about the 10 shut down computers. If you want to hack the network, you would want to hack one of the target that's live and up and running. And that's why you would want to know about the active ports and the active hosts. Then you would want to know about the services being run on your target. So these services could be security services like firewall, intrusion detection, because obviously you wouldn't want your target to know that it's being hacked. So you'd want to be a little careful. So you'd find out services that are being run, and then you would want to collect information about the application and the operating system. So when I say a vulnerable application and operating system, it means the application or the operating system that is being used by the target, which is unpatched or outdated. So most of the time, when you are scanning your target, you find out application or operating system that are unpatched, which have got security loopholes, and you can use these weaknesses to hack your target. Now let's see which are the most popular tools used for scanning. The first one is OpenVAS. OpenVAS is an open source framework with several services and tools for vulnerability scanning and management. The next tool is Nikto. Nikto is a command line vulnerability scanner, and this tool scans web servers for dangerous files, CGIs, and outdated services. So, like I previously told while finding out information about the vulnerable application or operating system, that if you find outdated services or unpatched services, there's a high chance that you can find out weaknesses on your target. So Nikto is one such tool that will give you information about these outdated services. The next tool I'm going to talk about is wireshark. Wireshark is a tool especially used for wireless networks. Suppose there's a Wi-Fi network and you want to scan this network, then you can use wireshark. And this is an open source packet analyzer and gives a lot of information about the wireless network. The next tool, and my most favorite tool, is Nessus. Nessus is a very powerful tool that provides high performance data capture. And the reason I like Nessus is it provides various types of scans. So depending on what information you want about the target or what type of target is your system or the network, you can select different scans. So each scan will give you different results using which you can hack the target. So these are some of the most popular tools used for scanning. So moving on to the next phase, that is exploitation. So now you've collected enough information about your target, your plan's ready, you know where to enter the building from, you know how to attack. It's time to attack. So now you call your force, your tanks, your army, and then lead the attack and then gain control of the enemy layer. Similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, you use different exploitation tools because your tools are like your force, like your army, and you use these exploitation tools to hack the target. So this is the phase where the hack actually happens. So exploitation is a phase where the hacker takes advantage of the weakness and loopholes found on the target system or the network and then runs appropriate tools to hack the target. So there are different steps for using exploitation. The first thing is selecting the right attack. So not every attack is applicable to every target. So depending on how your target is, depending on what weaknesses you found on the target, you will have to select the appropriate attack. Then you will have to launch the attack on your target, and finally you will gain access of your target. So some of the most popular tools used for exploitation are: the first one is Beef. Beef is a tool mainly used for penetration testing, and it's a tool that leverages browser vulnerabilities. The next tool is one of my most favorite, and this is the tool that I mostly use. It's Metasploit. It's one of the most popular exploitation tools, and this tool has got hundreds of scripts to hack. The next tool I'm going to talk about is SQL Map. SQL Map is a tool that automates detection and exploitation of SQL injection flaws. So I'm sure if you're a beginner, you don't know what SQL injection is, but stay tuned, you'll be learning about SQL injection and a lot of different hacking methods in the coming up videos. So this tool is mainly used to take over database servers. Moving on to the next phase, it is maintaining access. So now the surgical strike is done. Will you just leave from the enemy layer? No, you wouldn't. Now you would take actions to maintain, the control over the enemy layer. Because you wouldn't want your enemies to occupy the layer again and then store destructive weapons. Because if they did, if you just left and the enemies came back, you would have to carry out another surgical strike to gain control over your enemy layer. So this is maintaining access when it comes to surgical strike. So when it comes to maintaining access in ethical hacking, the hacker maintains a connection between the target so that if he wants to use a target later in time, he doesn't have to start the attack right from the scratch. He just directly accesses the target. So this phase is maintaining access. So maintaining access is a phase where the hacker installs softwares or makes changes on the target system after the target has been hacked so that he can access the target later in time directly without having to hack the target right from the scratch. So some of the ways are doing this there are different ways, but I've listed down some of the most efficient or the most popular ways. So the first one is installing backdoors. So backdoors are basically used to bypass login or authentication. Then the next way is creating new users. Suppose your target requires you to log in to do something on your target. Then you would create a new user with a new username and password. And later in time, when you want to access the target, you would use this username and password to log into your target. Another thing you can do is escalate the privileges. Suppose you want to run certain system commands on your target or certain system services on your target. And to run these system services, you need super user privileges. Then what you would do is make a normal user a super user and then use this user to run system services on your target. The next thing you can do is install rootkits. Rootkits are softwares used to enable access on your target. And finally, you can use Trojans. So let's see which are some of the most popular tools used for maintaining access. The first tool is Powersploit. Powersploit is a tool mainly used for Windows operating system, and this tool is used to connect to the victim's PowerShell. So if you've used the Windows operating system, you should know that a PowerShell is a place where you can run system commands from. So when you're a hacker and you hack a Windows operating system and you want to do something on that system, maybe delete the files, copy the files, or run any services, which actually you shouldn't do. You shouldn't be deleting the files or anything, because you're on the track of being an ethical hacker. But I'm just telling you, for example, if you want to do any such thing, then having access to the victim's PowerShell will be really useful. The next tool I'm going to talk about is Weebly. Weebly is a PHP web shell that can be used to install stealth backdoors or to manage web accounts. And then you can use DNS to TCP. DNS to TCP is a network tool that relays TCP connections through DNS traffic. You probably don't understand a lot when I'm trying to explain about these tools, but given time when you're learning, maybe watching the next videos, I'm sure you'll understand all these topics. So for now, just know about these tools, and yeah, that's all. So let's move on to the next phase, that is covering tracks. So you're done with the surgical strike and you've got control over the enemy layer. So the main thing you would want to do is keep your strategy, your plan confidential, because you wouldn't want the enemies or any unauthorized person to know what your strategy, your plan, or any information about your surgical strike. So you erase all the details regarding this. But when it comes to ethical hacking, it's a little different. A hacker erases all the details, all the information regarding his identity and also how he carried out the exploit, so that the target doesn't know that someone has hacked the target, first of all, and if at all he knows that his system was hacked, then he shouldn't be able to trace back who this hacker was. So covering tracks is a phase where the hacker hides his identity and also the way the exploit has happened. So he wouldn't want the target to know how he was hacked. There are different ways of doing this. Some of the most common ways are clearing the cache and cookies. Then you would want to tamper the log files. Suppose, like I told you in one of the slides, if your target requires you to log in using a username and password, and you've done that, you've logged in using a username and password, then you would want to delete these log files so that the target doesn't know that some other user had logged into his system. Then you can close the ports that you might have started or stop the services that you might have started in order to install backdoors, rootkits, or whatever purpose you did it for. So this is covering tracks, and the final phase of ethical hacking is reporting. Now you're done with the surgical strike, you've cleared all the evidence, all the clues, all the information, and now you have to inform your higher officer on what actually happened. So you would inform him how you found the layer, what was your strategy, what was your plan, what weaknesses you found on the enemy layer, and how did you actually gain control of the enemy layer. So you create a documentation of it. Similarly, when it comes to ethical hacking, instead of reporting to your higher officer, you report to the target organization. You tell them what weaknesses you found on the target, which weaknesses the target was vulnerable for, and which attacks you used to hack the target. So reporting is basically a phase where the hacker creates documentation of the weaknesses and loopholes found on the target, the way he used these weaknesses and loopholes to hack the target, and also mentions certain precautions that the target can take to make this security better. So like I told you earlier, this is the phase that differentiates a malicious hacker from an ethical hacker. I'll tell you why now, because as an ethical hacker, you know what you should do. You should tell the target organization about the information found, the way you hacked the target, and also tell them how they can make the security better. But a malicious hacker wouldn't do this. A malicious hacker would hack the target, would hide his identity, and whatever purpose he hacked the target for, he just do it and vanish. So this is the phase that differentiates a malicious hacker from an ethical hacker. So these are the 6 phases of ethical hacking. So if you want to hack a target successfully and efficiently, I suggest you follow these steps. And maybe while you're practicing, you think reporting is not really that important because you have your own target, you're trying to hack it, you hack it successfully. You might think, why should I create a report for this? But let me tell you, make a habit of creating reports right from the beginning so that when you actually are working for an organization, it's pretty simple. You know what details to include and it'll be very helpful. So, don't take any of these phases lightly. Practice each phase, with dedication. Now, let me tell you about some of the great hacks that have happened over time. I made a list of 4 hacks. I know there are hundreds of great hacks that have happened, but I've made a list of 4 hacks just to give you the idea of how powerful a hacker can be. So the first hack I'm going to talk about is the FBI hack. So in 2016, the entire database of FBI was hacked and the identities of all undercover FBI and Homeland Security agents was made public, due to which a lot of lives were in danger. The next hack is the NASA hack. A hacker hacked into NASA and downloaded the source code used to run the International Space Station. And to fix this issue, NASA had to shut down its network for 3 weeks. So just imagine how powerful you'd be if you have the source code to run the International Space Station on your system. So this is how powerful you can be as a hacker. But you can only do this when you've got enough skills. Let's move on to the next hack, that is the commercial sites hack. A student of a university launched a DOS attack with 70 plus computers on 50 plus networks, which affected a lot of commercial websites such as eBay, Amazon, etc. Due to which these commercial sites face a lot of business loss. And the final hack I'm going to talk about in this session is the noble hack. So a hacker hacked into different banks around the world and then stole money from these banks, and instead of using it for his own self, he donated this money to the countries living below the poverty line. So his intention was noble, and that's why I've named this the noble hack. Though his intention was noble, what he did was illegal. And all of these hacks, the 4 hacks I spoke about, was just to give you an idea of how powerful you can be. But all of these hacks were made for illegal purpose. As an ethical hacker, you should not be involved in any such illegal activities because that's not what ethical hackers do. As an ethical hacker, you should always contribute to make the security of the system, the network, basically any digital, appliance or digital device, the security of these digital devices better.
Now, cyber attacks are taking place all the time. Even as we speak, the security of some organization, big or small, is being compromised. For example, if you visit this site out here, that is ThreatCloud, you can actually view all the cyber attacks that are actually happening right now. Let me just give you a quick demonstration of how that looks like. Okay, so as you guys can see out here, these are all the places that are being compromised right now. The red parts actually show us the part that is being compromised, and the yellow places actually show us from where it's being compromised from. Okay, as you guys can see now that someone from the Netherlands is actually attacking this place and someone from USA was attacking Mexico. It's a pretty interesting site and actually gives you a scale of how many cyber attacks are actually happening all the time in the world. Okay, now getting back, I think looking at all these types of cyber attacks, it's only necessary that we educate ourselves about all the types of cyber threats that we have. So these are the 8 cyber threats that we're going to be discussing today. Firstly, we're going to start with malware. So malware is an all-encompassing term for a variety of cyber attacks, including Trojans, viruses, and worms. Malware is simply defined as code with malicious intent that typically steals data or destroys something on the computer. The way malware goes about doing its damage can be helpful in categorizing what kind of malware you're dealing with. So let's discuss it. So first of all, viruses. Like their biological namesakes, viruses attach themselves to clean files and infect other clean files, and they can spread uncontrollably, damaging a system's core functionality and deleting or corrupting files.
They usually appear as executable files that you might have downloaded from the internet. Then there are also Trojans. Now, this kind of malware disguises itself as legitimate software or is included in legitimate software that can be tampered with. It tends to act discreetly and creates backdoors in your security to let other malwares in. Then we have worms. Worms infect entire networks of devices, either local or across the internet, by using the network's interfaces. It uses each consecutive infected machine to infect more. And then we have botnets and such, where botnets are networks of infected computers that are made to work together under the controller of an attacker. So basically, you can encounter malware if you have some OS vulnerabilities, or if you download some illegitimate software from somewhere, or you have some other email attachment that was compromised with. Okay, so how exactly do you remove malware, or how exactly do you fight against it? Well, each form of malware has its own way of infecting and damaging computers and data, and so each one requires a different malware removal method. The best way to prevent malware is to avoid clicking on links or downloading attachments from unknown senders, and this is sometimes done by deploying a robust and updated firewall, which prevents the transfer of large data files over the network in a hope to weed out attachments that may contain malware. It's also important to make sure your computer's operating system, whether it be Windows, Mac OS, Linux, uses the most up-to-date security updates. And software programmers update programs frequently to address any holes or weak points. And it's important to install all these updates as well as to decrease your own system weaknesses. So next up on our list of cyber threats, we have phishing. So what exactly is phishing? Well, often posing as a request for data from a trusted third party, phishing attacks are sent via email and ask users to click on a link and enter their personal data. Phishing emails have gotten much more sophisticated in recent years and making it difficult for some people to discern a legitimate request for information from a false one. Now, phishing emails often fall into the same category as spam, but are way more harmful than just a simple ad. So, how exactly does phishing work? Well, most people associate phishing with email messages that spoof or mimic bank, credit card companies, or other businesses like Amazon, eBay, and Facebook. These messages look authentic and attempt to get victims to reveal their personal information. But email messages are only one small piece of a phishing scam. From beginning to end, the process involves 5 steps. The first step is planning. The phisher must decide which business to target and determine how to get email addresses for the customers of that business. Then they must go through the setup phase. Once they know which business to spoof and who their victims are, phishers create methods for delivering the messages and collecting the data. Then they have to execute the attack, and this is the step most people are familiar with. That is, the phisher sends a phony message that appears to be from a reputable source. After that, the phisher records the information the victims enter into the web page or pop-up windows. And in the last step, which is basically identity theft and fraud, the phishers use the information they've gathered to make illegal purchases or otherwise commit fraud. And as many as a fourth of the victims never fully recover. So how exactly can you be actually preventing yourself from getting phished? Well, the only thing that you can do is being aware of how phishing emails actually work. So first of all, a phishing email has some very specific properties. So firstly, you will have something like a very generalized way of addressing someone, like dear client. Then your message will not be actually from a very reputable source. So out here, as you can see, it's written as Amazon on the label, but if you actually inspect the email address that it came from, it's from management@maisoncanada.ca, which is not exactly a legitimate Amazon address. Third, you can actually hover over the redirect links and see where they actually redirect you to. Now, this redirects me to www.fakeamazon.com, as you can see out here. So basically, you know this is actually a phishing email, and you should actually report this email to your administrators or anybody else that you think is supposed to be concerned with this. Also, let me give you guys a quick demonstration on how phishing actually works from the perspective of an attacker. So first of all, I have actually created a phishing website for harvesting Facebook credentials. I simply just took the source code of the Facebook login page and pasted it, and then made a backend code in PHP, which makes a log file of all the Facebook passwords that get actually entered onto the phishing page. Now, I've also sent myself an email as to make sure this looks legitimate, but this is only for spreading awareness, so please don't use this method for actually harvesting credentials. That's actually a very illegal thing to do. So let's get started. First of all, you'll go to your email and see that you'll get some email saying your Facebook credentials have been compromised. So when you open it, it looks pretty legit. Well, I haven't made it look all that legit. It should look legit, but the point out here is to actually make you aware of how this works. So as you guys can see, it says, "Dear client, we have strong reasons to believe that your credentials may have been compromised and might have been used by someone else. We have locked your Facebook account. Please click here to unlock. Sincerely, Facebook Associate Team." So if we actually click here, we are actually redirected to a nice looking Facebook page, which is exactly how Facebook looks like when you're logging in. Now, suppose I were to actually log into my Facebook account, which I won't, I'll just use some random ID like this is an email @gmail.com, and let's put password as admin123, and we click login. Now, since my Facebook is actually already logged in, it'll just redirect to facebook.com and you might just see me logged in. But on a normal computer, it'll just redirect you to www.facebook.com, which should just show this site again. Okay, so once I click login out here, all that the backend code that I've written in PHP out here will do is that it's going to take all the parameters that I've entered into this website, that is my email address and the password, and just generate a log file about it. So let's just hit login and see what happens. So as you guys can see, I've been redirected to the original Facebook page that is not meant for phishing. And on my system out here, I have a log file. And this log file will show exactly, as you can see, I've fished out the email address. This is an email @gmail.com. And it's also showed the password that is admin123. So this is how exactly phishing works. You enter an email address and you're entering the email address on a phishing website, and then it just redirects you to the original site. But by this time, you've already compromised your credentials. So always be careful when dealing with such emails. So now jumping back to our session, the next type of cyber attacks we're going to discuss is password attacks. So an attempt to obtain or decrypt a user's password for illegal use is exactly what a password attack is. Hackers can use cracking programs, dictionary attacks, and password sniffers in password attacks. Password cracking refers to various measures used to discover computer passwords. This is usually accomplished by recovering passwords from data stored in or transported from a computer system. Password cracking is done by either repeatedly guessing the password, usually through a computer algorithm in which the computer tries numerous combinations until the password is successfully discovered. Now, password attacks can be done for several reasons. But the most malicious reason is in order to gain unauthorized access to a computer with the computer's owner's awareness not being in place. Now, this results in cybercrime, such as stealing passwords for the purpose of accessing bank information. Now, today, there are three common methods used to break into a password-protected system. The first is a brute force attack. A hacker uses a computer program or script to try to log in with possible password combinations, usually starting with the easiest to guess password. So just think, if a hacker has a company list, he or she can easily guess usernames. If even one of the users has a password 123, he will quickly be able to get in. The next are dictionary attacks. Now, a hacker uses a program or script to try to log in by cycling through the combinations of common words. In contrast with brute force attacks where a large proportion key space is searched systematically, a dictionary attack tries only those possibilities which are most likely to succeed, typically derived from a list of words, for example, a dictionary. Generally, dictionary attacks succeed because most people have a tendency to choose passwords which are short or such as single words found in the dictionaries or simple, easy predicted variations on words such as appending a digit or so. Now, the last kind of password attacks are used by keylogger attacks. A hacker uses a program to track all of the user's keystrokes. So at the end of the day, everything the user has typed, including the login IDs and passwords, have been recorded. A keylogger attack is different than a brute force or dictionary attack in many ways, not the least of which the key logging program used is a malware that must first make it onto the user's device. And the keylogger attacks are also different because stronger passwords don't provide much protection against them, which is one reason that multi-factor authentication is becoming a must-have for all businesses and organizations. Now, the only way to stop yourself from getting killed in the whole password attack conundrum is by actually practicing the best practices that are being discussed in the whole industry about passwords. So basically, you should update your password regularly. You should use alphanumerics in your password. And you should never use words that are actually in the dictionary. It's always advisable to use garbage words that make no sense for passwords, as they just increase your security. So moving on, we're going to discuss DDoS attacks. So what exactly is a DDoS or a DOS attack? Well, first of all, it stands for distributed denial of service, and a DOS attack focuses on disrupting the service to a network, as the name suggests. Attackers send high volume of data of traffic through the network until the network becomes overloaded and can no longer function. So there are a few different ways attackers can achieve DOS attack, but the most common is the distributed denial of service attack. This involves the attacker using multiple computers to send the traffic or data that will overload the system. In many instances, a person may not even realize that his or her computer has been hijacked and is contributing to the DOS attack. Now, disrupting services can have serious consequences relating to security and online access. Many instances of large-scale DOS attacks have been implemented as a single sign of protest towards governments or individuals and have led to severe punishment, including major jail time. So, how can you prevent DOS attacks against yourself? Well, firstly, unless your company is huge, it's rare that you would be even targeted by an outside group or attackers for a DOS attack. Your site or network could still fall victim to one, however, if another organization on your network is targeted. Now, the best way to prevent an additional breach is to keep your system as secure as possible with regular software updates, online security monitoring, and monitoring of your data flow to identify any unusual or threatening spikes in traffic before they become a problem. DOS attacks can also be perpetrated by simply cutting a table or dislodging a plug that connects your website server to the internet. So due diligence in physically monitoring your connections is recommended as well. Okay, so next up on our list is man-in-the-middle attacks. So by impersonating the endpoints in an online information exchange, the man-in-the-middle attack can obtain information from the end user and the entity he or she is communicating with. For example, if you are banking online, the man in the middle would communicate with you by impersonating your bank and communicate with the bank by impersonating you. The man in the middle would then receive all of the information transferred between both parties, which could include sensitive data such as bank accounts and personal information. So how does it exactly work? Normally, an MITM gains access through a non-encrypted wireless access point, which is basically one that doesn't use WAP, WPA, or any of the other security measures. Then they would have to access all of the information being transferred between both parties by actually spoofing something called address resolution protocol. That is the protocol that is used when you are actually connecting to your gateway from your computer. So how can you exactly prevent MITM attacks from happening against you? So firstly, you have to use an encrypted WAP, that is an encrypted wireless access point. Next, you should always check the security of your connection, because when somebody is actually trying to compromise your security, he will try to actually strip down the HTTPS or HSTS that is being injected in the website, which is basically the security protocols. So if something like this HTTPS is not appearing in your website, you're on an insecure website where your credentials or your information can be compromised. And the last and final measure that you can actually use is by investing in a virtual private network, which spoofs your entire IP, and you can just browse the internet with perfect comfort. Next up on our list is drive-by downloads. So gone are the days where you had to click to accept a download or install a software update in order to become infected. Now just opening a compromised web page could allow dangerous code to install on your device. You just need to visit or drive by a web page without stopping, or to click accept any software, and the malicious code can download in the background to your device. A drive-by download refers to the unintentional download of a virus or malicious software onto your computer or mobile device. A drive-by download will usually take advantage or exploit a browser or app or operating system that is out of date and has security flaws. This initial code that is downloaded is often very small, and since its job is often simply to contact another computer where it can pull down the rest of the code onto your smartphone, tablet, or other computers. Often, a web page will contain several different types of malicious code in hopes that one of them will match a weakness on your computer. So how does this exactly work? Well, first you visit the site, and during the three-way handshake connection of the TCP/IP protocol, a backend script is triggered. As soon as a connection is made while the last ACK packet is sent, a download is also triggered, and the malware is basically injected into your system. Now, the best advice I can share about avoiding drive-by downloads is to avoid visiting websites that could be considered dangerous or malicious. This includes adult content, file-sharing websites, or anything that offers you a free trip to the Bahamas. Now, some other tips to stay protected include keep your internet browser and operating system up to date, use a safe search protocol that warns you when to navigate to a malicious site, and use comprehensive security software on all your devices like McAfee All Access and keeping it up to date. Okay, so that was it about drive-by downloads. Next up is maladvertising or malvertising. So malvertising is the name we in the security industry give to criminally controlled advertisements which intentionally infect people and businesses. These can be any ad on any site, often ones which you use as a part of your everyday internet usage, and it is a growing problem, as is evident by a recent US Senate report and the establishment of bodies like Trust in Ads. Now, whilst the technology being used in the background is very advanced, the way it presents to the person being infected is simple. To all intents and purposes, the advertisement looks the same as any other, but has been placed by a criminal. Like you can see the Mint ad out here, it's really out of place, so you could say it's been made by a criminal. Now, without your knowledge, a tiny piece of code hidden deep in the advertisement is making your computer go to the criminal servers. These then catalog details about your computer and its location before choosing which piece of malware to send you, and this doesn't need a new browser window and you won't know about it. So basically, you're redirected to some criminal server, the malware injection takes place, and voila, you're infected. It's a pretty dangerous thing to be in. So how exactly can you stop malvertising? Well, first of all, you need to use an ad blocker, which is a very must in this day and age. You can have ad blocker extensions installed on your browser, whether it be Chrome, Safari, or Mozilla. Also, regular software updates of your browser and other softwares that work peripheral to your browser always help. And next is some common sense. Any advertisement that is about a lottery that's offering you free money is probably going to scam you and inject a malware too. So never click on those ads. So the last kind of cyber attacks we are going to discover today and discuss about is rogue software. So rogue security software is a form of malicious software and internet fraud that misleads users into believing that there is a virus on their computer and manipulates them into paying money for a fake malware removal tool. It is a form of scareware that manipulates users through fear and a form of ransomware. Rogue security software has been a serious security threat in desktop computing since 2008. So now, how does a rogue security software work? These scams manipulating users into download the program through a variety of techniques. Some of these methods include ads offering free or trial versions of security programs, often pricey upgrades, or encouraging the purchase of the deluxe versions. Then also pop-ups warning that your computer is infected with a virus, which encourages you to clean it by clicking on the program. And then manipulated SEO rankings that put infected website as the top hits when you search. These links then redirect you to a landing page that claims your machine is infected and encourages you a free trial of the rogue security program. Now, once the scareware is installed, it can steal all your information, slow your computer, corrupt your files, disable updates for legitimate antivirus softwares, or even prevent you from visiting legitimate security software vendor sites. Well, talking about prevention, the best defense is a good offense, and in this case, an updated firewall makes sure that you have a working one in your office that protects you and your employees from these type of attacks. It is also a good idea to install a trusted antivirus or anti-spyware software program that can detect threats like these. And also a general level of distrust on the internet and not actually believing anything right off the bat is the way to go.
Kali Linux is the industry's leading Linux distribution in penetration testing and ethical hacking. It offers tons and tons of hacking and penetration tools and different kinds of softwares by default. It is widely recognized in all parts of the world, even among Windows users who may not even know what Linux is. Well, to be precise, Kali Linux was developed by Offensive Security as the rewrite of Backtrack. Backtrack, just like Kali Linux, was a Linux distribution that focused on security. It was used for digital forensics and penetration testing purpose. But the question here is, why should you choose Kali Linux when you have other choices like Parrot Security Operating System, Backbox, Black Arc, and many more out there? Let me list out few reasons as to why Kali Linux is the best choice. First and foremost, it offers more than 600 penetration testing tools from different kind of security fields and forensics. Secondly, Kali Linux is customizable. So if you're not comfortable with current Kali Linux tools or features or graphical user interface, you can customize Kali Linux the way you want. It is built on a secure platform. The Kali Linux team is actually made up of a small group of individuals. Those are the only ones who can commit packages and interact with repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. So Kali Linux is definitely a secure platform. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, Kali includes multilingual support. This way, more users can operate in their native language and locate the tools that they need for the job that they are doing on Kali Linux. And lastly, Kali Linux, just like Backtrack, is completely free of charge. On top of all these benefits, Kali Linux offers different installation options. One way of installing Kali Linux is by making a Kali bootable USB drive. This is the fastest way of installing Kali Linux and the most favorable as well. We will discuss why in a while. You can also install Kali Linux using hard disk. Installing Kali Linux on your computer using a hard disk is a very easy process. But you should make sure that your computer has compatible hardware. You can also install Kali Linux alongside your operating system. It could be Windows or Mac. But you should exercise caution during setup process because it might mess up with your default BIOS settings. Lastly, you can use different kind of virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox to install Kali Linux on your preferred operating system. Well, apart from all this, you can also set up Kali Linux on advanced RISC machines or ARM like Raspberry Pi, Trim Slice, Cube Truck, and many more. So there you go, guys. Now you know what Kali Linux is and why it is a leading Linux distro for ethical hacking and penetration testing. In today's session, we will explore different ways to install Kali Linux. Let's get started then. Earlier, I said that the fastest method for setting up Kali Linux is to run it live from a USB drive. But why? First of all, it's non-destructive. It makes no changes to the host system's hard drive or the operating system that it is installed on. So once you remove USB, your operating system will return to its original state. Secondly, it's portable. You can carry Kali Linux in your pocket and can run it whenever you want, just in few minutes. It's customizable. You can create your own Kali Linux ISO image and put it into USB drive using a simple procedure, which we will discuss later. And lastly, it's potentially persistent. You can configure your Kali Linux live USB drive to have persistent storage so that the data you can collect is saved and you can use it across different reboots. Now let's see how to create a bootable Kali USB drive on Windows. Guys, actually the process is very simple. It's just a 3-step process. First of all, you need to plug your USB drive into an available USB port on your Windows PC. Next, you need to note down the destination drive it uses once it mounts. For example, it could be F drive. After that, you will have to download and launch a software called Win32 Disk Imager. On this software, you'll have to choose Kali Linux ISO file that needs to be imaged and verify that the USB drive to be overwritten is the correct one. Lastly, once the imaging is complete, you need to safely eject the USB drive from Windows machine. So like I said, it's very simple, right? Well, I'm not going to show you demo on this one because like I said, it's very easy and I'm sure you guys can pull it off. If you have any doubts, you can post them in the comment section. We'll get back to you. And as for the demo part, we'll be doing 4 installations here. First of all, we'll see how to install Kali Linux using VMware on Windows operating system. Then we'll see how to install Kali Linux on Mac using VirtualBox. Moving on, we'll see how to install Kali Linux tools on different Linux distributions. I'll be showing how to install it on Ubuntu. Well, the procedure is same for every other Linux distribution, so you can go ahead and use the same procedure for the Linux distribution that you're using. And lastly, we'll see how to install Kali Linux on Windows 10 using Windows Subsystem for Linux. So I hope it's clear that what we'll be learning in the session. Let's get started with the first demo. In this demo, we'll see how to launch Kali Linux using VMware. So guys, you can install Kali Linux using any virtualization software. It could be VMware or VirtualBox. In this demo, I'll show you how to install it using VMware. So first of all, obviously, we'll have to install VMware, right? So just type of VMware. And it's the first link that you find. You can go ahead and download VMware Workstation Pro. You have it in the downloads. Here you can download Workstation Player as well, or you can download VMware Workstation Pro. Now, once that is downloaded, you'll have to download a Kali Linux ISO image. For that, you'll have to go for official Kali Linux website. Just type for Kali Linux and it's the first link. You can see downloads option here. Click on download. And yeah, you can see different download options here. You have Kali Linux Lite for 64-bit as well as 32-bit. And then there is Kali Linux 64-bit and 32. And you have separate images for VMware and VirtualBox as well. Suppose you want to skip the entire lengthy procedure of installing it and you want to just use the image, then you can go ahead and use this Kali Linux 64-bit for VMware or VirtualBox. Same goes for the 32-bit as well. But since we are focusing on installing right now, let's just go ahead and download our ISO file and install it from the beginning until last step. I've already downloaded it, so I have an ISO file downloaded on my computer. So all you have to do is just click on the torrent link, it'll be downloaded. Let's open VMware then. So as you can see, I have VMware Workstation Pro installed here. So I already have about two virtual machines installed on my VMware Workstation. As you can see on the home page, 3 different options. It says create a new virtual machine or open a virtual machine and connect to remote server. So if you want to create a Kali Linux or any other virtual machine from step 1, you can use this create a new virtual machine option. Well, if you have an image of a virtual machine already, and if you want to just use it and avoid installation procedure, then you can go ahead and use this open a virtual machine option. Well, just click on this create a new virtual machine and click on next. As you can see here, you have an option which says installer disk image file ISO file you'll have to attach here. So click on browse. Let's see where I've stored my Kali Linux. As you can see, I already have it here. And there's one file here. Let me click on that and open. So yeah, don't bother about this error. It usually shows that. And then click on next here. So it's asking which operating system will be installed on this virtual machine. I want it to be Linux. So make sure you select Linux 64-bit and click on next. You have an option to name your virtual machine. Let's say Kali Linux. And where do I want to store it? In my documents under virtual machines, Kali Linux. Sure. And click on next. It says it already exists. Let me try this one then. Let's say Kali Linux 1 and next. Yeah. So basically your Kali Linux will need about a 20 GB. Let's assign some 40 GB here. That's the maximum disk size that you can allot. Well, you can allot more than that as well, but minimum it needs about 20 GB. And you have an option which says store virtual disk as a single file or multiple files. Let's just select store virtual disk as a single file to avoid complications and click on next here. So as you can see, you can review your virtual machine settings here. You have an option to make changes to the settings. You can make changes right now or you can do it later as well. Let's just go ahead and make changes now. Click on this customize hardware option here. Well, as for the memory for this virtual machine, it totally depends on what you're using virtual machine for. If you're not using it for heavy works, then you can assign least amount of memory. Let's say I want to assign about 2 GB. There we go. And as for the processors, number of processors 1. And the number of core processors, you can choose as many as you want. Let's say 2. This will increase the performance of your virtual machine. So, and again, it totally depends on whatever you want to choose. And yeah, we have already attached the image. Network adapter, you can set for NAT. USB controller and sound card, you can retain the default settings. And as for the display, click on accelerated 3D graphics since Kali Linux has a graphical user interface. And it says 768 MB is the recommended amount of memory that you can use for graphics. So let's go ahead and select that and click on close. Well, you can actually make all the settings after installing Kali Linux as well. No problem there. Once you've done that, click on finish here. As you can see, my Kali Linux image is ready for installation. You have 2 options to power up. As you can see, you have this option here. You can click on that to power on this virtual machine, or you can go ahead and click on this. Let me click on this. So once you click on that, you should be greeted with this Kali boot screen. As you can see, there are a lot of options here. We did discuss live option earlier, right? So if you don't want any trace of Kali Linux on your operating system, you can go ahead and use live option here. You have live USB persistence mode and live USB encrypted persistence as well. Suppose you want to store some data and save it for a later reboots, you can use live persistent option here. And most of the time people get confused with this install and graphical install. Just don't go ahead and click on install option. Do it only if you're well versed with command line interface. So basically that install option is for command line interface. So you'll be greeted with Kali Linux command line interface. Since if you're using Kali Linux for the first time, go ahead with graphical install. Select the graphical install and click enter. So as you can see, it will start mounting storage devices. Whole installation process might take about 10 minutes. So it's prompting you to select a language. So select your preferred language, then your country location. Let's say English and click on enter. And it's asking you for the country location. Just give United States and enter. And I want the keyboard to be configured with American English. You can choose any native language. Like I said earlier, it supports multilingual or it supports multiple languages. So go ahead and choose it. But it might complicate the way you use Kali Linux later. So you can always go ahead and stick ahead with English only. Well, it doesn't matter. So as you can see, it's configuring the network. So it'll detect the ISO file and load installation component and then prompt you to enter a host name for your system. Well, in this installation, let's just enter Kali and click on enter. You can give the name you want. And next it's asking you for the domain name. Suppose you have a set of virtual machines and if you want to give all of them a domain name, you can assign a domain name as well, but it's optional. Let's not give any domain name here and click on enter. The next thing it does is it'll prompt you for the password that you'll have to enter every time you launch your Kali Linux. So just give some password of your choice and click on continue. The best thing about Kali Linux is you can set up date and time as well. You can make it later as well, but you can choose it here. So just click on Eastern or whichever choice you like and click on enter. So the installer will now probe your disk and offers you 4 different choices. As you can see, it says guided use entire disk. Guided use entire disk can set up LVM, which is logical volume manager. Same thing, which is encrypted, and manual. So if you're an expert, if you've already used this Kali Linux before, you can go ahead and select any of these 3 options from the bottom. That's LVM or manual or encrypted LVM. Otherwise, you can always go ahead and choose guided use entire disk option here if you're a beginner and click on enter. So this is the disk partition where all the data will be stored and click on continue. It's asking if you want to store all files in one partition or if you want to make partitions. So depending on your needs, you can go ahead and choose to keep all your files in single partition, which is default, or you have separate partition for one or more of the top level directories. Let's just choose the first option and click on enter. So once you've done that, you'll have one last chance to review your disk configuration. Once you're sure that you've given correct details, click on enter here. It's asking if the changes that you make to Kali Linux should be written to the disk or not. So say yes. So it will start partition and install the virtual machine. It took a while, but as you can see, installation is almost done. It's asking me to configure the package manager. Well, if you select no in this session, you will not be able to install packages from Kali repositories later. And click on continue. So suppose if you want to install other repositories or updates later on, you can always go and click on yes. Otherwise you can go for no as well. Now it's going to configure the package manager. It'll install package manager and configure it. Then it'll install grub bootloader. And it's asking if you want to install grub bootloader to master boot record. Definitely yes. So select yes and click on continue. So it's asking to select the device manually. You can click this, select the device. So yeah guys, we're done here. So you can finally click on continue option to reboot your new Kali installation. So as you can see, the entire process took about 10 to 11 minutes. So yeah, let's go ahead and click on continue here. It's going to finish the installation. So guys, as you can see, the installation process from the step where we selected the language till the last step is same. It's just the medium on which you're installing is different. For example, right now we used VMware. Later on, I'll show you how to use VirtualBox. But once your Kali Linux image is ready to boot, the rest of the installation process is similar to this. So it's finished installing. It's loading the image. So if you have done everything right during the installation process and according to your needs, you'll land up in this page. Username. So we've given it this Kali, right? Kali and password. As you can see, it's showing an error. It says that didn't work. Please try again. This is mostly because first time when you log in, you should use word root as your default username. But later on, once you've already logged in, you can change the username according to your need. So root and password, you can use the same password which you set during installation process. So as you can see, login is successful. And here I go. My Kali Linux is up and running. So I can start using Kali Linux according to my needs. So once you've done that, you can go ahead and install VMware tools so that you can maximize it, full screen and all that stuff. You can also go ahead and change the date and time settings. As you can see here, you can go for the settings option here and do the settings. And you can start using Kali Linux for hacking and penetration testing purposes. So it's as easy as that, guys. So please go ahead and try installing it. Well, if you find any errors during installation process, let us know in the comment section. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Now let's move on to our second demo.
Now, Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. Kali contains several hundred tools which are geared towards various information security tasks, such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is developed, funded, and maintained by Offensive Security, a leading information security training company. Now, Kali Linux was released on the 13th of March 2013 as a complete top-to-bottom rebuild of Backtrack Linux, adhering completely to Debian development standards. Kali Linux is specifically tailored to the needs of penetration testing professionals, and therefore all documentations are actually addressed to them in knowledge of and familiarity with the Linux operating systems in general. Now, as you guys might also know, that Kali Linux is basically any Linux distribution that comes preloaded with a bunch of penetration testing software. Now, some might argue that Kali Linux is not really necessary, but well, it does save you a lot of time if you're a penetration tester. Aside from saving a lot of time, there are a number of reasons that you should be using Kali Linux for. Now let's go over the reasons one by one. First of all, Kali Linux has more than 600 penetration testing tools included. Now, every tool that was included in Backtrack did not actually make it to Kali Linux. A great number of tools are simply not added because they do not work, or because they duplicated what other tools did. So now you have a bunch of tools that serve a specific purpose, and they are basically not cluttering up your computer with duplicates and useless tools. The second reason that you should be using Kali Linux is because it's free, and it always will be. Now, Kali Linux, like Backtrack, is completely free of charge and always will be, and you will never have to pay for using Kali Linux. The third reason is an open source Git tree. Now, Kali Linux is committed to the open source development model, and the development tree is available for all to see. All the source code which goes into Kali Linux is available for anyone who wants to tweak or rebuild packages to suit their specific needs. Then, another reason for using Kali Linux is a wide-ranging wireless device support. A regular sticking point with Linux distributions has been supported for wireless interfaces. Kali Linux has been built to support as many wireless devices as you can possibly think of, allowing it to run properly on a wide variety of hardware and making it compatible with numerous USB and other wireless devices. More adventurous users to customize Kali Linux to their liking all the way down to the kernel, which brings us to the kernel now. And the last reason, according to me, that you should be using Kali Linux is because custom kernels and patched for injections. So as penetration testers, the development team often needs to do wireless assessment, so our kernel has the latest injection package that allows you to do so with much ease. So this was 6 reasons as to why you should use Kali Linux. And you can find a lot more reasons on the Kali documentation, so you can go through them if you want. Now, this brings us to the main agenda of our video today. So with that out of the way, now that we know what Kali Linux is and how it works and why you should be using Kali Linux, let's go over the topics that we are actually going to go through the course of this video today. So through the course of this video, you could expect to learn a bunch of stuff. So firstly, we'll go through some command line essentials because Kali Linux tools are mostly in CLI format. So we have to be well versed with the command line essentials. So that's the first thing that we're going to tackle. Then we're also going to tackle how we can stay anonymous using proxy chains in Kali Linux. We'll be talking about MAC changers, and we'll be also going into the whole realm of wireless penetration testing. We'll be checking out tools like AirCrackNG, and we'll be also testing on how we can brute force some WPS pins. We'll be going through router vulnerabilities and some other miscellaneous topics that I couldn't really group into one. So without wasting much time, let's dive into the first topic for today, and that is command line essentials. Now, the way that this video is going to follow is that most of the times we are going to take a hands-on approach to learning how to use things in Kali Linux, because I'm a firm believer of actually practical work for learning any sort of thing. So we will be using a lot of practical work, and I completely encourage you that you go ahead and download and install Kali Linux. You can do it on a virtual machine, or you could try and dual boot that thing. I'm not meant to teach you how to do that in that video because there are tons of videos out there that teach you how to install Kali Linux. What we're going to do first in this video is that we are going to take a hands-on approach to firstly learn what the command line essentials are. Now, as you might have already realized, there are some theoretical aspects that we might need to tackle from time to time. For example, what is a MAC address? What are proxy chains? We'll need to learning some theory. So for the theory, we'll have to go through the obvious evil, and that is PowerPoint presentation slides. So I apologize for that from before. But I assure you that most of the time we are going to be looking at a computer screen, and I assure you that you will have tons of fun if you just follow along with me. Okay? Another disclaimer that I would like to add before we actually continue with our Kali Linux course, and that is this is not the entirety of Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a huge thing, and this is just not it. So these are basically what I find interesting and what you may also find interesting. And these can cause a bunch of damage if you're doing it without permission. And damage comes with repercussions, which could include you being arrested, and that is not my fault. Again, I'm saying disclaimer, if you do this without permission, you will get arrested, and that is no way my responsibility because this video is just for educational purposes. Okay, now with all that aside, let's move ahead and learn about command line essentials. Okay, so now it's time that we go through the command line basics of any Linux terminal. Now, the Linux terminal is a very powerful tool. It allows you to move around the whole operating system through the files and folders. It allows you to create files, change their permissions, change how they behave, and a bunch of other things. You can do filtering, you can grab stuff, the specific stuff from a specific file, and there's a bunch of interesting things that you can do. And as an ethical hacker, you will be working with a Linux distribution most of the time, whether it may be Kali Linux or some other thing like Parrot OS. But you will be working on Linux most of the time because it's a powerful tool for networking analysis and scanning and all sorts of stuff that you want to do as an ethical hacker. So the first essential step is to actually know how to use the tool that is available to you. And that is out here, which is the terminal. Now, as I'm running this on a virtual machine, you might find it that my execution times are much slower. And that is because I have a very, very slow laptop because my virtual machine is actually eating up a lot of my RAM. And I have a bunch of other processes that are also rendering. I do this on my free time. So let's go ahead and go through the commands that we are going to actually go through. Now, let me actually make a list of commands that I want to teach you guys. So let me see if LeafPad is available. Firstly, LeafPad is basically a text editor. So the first command that we are going to start off with is cd. Now, cd stands for change directory. Now, at this moment, we are in the root directory, as you guys can see. We can print the current working directory with this thing called pwd, and that is a current working directory, as you see. It's called root. And suppose we want to change our directory to the home directory. So all we have to do is cd, which stands for change directory, as I just said, and specify the path. Now cd/home. Okay, so once we're in home, I want to make a list of commands that are used on the CLI that I want to teach to you guys. So what would I do? I would firstly see if any files are available that I can edit. Okay, so these files are available, but let's create a new file for ourselves. So firstly, let's do nano list.txt. Now what nano does is nano will open up a small command line text editor. Now command line text editors are very much used by ethical hackers because they save a bunch of time. If you're always switching between GUI and command line because you'll be doing a bunch of stuff on the command line, and suppose you want to write something, you're always switching to GUI, it's a waste of time, and you want to save time as an ethical hacker. So you can use this thing called a command line editor, and it can basically do most of the stuff a GUI editor would do. Now you say nano and the name of this file. So nano basically has created this file now, and it has opened up this new fresh window which overwrites the command line that we were in, the bash. And this is the place where you can actually edit what goes into the file. Now, let's see the list of commands that I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you ls. ls will be the list of files. We did cd. We saw a pwd. So that was the print working directory. We'll be looking at how you can copy stuff with the cp command. Then we'll be looking at mv, which is basically move. Then we'll be looking at cat, and that's an interesting one, and also less, which is another interesting thing. Then we'll be looking at grep, which is actually used for grepping or grabbing things from files that you might want to see. You'll see what I mean in a short while. We'll see echo, which probably does what you think if you have any experience with Linux. Then we'll be doing touch, and we'll be doing make dir, which is make directory. And then we'll do in chown, chmod. Then one of the most dangerous commands has rm. And then you can do man plus help. Okay. So these are the list of commands that we are going to go through in this part of the video. So suppose I was making this video and I wanted to save this somewhere. So if you see down here, there are a bunch of options that are shown to you. Now this caret sign might be not what you're thinking, that the shift 6 one, it's not shift 6. It's actually a control. So caret is control, and then G of course means G. So if you go control G, it will actually get help. Now what we want to do is save the file, and that is control O, and that is write out. So what we want to do is say control O, and now it's going to say if we want to name the file list.txt, and we want to name the file, and it says that we have written down 15 lines. So that's how you save a file. Now all we want to do is exit out of here. Okay. So first let's go ls and let's go through whatever there is. So ls shows us the list of files that are there in that directory. Now ls can also show you the list of files in a directory with the path that you specify. Like if I say ls var, it'll show me everything that is in var. Okay, there are a lot of interesting things in var. So let's head over to var. So cd/var and you hit enter. And now we are in the folder var. So now to actually demonstrate how powerful ls is, we have a few flags. Now to see the flags of any command, you can just do -- help universally throughout the Unix command line. So out here you see some information that is kind of tough to read, but if you go on top and scroll out here, you'll see all the flags that you can use with the command, that is ls, and how you can use them. So you can see what to use and you can read a little bit about it. So if you use all, it ignores entries starting with dot. So suppose we were to do ls in var, let's see. So it shows us like this. Now if we do lsl, it'll show a long list with more information. So these are the permissions that you see out here. We'll be seeing how we can change the permissions of files soon enough. And this is who owns the file, the user and the user group. This is the file number, I guess. I'm not sure. This is when they were created. The name of the file. This is the time when the file was created, I guess. Okay, so that's how you get very detailed information about all the files. Now, there's another thing you might want to use with ls, and that is the a tag. So you can go lsa, and it will show you all the hidden files also. So now you see some 2 files that were not shown out here. Our file list begins from backup. But when we do -la, we see 2 more files, that is dot and dot dot. So let's see if we can move into that, cd dot. So we can't even move into that. So that's interesting. So these are hidden files. So these are not seen to random users, and we can actually do stuff with them. We'll see how we can use hidden files later on. So if you want to show hidden files through ls, all you have to do is ls and -la. So that was all about ls. So let's move back to /home, where our list of commands that I want to show you all was. So cd home, let's ls and see what was it called. It's called list. And suppose I want to see the contents of list.txt. All I have to do is say list.txt. Now it shows us whatever this file is containing. It'll read it out for you. So we've done cd, we've done ls and its various forms. We've done pwd. Now it's time to do cp. So cp is basically used for copying files from one place to another. So suppose I want to copy this address file that is there into some other directory, let's say var. So all I would have to do is cp name.txt, and then you specify which location you want to actually copy it to. So cd/var. So this is where I want to copy my file to, and you hit enter and it's copied. But that was a very small file. Now we can actually check if it was copied before I move on and pour some more knowledge into you. So let's go into var. So cd/var var, hit enter, and you're in var again, and you see ls, and now you see a name.txt. So let's remove name.txt from here because I want to copy it again and show you all a difference between a flag that I'm going to use right now. So the hyphen and letters that you use are called flags technically in the Linux terminology. So let's go back to home. Now, instead of the name of the file and moving back to home just like I did, you can type out the complete name of the file out here. So you could have gone cd/home/name.txt and copy it to /var. But this time what we're going to do is we're going to use the -v, which is basically used for a verbose output of whatever you're doing. So most of the commands that we're going to using will have a -v with them. So let's see how this actually affects the output. So what we're going to do is we want to copy, so cp and verbose, and we want to copy the file name.txt, and we want to copy it to the folder called var, right? So now you'll see that it will give us what is being moved, rather, that is name.txt, and where it is being moved to. So this is a very good way of knowing what is actually happening, because if you do it without the verbose part, and suppose name.txt was just a 20 GB file, and you just don't know if it has finished or not. So if it's a 20 GB file, it'll continuously update you on where what is being copied. So basically, all you have to do is type -v if you want to know where your file is being copied and the exact path. Okay, so that was about how you can copy files from here and there. Now, what was the next command that we want to see? So cat. So let me just go and see the next command that is there. So list.txt. So after cat, I want to show less. Okay, so we've done cp. We also have to do mv. Now, as you guys can see, that cp is basically a copy. Copy is, as you would expect, it leaves a copy of the file that in the original directory while also maintaining a copy in the directory that you specified. But if you wanted to move the file completely, all you would have to do is use the command mv. So mv is for moving the file. Now let's see what all goes with mv. So you can type help, and as I said, you get the verbose option and you get suffixes. You can force things to happen. So suppose you don't have the permission, do not prompt before overwriting. So it'll give you a prompt and you can completely overlook the prompt with the F thing. So let me just show you how that looks like. We'll be doing a verbose and we will be copying the address.txt file. And okay, so every time I've been actually typing, so you can do address.txt by just pressing tab and it'll autocomplete. So address.txt to /var. Now it'll show you that it is actually renamed address.txt to var address.txt. Now, if you go and do ls out here, you will see that address.txt is not actually here, but if we were to move to var, so cd/var. Okay, I've also been typing out commands that I've been previously using, and you can simply toggle through all the commands that you've used by the up and down keys. So ls, mv, mvv help, cat list. I did cd home, and now I have to go through all this just to prove a point. So cd var, we want to change there. Now we're in the variable folder, and we also want to see what we have out here. So address should be out here, and ls. And as you guys can see, address.txt is the first file that has come up. And it is basically the same file, and I can prove that to you by just catting the file, and there's address.txt. And you see that is some random address for some random person. Okay, now let's quickly clear out our file, our window. You can do that with the Control L, or you can just type out clear. Now, what we want to do is move back to home. So yeah, cd home. Okay, so now that we're back in home again, let's cat out our next file. So list.txt, and after move, I wanted to go through cat. Now cat, as you guys can see, is printing out the contents of a file, and there's also less, which does something very similar to cat. So let's see what it does. So if you go less and do list.txt, you actually see the contents of the file in a completely new window, which overlays on the previous window. And this is a very neat way to actually see the contents of a file, which is through less if you want to keep your main command line interface not so cluttered, which cat clutters it completely. So if you want to get out of this place, this less place, and all you have to do is press Q, and Q gets you back. And as you see, nothing was printed out on our main interface. So this is a very cool way to actually keep your command line interface neat and tidy when you're doing work. Okay, so grep. So grep is used for actually filtering out stuff from a file. So suppose we want to see whether a command has some verbose option to it or not. So now I know that mv has a verbose command, but suppose I didn't know that. So mv dash dash help, then you use the pipe sign. So what the pipe sign means is you have to take this command, the first command, and then you pipeline it through the second command. And you want to see grep-v if that exists. Okay, so let's see grep verbose. Yep, so a verbose exists, and that is -v, and that's -- verbose. So explaining what is being done. So what happened out here is basically we took this first command and then we filter it, and filtering is done through the piping. So basically think about you're taking some information and pipelining it through something else which funnels it out of this command, which is grep. So you can use mv/help in conjunction with a bunch of other commands, just not grep. And I'll leave the creativity up to you. So grep is basically used for getting what you want from a file. And grep is used very, very much throughout this course of this video, through this Kali Linux tutorial that you're going to be watching. So that is a very easy way to see if you have a particular option, or let me do something else also. So cd/var. Now we're in the var folder, and let's ls. We actually have name.txt. Now let's also go into backup. So cd b and tab, and that brings us the backup folder, and we're now in the backup folder. Let's do an ls out here. Okay, so we have a bunch of files. Okay, we have some password.back. Now see, if you have cat and you go password.back, you can see the entire thing. Now, what if you didn't want this entirety of it, or if you wanted something in particular? You want to be very neat. So you can do that same command. You can pipeline it, and you can say grep, and you want everything with no login. So we can see that there are a bunch of things that say no login, and we only want those. And these are all the things that say no login in them. And it's a much lesser list, and it gives us a very particular list that you are looking for. So that is how you use grep. So now let's head back to home. Okay, I typed that wrong. And again, let's see what the next command is. So now let's start txt. So we've done grep. We now have to do echo and then touch. Okay, let's go back. Q. We press Q and we get out of there. So what did I have to teach again? I'm such a dummy. We have to do echo. Okay, so what is echo used for? So suppose you were to say echo and open quote hello world. It would basically do what command says, and that is echo whatever you say. Now it'll say echo hello world, and that will basically echo whatever you typed out in the quotations, that is hello world, spelled very wrong. Okay, now suppose you want to actually put this into a file. So you could do echo hello world, let's spell it properly this time, and you want to insert it into a file. We had a phone number, I guess, phone number.txt, yep, and we can echo it into that thing. Now that was done. Now let's see what is phone number.txt. Phone number.txt, and it says hello world. So you can basically input text into a certain file with the echo command, and that's how you do it. Okay, now let's also see how you can make directories, and that is with the make directory command. So okay, we also have to do touch before that, I forgot. Now touch is used for quickly creating files. So touch, you could say touch and then the file name. So we can create a name file again, name.txt. Or that will create a name.txt. Let me just show it to you, lsl, and we have a name.txt. We can also create multiple files with touch, and we could say file 1, file 2, and file 3. So like this, you can create multiple files, and let me just ls that out and show it to you, lsl. And we have file 1, file 2, and file 3. Now we can also create a directory. So make dir and the name of the directory. So suppose you wanted to save all your movies in one directory. So make directory movie, and now you have a directory called movies. And you can also move into movies. So cd movie. Okay, so that's how you create directories, and you can move into them with the change directory folder. Now let's see what the next command was. So cd and dot dot. So with cd dot dot, you can move back to the previous folder if I'm already not told you that. And since we're in movies, we can just go back to home with cd dot dot after. Now let's see what else is there. So cat list.txt. And okay, now chown chmod. Now own will be a little tough to show because we don't have any sort of other user out here. The root user is the only user that we have on this VirtualBox that is set up. But if you want to change the ownership of a file, let's say, so you can see the ownership of a file through the lsl command, and you see that root and root. So this is the owner name and this is the owner group, and they're mostly the same thing. So our next command that we're going to actually see is called chown. So let's see how chown is actually used. Chown is used for changing the ownership of a file. So I actually don't remember how to use chown. So if you actually don't remember or you're getting stuck somewhere, just use the help function. So if a command line argument is symbolic, so let me just go through this once. So this is how you use it, owner and then colon group. Okay, and then the file name. So you go chown, and then you want to say the name of the owner and the group you want it to belong to, that is root and root, and then you specify the name of the file. So suppose I want to change file 1. Now it already belongs to root and root, so it doesn't really matter because I don't have any other username to actually change the ownership to. So this is how you would normally change ownership. So let me just show you where you can see the ownership, and that is ls-l. And out here, the root and root you see on file 1 is basically this is the owner and this is the owner group. They're normally the same thing and the same name, but if you had some different owner like a guest, you could change it by actually using the chown method, the command. Methods are different things. I always get confused because of the programming. Okay, now the next command that is left is called chmod. To actually show you how chmod works, let me show you an interesting file. So suppose, let me just do this once. Okay, now echo. What we want to echo is, let's echo hello world. And let's put that in quotation, and we want to put this in test. Now, once we've done that, let's ls, and we see that we have a test file out here. And we want to move test to test.sh. So test.sh is the executable file that is used in bash scripting. So we move test to test.sh, and the way you actually execute bash files on your command line is with the dot and the slash. So you say dot slash, and if I press T and I press tab, you see that there is no options that's coming up. That is because test.sh is not an executable file. So test.sh don't have the executable permission. So let me just show that to you. ls, and you see test.sh. It doesn't have the executable. Now you see movie, it is executable. I don't know why, it is a directory, so it is an executable. You can move into it. So it's blue in color. So the way you actually can make this an executable is by changing its permissions. So the way you do that is chmod, and basically you change it to an executable. So plus X, that is making an executable. If you do plus R, it'll make it readable. And if you do plus W, it'll make it writable also. So if you do plus X and do test.sh, and now you go and do lsl, you'll see that test.sh has become green because it is an executable file now. And now if you do dot slash and you press T, you get test.sh if I press tab. So now it is an executable file, and if I execute it, it presses out hello world onto my screen. So that's how you can use the chmod, or which is basically the change of permissions of files. And we'll be changing permissions of files throughout the course of this video. It'll be very useful for us, and you'll see as we go along with this video. Okay, so the next thing that I want to show you all, only two are left, and I remember those now, and it is rm. And rm is used for actually removing files. So you should be very careful while using rm or any sort of removing command on a Linux system, because once you remove something, it is very difficult to get it back, and it's almost near impossible. It's not like Windows where it's basically just disappeared in front of your eyes, but it's still there in the memory, cluttering it all up. That's why Linux always trumps Windows. That's one of the reasons. I'll make a video on that later on. But for now, let's focus on rm. Now, we can remove file 1. So let's see. So file 1 is going to be removed. So if we ls now, you see file 1 doesn't exist. But let me show you. rm, and if I do movie, it'll say cannot remove movie is a directory. But if you go into the help menu, I bet there will be a option that you can just forcefully remove it. So rm force will just remove. So rm/r, and you can do movie, and it'll recursively remove everything. And if you go here and do LSL, you'll see that there is no movie directory anymore, and that is how you can remove movies. Now that prompt that you see out there is actually a safety measure, because once you remove a directory and it's not retrievable, that's a very sad scenario, and you don't want to get yourself in such a scenario in whatsoever possibility. Okay, moving on, so on and so forth. That was all about the RM folder. Now you can do RM and the address of anything. So RM, I know we moved an address.txt, so into the var folder, we can go rm var and address.txt. And that will remove address.txt from the folder of var. Let me just show you that worked. So cd var and ls, and you see that there is no address.txt out here. Okay, another way to get help for any command that you want is man, and suppose you want to see about rm. It'll show everything about RM that is there to show to you. It'll show you how to use it. It'll give you a description, synopsis, the name, remove files or directories. It's a very useful way. So out here you see this is the manual page. So that is what it means, man. And you can press line 1 or H, or you can press Q to quit. So that's very much helpful. Okay, guys, so that was all about the command line interface and how we can use it to go about the operating system and change file permissions, copy files, remove files, and a bunch of other stuff. Now it's time to get on with the interesting stuff, and that is, firstly, we're going to be learning how you can actually stay anonymous with proxy chains. Okay, guys, so now that we are done with the command line basics, it's time that we move forward with proxy chains. So before we move forward with proxy chains, let us head back to our PowerPoint presentation and see what exactly proxy chains are. Okay, so proxy chains. Now, as the name suggests, proxy chains are basically a chain of proxies. Now, where is a proxy used? A proxy is used whenever you want to anonymize yourself on the wire or the network. You do not want to know, or you do not want your others to know what the source IP address was for your client system. And to do this, all you have to do is send your packets through a bunch of intermediary systems, and these intermediary systems carry the packet out and they transmit it to the target system. And this is much slower, and let's see how we can use this in Kali Linux now. In combination with Tor in order to anonymize traffic, not only on web browsing traffic, but rather instead on all networks related traffic generated by pretty much all your applications. But you can also change this in the settings. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the proxy chain configuration file, and we're going to understand all its options that are available. So to do that, all you have to do is say nano. You go into the etc folder, and then you go for the proxy chain.conf. And what you see out here is the nano editor, and we had spoken about the nano editor when we were discussing the CLI part. I hope you haven't skipped that. Now what you see out here is a bunch of instructions and options. So let me just zoom in into this command line interface, and now you can read everything much well. So what proxy chains is, well, it gives you the ability rather to route your traffic through a series of proxy servers and stay anonymous in such a fashion by hiding behind them or by having them forward your requests, so it looks that on the other side that your requests are coming from them as opposed to you. Now, surprisingly enough, there are a large amount of these proxy servers out there that you can use, but they're not very stable. They go up and down and they're not very fast. So for specific targets, they can be useful, but not for brute forcing and not for any sort of computing attack. So suppose you're doing something to a certain target. If you're trying to log in or you're already logged in, you can definitely do it through proxy chains. And it will be reasonably fast and reasonably stable as well. But if you're doing some sort of mass scanning or you're brute forcing a password or something of a kind of a proxy chain with a list of proxies selected from the internet, especially the free proxies, it's not going to work. I mean, it's going to work out eventually in a technical sense, but it will consume more time than you can spare. And by that, I mean, it can be a very, very long time. It can take about months or two to do a simple scan. So that's not an option. And there are other ways of doing that. But for the time being, I just want you to know how you can use proxy chains and how you can configure it. And actually, because it's really useful and I use it fairly often, and a lot of people do, and it's a fantastic piece of software. So first off, we have the types of proxies. So you see HTTP, SOCKS 4, and SOCKS 5. Now, there are fundamental differences between these protocols, and you always want to find yourself a SOCKS 5 proxy, as that's the best possible one, and that has the ability to anonymize all sorts of traffic HTTP, well, as the name it says, it's for HTTP traffic, and SOCKS 4 is very similar to SOCKS 5, but it does not support IPv6 protocol and it does not support UDP protocol. So this can be SOCKS 4 and it can be rather problematic, and you always want to make sure that you're using SOCKS 5 wherever and however. Anyway, down below you have these other options, which we will go over. So basically, how you enable these options is that you don't need to type some complex lines of code or anything of any kind. Basically, all you have to do is just delete the hash out here. Let me just show you. So suppose we wanted to actually activate dynamic chains option. So all we have to do is delete the hash. But let's put in the hash right now. So after you delete the hash, all you have to do is save the file and the option is enabled. This hash presents a commented outline, meaning that the system reading this will ignore if there is a hash, and if there isn't a hash, it will take it into consideration and interpret it accordingly. Anyway, what we have here are statements which allow us to specify how we want our traffic to be routed. So first off, we have dynamic chain. Now, dynamic chain is a sum and is an option which you will find people using the most. It is most commonly used option and a preferable one too at that. And honestly, I think it's the best one out there, primarily because it's the most stable one. And here's why. Now, suppose you have ABCD proxies. So those are some servers with IP addresses, with open ports. And if you have a strict chain policy, which is enabled on this computer right now, as you see, if you have a strict chain policy, we can only be able to access any site on the internet in general by going through ABCD. So you have to go through all of them, and you have to go through them in that specific order, that is ABCD. And that's not always a good thing. I mean, if you're paying for 5 proxies, that's not a problem because they will always be operational and they will always be up. And why not? That's not a bad idea or an option. But there are, however, people who use proxies for free and they don't tend to pay for them. Why would you pay for like 5 proxies for a simple scan or something of that kind? They're not free and they cost money and they're rather expensive also. But still, I mean, the act of paying itself identifies you and kind of diminishes the amount of anonymity you have on the internet. So some complex payment methods can still be used to actually anonymize yourself, but it's fairly simpler to just use a dynamic chain. So firstly, we're going to go ahead and uncomment the dynamic chain option, and we're going to comment out the strict chain option. So strict chain will no longer be used, and I will be using dynamic chains. And one more thing to note here is that if you want to use proxy chains in combination with Tor, if you want to route all your traffic through the Tor network, not just web traffic, you must be enabling dynamic chains. I mean, there is a chance that it will work with strict chains, but due to the instant instability of Tor nodes, it is highly unlikely you will need dynamic chains, and that is why I'm using them. Anyway, if you're using dynamic chains, just give you the ability to go from ABCD to your desired destination by not having to adhere to any order. So let's say C is down and you would go a B, D, and it would work with no problems. Even if B was down, you would go to a D and you would go and still reach the destination. So as long as one single proxy is functional, it's going to work and you don't require any specific order to do it down below. Now down below you have some other options too. So first is random chains. Now random chains in effect are basically the same thing as resetting your service. I mean, if you're resetting your Tor, you will be now assigned a new IP address. Tor assigns you a new IP address every 10 minutes or so. Anyway, with the random chain, you can specify a list of IPs, and then you can tell your computer, okay, I want you to try, and I want you to connect to this point. And every time you connect, every time you transmit a packet, I want you to use a different proxy. And we can do that as well. And that's one of the options definitely. And you can say, okay, use this is phone 5 times and then change to another one or some kind of like that. There are a lot of options to specify there, primarily the chain length. Anyway, down below there's quiet mode. You don't really need that. Then that's proxy DNS request no leak from DNS data. This is very important. You cannot have any DNS leak. And let me explain to you what DNS leaks are. And even though somebody cannot get your particular IP address, they can get the IP address of the DNS server that you are using. And that DNS servers do is resolve the main domain to the IP address and vice versa. So for example, if you typed in youtube.com, the DNS server of your local ISP provider will resolve that into some sort of IP address that YouTube has, and it will make a request. No problem. And you do not want that happening because your local DNS server will be discovered, and that is information that can be used in order to figure out your personal IP address. And when that is done, your physical location is pretty much compromised, and that's a no-go. And you definitely need proxy DNS here. It might slow you down a bit, but without that, you're practically not anonymous, and it's just a matter of time before somebody finds you. Now, if you go down below, we have some other options here, but we're not really interested in them at the moment. What we here are for the formats for entering proxies, and I'm going to leave it at that. So what you see out here is first the type of the proxy, that is SOX5, then the IP address, then the port number, and then two words, that is Llama secret and then juice to hidden. Okay, so now what you see out here, as I just said, is how you would actually write down your proxy chains. And now, as I had already also said, you always want to be using SOX5 and you don't want to be using HTTP because they're not really that safe. And SOX5 doesn't support a lot of options anyway. And this is the IP address of the proxy server that we will enter a few of them manually later on. And this here is the port number that you see on which the proxy server is listening. And that port is open over here. These two words now, what some proxy servers, especially paid ones, will always have a username and password, so you can just type them here in plain text. Unfortunately, it is assumed that only you and you alone have access to this computer besides this file. And besides, this file is not everybody can read this file. Anyway, so if you can just type in the username here and password here, you will gain access to a certain proxy that you have chosen or that you have paid for. Anyway, these are just some examples, and we won't actually be using these proxies or anything of a kind. We need to go down below here. Out here you see, and at the end of the file, so if I just press enter a couple of times, there we go. So here is only one proxy active at the moment, and it says SOX4, and all traffic being routed here through Tor by default. So let's set to Tor now, and Tor default listens on this port. So this 9050 port is where Tor listens on. Now, what we want to do is we want to add a SOX5 proxy address. So what you want to do is just type in SOX5 and the same IP address, SOX5. And you want to be keeping the spacing correct, just use tab. So 127.0.0.1, and then you want to specify the port number also, so 9050. So what you see out here, the 127.0.0.1, this is the loopback address of your computer. So this is for inter-device communication, and if you ping this address in, if you're pinging yourself basically, and usually people ping this address in order to make sure that the IP protocol is set up correctly, even though they don't have internet connectivity. So let's just type in 1.27.0.0.1 and the same port number and 9050. So now we have to press Control O to save our file, and we're going to save under the same name, and we wrote 65 lines of codes down, and that's written. And now you have to press Control X and you exit out. So let's press Control L and clear out our screen. Now we just edited our proxy chains configuration in a very neat environment. So to go ahead and type in our service door status. So we want to check the status of our Tor service. So service Tor status. So Tor service could not be found. So do we have the Tor service installed? Okay, so Tor service is not installed. Just give me a little moment. I'll quickly install it. Okay, so now that we have set up our proxy chains configuration file and we have put in a SOC5 proxy chain, giving it the Tor service. Now what we need to do first is start up our Tor service. Now to actually check if Tor is running or not, or if the Tor service is running or not, let me just clear that out. We need to go service Tor status. And you see it says it's inactive. So what you have to do is say service Tor start, and that will start the Tor service. It might take some time depending on the system that you're using, and voila, there it has started it for me. Now, what you have to do to actually use proxy chains before you go to any website. So all you have to do is say proxy chains, then you specify the browser that you're using. So we're going to be using Firefox, and you could say something like www.duckduck.com. So now here you will see how your thing is being transmitted to duckduckgo.com. When I say thing, I mean your packets and your requests. I'm sorry for my vocabulary. So now your packets are going to be directed through a bunch of IP addresses, but we haven't actually put a bunch. We just have put the loopback for the Tor network. So we will let Tor do the rest of the things for us. Okay, so depending on your system, this might take a little bit of time to actually open up. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what's actually happening on the terminal while this thing is loading up. Okay, as you can see, it's going through a bunch of proxies out here, and some are denying it and some are saying it's okay. So as you guys can see, most of the time you might get denied and it'll be a lesser number of okays, and that is exactly what we're looking for. because primarily we have gone a great extent for the anonymity, and what you want to do is stay like that. So this is basically how you use proxy chains. Now, if this computer just decides to open up DuckDuckGo.com on Mozilla, I could actually show you some interesting stuff, but it seems my computer has kind of given up on actually opening DuckDuckGo. It's still waiting for DuckDuckGo's actually confirmation, but that's about it. So this is how you can actually configure proxy chains. I'm really sorry that my computer isn't working right now so well, and nothing is actually opening on Mozilla. It's mostly because my RAM is overloaded. I think I should go ahead and get myself a new RAM. But for now, let me just also say that we can put some custom proxy lists, and instead of just saying, let me just go ahead and open up that file again. As you guys can see out here, I'm going to end this right now because my computer can't really take all this pressure. See, it's lagging so hard. Okay, let me just quit out of that and let me just open up a new one. Now, as I had said that you can put up some custom proxy lists. Not really going to do that, but let me just show you how you can do that. You go nano and you go etc and proxy. So you basically have to go into the proxy chain. Okay, so I think I have to put this again. Yeah, now if you just go in and edit out here, all you have to do is set up dynamic chains, and you can go online and search for free proxy lists, and that'll give you everything with the port number to the IP address. Let me just show it to you. Free proxy server list. So all you have to do is search for a free proxy server list, and you can see out here the proxy type is HTTPS, and you basically want to find a SOC5 proxy. To find SOC5 proxies, just add that into your keyword. And once you find those proxy addresses, all you have to do is take down this IP address and followed by the port number. And you go ahead and just put it down in this configuration file. And then you hit Control O and you just save it, and then you just go back. So that was all about proxy chains and how you can set up proxy chains to make yourself very anonymous. I'm sorry, the whole Mozilla part didn't work. That's the sad state of my computer. But moving on, let's go ahead and study about MAC changes. Okay, guys, so that was all about proxy chains. Let's move ahead to MAC changer. Okay, now before we go into the tool called MAC changer, let's just see what a MAC address is. Now, MAC address actually stands for Media Access Controller Address of a device and is a unique identifier assigned to a network interface controller for communication purposes. Now, MAC addresses are used as a network address for most IEEE 802 network technologies, including Ethernet, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. Now, in this context, MAC addresses are used in the medium access control protocol sublayer, and as typically represented as MAC addresses are not recognizable as 6 groups of 2 hexadecimal digits each. Now, these are separated by a colon, and the first 3 hexadecimals are actually the organizationally unique identifier, so they actually represent your vendor, and the next 3 hexadecimals actually represent your network card uniquely. Okay, so when you are actually on a network, you are recognized on something called an ARP table. Let me just show you the ARP table, how you can see it. Let's go in. So the password is root. So an ARP table is basically an address resolution protocol table, and well, this is a virtual machine and it doesn't really know many machines on the local network. But if I were to go on my Windows system and show you my ARP table, let's see. Okay, so if I show you the ARP table of my Windows machine, on any machine that has a TCP/IP protocol suite installed, you will have this command that is working called ARP, and you give the -A, and now you see that your IP address or somebody else's IP address is actually mapped to a physical address. Now, the MAC address is very commonly used in the ARP protocol, and this is how you are actually identified on a network. Now, sometimes what you want to do is be unknown on this network. There are various reasons why you want to do that. Let me just give you an example of a very malicious reason that was done in my college. So we as students would actually change the MAC address of our own computer to the professor's computer. So we would somehow look up the professor's IP address and then come to know about his MAC address. And then we would spoof our MAC to be his MAC address. And then we would do some sort of malicious activity on the college internet. And then the internet administrators of our college would come to know that that MAC address is doing some sort of malicious activity, and that MAC address would get permanently banned for that session on the college network. So basically, our professor would not be able to use the wireless projectors that he would use to actually show us his presentations, and we'd end up getting a free class. Now, I am not actually promoting any sort of bad activity like this. I have just experienced this in my own college life, so that was something. But there are many other reasons that you might want to spoof your MAC. Now, Mac Changer is an amazing tool for actually spoofing your Mac. So first of all, how do you come to know your MAC address? So let's see, you go ifconfig, and this will give us our MAC address. Now, this address that you see out here is the MAC address of this machine. So you can also check out the MAC address by going Mac Changer. Then let's type in the help options, and this will show us how to get the MAC address. So if you see, there's a show flag. So we can go Mac Changer, and you can put the S and then you put the interface. Now the interface is where it's working. So eth0 is where we are actually getting. We don't want the loopback one. So eth0, and this will give us the MAC address. So our current MAC address is 080027. Let's see if that was the same one shown. Where is that MAC address? Okay, so ether 080027. So I'm sorry, this was the MAC address. I selected the wrong thing. What I was showing you is the IPv6 address, and you can see that's very, very long. So this is our MAC address. Now, what you might want to do to change your MAC address, well, let's see. With V, we can get the version. With S, you can show. We can do the E. And as I said, if you remember that the first 3 bits is about the vendors, so you can also get the vendor list by going -L. So you go -L, and this will give you a list of MAC addresses and which vendor they belong to. So sometimes if you know the vendors that are actually being used on the network of your college, for example, and you want to just stay anonymous and not raise any flags of suspicion, so you could hide yourself as a Cisco router. So suppose your college was using all sorts of Cisco routers, and you decided that today I'm going to spoof myself as a Cisco router and I'm going to screw around with the network. So it would not raise any flags before you actually decided to do some malicious activity. In some deeper inspection of your MAC address, people would actually realize that you are actually spoofing the address. And after some investigation, they would indeed take some time to actually reach to you and how you spoofed it. But the point of changing your MAC is not raising any flags. And that is exactly what you should try to do. So MAC Changer is also very useful for getting the list of all the MAC addresses and their vendor IDs. Now let me just clear the screen out quickly. So we go clear, and let's bring back the help. So we go MAC Changer and --help. Now what we want to do is give ourselves a random MAC address. Now MAC Changer, so that is done with the R flag, and we want to do it on each 0. So once you run that, you will be given a new MAC address. So our new MAC address is F6C649. Now you can verify that by running ifconfig. Now we could just do ifconfig, and you see our new MAC address is on Ether. So we could also do something like this, ifconfig, and you could grep Ether. So that is telling you the MAC address, and this is completely new. Also, you could show it through the MAC Changer tool itself. Okay, so we need to give it the ETH0. I forgot that. Now you see that this is our current MAC address and this is our permanent MAC address, and they two are completely different. Sometimes you also might want to actually change your MAC when your laptop is or your system is booting up, because you might want to stay anonymous all the time. Who knows? And sometimes you might think, I'll actually change it when I want to change it. But let's face it, we are forgetful as human beings, and we tend to forget things that we are supposed to do. So what else is better than to actually automate the whole process yourself and forget about remembering all these stupid nitty-gritty stuff? So you can tell Linux or Kali Linux to actually change your MAC address on boot up is use this tool called crontab. Now crontab is actually used for scheduling tasks on Linux. So let me show you how to do that. Firstly, let's clear our screen and go crontab and go help. Now you see it's a pretty small menu. So first we start with the U flag, which user this file is going to work for. Then we got the E flag, which is for editing crontab users, the users crontab list. And you can see the list of users crontab. And let's see, so do we have any crontab lists? So there is no crontab at this moment, so we can set up one for ourselves by going to the E. Then there's the R, which is delete users crontab. And I want to tell you all, be very careful when deleting anything of that sort, because once you delete something from Linux, as I've already said, that it is very, very difficult to actually retrieve it back. You might get fragmented pieces of what you had actually deleted, and that will only leave you with sadness and devastation. Now, what you want to do is go through crontab and press E, and this will bring us to select an editor. To change, later run select editor. So we'll do with nano. So what you have out here is the README file of crontab, and if you read this entire thing, you will get how to use crontab completely. But if you have any sort of doubts even after reading it, you can leave them down in the comment section below. Now, what you want to do is actually set up a crontab so that you can change your MAC address whenever you reboot your computer. So all you have to do is say at reboot, what you want to run is MAC changer. And if you remember, we want a random MAC address and we want it on ETH0. So that's done. Now all you have to do is save this thing. So you go Control O, and that will write it out to crontab, and you press enter and you have written down one line. Now you go Control X, you have exited out. So now let's us clear the screens by pressing Control L and enter, and let's go ahead and get our MAC address. So if we go ahead and run that, our MAC address is set to F6, C6, 49. So just remember the first few letters, F6, C6, and 49. Now let me just reboot my computer, and you will see after I reboot and run ifconfig again with grep ethop, we will see a different MAC address. Now rebooting might take some time because I'm actually using a virtual machine, but till now it's given problems with the Firefox, but let's hope this won't take much time. Okay, so now that our computer has booted up and we have actually opened up our terminal, let's go in and type ifconfig, and let's get in our ether that is the MAC address. So if you remember the MAC address, now you see that it has completely changed. And that's how you can spoof your MAC address on a local network. And this will basically help you in staying anonymous on our protocols and anything that actually maps your IP address to the MAC address. Okay, so that was all about MAC changers. I'll meet you in the next section now. So in this section, we'll be talking about wireless encryption protocol cracking. So that is basically Wi-Fi cracking. Now, Wi-Fi in today's day and age uses pins or passwords to normally encrypt their data usage. Basically, if you want to access the wireless access point, you need a password or a pin to actually gain authorization. Now, this authorization is done using a four-way handshake, which we will try to capture using a tool called AirCrackNG. And then we will try to crack into the password using a wordless generator called Crunch. Now you can use AirCrackNG to crack WPA and WPA2. There's also another protocol called WEP or WEP, and that is not normally used these days. If you find anybody using that, you should always advise them to actually upgrade to WPA or WPA2 because WEP is actually very easily cracked in these days, and people are generally punished for using WEP by hackers all around the world. Okay, so now you can actually go ahead and go into a terminal and type ifconfig to actually look at your network card name. As you guys can see out here, it's called WLO1. So the first step that we need to do to actually go into the process of Wi-Fi cracking is set up our network access card or our access point into monitor mode. So as you guys can see out here, after typing ifconfig, it shows me that my Wi-Fi access card is WLO1 interface. Now, our process of cracking passwords is pretty simple. What we want to do is actually monitor for all sorts of access points that are nearby to us. Once we have chosen the access point that we want to actually penetrate into and find the password, what we want to do is run an arrow dump scan on it, and then we will try and de-authenticate any device that is connected to that access point. Now, one assumption out here is that the password is saved in that device and it will automatically try to re-authenticate itself with the access point. And we want to catch and log this re-authentication process, which will actually have a four-way handshake between your device and the access point. So this is basically the procedure we are going to follow. Now, another thing that you need to know before actually using this process to gain any access to any Wi-Fi is that you need to know a little bit about what the password is. Maybe it could be the length, or it could be something like a specific character at a specific place. Maybe you know a series of characters. So you just can't really guess the password out of thin air. That is not how cracking works, unless you have some unlimited potential of processing power. In that case, you can very well brute force it and just find the password. But if you're not somebody who has unlimited processing power and you're trying to use AirCrackNG, you need to know a little bit about the password. Also, before we proceed with this wireless encryption protocol cracking, what I want to say is if you want to get into somebody's Wi-Fi network or you want to actually test for vulnerabilities, it's better that you test for router vulnerabilities than actually cracking a Wi-Fi password, because you're more likely than not to find more router vulnerabilities than actually successfully crack a Wi-Fi password if you don't know anything about it. If you don't know anything about the password, just go ahead and run some vulnerability tests on the router itself, and more often than not, you will just find something you can abuse. Okay, now let's talk about the two tools that I'm going to be using. Now, these two tools, one of them is already installed on Kali Linux, but if you're not using this on Kali, you can also use this on any Linux-based system. So what you have to do is download and install aircrackng, which is easily installed with the command apt-get install aircrackng. And you also have to install this word list generator called Crunch. Now, Crunch is easily downloadable by just Googling the name, and the first link will be a SourceForge link, and all you have to do is go inside that and install it. And once you figured out how to install Crunch, you can make sure that it's installed. Now, once you have installed both the softwares, you can check out if the manual pages are opening up. Let me just open the manual page of aircrackng and show you that it has been properly installed. Now, as you guys can see, the manual page of aircrackng opened up, and the manual page of Crunch is also opening up. So that means both of our softwares have been successfully installed on our system. Now, before we go ahead, let me just show you how Crunch actually works. So Crunch is basically a word list generator. What you would do is you try and generate a word list with given characters. So what you can see out here is I've typed in Crunch 35. So that means the minimum length is 3 and the maximum length is 5. And I've given it a series of numbers, so it will use these numbers and generate all the words that are possible from length 3 to length 5. So the way we are going to use Crunch in conjunction with aircrack is that we are going to use Crunch to generate the word list, and then we're going to pipe the word list through aircrackng when we are actually trying to capture and crack what we will capture in a certain log file. Now, what you want to do first is actually put your network interface card on a monitor mode. Now, you can do that by typing in ifconfig and then the interface name, which happens to be WLO1. And first, you have to put it down. So, ifconfig WLO1 down. Now, to put your interface card into monitor mode, you have to type in iwconfig and you go the name of the interface and then you go mode monitor. Okay, it seems I've spelled it wrong, so let me just do it once again. So that has put our network interface card into monitor mode. And what we need to do after that is we need to start up our network interface. So all we have to do is type in ifconfig WL1 up. Now, once it is up and running, you can check by typing in ifconfig that indeed your network interface card is up and running. Don't worry, it's running in monitor mode if it's up and running. What we want to do next is pretty important to the whole process. So what we want to do now is check for some services that might still be running in the background that might hamper with our whole scanning process. So we do this by actually typing in the command airmon-ng check and then the name of the interface. So as you guys can see, nothing is exactly running right now. But if there were any process running, you would only add the command airmon-ng check, and instead of writing the interface name, all you have to do is say kill. And it will kill any processes. Now, if you see any process named the network administrator, you want to kill that process first separately and then kill any other child processes. You may need to actually run this command a few times before all the processes are killed, and then you're good to go. Okay, so now that we have finished killing all the sub-processes, what we want to do is run an error dump scan on the network card. So that is WLO1. So for this, we go error dump -ng and then we put in the name of the interface. And this will start up a scan that will look something like this. So after you run the error dump scan on your interface, what you see out here is a result of all the access point that is found out through the monitoring mode. Now, if you see, we have a bunch of columns out here. First of all, we have the BSS ID column. Now, the BSS ID column is basically the MAC address of all the routers that are found. Now, every router obviously has a MAC address. So those are the MAC address that is tied to the router names, which is shown by the ESS ID. Then we have the PWR column, we have the beacons column, we have the data packets column. Another important column is the channel column. It's important to know which channel your router is working on. Then we can see the cipher column, the authentication. So out here, we can see the encryption that is used. So most of it is using WPA2. So what we will be cracking is basically WPA2. So from this list, what you need to recognize is basically the Wi-Fi router that you want to crack into. Now, I'm performing this particular test in my office, and I don't really have the permission to actually go in and test them for these vulnerabilities. I'm not the security analyst of here, so I don't really have the permissions to penetrate into them. So what I have done is I have run a similar test at home using my own Wi-Fi, and I will show you the results for that. But for this working example, you will see the scans that I'm running in this office. So as we intend to stay ethical, what we are going to do out here is we are going to capture whatever we find in our office for only educational purposes. But when we are doing the actual cracking step, that is the last step of this whole procedure, I'll be running it on a file that I had generated at home, as I just said, because I have permissions to do whatever I want with my own Wi-Fi and passwords. Okay, so for this example, I'm going to pick this Wi-Fi that is called Edureka Wi-Fi, and it's running on channel number 6. So what we want to pick from here is the BSS ID and the channel number. We need to remember these two things. First, the BSS ID, and second, the channel number. Now, what you want to do after that is open up a new window on your terminal and log in as root. Now, what we want to do here is run a separate aerodump scan on this specific BSS ID and check for all the devices that are actually connected to this access point. Now we do this by running the command aerodumpng, and while we are doing this, we also want to capture all the scan outputs that we actually get into a certain file. So we'll be actually storing it in a file called capture, and then we just have to pass in the BSS ID and the interface. We also have to specify the channel. So let's see what the channel is one. So the channel is channel 6. So that's what we want to do. And we specify the channel with the -C flag. So after you have identified the MAC address, all you need to do is copy it down and place it after the BSS ID flag. Okay, so we're going to run our command out here, and we just want to say our file is going to be called test.capture. Now that our scan is up and running, all we want to do is wait till someone is actually connected to this access point. So I forgot to mention this. For this process to actually work properly, somebody needs to be connected to that access point, because what we are going to try and do is disconnect that certain device and let them reconnect and capture that log file. Okay, so it seems like nobody is actually connecting to it. So at this time, all I'm going to do is go back to our aerodump scan that we had run on our network interface and look for some other MAC address or other access point to actually penetrate into. And let's see if something has actually connected to that. Okay, so, oh, voila. Now what you see out here is that somebody has actually connected to this access point, and his MAC address can be seen under the stations tab. Now, what we want to do is run a deauthentication broadcast message on that station and deauthenticate that guy. Now, to actually run the deauthentication process, all you have to do is go ahead and open up a new terminal window again and let the scan be running in the background. Don't close any scan at this moment. Okay, so the information that we need to remember is the BSS ID, or rather the MAC ID of the station. Now, you also want your monitoring to be running on the same channel, so that your deauthentication message is being already broadcast on the same channel. So we can do that easily by going airmon ng and saying WL1, and you can say start on the specified channel. So what we want to be doing is running this on channel 6. Then we want to go and use the third suite of tools, that is Air Replay. Now Air Replay is used for broadcasting deauthentication messages and all sorts of stuff. Now you can see all this in the help menu also, and you can do that by typing in --help. If you go down, you see that you can send a deauthentication message using the -0 flag, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Then we say 0 again because we want to constantly send a broadcast of deauthentication. So it's looping basically. And until and unless we stop the scan, nobody will actually be able to access the Wi-Fi. So it's basically like a small DOS attack. And then we want to specify the BSS ID. Okay, so it seems like I forgot the whole A tag before the BSS ID, and that should get it working. Okay, so it seems like I have copied some wrong BSS ID, I guess. So let me just go ahead and copy that once properly. Okay, so now that we have the proper BSS ID, as you guys can see, we are running a deauthentication broadcast message on that particular network access card. And now you want to run this for around a couple of minutes so that you become sure that all the devices have disconnected. Now, while this is happening, what you're doing is basically sending a DOS attack to that small little Wi-Fi, and you want to catch the handshake that occurs between devices and the router that it is connected to while reconnecting themselves. Okay, so now that we've let the scan run for a couple of minutes, let us just stop it. Let's stop this other scan too. Now, if I go and list out the files on my desktop, you should see that there's something called the test capture. Now, the test capture is given to us in various formats. We have the capture format, which is test capture-01.cap, and then we have test capture CSV. We have a Kismet CSV. So it gives you a bunch of formats to actually run your cracking on. Now, if you remember, I had told y'all that I have already generated a similar file at home, basically, when I was trying to crack into my own home password. So I will be running the test on that file or the cracking procedure on that file, and that is the last step of this whole procedure. So let me just go ahead and move into that folder. So I go cd scan. Now, as you guys can see out here, if I list down the files, you can see a capture1.cap, capture1.csv, there's a Kismet CSV, and there's a netxml. So I was not lying when I said that I have already done this at home. So we are going to run our cracking process on capture01.cap. Now, let me just tell you guys, the password for my home Wi-Fi is sweetship346. So you can say that I know the entire password, but I'm going to act like somebody who only has a general idea of what my password looks like. So let's say I know that my password contains sweet ship, but I don't really know the last 3 numbers or letters or whatever they may be. Okay, so we are going to use Crunch once again to generate a list of words that might include sweet ship 346. And let me just open the Crunch manual for once. Now, if you go down in the Crunch manual, what you'll see is the -T. So as you guys can see, there is a pattern that is specified like @God, and then followed by 4 other @, and all the @ will be replaced by a lowercase character. Now you can remove @ and use a comma, and it'll be replaced with an uppercase character, or you can use percentages, which in case it'll be numbers, or you could use the caret sign, in which case it'll insert symbol. So when you know the length of the password and also a certain degree, a few letters, you can use the -T flag. So that is exactly what we're going to use with Crunch out here for this example. So let me just remind you guys that the password for my home Wi-Fi is sweetship346. Now what we can do is we can ask Crunch to actually generate something that looks like sweetship346. So what I could do is say Crunch. So the minimum length is 12. I already know that. And the maximum length is also 12. Now let me just input in the pattern. So we put in the pattern after -T. So now I'm going to just show you how long it can take. So we are just going to say sweet and then put in some @, and then also try and guess in the numbers. So after you've put in the pattern, you want to also input which letters and numbers they could be. And I'm just going to input my entire keyboard out here. Now what you want to do is pipe this command through aircrackng's cracking procedure. Okay, so now what we want to do is pipe this command through aircrackng, and we want to write from, or rather read from, the capture file. So what we go is -w and then hyphen and then the capture file name. So capture01.cap. And then we also have to specify the ESS ID, which is given through the E flag. And the ESS ID for my home Wi-Fi is nestaway_C105. So that's exactly what I'm going to type in. And this will start up the cracking process on my Wi-Fi from the captured file. So as you guys can see, this is going to take a long time, and I'm not really actually going to complete it. So in this time, I'm actually just going to try and explain why this is not very feasible on a virtual network. So basically, this is not feasible because at this moment, my computer is using all 4 of its cores and all the memory that is possible. So what this means is on a virtual box, this is not really possible. Your virtual box doesn't really have that much power. If you're using a 4-core processor computer, only 2 of its maximum cores can be actually allotted to your VirtualBox machine. Above that, you can't really give it the entire memory because that will make your computer crash. So if you want to do something like this, it's better that you install Kali Linux as a dual boot or as your own daily driver, and then you can do this. So this is why I have not done this on a virtual machine and instead done this on Deepin Linux, which is my daily driver operating system. Now, as you guys can see, it is constantly trying to actually guess the password by actually going through all the permutations and combinations. That is basically, it's taking in all the words generated from Crunch, piping it into the current command, that is the aircrack-ng command, and it's comparing everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to end this because this will take a very long time. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually try and shorten the command of the amount of guessing that we're trying to do. So let me just try and do that. So as you guys can see out here, I have reduced the number of alphabets that might be actually tested. But even in this case, this will take a humongous amount of time. And let me just show that to you. So as you guys can see, the test is running, and there's not really much you can do. You can just let this run, go out for a cup of coffee, and then come back. And you might still see that running. It really depends on what the password is and how much time it takes to crack it. And how much processing power you have directly affects how much time this will take. So let me just show you guys that this is taking a bunch of time. Okay, so now that I have fast forwarded a lot into the scan, you can see that I have tried almost 2127608 keys. So that's more than a million keys. That's 2 million keys that I've tried. So, and it still hasn't reached SweetChip 346. So what we're going to do is, just to show you for demonstration purposes that this procedure actually works, let me just shorten our guessing even more. So what we want to do is this time we want to just guess the numbers. So we will modify our command accordingly. So we just put in SweetChip and let the algorithm just guess the 346 part. So we're going to remove the alphabets from the guessing scope also. And as you guys can see, the password is almost immediately guessed because only 456 keys were tested. And as you guys can see, it shows that the key was found and it's SweetChip 346. Now, let me also show you that it works with the guessing of letters, just because I don't think I've justified that letters are also guessed and not just numbers. So let me make it just guess the P part. That is sweet she, and then it should guess P and then 346. So let me just show you that. And as you guys can see, it guesses it almost immediately after just going through 15,000 keys. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this Wi-Fi cracking tutorial and also to the end of this video, which was regarding ethical hacking using Kali Linux. I hope you guys had a bunch of fun learning about MAC changes, proxy chains, and a bunch of stuff that we did, like Wi-Fi password cracking. I hope you practice these procedures and methodologies that I've taught you only for your own educational purposes and not use it to harm anybody or do anything harmful with it, because let me just tell you very seriously that you can be prosecuted by the law.
Now, talking about what phishing actually is. On a day-to-day base, everyone that use internet use a web application. You can be using a web application through your apps on your smartphone or some applications on your desktop, or you might be using a web browser. Now, consider the case where you're using a web browser and you have to shop something online. Now, you search for a product and you come across different websites, and you like the product on 2 different websites. So one of these websites is a very famous, very popular, very trustworthy e-commerce website, and there is another website which is selling your product for the same price and or maybe for a more discounted price.
but it is not popular. You've never heard of that e-commerce website before. Now you choose to pay for your product online, and for that you might have to enter your credit card or your debit card details. Now the question is, which website would you trust more with your personal details, with your sensitive details, that is your credit card details? Obviously, you would be less hesitant while you're entering the credit card details onto the e-commerce website that is trustworthy, and you would be more hesitant, you would be worried while entering these details onto the website that you are hearing the name for the first time. This is because you don't trust the new website. The other website, the popular website, you've heard of the name before, you've used it before, and you have a trust factor with that website. So this psychology is what hackers take advantage of in phishing attacks. So hackers take advantage of this trust factor and they fake themselves as a trustworthy entity to steal your sensitive data or your personal data. So phishing is an attack of gathering sensitive information of a target, such as username, password, email ID, or other sensitive information, maybe your bank details, your credit card, your debit card details, by disguising themselves as a trustworthy entity. So as I told you previously, if you are entering any sensitive information, maybe your card details, onto a trustworthy website, you wouldn't be hesitant. So in phishing attacks, a hacker disguises himself as a trustworthy entity, then he tricks you into entering your sensitive information into that fake web application. So this is phishing. Now let us see how phishing works. Like I told you, phishing is a web-based application and this is mainly used to steal credentials. So we need a web application that is using a web server. Now every web application is connected to a web server. When you're using a web application, what happens is there is some data, the packets, the information that is being sent from your web application to the web server and from the web server back to your web application. Now this is how the communication between the web application and the web server happens. Now what happens in phishing attack is the hacker disguises himself as this web server. So you think that you are communicating with the actual web server, but in reality, you're just communicating with the fake web server or the fake web application that the hacker has built. And when you enter sensitive information onto this web server or this web application, the hacker steals your credentials. So this is how phishing works. Now let's see what are the steps for a phishing attack. So the first thing a hacker must do is create a fake website. Because like I told you, phishing is an attack where a hacker disguises himself as a trustworthy entity. So first he has to create a fake website, a fake of a genuine website, and to trick the victim to enter the credentials. The next step is to send this fake website to the victim. Now suppose a victim is trying to access Facebook, for example. If he goes to the web application by himself, maybe he'd enter the URL of the website, or he would search for that website on a search engine and then use the link to go to that website. Now when he does that, he goes to the genuine website and not to the fake website. So the second step is that the hacker has to send this fake website to the victim where the victim enters the credentials. The third step that happens is the victim thinks that this fake website is a trustworthy website and enters credentials. And finally, the hacker gets the credentials. So this is how phishing works. Now let's see how you can use phishing to steal credentials of a victim. There are different ways of using phishing, and phishing is basically stealing credentials by disguising yourself as a trustworthy entity. Now how you use phishing depends on your victim. So there are different ways you can use phishing in. I'll be talking about two ways. The first one is using already existing tools. There are different tools that are already available. Some of these tools are already pre-installed in certain penetration testing operating system, and most of them, almost every one of them, are present online on the internet, and most of them are available on GitHub for you to download and use. So the first thing I'll be telling you, the first way is using tools. So for this demo, I'll be using SE Toolkit, which stands for Social Engineering Toolkit. And there are different tools like Vmin, Social Fish that I'm not going to be showing because it's basically the same thing you're trying to do. And when you're using a tool, there are two things you can do. The first thing is using pre-available templates. So most of these phishing tools come with pre-available templates, and you just have to use these templates to create a fake web application. So what if you want to fake a web application or creating a phishing page of a web application that is not pre-installed? In that case, you can go for the second option, that is cloning a website. So in this method, what you do is you enter the URL of the web application that you want to fake, and then the tool creates a clone of that web application. So first, let us see how you can use SE Toolkit tool, that is Social Engineering Toolkit tool, to clone a website using pre-available templates. So to enter this tool, I'll be typing SE Toolkit. I'll be getting a lot of different options that I can choose from. I'll be using the first option, that is Social Engineering Attacks, because that's what phishing comes under. So I'll choose option 1, I'll hit enter. And there are different websites. I'll be choosing option 2, that is Website Attack Vectors. And then I'll be choosing option 3, that is Credential Harvester Attack Method, because we are trying to steal the credentials of the victim. Now I've got different options. Like I told you, you can use pre-available web templates or you can use site cloners. So first I'll be telling you how you can create a fake phishing web page using pre-available templates. So I'll choose option 1. The first thing you have to do is enter the IP address that the results of the phishing has to be returned to, because when you create a fake web application and the victim enters credentials, those credentials has to be sent back to you so that you can use them. So you have to enter your IP address. To find out your IP address, you can open the terminal, then type ifconfig. And you can see different interfaces, and because I'm using a local machine for this demo, I'll be using Ethernet 0, and the IP address for this is 192.168.111.181. So I'll copy this, and as you can see that this tool is by default taking the same IP address. I can just go ahead and hit enter. And suppose you want to change the IP address, suppose you have different interfaces and you want to use a different interface, in that case you can use the IP address of the other interface. For this demo, I'll be keeping the IP address same, and I'll just go ahead and hit enter. Now there are three options. There is Java required, there is Google, and Twitter. And for this demo, I'll be creating a phishing page for Google. So I'll choose option 2, that is Google. Now the tool will run, it will create a web application, a phishing web application, and I'll just hit enter. Now the phishing web application is ready. So I'll just open the browser, and because I'm running this on my local server, I'll just hit localhost and enter. Well, you can see that there is a Google login page that is asking for an email ID and a password, and as you can see in the URL that it is not the actual Google page, because the actual Google login page would have a different URL. Now what you have to observe is what is shown on the terminal, because whatever the victim enters, those details can be seen on the terminal. Now what you have to do after creating a fake phishing page, you have to send this page to your victim. And when you send this page to your victim and the victim enters some details, maybe abcxyz.com and some random password, and then he hits the enter button, you can see on the terminal that the tool, the phishing tool, shows the email ID and the password that is entered by the victim. So this is how you can use pre-available templates to create a phishing page. Now, what if you want to create a phishing page of a web application that is not available as a web template? In that case, there is another option that you can use, that is the site cloner. So let's see how you can use site cloner to create a phishing page. Well, for this demo, I'll be creating a phishing page of Edureka community, and the URL for that is edureka.co/community. I'll hit the enter button. Edureka community is basically a forum where people can ask questions, their doubts regarding various technologies, and there are other community members that answer to your questions. So there are different options here. Latest, most viewed, there's ask a question. It's also integrated with a blog, and what we are actually interested in this part, that is the login and sign up, because we want to steal the credentials. So this is what we are interested in, and I want to clone this site to create a phishing page. So I'll just copy the URL of this page. Now coming back to the terminal, I'll enter the phishing tool again, that is SE Toolkit. and I'll choose option 1. Here I'll be choosing option 2, that is website attack vectors. And similar to the previous way, I'll be using credential harvester attack method, that is option 3. And here instead of using option 1, that is web templates, I'll be using a site cloner, that is option 2. And similar to the previous time, it asks for the IP address. I'll hit enter because this is the IP address I want to use. And now you have to enter the URL for the web application that you want to clone. And because I copied the web application of Edureka community, I'll just paste it here and I'll hit enter. Now this tool will take a little bit of time to clone the website, and well, it is ready. Now let's see how the phishing website looks. I'll open a new tab. I'll just close the other tab. And because I'm running this on a local server, I'll hit localhost. Well, this is the fake website. This is the fake Edureka community website. Now you can see that the interface looks exactly the same. All the options here are available, all the questions, all the details, there are different categories here, and also the login button. Now, if you have a victim that uses Edureka community regularly, then you can create a fake website, a phishing website of Edureka community, and then send this phishing website to him. So what happens is when he hits the login button, he has to enter the email ID and password. And when he enters the email ID and password, for example, I'll be entering this email ID and some random password, and I'll hit the login button. Now let's see on the terminal what details we get. Now as you can see that there's a message that tells possible username found, possible password found, and you can see that the username and the password that I entered on the phishing page is available to me on this site. So this is how you can use phishing tools to steal credentials of your victim. Now the question is, when you create a phishing page using these tools and you send these phishing pages to your victim, the URL is something different. There is localhost or there is an IP address. And suppose you want to steal credentials of Gmail and you send one IP address and your victim opens it. He sees there's a Gmail login page. So do you think he would actually enter his information? Because it would be fishy, because if he has to log in into Gmail, he would just enter the URL by himself or go to Gmail login page by himself. He would obviously think why he has to enter his credentials on the web application, the website that you sent. So if you're just using phishing tools and just sending the IP address, in most cases you will fail because the victim will know that something's fishy. In that case, what you have to do is use the second way for phishing. So the second way for phishing is creating a custom phishing website. Now to do this, you have to study your victim, you have to understand your victim, you have to understand what pages he usually visits, what fields, what things he is usually interested in. And then depending on his interest, you have to create a phishing website. Now let me show you how you can use phishing by creating a custom phishing page. Now coming back to the Kali Linux operating system, I have created a phishing page that I will show you, and I have created a phishing page that gives you some offer. There's a special offer, and when I was creating this phishing page, I had this one friend in mind that usually keeps looking for offers to buy food because he's a foodie. He usually orders online, and every day he goes on to different websites and checks for coupons available or promo codes available. So this friend was what I had in mind, and I created this phishing page that tells special offer valid on Swiggy, Zomato, Uber Eats, Food Panda, basically different food ordering services. And I've also written that you can get 80% off on your food delivery. And to do this, you have to log in with your Gmail account. So you have to log in with your Gmail account to avail this offer. And also under the get promo code, I have created a login button. And just to make it a little legit, because usually promo codes have expiry dates. And yeah, so if I send this thing, it would look legit. And because there's an expiry date, he would log in with Gmail. Now, I've also connected this web application to a database where I've designed this web application in such a way that when the user logs in to Gmail using his email ID and password, then that email ID and password is sent and stored onto my database. So if I send this phishing page to my friend, obviously because he needs promo code, he would go and hit the login button, and I've redirected this to a fake Gmail login page. he would enter his email ID and password because he wants the promo code for food. And he would enter his email ID and password and hit the login button. And then I'm just displaying something telling coupon details will be sent to your email address, and he'll be checking for the coupon details for the promo code on his email ID. But what happens in the background is his credentials are sent to my database and stored in it. So let me just check what details I've got on my database. So I'll be logging into my database first, and for this I'm using the database called test. So I'll just select that database. Let me see what tables are available here. There are two tables, and there's this table called phishing details where I'm storing the data in. So I'll just display all the rows from this table. So select star from phishing details. This is the query to print all the rows of the database table. Now let me hit enter. Well, you can see that there are two rows. This was a previously entered username and password, and this is the username and password that we just entered. So this is how you can create a custom phishing page depending on the interest of your victim and then steal credentials of your victim. Now that you've seen how to use phishing to steal credentials, now what if someone is trying to execute a phishing attack on you? How can you be safe from phishing method? So you've seen how phishing works. You've seen that the main part of phishing is the URL. So the first important point that you have to keep in mind to be safe from phishing attacks is never enter sensitive information on a web application that you don't trust, because if it's a genuine web application, if it's Gmail, if it's Facebook, and you're typing the URL and then going to the web application, then you know it is a trustworthy web application. But if there is some random web application that you've never heard of before that you don't trust, and that web application is asking for sensitive information, especially your bank details, because most of the time phishing is used to get bank credentials and also email ID and password. So always be careful not to enter sensitive information on web applications that you don't trust. The second thing is always look at the URL of the web application. Suppose you want to log in into Facebook, then the URL would be www.facebook.com. This is the homepage of Facebook. Suppose you have another URL, some other URL, and a Facebook page is displayed that is asking you for your login credentials, then you have to understand that there is something fishy. This might not be the genuine Facebook page. In that case, always be careful to look at the URL when you are entering sensitive information.
Now I'm going to take the help of an example or a scenario to actually explain what is cryptography. Alright, so let's say we have a person and let's call him Andy. Now suppose Andy sends a message to his friend Sam, who is on the other side of the world. Now obviously he wants this message to be private and nobody else should have access to the message. Now he uses a public forum, for example the internet, for sending this message. The goal is to actually secure this communication, and of course we have to be secure against someone. Now let's say there is a smart guy called Eve who has secretly got access to your communication channel. Since this guy has access to your communication, he can do much more than just eavesdrop. For example, he can try to change the message in itself. Now this is just a small example. What if Eve actually gets access to your private information? Well, that could actually result in a big catastrophe. So how can Andy be sure that nobody in the middle could access the message sent to Sam? The goal here is to make communication secure, and that's where cryptography comes in. So what exactly is cryptography? Well, cryptography is the practice and the study of techniques for securing communication and data in the presence of adversaries. So let me take a moment to explain how that actually happens. Well, first of all, we have a message. This message is firstly converted into a numeric form, and then this numeric form is applied with a key called an encryption key, and this encryption key is used in an encryption algorithm. So once the numeric message and the encryption key has been applied in an encryption algorithm, what we get is called a ciphertext. Now this ciphertext is sent over the network to the other side of the world, where the other person who the message is intended for will actually use a decryption key and use the ciphertext as a parameter of a decryption algorithm, and then he'll get what we actually sent as a message. And if some error had actually occurred, he'd get an error. So let's see how cryptography can help secure the connection between Andy and Sam. So to protect his message, Andy first converts his readable message to an unreadable form. Here he converts the message to some random numbers, and after that, he uses a key to encrypt his message. After applying this key to the numerical form of his message, he gets a new value. In cryptography, we call this ciphertext. So now, if Andy sends the ciphertext or encrypted message over communication channel, he won't have to worry about somebody in the middle of discovering the private message. Even if somebody manages to discover the message, he won't be able to decrypt the message without having a proper key to unlock this message. So suppose Eve here discovers the message and he somehow manages to tamper with the message and message finally reaches Sam. Sam would need a key to decrypt the message to recover the original plaintext. So using the key, he would convert a ciphertext to numerical value corresponding to the plaintext. Now after using the key for decryption, what will come out is the original plaintext message or an error. Now this error is very important. It is the way Sam knows that message sent by Andy is not the same as the message that he received. So the error in a sense tells us that Eve has tampered with the message. Now the important thing to note here is that in modern cryptography, the security of the system purely relies on keeping the encryption and decryption keys secret. Based on the type of keys and encryption algorithms, cryptography is classified under the following categories. Now cryptography is broadly classified under two categories, namely symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography, popularly also known as public key cryptography. Now symmetric key cryptography is further classified as classical cryptography and modern cryptography. Further drilling down, classical cryptography is divided into two, which is transposition cipher and substitution cipher. On the other hand, modern cryptography is divided into stream cipher and block cipher. In the upcoming slides, I'll broadly explain all these types of cryptography. So let's start with symmetric key cryptography first. So symmetric key algorithms are algorithms for cryptography that use the same cryptographic keys for both encryption of plaintext and decryption of ciphertext. The keys may be identical, or there may be some simple transformation to go between the two keys. The keys in practice represent a shared secret between two or more parties that can be used to maintain a private information link. This requirement that both parties have access to the secret key is one of the main drawbacks of symmetric key encryption in comparison to public key encryption, also known as asymmetric key encryption. Now, symmetric key cryptography is sometimes also called secret key cryptography, and the most popular symmetric key system is the Data Encryption Standards, which also stands for DES. Next up, we're going to discuss transposition cipher. So, in cryptography, a transposition cipher is a method of encryption by which the positions held by units of plaintext, which are commonly characters or groups of characters, are shifted according to a regular system, so that the ciphertext constitutes a permutation of the plaintext. That is, the order of units is changed, the plaintext is reordered. Now, mathematically speaking, a bijective function is used on the character's position to encrypt and an inverse function to decrypt. So as you can see that there is an example on the slide. So on the plaintext side, we have a message which says, "Meet me after the party." Now this has been carefully arranged in the encryption matrix, which has been divided into 6 rows and the columns. So next we have a key, which is basically 421635, and then we rearrange by looking at the plaintext matrix, and then we get the ciphertext, which basically is some unreadable gibberish at this moment. So that's how this whole algorithm works. On the other hand, when the ciphertext is being converted into the plaintext matrix is going to be referred, and it can be done very easily. Moving on, we are going to discuss substitution cipher. So substitution of single letters separately, simple substitution can be demonstrated by writing out the alphabets in some order to represent the substitution. This is termed as substitution alphabet. The cipher alphabet may be shifted or reversed, creating the Caesar and Abstash cipher respectively, or scrambled in a more complex fashion, in which case it is called a mixed alphabet or deranged alphabet. Traditionally, mixed alphabets may be created by first writing out keyword, removing repeated letters in it, then writing all the remaining letters in the alphabet in the usual order. Now consider this example shown on the slide. Using the system we just discussed, the keyword zebras gives us the following alphabets from the plaintext alphabet, which is A to Z. So the ciphertext alphabet is basically zebras, then followed by all the alphabets we have missed out in the zebra word. So as you guys can see, it's zebras followed by S, C, D, F, G, H, and so on. Now suppose we were to actually encrypt a message using this code. So as you guys can see on the screen, I've shown you an example, which is a message, "Flee at once, we are discovered," is being actually encrypted using this code. So if you guys can see out here, the F letter actually corresponds to S, and then the L letter actually corresponds to I out here. Then we actually get the ciphertext, which is SIAAZQ, using the code and the process that I just discussed. Now, traditionally, the ciphertext is written out in blocks of fixed length, omitting punctuations and spaces. This is done to help avoid transmission errors to disguise the word boundaries from the plain text. Now, these blocks are called groups, and sometimes a group count, that is the number of groups, is given as an additional check. Now, 5-letter groups are traditional. As you guys can see that we have also divided our ciphertext into groups of 5, and this dates back to when messages were actually used to be transmitted by telegraph. Now, if the length of the message happens not to be divisible by 5, it may be padded at the end with nulls, and these can be any characters that can be decrypted to obvious nonsense, so the receiver can easily spot them and discard them. Next on our list is stream cipher. So a stream cipher is a method of encrypting text to produce ciphertext in which a cryptographic key and algorithm are applied to each binary digit in a data stream 1 bit at a time. This method is not much used in modern cryptography. The main alternative method is block cipher, in which a key and algorithm are applied to block of data rather than individual bits in a stream. Okay, so now that we've spoken about block cipher, let's go and actually explain what block cipher does. A block cipher is an encryption method that applies a deterministic algorithm to the symmetric key to encrypt a block of text rather than encrypting 1 bit at a time as in stream ciphers. For example, a common block cipher, AES, encrypts 128-bit blocks with a key of predetermined length that is either 128, 192, or 256 bits in length. Now, block ciphers are pseudo-random permutation families that operate on the fixed size of block of bits. These PRPs are functions that cannot be differentiated from completely random permutation and thus are considered reliable until proven to be unreliable by some source. Okay, so now it's time that we discuss some asymmetric cryptography. So, asymmetric cryptography, also known as public key cryptography, is any cryptographic system that uses pair of keys, which is a public key which may be disseminated widely, and private keys which are known only to the owner. This accomplishes two functions: authentication, where the public key verifies that a holder of the paired private key sent the message, and encryption, where only the paired private key holder can decrypt the message encrypted with the public key. In a public key encryption system, any person can encrypt a message using the receiver's public key. That encrypted message can only be decrypted with the receiver's private key. So to be practical, the generation of public and private key pair must be computationally economical. The strength of a public key cryptographic system relies on computational efforts required to find the private key from its paired public key. So effective security only requires keeping the private key private, and the public key can be openly distributed without compromising security. Okay, so now that I've actually shown you guys how cryptography actually works and how the different classifications are actually applied, let's go and do something interesting. So you guys are actually watching this video on YouTube right now. So if you guys actually go and click on the secure part besides the URL, you can actually go and view the digital certificates that are actually used out here. So click on certificates and you'll see the details in the details tab. Now, as you guys can see, the signature algorithm that is used for actually securing YouTube is being SHA-256 with RSA. And RSA is a very, very common encryption algorithm that is used throughout the internet. Then the signature hash algorithm that is being used is SHA-256. And the issuer is Google Internet Authority. And you can get a lot of information about sites and all their authority key identifiers, their certificate policies, the key usage, and a lot of things about security just from this small little button out here. Also, let me show you a little how public key encryption actually works. So on the site, which is basically cobwebs.cs.uga.edu, you can actually demo out public key encryption. So suppose we had to send a message. First, we would need to generate keys. So as you can see, I just click generate keys and it got me two keys, which is one is the public key, which I will distribute throughout the network, and one the private key, which I will actually keep secret to myself. Now I want to send a message saying, hi there, when is the exam tomorrow? So now we are going to encrypt it using the public key because that's exactly what's distributed. So now as you can see, we have got our ciphertext. So this huge thing right out here is ciphertext, and it absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. Now, suppose we were to actually then decrypt the message. We would use the private key that goes along with our account, and we would decode the message. And as you guys can see, voila, we have hi there, when is the exam tomorrow? So we have actually sent a message on the internet in a very secure fashion. Above that, there's also RSA that needs some explaining because I had promised that too. Now, RSA is a very, very commonly used algorithm that is used throughout the internet, and you just saw it being used by YouTube. So it has to be common. So RSA has a very unique way of applying this algorithm. There are many actual parameters that you actually need to study. Okay, so now we're actually going to discuss RSA, which is a very popular algorithm that is used throughout the internet. And you also saw that it's being used by YouTube right now. So this crypto system is one of the initial system. It remains the most employed crypto system even today, and the system was invented by 3 scholars, which is Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Len Adelman. Hence the name RSA. And we will see the 2 aspects of the RSA crypto system. Firstly, generation of key pair, and secondly, encryption-decryption algorithms. So each person or a party who desires to participate in communication using encryption needs to generate a pair of keys, namely public key and private key. So the process followed in the generation of keys is as follows. First, we have to actually calculate n. Now, n is actually given by multiplying p and q, as you guys can see out here. So p and q are supposed to be very large prime numbers. So out here p will be 35, but for some very strong encryption, we are going to choose very large prime numbers. Then we actually have to calculate phi. Now phi, as you can see, the formula goes is p minus 1 into q minus 1. And this helps us determine for the encryption algorithm. Now then we have to actually calculate E. Now E must be greater than 1 and less than phi, which is p minus 1 into q minus 1. And there must be no common factors for E and phi except for 1. So in other words, they must be co-prime to each other. Now to form the public key, the pair of numbers n and E form the RSA public key system. This is actually made public and is distributed throughout the network. Interestingly though, n is a part of the public key, and the difficulty in factorizing a large prime number ensures that the attacker cannot find in finite time the 2 primes, that is p and q, that is used to obtain n. This actually ensures the strength of RSA. Now, in the generation of the private key D is calculated from p, q, and e. For given n and e, there is a unique number d. Now, the number d is the inverse of e modulo phi. This means that d is a number less than phi such that when multiplied by e, it gives 1. So let's go and actually fill up these numbers. So n should be 35 out here, and if we generate them, we get the value of phi, which is 24, which is basically 4 into 6, and then we should also get e. So now e should be co-prime, so we are going to give it 11, as 11 is co-prime to both. So now for the actual encryption part, we have to put in E and N out here. So E out here for us is 11 and N is 35. And then we're going to pick a letter to actually cipher, which is A. And then we're going to encode it as a number. So as you guys can see, we've encoded it as 1. And out here, now after we've given the message its numerical form, we click on encryption and we get it. Now to actually decrypt the message, we are going to need D and N. Now D for us was 5 and N was 35. So 5 and 35. And then we're going to take encrypted message from above and we're going to decrypt this message. So after you decrypt it, we have the numerical form of the plain text, and to then decode the message, just click here, decode message, and as you guys can see, we have decoded a message using RSA. So guys, that's how RSA works. I explained all the factors that we actually use in RSA from N to 5 to E to D, and I hope you understood a part of it.
So let's understand what brute force attack is. By definition, brute force is a hacking technique used to find out the user's credentials by trying various possible credentials. So what happens in brute force attack is you are not exploiting any vulnerability in the web application. You're basically trying all the possible combinations and permutations of passwords and usernames of your victim and trying to see if you can get any of those right. So brute force is a hacking technique where you are guessing the credentials. You're not basically exploiting any vulnerability of the web application. It is a trial and error method because you have a large list of usernames and a large list of passwords. And in some cases, if you know what the username is, then the username is single, but the password is a large list of possible passwords. So you have to try each of these combinations and see whether you get it right or wrong. So it's basically a trial and error method. And for brute force attacks, you need a username list and a password list. So in some cases, you need a list for both the username and the password. In some cases, if you know the username, then you only need the password list. And some of the tools that are used for brute force are Metasploit, John the Ripper, AirCrackNG, Hydra, and Medusa. So this is what brute force attack is in brief. Now let's see how brute force attack works. This is the flow diagram of how brute force attack works. First, there's a brute force tool to which you feed usernames and passwords, maybe one username and a list of passwords, or a list of usernames and a list of passwords. So this brute force tool will send these usernames and passwords, the combination of these usernames and passwords, to the web application or to the application in general, where the username and password is checked, it is authenticated, and depending on the response of the application, the tool decides whether the credentials were right or wrong. So if the login was successful, then the username and password is considered to be right. If the login was a failure, then the username and the password, that combination of the username and password, is considered to be wrong. So this is how brute force works. Let's take an example of a web application where you're trying to log in into this website. There are two fields. There's username and password. Username can be a username or your phone number or your email address. And then there's a password. So what happens is there's a brute forcing tool. In this case, I've taken the example to be Hydra as a brute forcing tool. And then there's a passwords and username list. So what happens is you feed this password and username list to the brute forcing tool. And this brute forcing tool will send a combination of username and password to the web application. And here this username and password is validated and verified. If there is a success message or if the login was successful, then the username and password is considered to be right. The credentials is considered to be right and valid. And this credential is stored somewhere in the tool. And this happens for all the username and passwords present in the username list and the password list. Suppose there's a username and password that does not let you log in. Then in that case, it means that username and password is wrong, and that username and password is just let off because it's of no use to us. So this is what happens throughout the username list and the password list. All the combinations of username and password is sent to the application, and the response after the authentication is analyzed to see whether the credentials were right or wrong. If the credentials are right, then those credentials are stored somewhere in the tool. And if the credentials are wrong, then that combination of username and password is just let go. So this is how brute force attack works. Now let's see a demo where I'll be showing you how to use brute force attack on a web application. So this is the web page that I've created to show you how brute forcing attack works. This is a dummy web page that I'm running on my local server. Now, as you can see that there are two fields. There's a username field and there's a password field, and we are going to try to use a tool to guess the username and password for this web application. Now, because I need to guess, I need a list of usernames and I need a list of passwords. So I've created a custom username and password list, and I'll just show you the contents of these lists. So the username.txt file contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 usernames: admin, Edureka, CH, hacking, and edureka.co. And there's another list called password.txt which has a few passwords. Now let me show you which combination of username and password is valid and authenticated. So the first username is admin and the password is 123456. Let me hit the login button and see what happens. So it's a success, which means the login is success. And the other valid username and password is Edureka and Edureka123. And it's also a success. Now what if I give any other input? The username is Edureka. I'll just type some random input and try to log in, and it's a failure. There are only two valid username and password. One is admin as a username and 123456 as a password. The second username is Edureka and Edureka123 as the password. Now these lists that I've displayed, it has got both the right username and password. So it's got admin and it's also got Edureka, and the password list has got the right passwords, that is Edureka123 and 123456 for the user admin. Now I'm going to use a brute force tool called Hydra to run a brute force attack on this web application. So the command for this Hydra tool is Hydra. Let's see what all options it's got. Okay, so if you type Hydra-H, which says help, you can see a lot of options here. The syntax is given. There are different options that you can see, and also a few examples. Now to hack this web application, I'll be using this tool called Hydra, and I'll be giving it a username list. The option for this will be -L. If you want to give a single username, then you have to use small l or lowercase l, and because I have a list, I'll be using the uppercase L. And the path for that particular list. So the path for this list that I'm going to be using is root username dot text. Now I have to give the option for the password list. So the option will be -uppercase P. If you have a single password, then you have to use smaller case p. And then I'll be giving the path for the password file, which is password.txt. Now I have to give the IP address of the web application. Now because I'm running this web application on my local host, the IP address will be 127.0.0.1. And the next option I'll be giving is the way the data is being passed. So there are mainly two ways. There is post method and there is get method. If you don't know what these methods are, go back to the SQL injection video that I've made in the playlist, where I've explained what the get and the post method is. So when you enter the username and password and you hit the login button, you don't see anything on the URL, which is a clear indication that this web application uses a post method. So I'll be mentioning that in the command, and the option for that is http form post. And next I'll be using the URL for this. So there's the IP address or the domain of the web application, and then there are directories. So I'll just be typing /brute force because that's where the web application is. And then after I enter the username and password, this takes me to a new page called login.php. So this means that my credentials are being checked by this particular file called login.php. And that is actually the web page where I have to run my brute force attack on. So I'll be mentioning that. I'll be mentioning login.php. Next, I have to tell the tool where to enter the username and where to enter the password. For this, I'll just right click on the text box and I'll hit inspect element. So when I do this, I will find the name of that particular text box. In this case, the name for that particular text box is uname. So I'll be using that in my command. So it'll be uname equal to, and in between caps will be my user. So this tells the tool to replace the elements in the list, in the password list and the username list, at this particular position. So this is the username, and the next parameter will be password, and the name for the password field here is pass. So I'll be using that in my command. So pass equal to, and I'll be using caps and pass. And after this, I'll have to mention one more thing to tell the tool when the login is successful and when the login is a failure. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type some random password, and this is the message I get when the login is not right. That means when the credentials are wrong. So this is the message, and I'll be telling the tool that this is a message that I get when the credentials are wrong. So ignore the username and password combinations that return a failure message. That indirectly means whichever credentials are being used and the message failure is not displayed, that particular username and password is the right credential. Now let's run this command and see if this tool can find out the right credentials. Earlier I've shown you what the right credentials are. The username is admin and the password is 123456. The other username is Edureka and the password is Edureka123. So let me just hit the enter button and run this tool. So now we can see that this tool has run a brute force attack on the web application, and it has found out the right username and the right password. So these are the usernames like I showed you earlier, which are the right credentials. And all the other combinations of username and password are wrong and that's not displayed. So this is how you can use a brute force attack on a web application. Now one more thing I'm going to mention here is how to create a username and password list. In my case, because I knew what the username and password was, I created a custom list. I typed it by hand and created a username and password list. But in most of the cases, you don't know what the password is. Maybe you found out the username somehow, but you don't know what the password is. But you can make an educated guess on what the username or what the password might be. In this case, you can use a tool called Crunch, which is a list generator, to generate the list of passwords automatically. So I'll be showing you how you can do that. So this is the tool. It's called Crunch. And let's see the syntax of it. So this is a syntax. So crunch, minimum, maximum, and options, where minimum and maximum are numbers. So basically you type crunch, then you give the minimum number of characters the password should have. I'll enter 3. Then you mention the maximum number of characters that password should have. I'll try 5. And the possible characters that password can have. So I'll try A, B, C, D, E, and I'll hit the enter button. Now we can see that this tool is generating all these passwords. Like you can see, it's generated all the possible passwords using that combination of characters for that particular length. So it's generated 3875 lines. So this is a very helpful tool if you're making an educated guess. But the problem with brute force attack is, suppose the password is complex or it's lengthy, then it will take a lot of time to generate the password list. For example, suppose you have no idea what the password could be and you type a few alphabets here and all the numbers, and the length, because most of the passwords require a minimum length of 6 characters, suppose the maximum is 8. Now you see the password generator has to generate this number of passwords and it takes a lot of time. Even if you're using a fast computer, it will take a lot of time, sometimes hours, sometimes days, sometimes weeks, and depending on the length and the complexity, maybe years sometimes. So this method of generating a password is basically the last thing you should be doing because it takes a lot of time. Like you can see, it's still on the letter B and it's still on 6 characters. It's generating passwords of only 6 characters even now. So this is how you can generate a password list. So when you run the command, you can also see some information about how much time it might take or how much the size of the file can be. So I'll just run this command again and I'll not let it execute. I'll just show you the information that it's displayed. So basically when I'm trying to generate a password of minimum 6 letters, 6 characters and a maximum of 8 characters with these combinations of characters, it has to generate 61 GB of data, which is a lot. And that's why it takes so much time. So this is how you can use brute force attack to guess the credentials of a victim. Now let's see how you can prevent brute force attacks. So while you're creating your password, it's very important for you to create a strong password. And also when you're building a web application, you have to take measures so that you can prevent brute force attacks on your web application. So here's a list of some of the most common prevention methods. The first thing is to increase a password length. Now, like I showed you while using the Crunch password generator, it takes a lot of time when the length of the password is more. So basically, if you create a password with a greater length, it will take more time, making it more difficult for the hacker to hack your password. The next prevention method is to use password complexity. Suppose you use only numbers as your password, it's easy to guess because the password generator can generate your password pretty quick. And suppose you're using a combination of letters and numbers, the complexity increases. Suppose you're using letters, numbers, and special characters, then the password complexity increases even more. So it's better that you increase your password length and also use letters, numbers, and characters. The next way to prevent brute force attack as a web developer would be limiting login attempts. So what you can do is you have to limit the login attempt. Suppose you have a web application and I am trying to log into that, and I give a lot of wrong attempts because basically brute force is trying and guessing. So before the hacker gets the right password, there can be a lot of times where he's trying with invalid or wrong username and password. So what you have to do is limit the login attempts. Maybe do something like let the user attempt for login 3 times, and if the first 3 times if the attempt is wrong, then freeze that account or freeze that login for that particular user for some time, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes. This will increase the time the hacker takes to hack your password, making it difficult for him. The next thing you can do is implement OTPs. A lot of web applications these days, especially in the finance sector, use OTPs because maybe your password and username is easy to guess, but when you use OTPs, there's some other parameter that is used to verify your account. So this will make it almost impossible for a brute force attack to successfully work because it's not just the username and password that's required to log in, it's also another parameter, the OTP. The next thing you can do is using CAPTCHAs. This is a very powerful way and a lot of web applications use this because brute forcing tools mainly guess the username and password. When you use different CAPTCHAs, it makes it almost impossible for a brute force attack to bypass the login or to guess the right password and username. And then you can use two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication is basically 2 steps where the user has to authenticate his account. So one can be the username and password. The next can be a secret question and you have to give an answer to that. So these are few methods that you can use to prevent brute force attacks. What is cross-site scripting attack? Cross-site scripting attack is basically a code injection attack executed on the client side of the web application. The client side of a web application is usually the software that is used to interact with the web application, and in most cases, it is the browser that is used to interact with the web application. So in cross-site scripting attack, we inject a malicious code onto the web browser to make the web application do something that is ideally not supposed to do. So in this case, in this attack, the attacker injects the malicious script through the web browser. And what happens is this malicious script executes on the web application after it's injected on the web browser. The malicious script is executed either when the victim visits the web page or the web server. Now, like I told you, there are different types of cross-site scripting. Depending on what kind of cross-site scripting is being used, the malicious script executes when the victim visits the web page, a single web page, or maybe the web browser. This attack is mainly used to steal sensitive information like cookies, session tokens, and maybe other sensitive information, maybe if you're passing your username or password, and using this malicious script, using cross-site scripting, those information can be stolen from the web browser or the web server. Cross-site scripting can also be used to modify the contents of the website. Because cross-site scripting attack is a code injection attack, you can modify the contents of the website by injecting malicious code onto the web server or the web browser. Now this is a brief about cross-site scripting. Now let's see how cross-site scripting actually works. Let's see what's the logic behind this attack. Cross-site scripting is basically a web application hacking technique. So you need a website, you need a web server and a victim. So what happens when you ideally access a website? So you have your laptop and then you use the internet connection to access a web page, and maybe you interacted, maybe you send data to the web application, maybe you enter your data in the text box, or even if you don't, there is some transaction of data that's happening between you and the web server through the website. So what happens is you send a request to the web server through the website, and then the response from the web server is sent back to you through the web page or the website. Now what happens in cross-site scripting attack is a hacker can inject a malicious code on the website, which is then sent either to the victim or to the web server depending on what kind of cross-site scripting you're using. And when this happens, the malicious script is executed either when the victim visits the web page or when the victim tries to access a page or access some data from the web server. And when all this is happening, a hacker can inject a code which can be used to steal the credentials or any sensitive information. And by this logic, a hacker can inject a malicious script that can be used to steal the credentials or any other sensitive information of the victim, either from the web browser or the web server. So this is the logic behind cross-site scripting attack. Now let's look at the different types of cross-site scripting attacks. There are mainly 3 types of cross-site scripting attack. One is the reflected cross-site scripting, and also cross-site scripting is also known as XSS. That's the abbreviation for it. So the first type is reflected. In this case, the data is not stored on the web server. The next type is a DOM, which makes use of the document object model to inject the malicious script. And the third type is the stored cross-site scripting. In this case, the malicious script is stored on the web server. So I'll be explaining these types in detail in the next slides when I'm telling you how to hack each of these kind. So let's move on and see how you can use cross-site scripting attack to hack a web application. Now, like I told you earlier, there are three types of cross-site scripting attacks, and I'll be showing you how to hack each of them. So the first type would be reflected cross-site scripting. So in this type of attack, the script is executed on the victim side, and it is mainly executed on the browser. So the script is not sent to the server, or even if it's sent, depending on the API calls or the requests, the script is not stored on the browser side. And that's why it's called reflected cross-site scripting, because the malicious script is reflected on the victim side and it's not really stored on the server. Now let's see how to hack a web application using reflected cross-site scripting. I'm using damn vulnerable web application to show you these demos. So if you don't know what this is or how to install and configure it, I have a video on how to install damn vulnerable web application. Go through it, install it on your system, and then you can practice different hacking techniques on this. So here I've chosen a reflected cross-site scripting attack. Now let's see how this works. Here's a text box where I have to enter my name and then hit a submit button. So let me just enter some value and see how this web application is designed to work. I'll be entering my name and I'll hit the submit button. So I can see that this web application or this website is designed to echo my name on the website. So what happens is when I enter a name and the web page takes the input and prints hello and the input that was given by me. Now, as you can see, I cannot really modify a lot, but I have total control over what input I can give in the text box. So this is the place where I'll be injecting my code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type a HTML code. I'll use a h1 tag first, which is used to mention the headers, and I'll type something and I'll close the tag. So this is the code used to display something in h1 tag. So let me just submit, and if this web application is vulnerable to reflected cross-site scripting, you should see a different output. So let me just hit the submit button. So here you can see that the output is modified because I've used the h1 tag. The way that my input is displayed on the web application is different, and this clearly indicates that this web application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. Now let me give some malicious script here. So I'll be typing script. This is the tag to execute any script, and I'll be creating a pop-up to display something, and let me just hit the submit button. And if this works, you should see a pop-up that says hello. And yeah, you did see a pop-up that says hello. So this clearly means that this web application is vulnerable to reflected cross-site scripting. Now you might be thinking, how is this hacking a web application? Just because I inject a code that displays the content in a different way, it's not really hacking, right? So let me tell you how this can be dangerous. So instead of displaying something in a different way, I'll try to get some sensitive information from this web application. Now what I'm gonna do is use the script tag and create a pop-up, but instead of printing a string, I'll try to access the cookies for this web application or for this user basically. So let me just hit the submit button. And here you can see that the session ID is displayed. And using this session ID, I can log into a different account even if I don't know the username and password for that account. Now, what is a session ID? Basically, a session ID is a unique string assigned to a particular user when the session is going on by the web server to identify that particular user. So suppose you log into your account, your Gmail account, your Facebook account, or your banking account, and I can get hold of your session ID. I can use this session ID, and using a tool like Burpsuit, I can log into your account without even knowing the password. So this is how dangerous a cross-site scripting attack can be. Now, I was just using the low security level. Let me just increase the security level and see what changes has to be done in this attack. So I'll just increase the level to medium. I'll click the reflected cross-site scripting attack again. Now let me give the same input. Let me give script, alert, and some string. And I'll just close the script tag. I'll hit the submit button. Now you can see that previously when the security was low, you saw a pop-up that said hello, but in this case, I don't see a pop-up. That means that this web application under medium security is doing something to avoid cross-site scripting. Now, how would you know what it's actually doing? Now look at the output. The input I gave was script, alert, hello, and I closed the script tag. So this was the input that I gave to the web application, and the output was only this. So this means that the web application is doing something to eliminate this script tag and the end script tag. So I'll just change my input to something like this. So I'll be using the same input, but I'll modify it a little. Because the web application is designed to remove the script tag, I'll just modify it a little. I'll just modify this code to look something like this. I'll add a nested script tag. First, let me give this as an input. Let's see if it works, and if it works, I'll tell you how this actually works and what's the logic behind this. So just copy paste this and let me hit the submit button. Now, like you can see, this actually worked. So when I use the nested script tag, it actually worked. Now let me explain how this actually worked. So like I told you, this web application is designed to eliminate the script tag. And when I give this as the input, what the web application did is it looked at the input, it found the script tag here, and it eliminated the script tag. And because I had nested a script tag, even when it eliminated the main script tag, there was another script tag that was formed. And this is how you could see the pop-up. So basically, when you nest a script tag, the script tag is eliminated. And when the script tag is eliminated, the divided part of the script tag is concatenated as a string, like you can see here, and then this code is executed. So this is how we can use cross-site scripting if the web application is designed to eliminate the script tag. Now let me just increase the security. I'll just increase it to high and hit the submit button. Then let me go to cross-site scripting reflected. Let me give the first input, that is the direct approach, and you don't see a pop-up. So it means that the web application is handling the cross-site scripting attack. Let me try the previous input. And even now you see the same output. Now let me just show you the code that is used to sanitize the input on this web application. So this is the code that is used to sanitize the input. So what's happening here is this code is making use of regular expression, and wherever there's a script tag found or wherever there's a script tag formed, it is replacing that with a blank space or with an empty character. So basically this means that we cannot use the script tag in any way. Now what other options do we have? So what you can do is give a malicious script or give a malicious input without using a script tag. Now what you can do is you can use other tags of HTML or PHP. I'll be using the image tag. I'll be mentioning the source to some random thing, and I'll be using this function called onMouseOver and what the web page should do when the mouse is over that particular image. So this line basically tells there's an image and the source to that image is this file, which is a dummy value in this case. And if the mouse is over that image, then create a pop-up that displays the string hello. Now let me just give this as the input and see if it works. I'll just hit the submit button. Okay, so now we can see that it says hello, but you didn't see a pop-up. And because we've given a function onMouseOver, for the alert or for the pop-up to appear, you have to move your cursor on the image. So when I move the cursor on the image, you see that the pop-up appears. Now what you can do is, in this case, I've not given any image as a source, but what you can do is you can download an image that says click here, and instead of giving a dummy value, you can give the source to that image. So when you use that malicious code, what will be displayed is hello and the image that says click here. So when the user will go to that image to click on that image, basically because the mouse is over that image, you see a pop-up. So that's when your malicious code will be executed. So this is all about reflected cross-site scripting. Let's move on to the next type, that is stored cross-site scripting. So like you saw in reflected cross-site scripting, the data is not being stored on the web server. It is executed on the web browser. Now in stored cross-site scripting, what happens is the script is stored and executed on the server. So there are a lot of web applications like Facebook where you comment on a picture, where someone uploads a picture, you comment on a picture, or you post a status on your wall or on your timeline. So this data is stored in the database of the server. And every time somebody clicks on that page or tries to access that data, the web server fetches that data from the database and then displays it on the web browser. So when you're using stored cross-site scripting attack, you're basically storing this malicious script on the web server or the database that is being used by the web server. The advantage of stored cross-site scripting is Because it is stored on the web server, every time any user that is accessing that data will be executing the malicious code. Now let's see how you can use stored cross-site scripting to hack a web application. So this is a web page for stored cross-site scripting attack. There's a name and there's a message. So let me just give some input. I'll type test1 and the message will be message1, and I'll just hit the sign guestbook button. So basically this takes a name and it takes a message and then it stores that. So even if I refresh this, you can see that the data is still present because this is stored in the database and it is being fetched every time I access this web page. Now what I'm gonna do is try to inject some malicious code here. So I'll give the name as test2 and then I'll try the first input, the direct approach, and I'll hit the signed guestbook button. So you can see that there's a pop-up that appears. So this means that this web application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attack. So even if I refresh this, you can see that it executes. The malicious script executes. So every time a user visits this web page, the malicious script executes. So it's the same in the case of applications that store data from the user. For example, like I told you about Facebook, when you post something, there's a comment, or when you post something on your timeline, you post a status on your timeline, and any other user or any other profile accesses that page to view your photos or to look at your status or the comments on any of the posts. They basically ask the web server to fetch that data, and that data is basically stored in a database. So in that case, any user who accesses that data executes that malicious script. Now let me just increase the security and see what changes we have to make or what security features have been implemented. And before trying the next injection, I'll just clear this guestbook, or else every time I refresh, the malicious code will be executed and I'll see the outputs, I'll see the pop-ups. So let me just clear the guestbook. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is gonna type the same input that I gave earlier. So that'll be test1 and the malicious script. Hit the guestbook button and see that it's not working. I don't see a pop-up here. So there's some way that this web application on a medium level is handling the malicious input. Now I'm gonna try to give the malicious input in the name field, but I'm not able to type a lot of characters. Let me see the message field. I'll just type message1 and I'm not able to type more characters. So this is because the text box is limited to take a limited number of characters. I'm gonna manipulate this by changing that restriction. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inspect the web page, and here I can see that there's a line that says max length equal to 10, which means that this text box is designed to take only 10 characters as input. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this value to 100 and I'll just hit the enter button and close this window and now try to give the input. So because I've manipulated it, I've changed the max length of the input. I can give more characters as the input and let's see if it works. It still didn't work. That means even the name field is designed to sanitize the input. Now let me just modify the input. So I'm gonna nest the script tag because here I can see that the script tags are being eliminated or they're being cut off. So if I find a way to manipulate the script tag like I showed you in reflected cross-site scripting, maybe I can execute this code. So what I'm gonna do is paste the script. I'll again have to change the max length. I'll change the max length to 100 and then give the input. And here I'll be using nested script tags similar to the way that I use in reflected cross-site scripting. I'll type a message here, message2, and let me see if this works. Well, it did work. And because I could see from the output that the web application was designed to eliminate the script tag, I just manipulated the way you inserted the script tag. I used the nested script tag and then I could execute the malicious code. Now let's move on to the next level of security, and before that I'll just clear the guestbook and I'll just increase the security. Go back to cross-site scripting stored. Now again I'm going to try the previous input, the previous malicious script, and see if it works. I'll change the max length to 100 again give the nested script tag as the input, and the message would be message1. Let's see if it works. Okay, it didn't work. And similar to how it was used in reflected cross-site scripting, I think this code is also using regular expressions to eliminate any script tags. But just to confirm, I'll just open the code for you and see if it's actually true. Yes, so it's same in this case. So what it's doing, it's basically identifying all the script tags using regular expressions and then replacing it with a blank space. So it basically means that you cannot use any script tags. So you need to use the alternative of the script tag. Now, similar to the previous case, like how we use in reflected cross-site scripting, I'm going to use the image tag for this. And before that, I'll change the max length field. And the input I'll be giving will be image source X on mouse over. I'll be creating a pop-up that says hello and some message here. I'll just hit the sign guestbook button. So now we can see that this worked, but the pop-up didn't appear because the function that I use is on mouse over. So let me see if I get the mouse over on the image. Yes, it did work. So when I brought the mouse over that image, you saw that the pop-up appeared. So this is how stored cross-site scripting can be hacked. Now let's move on to the next type of cross-site scripting attack, that is DOM cross-site scripting. So DOM basically stands for Document Object Model, and it is basically the way the website is designed. So when you use DOM cross-site scripting, it is a client-side attack. The script is not sent to the server or it is not stored on the server. It stays on the client side. And the way this works is the web page sends a request to the server sends a response, the server script is executed first, and this is the genuine script that the server has to execute. So that is executed first, and then the malicious script is executed. So let's see how to use DOM cross-site scripting. So this is the web page that is vulnerable to DOM cross-site scripting. So there are different options here, there are different languages, and when I select one and hit the select button, nothing is seen on the web page, but you can see the URL is changed. So you can see that the default is set to English. Now let me change the value. I'll hit the select button. Let me change the language and hit the select button. So you can see that the language is being changed. So basically in this web page, I don't have a text box where I can give the input. Every manipulation that I have to do or every script that I have to inject here should be done in the URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate this. So instead of giving French, I'll use my malicious script here. So the script will be script alert hello, and I'll close the script tag. So when I executed it, you can see that the pop-up appeared. That means in DOM based cross-site scripting, you mainly manipulate the URL that is being used or the URL that is being generated. So this is the low level. Let me increase the security. I'll change it to high. Let me give the same input again, script alert, the string is hello, and I'll close the script tag. Let me hit the enter button. Well, it didn't work. It actually went back to default as English. So let's see what's the code behind this, what's the logic behind this. So what's happening here is it's finding the script tag and it's just stripping the script tag and it's setting the default to English. So it means I cannot use the script tag. Now what if I use the nested script tag? Let me try that also. Let me nest the script tag like I did in the previous stages. Let me nest the script tag. Well, this also didn't work. So this web application under medium security is designed in such a way that if there's any script tag, it will set the default to English, the language to English. Now how can you bypass this? For this, I'm going to inspect the element. So let me see how the web page is displaying all this data. Here you can see there's a form tag and there are different options here. So I'm going to make use of this syntax to inject my malicious query. I'll just copy paste this. So this is a line that displays English as the value. So what I'm going to do is manipulate this. So the way this is designed is there's a select tag and under this there are different options. English. I'm not typing the whole code because I want you to understand the logic and other inputs. and then the select tag is closed. And when one of the option is selected, maybe English, so this option is selected. If I choose any different option, maybe French, then this line is selected, and so on. So what I'm gonna do is manipulate the URL in such a way that the option tags is closed earlier. So basically when I choose English as the default, it says English default. So this part of the code is executed and this is used to close. But instead of letting the page do it, I'll give that as the input in the URL. So what I'm gonna do in the URL is I'm gonna close the tag right here, the option tag and the select tag, and I'm gonna use the body tag here and the function onload, which has to create a pop-up that says hello. Let me hit the enter button. Now, as you can see here, I could successfully inject the malicious code in the URL. So how this works is, so when I choose English as the option, this part is executed. So instead of the web page closing this for me, I'm adding another option tag and I'm adding another select tag. So what happens is this part of the code does not execute because I'm closing it here and then I'm typing my malicious script here. And that's how this code successfully executed for medium security level. Now let me increase the security level to high and see how it works. Let me try the direct approach. Well, this didn't work. Let me use the previous approach. Well, this also didn't work. So the web page is designed to sanitize the URL. So let me see the code for this. So this code is designed in such a way that it only takes these languages as the input, and if there's anything else apart from these languages, it will set the default to English. Now, how to approach this? So to hack this, you need a little idea about how web pages are designed. There's something called an anchor tag. So anchor tags are basically used to index a particular part of the web page. Let me show you an example. So I'll open a blog that uses the anchor tag and then explain you how this works. So here you can see the URL that says edureka.co blog and the URL of the blog. And if you scroll down a little, as usual, there are different contents on the web page. And what I want you to see is the index part. So there are different topics that are covered in this blog, and here's a list of it. So what happens when I click on one of this is the web page takes me to that particular part of the web page. So in case I click this, it takes me to how to use network scanning tool. And in case I click on types of network scanning, it'll take me to that part of the web page. Now what I want you to observe is whenever I click on one of the anchor tags, the URL is regenerated to point me to that particular section of the web page. I'm going to make use of this feature of web design or web development to hack our web application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a pound symbol or the hash symbol and then use my malicious script after that. So because the pound symbol is used to index or to point to a certain page on the same website, this web page will not consider it as the input. It will just think that we are trying to point to a particular part in the web page. So let me type hello and then close the script tag. Let me hit the enter button and see if this actually works. Well, it did work. So you can see that there's a pop-up that says hello, and this is how you can use a pound sign or the internal anchor feature of the blogs to inject the malicious code. So this is all about cross-site scripting attack. We saw 3 types of cross-site scripting, that is reflected, stored, and DOM. And what type of cross-site scripting attack you use depends on how the web page is designed. You cannot use DOM cross-site scripting on a web page that is vulnerable to stored cross-site scripting. So first you have to understand how the web page works, how the web application works, and then decide which type of cross-site scripting attack to use. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is how to prevent cross-site scripting attacks. So the first thing you can do is escape the user input. So there are special characters like greater than symbol, smaller than symbol, which are generally used in tags or in malicious script, or maybe the percentage symbol. So the first thing you can do is escaping these characters. which means that you take off the special feature of this character and make it just another text character. The next thing you can do is consider all input as a threat. Because the user has complete control on what input he gives, you have to assume that every input is a thread and sanitize and handle every input with care. The next thing you can do is data validation. Suppose you have a field of login where you can enter username and password. What you can do is use data validation, especially in case of email IDs, because you know the generic format for an email ID. There should be a username, there should be a @ symbol, then something, then .com or .something. So you can use data validation to avoid cross-site scripting attacks. Next thing you have to do is sanitize the data. Like you saw in the demo that some of the web pages were sanitizing data. They were eliminating the script tags, or they were eliminating any script tag found, and they were also using regular expressions to eliminate all the script tags that can be generated. So this is how you can sanitize data, the input data. Next thing you can do is encode the output. So what happens is when I gave the script tag and alert as the input as the malicious script, the arrow symbols were being treated as the arrow symbols. What you can do is you can URL encode them. So the arrow symbol will be something like %25. So when you encode it, it's no longer a malicious script. So you can use encoding, URL encoding for the input or for the output. Next thing you can do is use the right response headers. You can decide what the response headers should be. You can decide what data can be sent or what data can be received through the response headers. And finally, what you can do is use content security policies. So this is a standard. It is also known as CSP standard. So you can use a content security policy to avoid cross-site scripting. To know more about this, you can just Google it. You can just Google content security policy to know what standards are this.
Firstly, let's go over what DOS and DDoS means. Now, to understand a DDoS attack, it is essential to understand the fundamentals of a DOS attack. DOS simply stands for denial of service. This service could be of any kind. For example, imagine your mother confiscates your cell phone when you are preparing for your exams to help you study, without any sort of distraction. While the intentions of your mother is truly out of care and concern, you are being denied the service of calling and any other service offered by your cell phone. Now, with respect to a computer and computer networks, a denial of service could be in the form of hijacking web servers, overloading ports with requests, rendering them unusable, denying wireless authentication, and denying any sort of service that is provided on the internet. Attacks of such intent can be performed from a single machine. While single machine attacks are much easier to execute and monitor, they are also easy to detect and mitigate. To solve this issue, the attack could be executed from multiple devices spread across a wide area. Not only does this make it difficult to stop the attack, but it also becomes near impossible to point out the main culprit. Such attacks are called distributed denial of service or DDoS attacks. Now let's see how they work. The main idea of a DDoS attack, as explained, is making a certain service unavailable. Since everything that is attacked is in reality running on a machine, the service can be made unavailable if the performance of the machine can be brought down. This is the fundamental behind DOS and DDoS attacks. Now, some DOS attacks are executed by flooding servers with connection requests until the server is overloaded and is deemed useless. Others are executed by sending unfragmented packets to a server which they are unable to handle. These methods, when executed by a botnet, exponentially increase the amount of damage that they are doing, and their difficulty to mitigate increases in leaps and bounds. To understand more about how these attacks work, let us look at the different types of attacks. Now, while there are plenty of ways to perform a DDoS attack, I'll be listing down the more famous ones. These methodologies have become famous due to their success rate and the damage they have caused over time. It is important to note that with the advancement in technology, the more creative minds have devised more devious ways to perform DOS attacks. Now, the first type of methodology that we're going to discuss is called ping of death. Now, according to the TCP/IP protocol, the maximum size of a packet can be 65,535 bytes. The ping of death attack exploits this particular fact. In this type of attack, the attacker sends packets that are more than the max packet size when the packet fragments are added up. Computers generally do not know what to do with such packets and end up freezing or sometimes crashing entirely. Then we come to reflected attacks. This particular attack is more often than not used with the help of a botnet. The attacker sends a host of innocent computers a connection request using a botnet, which are also called reflectors. Now, this connection that comes from the botnet looks like it comes from the victim, and this is done by spoofing the source part in the packet header. This makes the host of computers send an acknowledgement to the victim computer. Since there are multiple such requests from the different computers to the same machine, this overloads the computer and crashes it. This type of attack is also known as a Smurf attack. Another type of attack is called mail bomb. Now, mail bomb attacks generally attack email servers. In this type of attack, instead of packets, oversized emails filled with random garbage values are sent to the targeted email server. This generally crashes the email server due to a sudden spike in load and renders them useless until fixed. Last but not the least, we have the teardrop attack. So in this type of attack, the fragmentation offset field of a packet is abused. One of the fields in an IP header is the fragment offset field, indicating the starting position or offset of the data contained in a fragmented packet relative to the data in the original packet. If the sum of the offset and the size of one fragmented packet differs from that of the next fragmented packet, the packets overlap. Now, when this happens, a server vulnerable to teardrop attacks is unable to reassemble the packets, resulting in a denial of service condition. Okay, so that was all the theoretical portion of this video. Now it's time to actually perform our very own DDoS attack. Okay, so now that we finished the theoretical part of how DDoS actually works and what it actually is with its different types, let me just give you guys a quick demonstration on how you could apply a denial of service attack on a wireless network anywhere around you. Like this could be somewhere like Starbucks where you're sitting, or this could be a library also, or your college institution. No matter where you're sitting, this procedure will work. So the first thing we want to do is actually open up a terminal, because we will be doing most of our work on a command line basis. Now for this particular demonstration, we will be actually using two tools. First is AirCrackNG, which is a suite of tools which contains AirCrackNG, AirmonNG, AirReplayNG, and AeroDumpNG. So these are the four tools that come along with it. And the second one that we'll be using is called MacChanger. Okay, so let me just put my terminal on maximum so you guys can see what I'm actually writing out. So first thing we want to do is actually log in as a root. So let me just do that quickly. So because we need to log in as root because most of the stuff that we're going to do right now will need administrator access. Now, the first thing we want to do is check out our wireless network card's name, and we can do that easily by typing ifconfig. Now you can see that my wireless card is called WLO1, and we get the MAC address and we also get the IPv6 address. So that's my wireless network card, and we'll be actually setting that up in monitor mode. Now, before we actually go into and start up our network card in monitor mode, let me just show you how you can install the two tools that I just spoke about, that is AirCrackNG and MacChanger. So to install AirCrackNG, you can just go apt-get install AirCrackNG, hit enter, and this should do it for you. I already have it installed, so it's not going to do much. To install MacChanger, you could just go the same command, that is apt-get install MacChanger, and you can check if both the tools have been installed properly by opening the manual pages by typing man AirCrackNG, and this will open up the manual page for you. And let's also do the same for MacChanger. So what we're going to do first is set up our network interface card into monitor mode. So to do that, all we have to do is type ifconfig, and we need to put our network interface card down. So we go WLO1 down, and with the command iwconfig, we go mode monitor. Don't forget to specify the interface that you're working on. So iwconfig WLO1 mode monitor. And all we have to do now is put it back up. So what we are going to type is ifconfig WLO1 up. You can check the mode. It'll say managed if it's in monitoring mode. So as you guys can see, it says mode managed. So that's how we're going to go ahead. So you can check that just for your own purposes. So we can also check for only WLO1 by specifying the interface. Or you could also check the mode only by passing it through a pipe function, and that is using grep mode. So iwconfig WLO1 grep and mode. Well, mode begins with a capital M, so that's how you would probably return it. So as you guys can see, that has returned the mode for us, along with the access point and the frequency. Okay, so that was a little fun trivia on how you could fetch the mode from a certain command, that like iwconfig, by passing it through a pipe and grabbing it with mode. Grep basically means grab. Okay, so now moving on, we'll get to the more important stuff now. So firstly, we need to check for some sub-processes that might still be running and that might actually interfere with our scanning process. So to do that, what we do is ermon-ng check and then the name of the interface. Now, as you guys can see, I have the network manager that is running out here, and we need to kill that first, and that can be easily done by going kill with the PID. After that, you can run a general command called ermon-ng check and kill. So whatever it finds, it will kill it accordingly. And when it produces no results like this, that means you're ready to go, as there are no subprocesses running that might actually interfere with our scan. Now, what we want to do is we want to run a dump scan on the network interface card and check out all the possible access points that are available to us. So as you guys can see, this produces a bunch of access points and they come with their BSS IDs. They also have the power, which is the PWR, that is the power of the signal. And let me go down back again. So yeah, you can see the beacons, you can see the data, you can see the channels available. And what the BSS ID is, it's the MAC ID that is actually tied in with the ESS ID, which basically represents the name of the router. Now, what we want to do from here is we want to choose which router we want to actually DOS. Now, the whole process of DOSing is actually we will continuously de-authenticate all the devices that are connected to it. So for now, I have chosen Edureka Wi-Fi to actually DOS out. And once I send a de-authentication broadcast, it will actually de-authenticate all the devices that are connected to it. Now, this de-authentication is done with a tool called Air Replay, which is a part of the AirCrack NG suite of tools. Now, let us just see how we can use Air Replay by opening up the help command. So we go --help, and this opens up the help command for us. Now, as you guys can see, it shows us that we can send a de-authentication message by typing in the -0, and then we need to type in the count. So what we are going to do is type in -0, which will send a de-authentication message, and now we can type 1 or 0. So 1 will send only one de-authentication message, while 0 will continuously loop it and send a bunch of de-authentication messages. We are going to say 0 because we want to be sure that we are de-authenticating everybody. And we can also generally specify the person we also want to specifically de-authenticate. But for this demonstration, I'm just going to try and de-authenticate everybody that is there. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy down the MAC address or the BSS ID as you would know it. And then we are going to run the authentication message. Now, as you guys can see, our de-authentication message is beginning to hunt on channel 9. Now, as you guys know, and as I already know, that our BSS ID or the MAC address is working on channel 6. Now, we can easily change the channel that our interface is working on by just going iwconfig w1 and then channel and then specifying the channel. Now, as you guys can see, our chosen router is working on channel 6, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, as you guys can see, it immediately starts sending de-authentication codes to the specified router. And this will actually make any device that is connected to that router almost unusable. You might see that you are still connected to the Wi-Fi, but try browsing the internet with them. You will never be able to actually reach any site, as I'm constantly de-authenticating your service. You will need that 4-way handshake all the time. And even if it completes, you are suddenly de-authenticated again because I'm running this thing on a loop. Now, you can let this command run for a few moments or how much of a time you want to DDoS that guy for. Well, this is not exactly a DDoS because you're doing it from one single machine, but you can also optimize this code to actually look like it's running from several different machines. So let me just show you how to do that. We're going to write a script file to actually optimize our code a lot. So this script file will actually automate most of the things that we just did and also optimize a little by changing our MAC address every single time. So we become hard to actually point out. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to put our wireless network card down. And maybe that's not the first thing that I want to do. Just give me a moment to think about this. I haven't actually thought this through, and I'm doing this on the fly. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start a while loop that is going to continuously run until we actually externally stop it. So we go while true, and then we're going to say do. And the first thing that we want to do is send out a de-authentication message, and we are going to send it around 10 de-authentication messages. And we want to run it on a specific BSS ID. So that is the BSS ID that I had copied. So let me just put in that. And then we just put in the interface that it's supposed to work on. Now, what we want to do after that is we want to change the MAC address after we have sent all these 10 packets. So what we will need to do is put down our wireless network. And as already discussed, we can do that with ifconfig WL1 down. And now what we want to do is change our MAC address. So we can do that with the simple tool that we had installed and saying MAC changer -r. So let me just open up a quick tab and show you guys how MAC changer actually works. Now you can already check out my other video called the ethical hacking course, which actually covers a lot of topics, and MAC changer is just one of them. And you can check how to use it in depth in that video. But for now, let me just give you a brief introduction to how MAC changer works. The MAC changer will basically give you a new MAC address every time. Let me just open up the help menu for you guys. So as you guys can see, these are the options that are available to us. We can get a random MAC address. We can also tell it to show our MAC address. And we also have to specify the interface when we want to show us the MAC address. Now let me just generate a new MAC address. So you see out here that interface up or insufficient permissions is being shown. So this means we always have to put down our interface first. So let me just do that quickly. ifconfig WL1 down. And now what we want to do is give ourselves a new MAC address. And boom, roasted, we already have a new MAC address, as you guys can see from the new MAC part. Now, if we put back our network interface card and then try and show our MAC address again, we see that our current MAC and our permanent MAC are two completely different MAC addresses. And our current MAC and the new MAC are identical. So this is how you can actually generate new MAC addresses to spoof your own identity on the wire. And that is very useful in this case because the person you're attacking will be so confused as to what to do because your MAC address is changing every time. And there's no real solution to the situation that you're creating for him. At least I don't know of any solution. If you do know how to stop this for yourself, please leave it down in the comment section below and help the world a little bit. Now we want to also get to know what our MAC address is every time. So let me just pipe my function through the whole thing and let me just try and grab the new MAC address. So MAC changer are WL1 and grep MAC, and then we want to put our network card in the monitor mode, and then we also want to put up our network interface card. Now what we want to do out here is optimize it. So we can't be attacking constantly. So let us put a sleep timer. So this will make our program sleep for a particular amount of time. I'm going to make it sleep for 5 seconds. So after every 5 seconds, it's gonna send that particular BSS ID 10 deauthentication messages. Then it's gonna bring down my interface card. It's gonna change my MAC address. It's gonna put back the interface card into monitor mode and sleep for 5 seconds and then repeat the entire process. And to end the script, let's just say done. So that will denote when the loop is done. Now let me just save it. Control O, Control X to exit. And there we go. Okay, so first of all, to actually run this, need to give it some more permissions. So as you guys can see, we already have it. Let me just put it in a much more readable format. Okay, so as you guys can see, our DOS.sh doesn't really have executability. So we can do that with the command chmod. So I'm going to give it some executable permissions. So chmod +x and then the name of the file. So this will actually change our DOS.sh into a executable bash script. Okay, so it seems that we have done some error. So let's just go back into our bash script and check for the error that we have probably done. So nano DOS.sh. Okay, so the thing that I am missing is that I forgot the -a that I'm supposed to put before putting the BSS ID in the air replay ng part of the code. So let me just go ahead and quickly do that. Okay, so now that that is done, let me just save it and quickly exit and see if this thing is working. Okay, so now we are trying to work out our script. Now, you guys should know that this Edureka Wi-Fi is my company's Wi-Fi and I have complete permission to go ahead and do this to them. Also, my company's Wi-Fi is kind of secure, so every time it senses that a deauthentication message is being sent like that, it kind of changes the channel that it is working on. So these guys are really smarter than me most of the time. And this time, I'm just going to try and force them to work on channel 6. So let me just go ahead and run my script once. Okay, so let me just check that they're still working on channel 6. Yep, they're still working on channel 6. Let me just check my script once if it's correctly done, if I have the perfect MAC ID. Let me just copy in the MAC ID just to be sure once again. So there you go, we've copied it. Let's go into the script and let's paste it out. Okay, so now that that is done and we have the MAC IDs and everything set up properly, let me just show you how to run the script. So you go dot and backward slash and then you said dos.sh. Now you see that our thing is working on channel 8. So this will definitely not work and will say that BSS ID is not there. So what we need to do, as I had showed to you guys earlier, we can go iwconfig WL1 and change the channel to channel 6. Oops, I changed it to channel 8 again. This will not work. I'm sorry, that was my bad. So now that we have changed it to channel 6, you can see that it is sending everything immediately. Okay, so that is actually running our script very well. And as you guys can see, the security measures that are taken by my company, it will not always work on channel 6. It'll keep rotating now until it finds a safe channel. So it really can't find a safe channel. I will always be DOSing on channel 6 and it will run sometimes and it won't run sometimes, but mostly with unsecure Wi-Fi that is running at your home mostly, this will work 100% times. So let me just stop this because my company will go mad on me if I just keep on DOSing them. So this brings us to the end of our demonstration. This is how you can always DOS your neighbors if they're annoying you. But remember, if you're caught, you could be prosecuted. So this was about how DDoS works, what DDoS actually is, and the different types, and how you can do one on your own with your own system.
So let us understand what SQL injection is. SQL injection is one of the most used and one of the most common web-based attacks. So for SQL injection to work, you need a web application that uses a database. Let me tell you with an example what SQL injection is. Consider an example where there's a web application that's using a database. This web application might be taking input from the user and storing the information onto the database, or it might be fetching data from the database and displaying out to the user. In either case, what happens is there's a SQL query or a database query that's generated on the web application, which is sent to the database, and this query is executed on the database and relevant information is returned back to the web application. Now this is how the normal scenario is. So what happens when you use SQL injection is you manipulate this database query in order to make it do something that it is ideally not supposed to do. So you change the SQL query, you manipulate it, you inject some malicious string in the SQL query and then make it do something that it is not ideally supposed to do. So what happens is you manipulate the query and then this malicious query is sent to the database, it's executed there and the relevant results are returned. Now this is SQL injection. So SQL injection is a code injection technique which is used to execute malicious SQL statements on the database. So basically SQL injection attack is something that you use to take over database servers. Now that you've got a high level understanding of what SQL injection is, let's understand how SQL injection works. Moving on to understanding how SQL injection works, let's take an example of a web application that takes username and password for login. Now on a day-to-day basis, you use a lot of web application where the first thing you have to do is log in into the web application. You can consider the example of your Gmail account, your email ID, your Facebook account, your Twitter, Instagram, and even your internet banking services. So the first thing you have to do in order to use the features or the functions of this web application is to log in into the web application. So what you usually do is you enter the username, then you enter the password. Now because SQL injection works only on a web application that's using the database, and suppose the details of all the username and their password is stored in a database, what actually happens is there's a database and in this database there's a table that is storing all the usernames and their respective passwords. So when you hit the login button after entering the username and the password, that input information is sent to the database and it is cross-checked with the table. So if there is any user with that username and the password to that username is right, then there's a successful match and there's a successful login. And if there is no user with that particular username, or if there is a user with that particular username but the password to that username is wrong, then the login is unsuccessful. So this is how the usual case is. Now what we are actually interested in is not the flow of how this works, but the SQL query that's generated in order to do this job. So for this example, the simple query that would be generated would look something like this. So there is select star, where star means fetch any number of rows that matches some condition from users, where users is the name of the database table. Then there's a condition to check the username equal to abc@xyz.com and the password should be 123456. So when this SQL query is generated, if there is a user with the username abc@xyz.com and the password to that username is 123456, then that particular row is returned. And if there is no user with this particular username and password, then there is no rows or there is no values returned. So basically, if this SQL query returns some value or returns a true value, then the login is successful. And if this SQL query returns a false value, then the login is unsuccessful. So this is how it actually works. Now, like I told you, we are not interested in the flow of how this works. We are only interested in the SQL query that's generated. Let me just highlight the SQL query for you. So this is the same SQL query that I showed in the previous slide. Now what I've done is I've highlighted some part of this SQL query. Now why have I done that? I've highlighted the part that is the input to this SQL query. Now when you're using a web application, the SQL query is pre-generated by the web application and the only control the user has is over the input. So the part I've highlighted is the user input, and that's the only part in the whole SQL query that the user has control over. So whatever changes we have to make or whatever we have to do in order to execute a SQL injection attack should be done by giving the right inputs. Now, like I told you that if this SQL query returns true, then the login is successful. And if this SQL query returns false, then the login is unsuccessful. So SQL injection attack is a web-based attack where we manipulate this SQL query in order to always return true, even if we don't know the username or if we don't know the password. Now the question is, how can we do that? To do that, we'll be using something called an OR logic gate. So for that, I'll be explaining you first what an OR logic is. So OR logic is a function that takes certain inputs and gives an output. Now let's take an example where A and B is the input and out is the output. Now suppose there's an OR function running on the inputs A and B. If both the inputs are false, then the output is false. If one of the input is true, then the output is true. And if both the inputs are true, then the output is true. Now what you have to observe here is when one of the input is true, then irrespective of what the other input is, the output is always true. So whenever there's one input true, the output is always true. And we'll be using this feature of the OR function in the SQL injection attack. So there is this SQL query and the objective is to make this SQL query return true. So I'm going to manipulate this SQL query to something like this. And like I told you that the user doesn't have control over the SQL query that's generated, and the only control the user has is over the input that is given. So I'll be giving this as the input. The input will be inverted comma space or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space. Now this part of this query is the part which always returns true. Now let me just highlight that particular part for you and explain how this malicious string actually works. Now the input is inverted comma space or space 1 equal to 1. Now the first inverted comma is used to close the string parameter. Whenever you give something as an input in the input box of the web application, then it is considered as a string in most of the cases, especially for username and the password. So the first inverted comma is used to close this parameter, the string parameter. Then there is the OR function, and after that there is a statement that is 1 equal to 1. Now if you see this, there are two inputs. There's the OR function and there's one input to the left hand side and there's one input to the right hand side. What we are interested in is the statement that is to the right hand side of the OR function, that is 1 equal to 1. Now this is a statement that will always return true because 1 is always equal to 1. And like we've already understood that if one of the input to the OR function is true, then irrespective of what the other input is, the result will always be true. So in this case, because 1 is always equal to 1 and that is true, then this function, the OR function, will always return true. And hence, the SQL query will always return true. Now what is the use of the extra double hyphen that I've used? So the double hyphen I've used is to comment out the rest of the SQL query. And that's why I faded out the and password part. So when I use double hyphen, it doesn't matter what the next part of the SQL query is. And like we've understood that this OR function returns true, then this SQL query returns true, meaning that the login is successful. So this is how SQL injection works. Now let's see how you can use SQL injection to attack a web application. In the previous slide, I showed you one malicious string that can be used for SQL injection. But there is no one universal string that can be used for SQL injection. Now, what kind of SQL injection you use or how you use the SQL injection depends on how the web application is built. Just so you can understand in a better way how SQL injection can be used differently, I have taken two examples in this session where in each case the data is being passed in different ways. So first I'll explain to you what are these different methods that the data is being passed. So the first way that the data is being passed is by using the get method. So when a web application is using the get method to pass data, maybe from one web page to another or from a web page to the database, the data that is being sent is sent through the URL of the request. So the data that is being sent is visible in the URL. Let's take an example where there's a login page and there's a username and a password field. You enter the username maybe as admin and the password is also the admin. And when you hit the login button, suppose the web application is using the get method, then the URL request will look something like this. In this case, there's the name of the web page and there is also the information that is being passed, that is the username and the password. So when you use the get method, the data that is being passed is visible in the URL. Now let's see an example where there's a web application that is using the get method and let's see how you can use SQL injection to hack that web application. I've built this web application that uses get method to pass the data and this is how the web application looks. Before telling you how it works, let's just have a look at the database. So to show you the contents of the database, let me first log in into the database. Now I'm using the database named test, so let me just select it first. So first let's see what are the contents of this database table. So the name of the database table is login details. So let me just print out all the rows and columns that are in this table. So there are two columns in this table. One is the username and one is the password. And there are three entries, the username and password for the respective username. Now let's see how this web application works. So first I'll show you the code I've used to build this web application. So this is the code that handles the login activity. So first it takes the data from the web application, the HTML page, then it connects to the database, then it uses the SQL query and it selects the user which has that particular username and that password. And if there's a user with that particular username and password, then it prints a success message. And if there is no user with that username and password, then it prints a failure message. Now let's see how this web application works. So I'll just give some valid inputs first. There is admin with the password admin. Let me just hit the login button. Well, this was a success. Let me try another input where the username is Edureka and the password is 123456. Let me try logging in and it was also a success. Now what if I give some wrong input? So I'll give Tony as a username and some random thing as a password. Let me try logging in and it's a failure because that user name does not exist in the database and obviously the password also. Now what you have to observe is because this web application is using the get method to pass data, you can see the data in the URL of the string, especially this part where the username is Tony and the password is this random string. Well, now you can see that the data is being passed using the get method and the data is visible in the URL of the request. Now what we'll do to use SQL injection attack on this is we'll use that malicious string I showed you during the slides to bypass this login. So what I'm going to do is erase the username and use the malicious string. So the string is inverted comma space or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space. So what should happen when I hit enter is this SQL query should return true and the login should be successful and we should see a success message on the screen. So let me just hit the enter button. Well, the login was successful and we can see that the SQL injection attack worked. This is how you can use SQL injection while you're trying to hack the web application that uses get method to pass data. Well, there's another method that can be used to pass data and it is called the post method. Now let's see what this post method is. When a web application is using the post method to pass data, maybe from one web page to another or from a web page to the database, then the data that is being sent is not visible in the URL string. Now let me show you how you can use SQL injection attack on a web application that is using the post method. This is the web application that uses post method to pass data from the web page to the database. I've kept the interface same because it doesn't matter how the web application looks. So what matters is how it works. So let me give some valid input at first. The first username was admin and the password was admin. Let me just hit the login button and you see the login was successful. Let me use another entry. The username is Edureka and the password is 123456. And let me hit the login button and the login was successful. Now let me try some wrong input, some invalid input, some random characters and some random password. Let me hit the login button and the login was a failure. So you can see that the web application works in the exact same way, apart from one thing, that when I hit the login button, the username and the password is not seen in the URL. You can only see the name of the web page and not the data that is being sent. Now in the previous case, you could see the username and the password in the URL and you use the malicious string to hack the web application. Now that there is no username and password in the URL, how would you hack this web application? Like I told you while explaining how SQL injection works, the only control the user has over the web application is in the input that he gives. So whatever malicious string that we are going to enter will be through the input that we give to the web application. Now let's use the malicious string in the username and the password field and see whether it is vulnerable to SQL injection. Well, the malicious string was inverted comma or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen space, and let me just give some random password and let me hit the login button. Well, this was a success and you can see I didn't give the right username and I didn't give the right password, but still I used the malicious string and used SQL injection attack on this web application. Well, this is how you can hack a web application that is using post method to transfer data. Now the next part of this session is how to prevent SQL injection. Well, when you are an ethical hacker and you have to test a web application for vulnerabilities, and suppose you found that that web application is vulnerable to SQL injection attacks. Now you have to tell the organization on how they can make their security better. And that's why it's important to know that how you can prevent SQL injection attacks. There are different ways of preventing SQL injection attacks, and it all depends on how the web application is built. Just so you know, I'll be explaining one such way that you can use to prevent SQL injection attack. Now there's another web application that I've built that prevents SQL injection attacks. So let me just show you how it works. I'll show you the code and I'll show you what changes I've made and then explain how this prevents SQL injection attacks. So the first part of the code is same. It takes username and password from the HTML page from the input and then it connects to the database and then it runs some SQL query to check if the username and the password is valid. And finally, it returns a success if it's true, and it returns a failure message if the login is unsuccessful. Now the changes I've made is in this part of the code. What I've done is I'm using some method, some function called prepare and bind parameter. And what this actually does is it binds the whole input that the user gives as a string. Like I told you previously that the inverted comma was used to close the string parameter. When you use the bind parameter function, that whole malicious string is considered as a string. Now just so you can understand it better, I've just visualized this logic so you can understand better. So I'll get back to the slide and explain how this works. So what we actually did was there was a username and the password field and we entered the malicious string in the username or the password and we could log in successfully. Now when you use the methods that I used in the code, what actually happens is this whole string, the whole malicious string is considered as a string and the inverted comma used is also considered as a string. Now when you use the bind parameter function, what happens is the whole malicious string is considered as a string and the or 1 equal to 1 hyphen hyphen is not considered as a logic in the code. So when you use the bind parameter and even if you give this malicious string as the input, it is sent to the database as the string. It is compared, it is cross-checked with the username and the password in the database table. and because there is no match, the login will be unsuccessful. This is one way how you can prevent SQL injection. There are many other ways that you can use. You can use form validations. You can limit the characters that can be used as password. And there are many other ways, and it all depends on how the web application is built.
As we all know that Python is a very popular language and known for its readability and scalability. So, let's understand why Python programming for ethical hacking. For this, we must be aware of Python benefits using over ethical hacking. So first one is versatility. Python's extensive libraries and frameworks are suitable for network scanning and penetrations testing. And the next one is ease of learning. Python's simplicity and readability attract ethical hackers, facilitating efficient code development for security assessment and vulnerability identifications. And then we have community support. Python's strong community provides resources, tools, and modules for ethical hacking collaborations. And finally, cross-platform compatibility. Python's cross-platform compatibility allows the deployment of tools across different systems. Now, for ethical hacking, the another main foundation is network. Because if we know something about how data is transformed or the working process of network, then only we can perform hacking. Therefore, let's understand a bit more about network first. So what do you mean by network? A network is a group of interconnected devices such as computers, printers, and servers that communicate and share the resources through physically or wireless connections. Next, we will understand what are network components. Network components are physical or virtual devices and entities that are essential to computer network operations and communications. These components work together to enable a data transmission, connectivity, and resource sharing. So here are some of the key network components. First one is a router. It is a network component which connects different networks and directs the data traffic between them. Next one is a switch. This network component connects the devices within the same network and also facilitates the communication. After that, we have hub. This is a basic networking device that connects multiple devices but lacks the intelligence of switch. After that, we have gateway. This is a network component which connects different types of network and also translating the data formats. So, just now we understand the network components, which means the nodes of network. But we need to know how data is transformed between them. This is where a term protocol comes in. So, what do you mean by protocol? A protocol is a set of rules and conventions that governs the transmission and reception of data over a network and also ensuring accurate and consistent communication between the devices and systems. There are three types of protocols. First one is Transmission Control Protocol or Internet Protocol. This is suitable for internet communication. And the next one is Hypertext Transform Protocol or Secure. This is used for web communication. And the last one, File Transfer Protocol. This facilitates a file transfer over a network. Next we have IP addressing. An IP address is a numerical label assigned to each device in a computer network, serving for host identification and network location addressing. We have two types of IP addressing. So first one is IPv4. It uses a 32-bit of address schemes. And then we have IPv6. It uses a 128-bit address scheme. And the next is DNS, which means Domain Name System. It is a database that converts the internet domain names into IP address. So this is all about something about network. Let's move towards web scraping. So what do you mean by web scraping? The process of extracting information from the website. So here, a beautiful SOAP is a Python library that makes a data extraction from HTML and XML files easier. So this library provides tools for navigating, searching, and modifying the parse tree and also making it easier to extract the relevant data. Next, we'll understand What is the use of web scraping? Web scraping has numerous applications in a variety of industries. Let's take a look at some of these right now. First one is price monitoring. Companies use web scraping to analyze the product data and competitors' data to determine the optimal pricing strategies. And the second one is market research. High-quality web scraped data aids in analyzing consumer trends and determining a future business direction. Next one is news monitoring. Web scraping news sites provides a detailed report on current news and also crucial for companies relying on daily news. And then we have sentimental analysis. Here web scraping helps companies to understand the consumer sentiment about their products, aiding in products creation and competitive edge. And finally we have email marketing. Here web scraping allows companies to collect email IDs from the various sites and send bulk promotional emails. Now, we will understand a specific language to communicate between the network devices, that is nothing but a socket programming in Python. Socket programming is a method of communicating between computers that makes a use of sockets, which means endpoints for sending and receiving the data. Next, we will understand how to secure our data from hacking. So we have security essentials as cryptography. So cryptography is a study of ciphers and codes in order to secure communications. Python includes libraries that make it easier to implement cryptographic algorithms. And the another method is packet sniffing with Scapy. Now we will understand the libraries of Python for cryptographic techniques. So first one is cryptography library. This is used for various cryptographic operations, which includes symmetric and asymmetric encryptions as well as key generation. Next one is hashlib. This library used for hashing functions to generate a hash values for data integrity verifications. And the third one is fernet. This library is specifically used for symmetric encryption by using fernet symmetric key. So these libraries provides a comprehensive support for implementing cryptographic techniques in Python application. And now, packet sniffing with Scapy. Packet sniffing is the capture and analyze of data packets while they travel across the network. And Scapy is a powerful Python library that allows you to create, capture and analyze the network packets. Packet sniffing with the tools like Scapy is useful in modern days for various purposes. Some of them are network troubleshooting, security monitoring, performance optimization, and then protocol analysis, quality of service monitoring, and finally, development and testing. Now we will understand exploiting web vulnerabilities. So, web vulnerabilities are weaknesses or misconfigurations in a website or a web application code that allows attackers to gain control of a site and hosting server. Some common web security vulnerabilities include SQL injection and cross-site scripting. First one is SQL injection. When an attacker injects malicious SQL code into input fields, they can manipulate a database and potentially gain unauthorized access to the sensitive information or a data. And the next one is cross-site scripting. This involves tricking a user's browsers into making an unintended and unauthorized request on behalf of authenticated users, and also leading to actions performed without their knowledge or consent. Now, let's briefly discuss password cracking techniques. Password cracking techniques involve attempting to discover or guess a user password using various methods. Attackers frequently use these methods to gain unauthorized access to the systems, accounts, or sensitive information. The different types of password cracking methods are brute force attack. Here, hackers systematically trying all possible password combinations. Next one is dictionary attacks. This is a way of using a pre-compiled list of commonly used passwords. Next one we have rainbow table attacks. Here, hackers keep an eye on employing pre-computed tables of hash values for password hashes. After that, We have another technique for password cracking is credential stuffing. In this, hacker may reuse the leaked username and password across different services. Next method is by using keylogging. This process records the keystrokes to capture the entered password. And the next one is shoulder surfing. Here, hackers observe a user entered their password without their knowledge. And the final method is man-in-the-middle attacks. In this technique, hackers intercepting communication between user and systems to capture passwords. And finally, we reached conclusion part. That is, according to me, ethical hacking can help in a variety of ways, including strengthening computers and network security through a penetration testing and allowing one to take a preventive measures to avoid security breaches. Finally, the list of benefits provided by ethical hackers is extensive, and also ethical hackers are in high demand.
So when you get hired as a penetration tester or a security analyst, one of your main roles is vulnerability assessment. So what exactly is vulnerability assessment? Well, a vulnerability assessment is the process of defining, identifying, classifying, and prioritizing vulnerabilities in a computer system, application, and network infrastructures, and providing organization doing the assessment with the necessary knowledge, awareness, and risk background to understand the threats to its environment and react appropriately to them. So vulnerability is a situation that can be taken advantage of by a hacker or a penetration tester for their own misuse or actually for fixing the issue. So vulnerability assessment has 3 steps. So the first step is actually identifying the assets and the vulnerabilities of the system. The second step is actually quantifying the assessment. And the third is reporting the results. Now, vulnerability assessment is only a small part, and pen testing is an extended process of vulnerability assessment. Pen testing or penetration testing includes processes like scanning, vulnerability assessment in itself, exploitation research, and reporting whatever the results are. So, in the industry, one of the most widely used frameworks when penetration testing is Metasploit. So, Metasploit is widely used in penetration testing, as I just said, and also used for exploitation research. So some of you might ask, what exactly is an exploit research? Well, in this world, there are tons of exploits, and the way to approach each one of them is ever so different. So what we have to do is exploit all the research that is available to us, and we have to find the best way to approach them. So suppose, for example, you have a secure shell login. So the best way to actually approach a secure shell login, until my knowledge, is that you have to get a backdoor access to this from the port numbers that you can scan via Nmap or ZenMap. Okay, so without wasting much time at looking at PowerPoint presentations, let's actually get started as to how we can use Metasploit. So Metasploit is a freely available open source framework that is widely used by pen testers, as we just discussed. So to actually install Metasploit, which is easily available on Linux and Windows, I guess, let me just check it out. So you go on your browser and you type Metasploit downloads. Now you just visit the first link. And as you guys can see, it says it's the world's most used penetration testing tool. And then you just download the Metasploit framework by clicking the download button here. So y'all might also find a pro version, which is a paid thing. And this has a little bit of extra features like group support and actually helping a company work as an organization. But we don't actually need that when practicing our pen testing abilities. So for that, you just go ahead and download Metasploit framework and install it on your system. Above that, there's another thing I want to make you guys aware of, and that is Metasploitable. So when actually pen testing, we need a server or a website to actually pen test things on. So normally this is a very illegal thing to do without permission. So Metasploitable has actually created a server with a lot of vulnerabilities on it, and it's called Metasploitable 2. So Metasploitable 2 is easily downloadable from this link, and it's a VirtualBox file, so you guys must have a virtual machine software on your system to actually set this thing up. I'll also go through how to actually set up Metasploitable because it has a lot of configuration and network management to go with it, so we'll get to that later. But for now, let's get started with Metasploitable. So before that, Metasploitable is written in Ruby, and if you all know Ruby coding and you all know how to make exploits, you all can also always contribute to the Metasploit community. So Metasploit is one of the most widely used pen testing tools in the industry. So what exactly is Metasploit? Well, it's a framework, And what a framework is it's actually a collection of tools. So these tools are majorly used for penetration testing and exploitation research. Now, one might ask, what exactly is exploit research? Well, there are tons of exploits out there, and there are tons of ways to actually approach them. And this only comes to us from thorough research as to how we can approach each and every exploit in their best way. So talking about Metasploit, well, it's open source and it's free, and it's also written in Ruby. So if you guys know Ruby coding and know how to make exploits, y'all can always contribute to the Metasploit framework. Now talking about the download part, well, y'all can easily download Metasploit from its download page, which is www.metasploit.com/download. I'll be leaving the download link in the description. And once you're on the download page, you'll see two versions. One is the free version, which is the original Metasploit framework, and it's the core framework that everybody works on. And then there's Metasploit Pro, which comes with a 14-day free trial. So Metasploit Pro actually has a few extra features, which is great for an organization. Like, it helps you work as a team. But if you're a guy who's just practicing pen testing like me, Metasploit Framework, the free version, is the absolute way to go. Now also, when pen testing, y'all will also need Metasploitable. Now, Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable target machine for actually practicing your Metasploit skills on. So we'll go over the installation of Metasploitable later, but for now, let's go over Metasploitable. So once you guys have actually downloaded the link, y'all can actually install it on your systems. And Metasploit actually has three interfaces. So we are going to be using the command line interface, or the MSF console in other words, but y'all can also use the GUI interface, which is called Armitage if I'm not wrong. So let's get started. So first of all, I've already actually downloaded Metasploit and installed it on my computer. And y'all can just do the same by pressing the download button, as you guys can see. So to start up Metasploit, all you have to do is go on your terminal. And so to start a Metasploit, all you have to do is go on your terminal on Linux. Well, we're starting a PostgreSQL server because, first of all, the PostgreSQL server is the basis of all the Metasploit exploits that are stored, and starting it will just make it run faster. So we go service PostgreSQL and start. So that should start up a service, and indeed it has. So the next thing you want to do is go in and type MSF console. And that's going to take a little bit of time because I have a very slow computer, and it's going to start up our Metasploit frame. So as you guys can see, we got a big banner out here which says Metasploit Cyber Missile, and the banner changes every time. Don't get worried if you have a different banner. And the main thing is that you should see this MSF thing out here. So this means we are in the MSF shell right now, which is the Metasploit framework shell. So let's get started by actually clearing our screen. So first things first, the first command that you might want to run on Metasploit is the help command. So help will tell us everything that we can do with this framework. So as you guys can see, there are a bunch of commands and their descriptions to go along with it. Y'all can give it a quick read and find the things that are interesting to you. So as you guys can see, banner is display an awesome Metasploit banner. Y'all can change the banner. As you guys can see, there are a lot of juicy commands, like there's a banner command, which I just had used. So if you go and type banner, it'll give you a nice cool banner about Metasploit. And there are other commands which work very similar to Linux, like cd, which changes the current directory. You can change the color by toggling colors. And then you can connect with a host and all sorts of stuff. So Metasploit has a bunch of exploits. So before we go further, I want to make you guys aware of three important terms regarding Metasploit. So the first is a vulnerability. And we had already discussed this, that a vulnerability is a situation which can be taken advantage of by a system or a person who access. So the second part is an exploit. So what exactly is an exploit? Well, an exploit is a module, which is a bunch of code written in Ruby on Metasploit that is used to target different vulnerabilities. And the third thing is a payload. So a payload is the action that you do once you actually have access to somebody's system. So basically, suppose you've hacked somebody and you've gained access to their system. Now the activities you do after gaining access is defined as the payload. So we just spoke about exploits, and I told you guys that Metasploit has a bunch of exploits. So how do we see all the exploits that are there? So you go show exploits. Well, as you guys can see, we've loaded up a bunch of exploits, which is basically all the exploits that Metasploit has to offer at this moment. So let me just increase the screen a bit. And let's scroll completely to the top. Yep. So as you guys can see, show exploits gave us a bunch of exploits, and it shows their name, a description, a disclosure date, and a rank. So the name and description is, as it says, it's the name of the exploit and it's a short description about it. The disclosure date is when the exploit was actually released by Metasploit, and the rank is how it has fared against the vulnerability it was released for since it was actually released. So as you guys can see, ranks range from excellent, great, good, and stuff. And we have a bunch of exploits. So as you guys can see, there's an Android exploit, there's a Samsung Galaxy Knox Android exploit, there are a bunch of Windows exploit, Adobe Flash exploits, FTP exploits, MySQL exploits, ASP.NET exploits, and a bunch of other stuff. So as you guys can see, there are a bunch of exploits to use, and it can get confusing and rather troublesome to search for the exploit you actually want to use. So as a pen tester, you can always go for the search keyword, which is basically, suppose you know that you have a MySQL server which has a bunch of vulnerabilities and you want to test those out. So you simply go search MySQL. Now I'll search the database for all the exploits that are related to MySQL and present them to you. Okay, so we have our results. So as you guys can see, we have a bunch of MySQL related modules now. Now this makes it way easier if you're a pen tester and you're looking for MySQL exploits. Now suppose you choose your exploit and let's see. Let's choose, which one do we want to use today? We're going to just use this MySQL hash dump. So to actually use this, we have to copy the name. So double click on it and it'll just select it, and then you go Control-Shift-C in your terminal. So that copies it. And so if you want some more information about it, you can always go info and then just paste in the name of the exploit. So this gives us a bunch of information, actually gives us all the information you need about the exploit. So it gives you the name, that it's a MySQL password hash dump. Its module name is auxiliary scanner and all this stuff. It's licensed by Metasploit framework in itself, and it has a normal rank. And these are all the options that you might need to set when actually using the exploit. And this also gives you a small description. So it says this module extracts the usernames and encrypted password hashes from a MySQL server and stores them for later cracking. So seems like pretty cool stuff you can do with MySQL server and its password database. So if you actually want to use this, so you have to use the use keyword. So we go use and Control-Shift-V. So as you guys can see, it's denoted in red out here that we are indeed in the exploit that we want to use. Now, the first thing you want to do when you're using an exploit is you want to go and say show options. Now, as you guys can see, these are the options that we actually need to set before using the exploit. Now, the options can be necessary or they can be optional. Like, so there's a password field out here, which is not really necessary, but will help your exploit if you actually provide it. But you need to provide the R hosts, which is the targeting host machine, and the port and the threads is already set. Now, suppose you want to set the R hosts, so you can just go set R hosts, and you can set it to whatever IP address you want. Like suppose you want to address 192.168.2.56, something like that. So then that will set the R hosts. You can also set the number of threads. Now threads are actually what the threads mean in parallel processing. That means how many parallel threads you're going to run so that you have faster computation. So this means you need GPU power if you have multiple threads running. So let's set threads to 30 for now. So we've set the threads to 30, and then you can go show options again and see that you have indeed actually set your options. So we've set the threads to 30 and our host has also been set. So that was all about how you can get into a module, get some information about a module, and how you can also use the module. So once you're done using the module, or once you're done setting up the options rather, you can go ahead and run the command run or even exploit. And this will start actually running the exploit on the system that you want to. Now I've put in a very arbitrary IP address, and that does not have MySQL port running, so our exploit failed. Now, once you have tested out your exploit and you want to go back to the main MSF Unix shell, just go ahead and type back. It's as simple as that. So that brings us back to the MSF command line. So let's go ahead and clear our screen now. Okay, so it's time we do something interesting. So to do that, first of all, we need to go ahead and actually download Metasploitable 2. So to download Metasploitable 2, you have to go on this link. I'll leave the link in the description. So, or rather, you can just go on your browser and type in Metasploitable 2 download. So Metasploitable, as we had earlier discussed, is a Linux-based distribution, and it's mostly meant for actually practicing your pen testing skills. So basically, it has a bunch of ports open on it. So it's basically just for your ease, so that you don't go ahead and test it out on some valid website and then get thrown into jail, because that's a very illegal thing to do. So go ahead and download Metasploitable 2, and then also download Oracle VirtualBox Machine or Oracle VirtualBox. So you all can also easily download that from www.virtualbox.org. And this is because you should never run Metasploitable 2 on a system that is connected to a network. You should always use it on a virtual machine because it's protected that way so that nobody else can access it. So to actually set up Metasploitable, once you've downloaded it, you go ahead and open up your VirtualBox. So out here, you have to go into Global Tools and you create a host-only network manager. Now I've already created a host-only network manager, and then you go ahead and enable the DHCP server by pressing this out here, like enable. Then you go back and you just go new. You give it a name, like whatever you want to name it. I have already named mine Metasploitable 2, as you guys can see. So we're going to call this demo for just demonstration purposes. Choose the type to be Linux, and it's Ubuntu 64-bit. Click next, give it a gig of RAM, and you are going to use an existing virtual hard disk. So out here, you just click on this button out here, and you browse to the place where you've actually downloaded and unzipped your Metasploitable download file. Then you'll get this virtual machine disk file, which is a VMDK file, and you just go ahead and load it up. So I'm not going to do that again because that's just going to eat up my RAM, and I've already installed it out here. So that was all about the installation and the configuration. So now let's get started and let's start playing around with Metasploitable. So once you're done downloading and installing Metasploitable on your computer, all you have to do is go ahead and start it up in your VirtualBox machine. And the login ID and the password both are MSF admin. So first of all, we need the IP address of our Metasploitable server. So we go ifconfig, and this gives us the address. So as you can see out here, our address is 192.168.56.101. So once you go ahead and start up Metasploitable, it's time that we go ahead and exploit all the vulnerabilities that is presented to us by Metasploitable 2. So to do that, let's head back to our Linux terminal again. So once we have the IP address, that was 192.168.56.101 if I am correct. So let's go and quickly get a little bit of information about that. So who is 192.168.56.101? So this will give us a who is on Metasploitable 2, and it'll give us a bunch of information as to how the server is set up, where it is set up, the ports that are open, and various other things. So as you guys can see, this gave us a complete who is. So to get some more information about our Metasploitable server, we're going to be using Nmap. Now, if you guys don't know about how to use Nmap, you can go out and check my other video on the playlist. I've made a pretty good Nmap tutorial. So we go Nmap-f-s and v, which is steel version, and we give it the name or the domain name server, 92.168.56.101. So we've got a juicy result out here, and we can see that there's a bunch of stuff open. So as you guys can see, there's the FTP port open, which has a version of VSFTPD 2.3.4. There's also OpenSSH, which is 4.7 P1 Debian. There's also Telnet, which is almost miserable to have Telnet running on your computer. Then there's SMTP, there's HTTP, and there's a bunch of ports open, as you guys can just see on your screen. So it's time we actually use Metasploit like a pen tester to go ahead and test out these vulnerabilities. So let's choose these FTP things. So we have this FTP out here. So from the version number, which is given to us by the steel version flag on Nmap, we know that it's using VSFTPD 2.3.4. So we can easily search for an exploit of the same version. So as a pen tester, you would go search VSFTPD 2.3.4. So this should give us all the exploits that are available for this particular vulnerability. So as you guys can see, after a long search from the search VSFTPD, we found a vulnerability or an exploit that can take advantage of the vulnerability. So it's time we actually use this. So first of all, let's get some info about this. So info, let's copy down this thing, and then let's get some info about this. So as this module description says, this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to VSFTPD download archive. This backdoor was introduced in the VSFTPD 2.3.4 tar.gz archive between June 30th and Walla Walla. So we have the options of setting an R host. It has an available target. It's provided by these guys, and it's a pretty good exploit in my opinion. So let's go ahead and use it. So we go use and the name of the exploit. So it's visible to us that we've again entered the exploit module, which is Unix/FTP/VSFTPD234 backdoor. So what we're going to do is we are going to actually gain a backdoor access to our Metasploitable system. So to actually make this more believable, so if you guys go into your Metasploitable system, so you guys can see that you're in the root directory. So you can gain some root access by going sudo su and going msf admin. So we're now a root user in the msf admin, or rather the Metasploitable console. So if we go ls, we can see the various files. And if we go /home, we're in the home directory now. And if we do ls out here, we can see that there are a bunch of stuff. So there's an FTP folder, there's a hacked folder, there's an MSF admin folder, and there's service and there's user. So that's 5 folders if you guys remember. So now what we're going to do is we're going to gain some backdoor access into this system, and we're going to create a bunch of folders in the home directory. So let's get on doing that. So to do that, we head back to our Metasploit terminal, and we go show options as we had already entered our exploit. So go show options. So as we see, the options that we have to provide is the R host and the port number. Now the port number has already been set because it's 21, and that's where FTP runs, or rather TCP runs, and we now just have to set the host. So to set the host, we have to just put in the IP address of our Metasploitable server. So if I remember correctly, it's set our hosts to 192.168.56.101. So that has set our hosts. So we can again check that if we've done it correctly by going show options. And we indeed have set our hosts. Now all we have to do is run the exploit. So we go and hit run. So as you guys can see, we have actually gained a backdoor service has spawned and it's handling, and the command shell session has started. Now you might be confused as to why do I have this blinking line? Well, this blinking line actually means that you are inside the Metasploitable server. That means we have already gained a backdoor access, and this blinking line denotes that we are on the terminal of Metasploitable 2. Now if you guys don't believe me, let's do some experimenting. So as I had said, I'll create a bunch of folders in the home directory. So let's change to the home directory first. Or rather, first you can also do a who am I, and instead that you're the root user. Next, you go and do cd/home, and I'll change to the home directory. Now, let's make a bunch of folders, like make directory, this is a test. So that should have made a directory. So let's go into that directory, cd, this is a test. So we're already into the directory. This is a test. Now let's make a file called targets.txt. So that creates the file. So just to see if we have actually done it properly, let's go back to our Metasploitable server. Now in the home directory, you go and type in ls again. Okay, so let's type in ls and see. So as you guys can see, we have created this is a test folder and it's already available there. So let's go and move into that folder. So this is a test and we are already in that folder. So, and we had also created a text file which was called targets. So that was ls and it should give us a targets.txt. So as you guys just saw, we gained a backdoor access into a remote system through a vulnerability that was available to us on the FTP port. So we first did that by scanning the entire domain name server of Metasploitable via Nmap and gaining some intelligence as to what ports are running and what ports are actually open. Then we found out that the FTP port was open. Then we went on to Metasploit and we found out exploit that vulnerability very successfully. We found out how to use the exploit, some information about that exploit, and in the end, we actually executed our commands.
Now, you guys must be wondering what exactly is Nmap and why should I learn it? Well, Nmap is a network scanner that is widely used by ethical hackers to scan networks, as the name suggests. Now, you might wonder, why do I need a network scanner? Well, suppose let me give you an example. So, suppose you have a Wi-Fi that has been set up in your new house, and you realize that your data is being actually consumed at a faster rate than you are using it. Now, you have suspected that it's your pesky neighbor who keeps on connecting to your Wi-Fi and eating up all your data. So to actually confirm all your doubts, what you want to do is a network scan, and Nmap is a pretty wonderful tool to do that. Now, Nmap runs on Linux, Mac OS and Windows, and I'm mostly going to be running this on Linux because that's what I do most of my penetration testing and network testing on. So let's go ahead and get on with the installation of Nmap on your computer. So what you do is go apt-get install Nmap. Now for this you have to be logged in as root. If you're not logged in as root, just add sudo before this whole command and it will install it. Now I already have Nmap installed, so I'm not really going to install it again and again. So let's just go ahead and just do a few scans on our website, that is www.edureka.co, and we are going to see what we get back as results. So first of all, let me just show you how you can scan a certain domain name service or DNS. So Nmap, we are going to use a flag all the time. Now let me just tell you what are flags. So if you just go into Nmap and type --help, this will give you all the flags and options that are available to actually use on Nmap. So if you are actually stuck and you can't remember stuff, just go in and type nmap --help and it will give you all the stuff. Now, network scans generally take a long time, so I'm going to be using the fast mode most of the time. So for fast mode, all you have to do is type in edureka.co and sit and wait for this scan to get over. Now when the scan gets over, you will see a bunch of information, and let me just wait till that information pops up and then we'll talk about the information together. Okay, so as you guys can see, our scan has been completed. It took 13.71 seconds to actually do the scan. Now as you guys can see, it shows us the ports, the states and the services. Now the ports is basically the port number which our service, that is also binded to, is working on. So we can see that SSH service is working on port number 22, SMTP on 25, HTTP on 80, RPC bind on 111 and HTTPS on 443. So that is how you can use Nmap to scan a certain website. Now if you see, Nmap has also given us the public IP of the DNS, because what Nmap does is it looks up the DNS and then translates it to an IP that is recognized to that DNS server. So Nmap also returns the public IP. So what we can do also is nmap-f and 34.210.230 and .35. Okay, so as you guys can see that our command also works when we put in the IP address and it produces the same results. Now we can also scan for multiple hosts. Now, suppose you are on a network and you want to scan for multiple hosts. Now, you don't really want to run different commands for that. Now, what you can do is just go in and type nmap and a bunch of IP addresses like 192.168.1.1 and 192.168.1.2 and 192.168.1.3. And what this will do is it will run an nmap scan on these three different IP addresses, and you did this in just one command. So that's a way that you can do this. Now you can also know about how much of your scan is left by just pressing the up button. So that will tell you and give you a constant update on how your scan is going. Like mine is 32.4% done and 34.7 now, and also show you kind of the time remaining. Okay, so till this port scan is going on, let me just tell you about the states. Now, states can be of two types: open, closed, and unavailable. Sometimes you'll see that it is unavailable, and that's because some sort of firewall or something is running out there. States can also be closed. In that case, mostly Nmap will not return you any result unless you're explicitly finding something of the closed state. So that was a little trivia on states and how they work. Let's see how much our scan is done. So our scan is done 81% and it takes around another 20 seconds. It should be done soon. Now this scan could be significantly made faster with just the F tag, but I really want to give you all a good look into how this works. 97, 98, 99. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is our result. It gives us a bunch of ports and services. Now, as I just said, this thing can be also closed and also unavailable. So, open and closed, we see both the examples. Okay, so that was about how you can scan multiple ports. So, you can also scan multiple ports with this command, as I will show you. So, 192.168.1.1 to 30. Now what this will do is basically scan everything from 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.2 up till 30 like that. So this is a very useful way of actually scanning multiple IP addresses. And let me just show you how that works. Since we have used the F flag, this is going to work considerably faster. Now, as you guys can see out here, this had taken around 119 seconds, so that's around 2 minutes. Now, this will take a considerably lesser time. So let's see, this was done in 29.91 seconds and we did 30 IP addresses. So we see that -F surely speedens the whole scanning process. Now, you can also give Nmap a target list. Now, let me make a target list. So targets.txt. Let me just cat it out for you. So there's nothing in it. Now all I want to do is edit this file. So let me just edit that file and put it 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.2, 192.168.1.3, 192.168.1.4, 192.168.1.5, or 15. Boom, roasted. Now all we have to do is save it. So that saves it, and Control X to actually exit it. Now you can go ahead and view what is in targets.txt. So as you guys can see, this is what is in targets.txt. And now you can just pass it to Nmap with the IL flag, and you could say that Nmap is going to actually scan all the IP addresses that are in this file. So let that just run. So this will take a little bit of time because it's 5 IP addresses and it's not really running on the fast mode. 83% of our work is done. Okay, so as we see, our scan has been completed. Now what you see out here is the scan results for whatever we had provided in the targets.txt list. So that's how you can also provide Nmap input file, and it will give you the results for all the targets that were specified in the file. Now let's go ahead and talk about a little bit on port scanning. So Nmap is also a brilliant tool for scanning ports, and if you have a server or a website, you know that there are around 65,535 ports out there on every server, and almost 99% are unused. So sometimes scanning ports is really a necessity. Now you can scan ports by just using the P flag and specifying the port number, and this is how you would do it, and you would just specify the IP address after that. So I'm going to use www.edureka.co, and what you can also do is this will scan
only the port number 20, but you can also scan from port number 20 to 25. You can also put in commas and tell Nmap you also want to scan all these other port 80 is HTTP and 443 is HTTPS. So you can surely do that. So let me just go ahead and run this. Okay, so that gives us an information on the ports that is there. Now, something about ports also, you suppose you know you want to scan for some HTTP ports. So you can just say nmap, and with the -p, you can just say that I want to scan the HTTP port on www.edureka.co. So that will just go ahead and do that. And as you guys can see, that gave us the result. And you can also add in stuff like MySQL, FTP, and stuff like that. So let me just see and show you how that runs. Okay, HTTP is not a port, HTTP. Okay, so as you guys can see, these are the ports that are running, and it gave us according to the name. Now, if you want to scan all the ports, you can use -p and then the IP address at www.edureka.co. Now, this generally takes a lot of time because you're basically doing 65,000 scans, so I'm not really going to do that. I'm going to quit this out. Another thing that I wanted to show you all that generally takes a lot of time to actually execute is called something like an aggressive scan. So as you guys can see out here, I have done an aggressive scan on Edureka. So to do that, all you have to do is nmap-a and then you go edureka.co. So let us see how much time did this take to actually execute. This took 459 seconds. That's a long time for a scan. But it gives us a bunch of other information. For example, it gives us the trace route. So what is a trace route, first of all? So trace route is the route taken by a packet to actually reach the clients and the target server. So as you guys can see, our packet had 22 hops. First it went to the first hop was to the gateway router, that is 192.168.1.1. Then it went to the Airtel lease line, then it went to this IP address, then it went to the BSNL VSNL.net, and it went to London, New York, then Chicago, and it went all the way up to wherever this thing is hosted. That was some information, and then there is some other information given to us like the TCP open, TCP wrap, program versions, port types, port states, and all sorts of other information is given about in an aggressive scan. Another scan that I have previously also done and kept for y'all is because it takes a lot of time, and I have done something called the service version. So nmap-s and v with v capital will give you the service version. So it tries to actually guess the version of the service that is running. So for example, on the TCP port it tells us it is postfix SMTPD. On the Apache it's Apache HTTPD, and you can see all sorts of versions that are here. Another thing Nmap is generally brilliant is for guessing the operating system that is running. Now, I have already done this scan previously because this takes a humongous amount of time that I don't really have, and that is 386.34 seconds, and this scan together basically took me more than 10 minutes, and I don't really have that kind of time for explaining all this stuff. So as you guys can see out here, the OS is kind of OS details is Fortinet, FortiGate. It kind of tries to guess the OS upon the time to live that is in the response from the packets that it sends. So -SV, -O, and -A are some really cool stuff that you might want to know. Another thing that you can do is traceroute, as I had just told y'all, and y'all can do traceroute separately. So you go --traceroute, and then you say the name of any sort of website. So suppose I want to know how I reach netflix.com. So I go netflix.com, and this will give me a traceroute that shows me how my packet actually reaches netflix.com. Okay, so this is basically it was a direct one hop. Okay, so that was surprising. On the other hand, if I were to do this on edureka.co, it would take a bunch of hops to actually reach there. Okay, this might just take some time to run. Okay, so it's 94% done. I'm just waiting for it to get completed. Okay, so this gave us the hop, and as you guys can see, we took 22 hops to actually reach edureka.co, and it's the same process. You go through a bunch of IP addresses, and then you reach this thing called US West to compute.amazon AWS. Okay, so that was about traceroute. Now, just to end this tutorial, let me just tell you guys that you all can also save a file to Nmap, and that is basically save all whatever you found from a search into a file, and let me just show you how to do that. Now, sometimes when you are working as a security analyst, you will have to perform network scans on a wide area network that is huge. It's basically huge. These scans take a lot of time, and you don't really have the space on your command line to actually store that and see that in a way that is feasible for analysis. So what you want to do is actually save it in a file. So what you can do is say nmap on, and then you can say the name of the file. We could say results.txt, and we could save this in file. So www.edureka.co. So whatever search result is going to be generated is going to be stored in this file called results.txt. Now this file need not exist from before. It will just be created by nmap. And now you see if I do ls, we have a targets or a results.txt. Now if I just cat out that file, let me just less it actually. Results.txt. And what you see out here is an nmap scan result that is stored. Another thing that I would like to show you all before I end this Nmap tutorial is a verbose mode. So for verbose mode is basically when we were pressing up arrows to see how much of our scan is done, you can basically do that with verbose mode. So you go -F and -V for verbose, and you could say www.edureka.co. And this will basically give you a verbose mode of what is actually going on. I'll tell you everything, and boom, roasted, there it's done. And we have finished our Nmap tutorial.
So you remember the last time you went shopping online? Remember all the pictures of clothes, books, and electronics that you looked at? What if I tell you that those images weren't really for you? What if those pants you were looking at were really detailed blueprints of military installments? You would never know, right? This is the nature of steganography. Steganography is science of hiding information from plain sight. Secret communication is very important because if your message is important and if you do not want others to know about your message, then you use different kind of techniques to hide your message from third person. And steganography is one such technique. However, criminals and terrorist organizations are using this for their own purpose. So understanding how to hide data using steganography and prevent the data from being misused will be very helpful. However, to talk about steganography, we should consider its predecessor, cryptography, which is science of writing its secret codes. Basically, cryptography makes messages meaningless to the casual reader by encrypting the data using set of rules which are known to both sender and receiver. Only the intended receiver with the decryption key can extract the actual message. Thus, when an attacker discovers the message, it is still difficult for him to get the secret message. If cryptography is a strong way to encrypt and secure a communication, then why do we need a new technique? Answer is very simple. When we are using any cryptography technique, we need to send a secret key, and third person can easily judge that some secret kind of communication is going on. In simple terms, cryptography does not try to hide the fact that secret message is being sent. This is where steganography comes into picture. The main reason of using steganography is that you are hiding your secret message behind an ordinary file. No one will suspect the fact that a communication or some sort of secret message is being sent. People will generally think it is an ordinary file, and your secret message will go without any suspicion. Unlike cryptography, which conceals the content of a secret message, steganography conceals the very fact that message is being communicated. So if I have to define steganography, it is an ancient art of covering messages in a secret way such that only the sender and the receiver knows the presence of the message. Well, now if you're thinking steganography is a brand new method, then you are mistaken. Steganography is an ancient practice. The word steganography is derived from Greek word steganos, meaning hidden or concealed, and graphen, which means writing or drawing. Before moving further, let's get a glimpse of how steganography evolved from past. The concept of steganography was first introduced in 1499, but the idea itself has existed since ancient times. There are stories of a method being used in Roman Empire whereby a slave chosen to convey a secret message had his scalp shaved clean and a message was tattooed onto his skin. When the messenger's hair grew back, he was dispatched on a secret mission. On the other end, the receiver shaved the messenger's scalp again and read the secret message. Well, that was one way of doing it. Demaratus, the king of Sparta, sent a secret message on tablet covered with wax. When it was received at the other end, the wax was scraped off to recover the message. Another oldest and the most fascinating and common way to hide message is to use invisible inks. The actual message can be made visible if document was heated gently. Next came the null cipher. Null cipher refers to the method of encrypting where plain text is mixed with actual message. Next was hiding data in the images. Microdots were used to conceal a message. A microdot is a simple text or an image which is reduced in size to hide its contents. And this microdot or the images or the text which are present in a microdot are then read using magnifiers. Apart from these techniques, there were others as well, like spread spectrum, semograms, etc. So like I said earlier, steganography is an ancient practice. The majority of today's steganographic systems use multimedia objects like image, audio, video, etc. as cover media. Well, if you don't know what I mean when I say cover media, don't worry about it. You will know more about it as we progress through this session. But for now, cover media is a place where you actually store your hidden information or you store your secret information. So based on the type of cover media, steganography is divided into multiple types. To begin with, we have text steganography. Text steganography is hiding information inside the text files. It involves things like changing the format of existing text, changing words within a text, generating random character sequences, or using some sort of context-free grammar to generate readable text. Well, there are different methods to hide data in text. Some of the popular ones include format-based method, random and statistical generation, linguistic method. Moving on, we have image steganography. This is nothing but hiding data in an image. It's one of the most popular way of hiding data because in image, there are huge number of bits present in digital representation. So it's easy to store or hide data in an image. There are a lot of ways to hide your information inside an image. Common approach includes LSB steganography, which we'll be discussing in detail later. And then there is masking and filtering, some sort of encryption techniques, and many others. Moving on, audio steganography. It sounds according to its name. In audio steganography, secret message is embedded into an audio signal, which alters the binary sequence of corresponding audio file. Then there is video steganography. In video steganography, you can hide any kind of data in digital video format. The advantage of this type of steganography is that large amount of data can be hidden very easily. You can think of it as a combination of image steganography and audio steganography. Well, there are two classes of video steganography. One is embedding data in uncompressed raw video and then compressing it later. Other one is embedding data directly into compressed data stream. And next there is network steganography. Like it sounds, it's a technique of embedding information within network control protocols like TCP, UDP, ICMP, and many others. For example, you can hide information in the header of an TCP/IP packet in some fields that are either optional or not important. And finally, there's email steganography. It's not a very well-known type, but anyway, email that contains the files embedded within hidden information using steganography can be very difficult to detect as well as read. Now that we have learned of different types of steganography, let's take a look at few features that a steganographic technique must and should possess. I'm sure you can see an image of an adorable and cute kitten on the screen, right? Well, that's our cover image or the file where we store our secret data. So the first feature that any steganographic technique must possess is transparency. It's an important feature. Each cover media, it can be image or audio or video, has certain information hiding capacity. If more information or data is hidden inside the cover, then it will result in degradation of cover media. As you can see, the stego image or our final image after hiding data inside our cover image is not proper or exactly similar to our original image, right? So there's some sort of distortion. So if attacker notices this distortion, then our steganographic technique fails, and there is possibility that our original message can be extracted and damaged by attacker. Well, that's the first feature. Next feature is robustness. Robustness is the ability of hidden message to remain undamaged even if the stego media undergoes some sort of transformation like cropping or scaling and blurring or linear and non-linear filtering or some sort of hindrance. So we have to make sure that technique in any way doesn't affect our secret message. And the last property, tamper resistance. This is one of the most important feature because if attacker is successful in destroying the steganographic technique, then the tamper resistant property makes it difficult for the attacker to alter or damage the original data. Well, you can think of it as a last step that as a sender you can do to protect your data from other people. Okay, so till now we have covered what steganography is, a bit about its history and its types. Now let's go through a basic steganographic model. Well, it's pretty simple concept. But before we start, we should be aware of few technical terms that I was using earlier and which I said I'll explain later. So here we go. We have something called cover object or cover file. This is the file that we will use to hide the information. It could be an image or a video or an audio or networked or the different types which we discussed earlier. And then there is our secret message. As you know, this is the secret information that we want to hide into cover object. And sometimes you also have something called stego key, and I'll explain you what that is when we encounter it. So let's get started then. So there is an steganographic encoder, which uses some sort of steganographic method or function to embed the secret message, which is represented by M, into our cover object or cover file X. So as you can see, there's a function which takes X, which is our cover file, M that is secret message, and another input that's K. Like I said, K is nothing but key or stego key. It is a key to embed data in a cover and extract data from the stego medium. Well, it's optional. Using a key provides extra security, that is all. So basically our steganographic encoder method or function takes this cover image, secret message and key as an input and embeds our secret message into cover object. Embedding process generates a stego object, and the stego object looks exactly like our cover object. Now, this stego object is sent to receiver through the network without any encryption here. So this is where our steganographic encoding process ends. Now, if on the other end, receiver wants to extract the secret message, all he has to do is feed the stego object into steganographic decoder, which also takes key as one of its input, and then as a result, he gets secret message which was intended for him. So like I said, it's a very simple process, right? So if I summarize, you have your cover file, which could be image, audio, or anything. And then you have your secret message. Both of them, along with the key, if you want, are fed into steganographic encoder. As a result, you get your stego object, which looks exactly same as cover object. And this stego object is sent to receiver through secure communication channel with or without encryption. On the other end, if receiver wants to extract the secret data, he feeds this stego object into steganographic decoder, and he gets cover object and secret message as an output. So this is how steganography actually works. Well, if I want to make this process more secure, I can add one more step, which is encryption. Let's see how to do that. So like I said, there's a sender. Before actually feeding the secret information into steganographic encoder, he encrypts this secret message along with an encryption key. As a result, he gets a ciphertext, or like we discussed when we were discussing cryptography, the meaningless text or the ciphertext. This ciphertext along with steganographic key or stego key and cover file is fed into steganographic encoder. Embedding process generates a stego object, and this is where our encoding process ends. This stego object, which looks exactly like our cover object, is sent to receiver using a secure communication channel. Now on the other end, if the receiver wants to extract the secret message, he feeds this stego object along with stego key into steganographic decoder. As a result, he gets a ciphertext. And to decrypt the data, he feeds this ciphertext and the key, that's decryption key, into decryption algorithm. And as a result, he gets the secret message which was intended for him through the sender. So there you go, guys. That's simple. So like I said earlier, we discussed the most simple process. If you want to make it more secure, you can include encryption as well. So basically, any type of steganographic method or technique works this way. It's just that the type of algorithm they use, or the encryption algorithm, or the technique they use to embed data into an image or an video, or it could be anything that's cover object, is different. So guys, till now we've learned about what steganography is and how a steganographic technique actually works. It's time that we should learn about one of the most popular steganographic technique, which is LSP steganography. If you remember, earlier we talked about image steganography, where we hide secret data inside an image. Well, one of the popular technique to hide secret message inside an image is LSB steganography, or least significant bit steganography. Now, before we jump into what LSB steganography is, let's take a look at a few basic concepts. On the screen, I have an image. To be more precise, let's call it a digital image. Every digital image is a finite set of digital values called pixels. You have probably heard the term before and generally know that pixels make up an image. Pixel is actually short for picture element. Well, you can think of them as dots of illumination, typically so small that you're unable to see them. Thousands or even millions of individual pixels together make up an image. So each pixel can be one color at a time. However, pixels are so small that often blend together to form new colors. In this session, we will work with RGB color model. The RGB color model is an additive color model in which red, green, and blue light are combined together in different ways to reproduce a broad array of colors. And each of these can be represented using a binary code. So like I said, I have three values which are R, G, B, that's red, green, and blue. And each of this value is represented in a binary code. So by mixing the 8-bit binary red, green, and blue values, pixel can be any color. And the color is usually determined by number of bits used to represent it. Well, in this case, we are using 8 bits. So we can display for about 250 colors. Moving on, when we are working with binary values, we have more significant bits and less significant bits. The leftmost bit is the most significant bit. On the other hand, rightmost bit is the less significant bit. Now, if we change the leftmost bits, that is most significant bit, it will have a large impact on final value. For example, let's say I have 255 and its binary representation, which is 8 ones in 8-bit representation. Now, if we change the leftmost bit from 1 to 0, the decimal value will change from 255 to 127. As you can see, the amount of change is very huge here. It has made a large impact on final value. On the other hand, the rightmost bit is the less significant bit. Now, if I change the rightmost bit, it will have less impact on final value. For example, if we change the leftmost bit, which is 1, to 0, it will change the decimal value from 255 to 254. And you can note that the change is about 0.002%, which is very less when compared to most significant bit. So the point I want to state here is that if we change most significant bit or MSB, it will have larger impact on final value. But if we change LSB, the impact on final value is very less. This very point is made use by LSB steganography. So in this method, which is LSB steganography, least significant bit of an image or of a pixel in an image is replaced with a bit of a secret image. The result of this process alters the original output very slightly. So your cover image and your stego image, that's your final result, after hiding the data, look exactly same without any difference. This technique works very good for image, audio, and video steganography. Well, let's consider a simple example. Suppose we want to insert letter A into an image. The binary representation of A is 1 followed by 5 zeros and again 1. Now, like I said earlier, we are using RGB color model here. So, and I'm using 8 bits to represent each of these values, which is red, green, and blue. So I'll be needing about 3 consecutive pixels. That's about 9 bytes to replace all the least significant bits by the bits of the letter A. Well, don't worry about it. You'll understand once you see the next image that I show you on the screen. So like I said, I'm considering 3 pixels, which is about 9 bytes. So these are the pixels before insertion. I've picked like random pixels. So as you can see, I have 3 pixels, 1, 2, 3, and 9. So totally 9 bytes I have here. And now if we replace the last bit or LSB for each byte with a bit from binary representation of A, what we get is this. So as you can see, I have replaced the 0 with this 1 here. So as you can see, 0 is replaced with 1. And then I have 5 zeros, 0, 0, like 5 zeros followed by 1, 1, which is already 1, so I'm not replacing anything here. So as you can see, all the color bits have been replaced here. So once you are done with replacing, you'll find that the final result or the stego image is very much identical to your actual image. That's your cover object. On an average, LSB requires that only half of the bits in the image can be changed. As you can see, I've like left 3 or 4 bits unchanged here. For example, this one, and the 0 here. The 0 in the first line, in the last line, I have 2 ones left without changing it. So if need required, you can hide data in the least and the second least significant bits as well. And still, the human eye would not be able to discern it. So guys, that's all about least significant bit steganography. Well, that's the concept. So to summarize, every pixel can be represented using different color models. Well, in this demo, I've used RGB color model, and each of these values are represented using 8 bits. while you can use a different number of bits as well. And this number of bits used usually determine the color which pixel displays. Like I said, we have used 8 bits here. And in a binary format, we have least significant bit and most significant bit. Like I said, changing most significant bit makes more changes to our final value, but that does not happen when we change the least significant bit. So we made use of that point. So basically the least significant bit steganography make uses of the fact that changing LSB doesn't make much change to our actual image. So it replaces the LSBs in the cover object by the binary bits of secret message. So there you go, guys. Now you know the theory part of the concept. It's time to perform a small demo. In this demo, we'll see how to use the concept of LSB steganography and hide secret text in an image. So here are the steps involved. First, to encode the text into image, the program loads an image and looks or considers each pixel hexadecimal's value. Then the program asks you for the secret text and converts it into its binary form. And then one by one, it stores the secret message bits into LSB of image pixels, which is our blue value bits of RGB model. After the message is embedded into an image, program adds delimiter to the end to determine when the text ends. So here ends the encoding process. Suppose you want to retrieve the data, then the program extracts all the zeros and ones from the stego image until delimiter is found, and there goes our secret message. So these are the steps we'll be performing in the program. So guys, this is what a program does. Well, to summarize, it takes our image, it converts that into hexadecimal values, it takes our secret text and converts it into its binary value, then replaces the LSB of cover image with the bits of secret message. Once it does that, it adds some delimiter at the end so that we know that this is where the text ended. So this is how encoding is done. Suppose you want to retrieve the message, all you have to do is extract zeros and ones from the stego object and convert the binary form into string format. That way you can get your secret message, or the receiver can extract the secret message. Well, I'm using the code which I found in GitHub. And suppose if you guys want to experiment as well, please do post your email IDs in the comment section below and we'll get back to you with the code. Now let's get started with the demo. So guys, I'll be using my Ubuntu system here. So as you can see, I have a code. Let me show it to you guys. I have code here and I have certain images of different formats. I have one of JPG and one of PNG as well. Okay, let me delete this file, move to trash. So going back to terminal, let me show you guys the code first. The file name was hide py. Okay, I think I've misspelled it wrong anyway. Let me just check it anyway. It's HID. Silly mistake, hide.py. Here we go, guys. I already have code because I've already extracted it from Git and I'm using it here. So I'm just going to explain you the basic concept of how this code works actually. So like I said, we're going to convert our image into its hexadecimal format. So I have a code which converts RGB values to hexadecimal values. Before that, since we're using images here, we need to import certain libraries. We need Python library image or PIL, which is below. Well, if you're using Windows operating system, you need to separately download it. But if in Ubuntu, it comes by default. And suppose if it doesn't work, let me go back. Well, if it doesn't work, all you have to do is make sure you have Python 3 version installed. For that, check Python 3 version and make sure you have pip installed. Again, you can check using version command itself. Okay. So as you can see, I have pip installed. And suppose if you don't have, please do install it. The command is simple. All you have to do is sudo apt install python 3 pip. That's it. Just click enter and it'll install. I'm not doing it again because I already have it installed like you guys saw. And once you've done that, to install pillow, sudo pip install pillow. That's all. And then it'll work. That's just the way of installing pillow library. Let me clear the stuff. Let's go back to program. So since we're using images, like I said, we need to use certain libraries. Here we'll be using pillow library. So if you get an error while using this program, please do install pip and pillow. So getting back to program, like I said, here we're using an image and converting that to its hexadecimal format. And similarly, while retrieving it, we're using the inverse function of it. And our secret message, which is in string format, we're converting it into binary and binary to string. And then there is encode. Basically, it goes through the hex code and places the binary bit of a secret message into the hex code. Similarly, the inverse program is decode. It'll decode the hex format. First, it'll check if for the zeros and ones, and then it pulls the data from that. So basically, we have 4 main functions here, which is encode, decode, hide, and retrieve. Like I said, encode and decode. Like I said earlier, it checks for the hex code hexadecimal code and then replaces the bits. And decode, it checks if the hex code has zeros and ones, it'll extract the data. If hex code doesn't have any zeros and one, it'll return none. So there you go. Now these are the basic functions, and then comes the complex function, which is to hide a message. I have a hide function here. Just go through it. It's very simple. So basically, as you can see, this hide function, it takes file name and message. It opens the image library where it gives the file name as input and then converts the message from string format to binary format and adds the delimiter as we discussed in the theory part of the session, so that while extracting, you know that you've reached the end of the text. So basically, first it checks if our image is in RGB format or not. If it doesn't, and then it converts to it. And then there it goes. And basically, it takes each and every bit, checks if the bit is in proper format, if the actual bit of the secret message can fit into this and all that, and then replaces the bit. And once it has encoded the secret message completely into our image, it returns a message saying completed. If the mode of the image or if your file doesn't exist, and for all that, it returns a message saying incorrect image mode, couldn't hide. Now, the retrieve function is as very simple, the most simple one. It's taking the file name from which you'll have to extract the data. If it checks first, it checks if it's in the RGA format. I mean, that's red, green, blue format. And if it's not, it's going to convert into it properly. And from there, it's going to extract the data. And then it retrieves all the zeros and ones until it finds delimiter. Once it has found the delimiter, it gets to know that it has reached the end of the text, and then it displays the message success. Otherwise, it will give you an error message. Finally, we have our main function. So basically, we're going to give like string. You have switch option while writing code, right? Either in Java or C++ anyway. Just like that, I'm going to give a code. Well, it's not going to display to the user, but anyway, it's in this code. According to the code, you need to use a command like Python, the file name, as in the file name and which contains the code, -e to embed the data, and the image and the text which has to be embedded and all that. Oh, we'll get to know when we actually perform the demo. So let me just summarize what we've learned in the code again. So just basically go through it. It's very simple. So like I said, we are using Pillow library. For that, we need to install it properly. If not, the program doesn't work. So make sure you have Python, and after that install pip, and through pip install Pillow. And like I said, we're converting our image into its hexadecimal format using this function, and inverse using this function, and our secret message to binary and binary to string. Encode, it basically checks for each and every hexadecimal of our image and replaces that by 0 or 1 of a secret message. And then you have decode. It checks if the hexadecimal code has zeros or ones. If it does, it extracts the data. Otherwise, it returns none. And then there's our hide image, which actually embeds the data into our image. So it'll take file name and message as input. It checks if the image is actually in RBF format. And before that, it converts our message into binary format and all that. And then based on certain conditions, it embeds the data properly into the image. If there is some error regarding the mode of the image you're using, or if the text file doesn't exist, it shows an error message. Same goes for the retrieval as well. It checks for the zeros and ones, extracts until it finds a delimiter, and then it gives you a success message. So there we go, guys. The program is simple. So if you guys want a copy of the code, and please do post your email ID in the comment section below, and we'll get back to you with the code. Now that you've understood the code, let's go ahead and see if this works properly. For that, I'm going to exit. Before that, like I said, I have my few images here, docs.jpg, then cat and cube and all that. I need a text file to hide, right? So here I go. Okay, I've just typed some random message. Board meeting is on Tuesday. Please do send weapons, lawyers, and food. So I'm going to save it in my home page itself. Let me just give it a name, msg.text, and click. Let me close it. So now going back to files, as you can see, I have a file here which says msg.text. Now I'm going to use a docs.jpg, the image. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you this program only works for PNG images, so I can't use docs image. Let's take cube.png. So Python, because we are using the Python code, I meant the file is in Python format, right? Python, and the file name is py, e to embed, and the file name, which is cube.png. Enter a message to hide. Well, basically, this doesn't actually take a file which contains the message. It directly asks you to enter the message to hide. But don't worry, the file which we just created, I'll show how to use it for while we are discussing the steganographic tools. Anyway, getting back to what we were doing, hide a message. So it says it's completed. Now let's get back to files. Now, if in case I open QPNG, it's same as before. You won't find any changes here. Getting back to terminal, if I want to extract the message, -D and enter. Success. It says the message is extracted, which is hi, send your weapons to you know where. So that's easy, guys. Well, it's a very simple program. It's just taking an image. Is asking you to enter the message, and it's embedding in that. So, well, you can take this as a base code and create your own code, which performs many things, or advanced steganography as well. So basically, to summarize, in this program, what we did was we converted our secret message into its binary form, and we took the bits in the binary code and replaced the least significant bits, or the blue color bits of RGB color model, by these bits of secret message. So basically, we're replacing the least significant bits so that our cover image, that's cover object, as well as our Stigo object, both are same and look identical. Now let's get back to PPT. So guys, earlier we discussed about the ancient steganographic methods. There are various ways of achieving the steganography in this digital communication world. However, you do not need to perform coding to achieve this. There are various software tools are available for steganography. This software can hide your secret message behind the image file or audio file or video file or any kind of file, basically. So we are going to take a look at few such tools, and I'm going to show you how to use them, maybe at least 2 or 3. So there we go. The first tool is Stigo Suite. Basically here you can hide any kind of text inside an image. Then you have Stigo Hide. It hides a secret file in an image or audio file. Then you have Steganography. It's a free software where you can hide your files inside BMP images or WAV files, that's WAV files. And then there is Suite Pixel, which works as in it's similar to other tools where you can hide data and images, but the way it works is slightly different. I show you how it actually works, so don't worry about it for now. Then there's OpenPuff, where you can conceal all the files in an image, audio, or flash files. Then Camouflage, tools that let you hide any type of files inside any other file. So these are very few. There are other tools outside as well. As for today, we're going to explore 3 to 4 tools, which is Stigo Suite, other one is Stigo Hide, then Steganography, and Suite Pixel. So there we go, guys. Let's begin with Stigo Hide. Let's go back to our Ubuntu. So this Steg Hide is an open source steganography software that lets you hide your secret file, an image or audio file. You will not notice any change in the image or audio file. It is a command line software. Therefore, you need to learn the command line to use this tool. And therefore, I have come back to Ubuntu here. So I've already have it installed. It's very easy to install. Apt-get install Steg Hide. It'll install. Use the command just sudo apt-get install Steg Hide and click enter. I'm not doing it. It's going to take time. Since I've already done it, I'm going to straight away use it. So Steg Hide. Well, as soon as you enter the command Steg Hide, it'll show you the help command related to the Steg Hide. So basically, it says the first argument should be one of the following. That is, either you should embed the data or extract the data. And you have various options that you can add in commands to use your cover object or the Stigo object or your secret message. And you have options to compress and encrypt the file before actually putting it into an image for hiding it as well. And then suppose if you want entire information about your file after encrypting it, you can use different commands as well, which, for example, you have info command here. If you use that command, it'll display all the information about your file. And when you're trying to embed data, it'll ask you for a passphrase. Basically, it's nothing but just like key. You can think of it as a key or a password. Basically, it's making sure that you're the right user who has hidden the data or extracting it. So, well, to make it easier for people using it, they also have given few examples here. So, usually the command begins with Steg Hide, the command name, and embed to embed the file. -cf refers to your cover object. It's the name of your cover object. And then you have your secret message. And for that, you're using -ef. Let's do that. So Steg Hide, embed. Before that, let me go back to files. So I'm using this docs.jpg and the message.txt, which we created earlier. Embed -cf. So that's docs.jpg and -ef, which is our msg.txt, right? Cool. It says enter passphrase, which let's say ABCD. It says embedding and it's done. Now to check if it's done that properly or not, let's go back to files. I'm going to move it to desktop. Click on enter. Cool. Now let's go back to desktop. Here is our file. Now to extract, I'm using extract command. Before that, I need to go to my desktop, right? Because that's where my file is stored. Here we are, and Steg Hide extract. SF is what you use to extract your stego file. You can see it in the help session. And the name was docs.jpg. It's asking for the passphrase, more for security purposes. So it says extracted to message.txt. Now to check the file, you need to go back to desktop because that's where our file should be. And if you open that with editor, there you go. We have successfully extracted the data from the image. Now let's try a few other commands. Let me come back. Okay, let me try it here. Tag hide. What was that? Info command, right? Info. And let's say, so as you can see, it's extracted the information about the file. It's in format, its capacity, and it says you want to get information about the emitted data as well. Why? Could not extract any data with the data phrase because already extracted the secret message from that file. Well, if you hadn't extracted, then maybe it would have showed the embedded content as well. So that's how you use a steguide. You have multiple other options as well. Like for example, when you're trying to embed, it asks you for the passphrase, right? Instead, if you don't want it to ask like this, you can use -p command and enter the passphrase. You can add it in the command itself here. And then it actually skips that step and actually goes back to this embedding message done step. So yeah, that's all about steguide. Now let's go back to other tools. So the next tool we'll be using is a Stego Suite. It is a free steganography tool which is written in Java. And with Stego Suite, you can easily hide in confidential information and image files. So I have a file called sample here. I have certain images. It's in JPG format. It's a BMP file. And then there is a PNG file as well. So first tool that we're going to explore is Stego Suite. So Stego, yeah, there we go. This is the Stego Suite tool. It looks very simple. Basically, there's nothing here. So click on File, Open, and select the file in which you want to embed the text or the secret data. Let's go back to sample. And here I'm using this PNG image. Open. Here it's asked you for the text which you want to embed in the image. So this is the secret text I want to hide. If you want, you can give the password and embed. It says embedding completed. The file is saved to desktop sample image embed.jpg. Let's go back and check sample, and here we go. You have an image and properties. It's a JPG file. Let's try opening it. There you go, guys. It looks similar to our actual message. Well, it doesn't look different at all, but the data is actually hidden inside it, right? To know that, all you have to do is let's just rename this. Let's say image E. That's the embedded format of our image. It says the image is open. Okay, I'm gonna close Stego Suite. So yeah, you can see the image here. Let's rename it image E. Now, if you want to retrieve the message, Stego Suite, file, open, select the file in which the text was embedded, which is image E, and open. Enter the password, which is and extract. So as you can see, it has extracted the text message, which earlier I hid into the image. Hey, this is a secret test I want to hide. Well, go ahead and try to use it. It's fun. It doesn't have any other functionalities apart from these. It's a very basic, simple tool. Let's go to our next tool, which is steganography. Well, it's a free software that can be used to hide secret files in BMP, that's bitmap images, or WAV files. Use of this tool is very easy. You can just open the software, load any BMP image or WAV file to its interface, and then add a file which you want to hide. And this also supports encryption, multiple formats. Well, instead of telling all this to you, let me just show it to you. So as you can see, I have it already installed. It's just one-step installation. And to add the file, as in to encode, you need to click on this add files option. To extract, you can use this. First, let's try to add files. So the first name, all you have to do is load your BMP or WAV file. And sample, I have one BMP image. I'm gonna load it, open. Well, as you can see, this size is slightly bigger. Click on next here. So now that you've loaded your cover image, you'll have to load the image or the file which you want to store in this cover image. For that, you click on add file option here. Let's say I want to store this image. Let's try open and next. So as I said, it shows different encryption formats here. So you can select from various algorithms like RC4. Then you have triple DS, DS, triple DS with 1112 and many other formats. And it's asking for the password. Give some password. Click on next. So the embedding is done. It's asking you to name the file. Let's say bird and save. So the final file is similar to the actual BMP image. You can't make out any changes, right? But there is a secret data which is hidden inside it, which is another image. Now let me close, finish. Let's try to extract it. Click on this extract files and load the source file, which should be a bird. Then open, next. It's asking for the password, so A, B, C, D, that's what I'd give it. And extract file, image2.j, save. File extract successful, okay. Finish. Let's go back to the location and see. So here we go. We had tried to store this image2 in the bird, but after that we tried to extract it. So there we go, guys. The image has been successfully extracted. This way you can store any kind of file. It can be your Excel file or Word file, document file or PowerPoint file or image or anything. So that's your steganography tool. So like I said, you can add the files, but to extract the message, you'll have to start using this file from the beginning again. Then let's go back to our next tool, which is Issued Pixel. It's here. Let me just check. I have installed it. I'm gonna extract all. Let's store it in our desktop. And okay. Now, if we go to desktop, this is our application, Pixel. Click on that. So guys, even this is a tool where you can store any kind of hidden information, but it has a different approach when compared to other tools. It uses image file as a key to protect your hidden text inside an image. That is, to hide and unhide text inside an image, you need to enter another image as a key. So as you can see, you have three images here. Original image, that's your target image, and delta image, which acts as a key. Instead of giving some password or anything, it takes another image as a key or passphrase. So open original image, desktop, let's go to samples. Let's try flying. Now you need to enter the message. Hi, this is the text I want to hide. And here I'm clicking on encrypt message. Save image. Let's try and save it somewhere else. Desktop. Let's store it in the documents. File name, my image, and save. Now let me open the thing again, or you can just say reset, exit here. Now if I open the application again, let's try to extract what we just hid. So open the original message, which is in desktop, right? Sample, that's flying, open, decrypt image. So there you go. So let me show it to you again. All you have to do is reset, click on the open original image, give the original image which you tried to encrypt, that would be flying, and open, and then say decrypt image. So like I said, it uses an image as a key to extract or hide anything inside your image. And now give your actual image as in the encrypted encoded image or your stego image, and click on open. Yeah, and just say yes. So as you can see, it has extracted the data which I was trying to hide. So I'm sure you might have observed, right? The way it functions is slightly different from other steganographic tools.
Let me now walk you through the roadmap to become an ethical hacker. How you begin your road to become an ethical hacker very much depends on your current field of occupation, study, or research. If you're not in the field that is remotely related to computer science, information technology, or cybersecurity, you might need to shift to one. For someone who is at the early stage of their career, this might be an easy task, but for others, suddenly changing their field into work is a daring task. Having a bachelor's degree certainly helps you slag the job, but you can pass most of the beginner level interview with the general knowledge of networking and operating systems. Technical knowledge aside, an ethical hacker must be a creative thinker. And a reason for this is that ethical hackers have to predict and prevent crack activities, and this requires out-of-the-box thinking. Apart from that, ethical hackers should also think like an hacker in order to beat him in its own game. Furthermore, ethical hackers need to be able to work under pressure with immaculate judgment. Last but not least, an ethical hacker must be proficient at communicating the problems he finds to the corresponding department. Those who are skeptical about going to college could pursue their career in the military. Having some experience in the military, particularly in the intelligence faction, could help your resume get noticed by necessary employers. Getting a job as an ethical hacker prior to getting industry experience is really difficult. After getting an entry-level job such as tech support engineer or a security analyst, You may try attending some of the partnered certification, which will definitely give you a certain edge over the others while you're applying for the job. Speaking about certifications, let's discuss about it. While talent and ability aren't established only by certification, but they do help when you're proving your knowledge and skills to others. Even if you don't have ample industry experience, a certification like Certified Ethical Hacker, in short CHE, unquestionably helps. CHE is an unbiased credential, and generally CHE certified ethical hackers are in high demand. According to PayScale, Certified Ethical Hacker, in short CHE, earns around $88,000 per annum. Apart from CHE, few other noteworthy certifications are SANS certification, Certified Vulnerability Assessor, Certified Professional Ethical Hacker, and then Certified Penetration Testing Engineer. Alright, so moving ahead, let me now speak about few of the skills that ethical hackers should have. As I mentioned earlier, an ethical hacker is a computer expert who specializes in networking and penetration testing. Some of the skills that I would say important are experience in various operating systems, primarily in Linux and its various distributions. This is because a good portion of vulnerability testing includes invading the target system and shifting through their systems. This is impossible without a good grasp of an operating system. Then, in-depth knowledge of networking is also a key to a successful ethical hacking career. This involves packet tracking, packet sniffing, intrusion detection, prevention, and scanning subnets. Also, programming is an important skill. Now, programming is a very vast topic with different approach in every language. As an ethical hacker, it is not expected of you to be a master coder, but to be a jack of all trades. Whenever I have mentioned programming is an ethical hacking essential, I have been asked why. This is because most people don't have the slightest clue about the roles and responsibilities of an ethical hacker. Here are the few reasons that makes programming knowledge critical in ethical hacking career. You see, ethical hackers are problem solvers and tool builders. Learning how to program will help you implement solutions to the problem. Programming also helps in automating tasks that would generally take up precious time to complete. Writing program can also help you identify and exploit programming errors in application that will be targeted. Programming knowledge also helps you in customizing pre-existing tools in order to cater to your needs. Talking about tools used in ethical hacking, let me walk you through a few of them. Although it is impossible to go through every ethical hacking tool in this single session, hence I'll be just going through some of the really famous ones. Starting off with Nmap. Nmap, which is a shorthand term for network mapper. It is a reconnaissance tool that is widely used by ethical hackers to gain information about the target system. This information is key to decide proceeding steps to attack the target system. Nmap is a cross-platform and works on Mac, Linux, and Windows. It has gained immense popularity in hacking community due to its ease of use and powerful searching and scanning abilities. Next we have NetSpeaker. NetSpeaker is a web application security testing tool, and NetSpeaker finds and reports web application vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, on all type of web applications regardless of the platform technology that they are built with. NetSpeaker's unique and dead accuracy proof building security technology does not just report vulnerabilities, it also produces a proof of concept to confirm that no false alarms have been ringing, freeing you from having to double check the identified vulnerabilities. Moving ahead to the next tool, that is Burpsuit Enterprise Edition. Burpsuit is a JavaScript-based web penetration testing framework. It has become an industry standard, and this tool is used by information security professionals. Burpsuit helps you identify vulnerabilities and verify attack vectors that are affecting web applications. Burpsuit's unquestionable acceptance and fame came to an attribute to the fantastic web application crawler. It can accurately map content and functionality, thus automatically handling sessions and handle all sort of state change, violation content, and application logins. Moving on to our next tool, that is nothing but Metasploit. Metasploit is an open source pen testing framework written in Ruby. This acts as a public resource for reaching security vulnerabilities and developing code that allows network administrator to break into his own network to identify security risks and document the vulnerabilities. It is also one of few tools used by beginning hackers to practice their skills. It allows you to replicate websites for phishing and other social engineering purposes.
Now, firstly, let's go over who exactly is an ethical hacker. Well, an ethical hacker, also known as a white hat hacker, is a computer security specialist who works to improve the security of an organization.
An ethical hacker hacks into an organization with the owner's permission to find out vulnerabilities before any hacker with malicious intent can find them. Well, an ethical hacker is generally responsible for a few stuff that he works for in an organization. Firstly, he is responsible for protecting the privacy of the organization that they are working for. Secondly, he has to transparently report all the vulnerabilities and weaknesses they find in the system to the relevant people. Third, he has to inform vendors and suppliers about any weakness found in their hardware or software that is being used by the organization or business. Okay, now let's get to the main part of today's discussion, that is, the roadmap to become an ethical hacker. Now, how your ethical hacking career begins depends on your current field of work. If you're not in an IT field already, you should definitely try shifting into one. Firstly, anybody trying to pursue ethical hacking as a career should definitely try getting a bachelor's degree in a field related to information technology, computer science, or cybersecurity. This is where the fundamentals of the basics of ethical hacking are inculcated in you as a student. Now, the curriculums generally are inclusive of networking, which teaches you the major network protocols and network architecture. They also teach you how to use databases and its various interactions with the client side of the computer, and also the working of operating systems, which is essential for an ethical hacking career. Now, after a bachelor's degree, it is recommended that you get a job because work experiences is essential. Most ethical hackers begin their career as tech support engineers who climb their way up by earning certifications like CCNA and CISSP, before working towards the ultimate CEH certification, that is. Now, when you are working for a company, you get hands-on experience with security tools that are used at an enterprise level. Also, people learn to work under pressure and think creatively too. Now, all that is left is to prepare yourself for the CEH examination. Now, some of you might be thinking that there's a lot to study, and that's entirely true. Without help or structured way to go about the curriculum, people might find themselves getting lost in the burden, and Edureka has a solution to this problem with our cybersecurity and ethical hacking courses. You will be taught on an online portal by an instructor who has profound experience in an ethical hacking career. You'll be studying from carefully curated content. Above that, you'll also have a lifetime access to this content. So, not only are you learning from the right people, but also from the right content as well. Now, let me just mention that technical knowledge aside, an ethical hacker must be a creative thinker. Ethical hackers have to predict and prevent cracking activities, and this requires an out-of-the-box approach for solutions to general problems, as you have to stay one step ahead of a black hat hacker. Ethical hackers also need to be able to work under pressure with immaculate judgment. And last but not least, an ethical hacker must be proficient at communicating the problems he finds to the corresponding departments. Also, those who are skeptical about going to college could also pursue a military background. Having some experience in military, particularly in the intelligence faction, could help your resume get noticed by the necessary employers. Now, after getting an entry-level job as a tech support or security analyst, you might try attaining some of the more pertinent certifications, which will definitely give you a certain edge over the others when applying for a job. Let's discuss these with certifications that you might want to achieve first. Okay, now talking about certifications, talent and ability aren't established only by certifications, but they do help when proving your knowledge and skills to others. If you don't have an ample industry experience, a certification like CEH certainly helps. CEH is an unbiased credential with immense market value. According to PayScale, a CEH certified ethical hacker earns around $88,000 per annum. Apart from CEH, there are also a few other noteworthy certifications that prove your skill as an ethical hacker. For example, there's the SANS GIAC certification. There's also the Certified Vulnerability Assessor, which is the CVA certification. There's also the CPEN certification, which stands for Certified Professional Ethical Hacker, and also the CPTE, which stands for Certified Penetration Testing Engineer. For now, let's discuss the CEH certification. Well, the CEH certification is awarded to those who pass the exam first of all. Now, the CEH exam is a multiple choice exam which verifies your knowledge pertaining to the penetration testing structure and the tools used within that structure. It equips prospective job seekers in the information security industry with a solid start, making sure that the holders of the certificate know how to do the basics like information gathering, attacking computers or servers, performing wireless attacks, and even social engineering. Now, talking about the exam itself, as I just said, the exam is a multiple choice type exam. It has 125 questions that test all your knowledge on ethical hacking in a period of 4 years or 240 minutes per se, and the minimum passing criteria is 70%. Okay, now let's go over the objectives of the CEH exam. Well, firstly, the first objective is to inform the public that credentialed individuals meet or exceed the minimum standards of ethical hacking. Secondly, the CEH exam serves to establish and govern minimum standards for credentialed professionals of ethical hacking. Thirdly, the CEH exam also reinforces ethical hacking as a unique and self-regulating profession. Also, talking about the eligibility criteria, there are a couple. Now, firstly, you need to attend a CEH training, an official CEH training rather. This can be in any format, for example, an instructor-led training or a computer-based training or live online training, as long as the program is approved by the EC Council. Now, the program at Edureka is approved by the EC Council and is also aligned to CEH, so it will certainly make you eligible for the CEH exam. Now, you can also attempt without some official training. In order to be considered for the EC Council certification exam without attending any sort of official training, you must have 2 or more years of documented information security experience. Well, that's it for eligibility. Let's go over the skill sets that you might require to become an ethical hacker. Well, firstly, a person with an ethical hacking career is expected to be proficient in database handling, networking, and operating systems, and also have excellent soft skills as they need to communicate problems regarding security to the rest of the organization. Other than these generalized skill sets, an ethical hacker also has to have a good grasp on the following set of skills. Firstly is network traffic scanning, or sniffing rather. Now, sniffing is the process of monitoring and capturing all the packets passing through a given network using sniffing tools. It is a form of tapping phone wires and getting to know about the conversation happening over the network. It is also called wiretapping when applied to computer networks. Secondly, an ethical hacker should know how to orchestrate different types of network and database attacks, as their main job is to predict a black hat hacker, and to do this, one must be able to think and act like a black hat hacker. Thirdly, ethical hackers have to deal with different kinds of operating systems on a daily basis, with Linux being the daily driver. So it is obvious that an ethical hacker needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the working of operating systems in general. For example, they need to know how to look for exploits in the buffer vulnerabilities. After that, ethical hackers also have to deal with different kind of database formats, whether it be SQL, PostgreSQL, or NoSQL. An ethical hacker at least needs a general knowledge of their working. Also, an ethical hacker should be proficient in cryptanalysis, which is basically the deciphering of ciphertext without knowing the key to the ciphering. This also means that the fundamentals of password cracking is generally imbued in this, with methods like brute force and dictionary attacks getting their influence from cryptanalysis. Also, ethical hackers are generally endowed with the responsibility of network traffic monitoring. Therefore, they must be proficient in stuff like intrusion detection and prevention, session hijacking knowledge, and overall have an in-depth knowledge of networking in general. Also, ethical hackers have to make custom softwares to tackle the use case specific security flaws that might be affecting a company. So they generally need to write custom softwares. Now, this requires general programming knowledge so that you can execute the solutions that you think of. And programming knowledge also helps you in automating a lot of tasks that would generally take a lot of precious time. Okay, with all these essentials covered, let's discuss the market for ethical hackers now. First of all, let's have a look at the job trends. Now, growing at a rate that is outpacing all the other areas of the IT industry, cybersecurity has emerged as a high growth field of 2017 and possibly of the entire decade. During the 5 years between 2012 and 2017, listings for cybersecurity jobs increased by a whopping 75%, according to the analysis made by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This has led to a lot of unfilled positions, which include the delegations of that of an ethical hacker. Now, talking about the companies that hire ethical hackers, well, an ethical hacker finds a job in just about any company which has an internet-facing site or anything to do with the web at all. These include college institutions like MIT and even private companies like Wipro and E&Y. Apart from private institutions, you also get a chance to work for the top secret intelligence gathering agencies like CIA, Mossad, and NSA. Okay, so that was all about companies. Now let's get to the most important question of the day. That is, how much money does an ethical hacker make? Well, certified ethical hackers make an average annual income of $88,000 according to PayScale. And also, the average starting salary for a certified ethical hacker is set to be $95,000 according to the EC Council Senior Directive, Stephen Graham. And the founders of Nova Security, Eric Gaio, estimates a more conservative $50,000 to $100,000 per year in the first years of work, depending on your employer, experience, and education. Those with a few years of experience can also pull up to $120,000 and upwards per year, particularly those people who work as independent consultants.
Cybersecurity is a set of techniques and practices employed to protect data. But what are we actually protecting data here from? We are protecting data from unauthorized access, unauthorized modification, and unauthorized deletion. These three terms are similar to what we know as CIA triad in cybersecurity. CIA basically stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now let's explore the CIA triad. So confidentiality is exactly what it sounds like, keeping your information secret. It is the protection of information from unauthorized people and processes. Let's consider a simple example. Would you like the thought of your private health information or financial information falling into some stranger's hands? Whoa, definitely not, right? Similarly, no business owner likes the thought of her business information being disclosed to competitors. Information is a valuable asset. Integrity is when the information that is stored in a system is very accurate and highly reliable. Integrity is protection of information from intentional or accidental unauthorized modification. For example, if a hacker were to break into a banking website and change its balance from $1 to $1 million, integrity of site is now lost. The final component of CIA triad is availability. Availability is assurance that systems and data are accessible by authorized users whenever they need it. So if we cannot access the data whenever we need it, we are definitely not secure. So guys, now you know what CIA triad basically means. Now let's take a look at what kind of attacks can be made on the CIA triad in real world and how we can defend them. Let's begin with confidentiality. Attacks and confidentiality include cracking poorly encrypted data, an employee knowingly or unknowingly putting sensitive data on removable media such as SD cards, pen drives, and giving it to unauthorized parties. And then there is doxing, which is basically leaking private information about an individual or an organization in order to do harm. Now, the best way to keep your information secret is to make sure that there is strict access control. That is, only people who are allowed to access data can access it. And another way is to encrypt any data that's being transmitted from one position or one place to another. Now, integrity. Attacks on integrity include penetrating a web server in order to embed malware into web pages to corrupt the system, or maliciously accessing the financial server in order to falsify financial records, or hacker turning your machine into a zombie computer so that he can control your computer without you knowing about it. And the best way to upload the integrity is to use cryptography. And then ensure intrusion detection. Well, if you're wondering what intrusion detection is, it's the act of detecting when hackers can carry out actions that might compromise the integrity of the system. And finally, threats you should be aware of when thinking about availability is denial of service attack or distributed denial of service attack. We already talked about it earlier. Basically, denial of service attack is one where enemy will flood your computer and internet connection with traffic so that the legitimate users can't access any information that there is on website. And there are other attacks as well. For example, ransomware attack, which encrypt data on targeted computers so that the authorized parties cannot use it. And then deliberately disrupting a server room's power supply so that the servers go offline. Now, a few ways you could protect yourself from these attacks are by using antivirus software, or you could install spyware detection and spyware remover softwares as well, and you could start using a firewall. So guys, the CIA triad is very fundamental concept in security. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability all have to work together to keep your information secure. But don't think for 1 minute that these are the only factors to be considered while talking about security. Now, let's talk about other 3 pillars of security. To begin with, the most important concept, people. An individual, it could be me or it could be you, play a very important role when it comes to security. Every employee needs to be aware of their role in preventing and reducing this ever-ending cyber attacks. The specialized technical cybersecurity staff need to stay fully updated with latest skills and qualifications to mitigate and respond to cyber attacks easily. So guys, people play a very important role when it comes to security. Moving on, we have processes. Processes are crucial in defining how the organization's activities, roles, and documentation can be used to mitigate the risk of organization's information and data. Cyber threats keep changing quickly, so processes need to be continually reviewed and updated to be able to adapt with them. And finally, technology. Technology plays a very important role. Technology can be deployed to prevent or reduce the impact of cyber risk, depending on your risk assessment and what you deem an acceptable level of risk. So guys, now that we are aware of what cybersecurity is and its fundamentals, let's take a look at real-world scenario to understand how cybersecurity is ensured. Meet Wendy. She owns a successful hotel and spa because everyone needs an escape from the stressful life once in a while, right? Now, being the owner of successful spa means that her clients are trusting her with their personal information, and she uses different kind of technical systems to book appointments, make payments, and keep track of her financial accounts. On top of that, to keep it all safe, she has an elaborate IT security system protecting everything. But unfortunately, it's not secure enough. Wendy's business is targeted by hackers who are determined to break and hold her business information hostage. Because of this, Wendy's business has come to a halt. She can't make appointments, can't process payments, and her client's personal information is exposed. And on top of that, hackers are asking her for a heavy ransom. So what would you do if you are in Wendy's place? Well, Wendy doesn't want to pay hackers. So she decides to hire incident response team from a very popular security company. This incident response team mission basically is to prevent serious loss of profits, ensure public confidence, and protect information assets for business like Wendy's. But how does this IRP team actually achieve it? So as first step, IRP team will identify the source of security breach. Then IRP team orchestrates chain of events that ultimately prevents from encountering a serious security disaster. They detect logs and access control and contain the threat path so that Wendy's company can avoid further damage. After the attack is contained, the team identifies the data that has been stolen or compromised during the incident. After that, the team prioritizes recovery to protect Wendy's business from further attacks. Now, Wendy's customers can continue their spa day without any hassles. In the past, security breach of this nature would have required Wendy to contact several agencies and third parties to solve the problem. In the worst case, Wendy might have had to pay hackers the amount they demanded for. But IRP platform organized all of these people, processes, and technology to identify and contain the problem in very limited amount of time. So guys, today we have reached the position in which cybercrime is so sophisticated it seems almost impossible to prevent. The emphasis is now on how an organization responds once it has been breached. While we can't prevent every incident that there is, we can easily control how we manage the aftermath so that we are prepared and practiced in the process of response. Now, focusing on application security, web application security is the process of protecting website and many other online services against different security threats. Common targets for web application attacks are content management systems like WordPress, database administration tools like PHP-MyAdmin, and different kind of software as a service applications. Now guys, why do you think these web applications are the most preferred targets for cyber attacks? Well, let's start few reasons. Firstly, due to coding practices. If the code is poorly written, hackers can exploit application layer loopholes to initiate attack. Suppose if the code is complex, it increases the likelihood of unattended vulnerabilities and malicious code manipulation. Secondly, ease of execution. Most attacks can be easily automated and launched indiscriminately against thousands or even tens or hundreds of thousands of targets at the same time. And lastly, the most popular reason is because people get paid in bulk to launch attack on applications. Well, I guess these reasons are convincing enough, right? Organizations failing to secure their web applications run the risk of being attacked. And this is mostly due to vulnerabilities that are present in application. And this gives leeway for attackers to manipulate web applications. Let's take a look at few common type of attacks. To begin with, there is SQL injection. Here, perpetrator uses malicious SQL code to manipulate a backend database so that he can get his hands on sensitive information. And then there is cross-site scripting. This usually occurs when attacker injects malicious code directly into an application. This way, he can get access to accounts, activate trojans, or modify page content without users' consent. And then there is remote file inclusion. A hacker injects a file onto a web application server. By doing so, he can easily execute malicious scripts or code within the application as well as steal data and manipulate it without you knowing about it. And then there is cross-site request forgery. It is caused when a malicious web application makes a user's browser perform an unwanted action in a site to which is currently logged into. Most of the time, organizations have certain countermeasures to ensure safety against these attacks. Let's take a look at few such countermeasures. To begin with, there is web application firewalls. These firewalls are designed to examine incoming traffic to block attack attempts and thereby compensating for any code manipulation. And then there is information gathering. So you manually review the application, you identify entry point, client-side codes, server-side codes, you classify third-party hosted content so that way you can keep your application very safe. And then there is authorization. Here, you test the application for path traversals, vertical and horizontal access control issues, missing authorization, and insecure object and references, and many more. And then there is cryptography. You can use different kind of encryption and decryption algorithms to secure all your data transmissions. And finally, you can install antivirus programs, spyware detection programs, and removal programs to prevent cyber attacks. So guys, at this point, you must know what web application security is and why web application seems to be favorite target for cyber attacks.
So in this modern era, organizations greatly rely on computer networks to share information throughout the organization in an efficient and productive manner. Organizational computer networks are now becoming a large and ubiquitous. Assuming that each staff member has a dedicated workstation, a large-scale company would have few thousand workstations and many servers on the network. It is likely that these workstations may not be centrally managed, nor would they have perimeter protection. Now they have a variety of operating systems, hardware, software, and protocols with different level of cyber awareness among users. Now imagine these thousands of workstations on company networks are directly connected to the internet. This sort of unsecured network becomes a target for an attack which holds valuable information and displays vulnerabilities. Now, network security consists of policies and practices adopted to prevent and monitor unauthorized access, misuse, modification, or denial of a computer network and network accessible resources. Only network security can protect you from a Trojan horse viruses. Network security involves the authorization of access to data in a network, which is controlled by the network administrator. Users choose or are assigned an ID and password or other authenticating information that allows them to access to information and programs within their authority. Network security covers transactions and communications among businesses, government agencies, and individuals too. Networks can be private, such as within a company, and others which might be open to public access. And network security is involved in organizations, enterprises, and other types of institutions. It does as its title explains. It secures the network as well as protecting and overseeing operations being done. And the most common and simple way of protecting a network resource is by assigning it a unique name and a corresponding password. Okay, so now let's see why the need for network security arose. So the TCP/IP protocol suite, which is
The major protocol suite used for communication was created in 1980s as an internetworking solution with very little concern for security aspects. It was developed for a communication in the limited trusted network. However, over a period, this protocol became the de facto standard for the unsecured internet communication. Now, some of the common security vulnerabilities of TCP/IP protocol suites are as follows. Firstly, HTTP is an application layer protocol in TCP/IP suite used for transfer files that make up the web pages for the web servers. These transfers are done in plain network security 4 text, and an intruder can easily read the data packets exchanged between server and a client. Another HTTP vulnerability is a weak authentication between the client and the web server during the initialization of the session. The vulnerability can lead to a session hijacking attack where the attacker steals an HTTP session of the legitimate user. Thirdly, TCP protocol vulnerability is the three-way handshake for connection establishment. An attacker can launch a denial of service attack called SYN flooding to exploit this vulnerability. He establishes a lot of half-open sessions by not completing the handshake, and this leads to server overloading and eventually a crash. The fourth vulnerability is that the IP layer is susceptible to many vulnerabilities in itself. Through an IP protocol header modification, an attacker can launch an IP spoofing attack that can be a serious conundrum to your business. Now, apart from the 4 vulnerabilities mentioned, many other security vulnerabilities exist in TCP/IP protocol family in design as well in its implementation. Incidentally, in TCP/IP based network communication, if one layer is hacked, the other layers do not become aware of the hack and the entire communication gets compromised. Hence, there is need to employ security controls at each layer to ensure foolproof security. Now, as discussed earlier, there exists large number of vulnerabilities in the network. Thus, during transmission, data is highly vulnerable to attacks. An attacker can target the communication channel, obtain the data, and read the same or reinsert a false message to achieve his nefarious aims. Now, network security is not only concerned about the security of the computer at each end of the communication chain. However, it aims to ensure that the entire network is secure. Network security entails protecting the usability, reliability, integrity, and safety of network and data effectively. Now, network security defeats a variety of threats from entering or spreading on a network. The primary goal of network security are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These 3 pillars of network security are often represented as the CIA triangle. Now, the function of confidentiality is to protect precious business data from unauthorized persons. Confidentiality part of network security makes sure that data is available only to the intended and authorized people. Next, the goal of integrity is the maintenance and assurance of accuracy and consistency of data. The functions of integrity is to make sure that data is reliable and is not changed by unauthorized people. And last but not the least, the function of availability in network security is to make sure that data, network, and its resources are continuously available to the legitimate user when they require it. Now, ensuring network security may appear to be very simple. The goals to be achieved seem to be straightforward, but in reality, the mechanism used to achieve these goals are highly complex, and understanding them involves sound reasoning. International Telecommunication Union, or the ITU, in its recommendation on security architecture of X.800, has defined certain mechanisms to bring the standardization in methods to achieve network security. Some of these mechanisms are as encipherment. So this mechanism provides data confidentiality services by transforming data into not readable forms for the unauthorized people. This mechanism uses encryption and decryption algorithm with the use of secret keys. Next is digital signatures. Now, this mechanism is the electronic equivalent of ordinary signatures in electronic data. It provides authenticity of the data. Third is access control. This mechanism is used to provide access control services. These mechanisms may use identification and authentication of an entity to determine and enforce the access rights of the entity before he touches anything on the network. Now, having developed and identified various security mechanisms for achieving network security, it is essential to decide where to apply them, both physically at what location and logically at what layer of an architecture such as TCP/IP. Okay, so it's time we discuss the application layer security, and this is the first layer that we're going to discuss in today's tutorial. Now, various business services are now offered online through client-server applications. The most popular form are web applications and email. In both applications, the client communicates to the designated server and obtains services. While using a service from any server application, the client and server exchange a lot of information on the underlying intranet and internet. We are aware of the fact that these information transactions are vulnerable to various attacks.
Now, network security entails securing data against attacks while it is in transit on a network. To achieve this goal, many real-time security protocols have been designed. Such protocols need to provide at least the following primary objectives. Firstly, the parties can negotiate interactively to authenticate each other. Secondly, establish a secret session key before exchanging information on a network. And last but not the least, the exchange information must be in encrypted form. Interestingly, these protocols work at different layers of networking model. For example, the S-MIME protocol works at an application layer, and the SSL protocol is developed to work at the transport layer, and the IPsec protocol works at the network layer. It's time we move to the transport layer. Now suppose you're visiting a shopping site like jabong.com and you want to buy a sweatshirt. Now you enter the type of good and the quantity desired, and then the address and payment card details. Now you click on submit and wait for the delivery of goods with debit price of amount from the account. Now all this sounds good, but in the absence of network security, you could face a few surprises. For example, if the transaction did not use confidentiality, an attacker could obtain your payment card information, and then the attacker can then make purchases at your expense. If no data integrity was used in the communication, an attacker could modify Bob's order in terms of type or quantity of goods. Lastly, if no server authentication was used, a server could display the website and its famous logo, but the site could be a malicious site maintained by an attacker who is masquerading as jabong.com. And after receiving your order, he would take your money and flee, or he could carry out an identity theft by collecting all your name and your credit card details. Now, transport layer security schemes can address these problems by enhancing TCP/IP-based network communications with confidentiality, data integrity, server authentication, and client authentication. The security at this layer is mostly used to secure HTTP-based web transactions on a network, and this is mostly done through a protocol called SSL. Okay, so in the year 1995, Netscape developed SSL version 2 and is used in Netscape Navigator 1.1. The SSL version 1 was never published and used. Later, Microsoft improved upon SSL version 2 and introduced another similar protocol named Private Communication Technology, or PCT. Netscape substantially improved SSL version 2 on various security issues and then deployed SSL version 3 in 1999. The Internet Engineering Task Force subsequently introduced a similar TLS protocol as an open standard. TLS protocol is non-interoperable with SSL version 3. Now, TLS modified the cryptographic algorithms for key expansion and authentication. Also, TLS suggested use of open cryptography and digital signature standards in place of patented RSA that is used in SSL. But due to the expiry of RSA patent in 2000, there existed no strong reason for users to shift away from the widely deployed TLS to SSL version 3. So this is why SSL version 3 is mainly used over TLS in various sites and applications. So the salient features of SSL protocol are as follows. SSL provide network connection security through confidentiality, that is, information is exchanged in an encrypted form. Then it provides authentication, which is communication entities identify each other through the use of digital certificates. Web server authentication is mandatory, whereas client authentication is kept optimal. And third is reliability, which maintains message integrity in check. Moving on, SSL is always available for TCP applications, and it is supported by almost all the web browsers. It provides ease in doing business with new online entities and is developed primarily for web e-commerce services. So how does SSL exactly work? Well, it does it in two ways. Firstly is by providing encryption, and second, identification. So suppose you were transferring a bank account number through some SSL-enabled website, then your bank account would be first encrypted and then the message would be transferred. Secondly, identification is done using SSL with the help of SSL certificates. SSL certificates are small data files that are digitally bind a cryptographic key to an organization's detail. When installed on a web server, it activates the padlock and the HTTPS protocol and allows secure connection from a web server to a browser. Typically, SSL is used to secure credit card transactions, data transfers, and logins, and more recently is becoming the norm when securing browsing of social media sites. Now, the SSL certificates binds together a domain name, a server, or a host name, and an organization's identity is known by the certificate when he is on the web. So when a website is using HTTPS, you know it's using HTTP with the secure part provided by SSL that is provided by the SSL security certificates. Okay, so it's time we move to the most important layer, that is the network layer security. Now, in the early 90s, Internet was used by a few institutions, mostly for academic purposes. But in later decades, the growth of Internet became exponential due to expansion of network
and several organizations using it for communication and other purposes. With the massive growth of internet combined with the inherent security weakness of the TCP/IP protocol, the need was felt for a technology that can provide network security on the internet. A report entitled Security in the Internet Architecture was issued by the Internet Architecture Board in 1994. It identified the key areas for security mechanisms, and the IAB included authentication and encryption as an essential feature in the IPv6, which is the next generation IP. Fortunately, these security capabilities were defined such as they can be implemented with both the current IPv4 and futuristic IPv6. Security frameworks include IPsec and has been defined in several requests for comments, and some RFCs specify some portions of the protocol while others address the solution as a whole. So the basic goals of IPsec, which is the protocol used for network security, is to protect IP packets, provide data signing, and provide defense against network attacks. Okay, so let me give you guys an overview of IPsec before we continue. So the IPsec has two parts. First is IPsec communication, and the second is Internet Key Exchange. Now, IPsec communication is typically associated with standard IPsec functionality. It involves encapsulation, encryption, and hashing the IP datagrams and handling all IP packet processes. Secondly, it is responsible for managing the communication according to the available security associations established between communicating parties. Next, it uses security protocols such as authentication header and encapsulated SP. It is also important to note that the IPsec communication is not involved in the creation of keys or their management. And IPsec communication operations itself is commonly referred to as IPsec. The second part of the IPsec protocol is the Internet Key Exchange. Internet Key Exchange is automatic key management protocol used for IPsec. Technically, key management is not essential for IPsec communication, and the keys can be manually managed. However, manual key management is not desirable for large networks. Thirdly, Internet Key Exchange is responsible for creation of keys for IPsec and providing authentication during key establishment process. Though IPsec can be used for any other key management protocols, IKE is used by default. Also, IKE defines two protocols called Oakley and SKEME to be used with already defined key management frameworks in Internet Security Association Key Management Protocol. Okay, so let's just see how IPsec works. So firstly, when two computers realize that they need to share data amongst themselves, they ask themselves one question, which is, will IPsec be used by the sending and receiving computers? Now, if the answer to the question is yes, a security negotiation is actually established. In this security negotiation, an encryption algorithm and decryption algorithm is discussed between the two computers that can be used for the exchange of data. Now, during the security negotiation, a session key is also generated. Now, after the security negotiation takes place, these session keys are actually made known to the two computers that are trying to communicate with each other, and they use these session keys for encryption and decryption purposes for the data that is being sent over the network now. So this is how IPsec works. Now, IPsec also consists of various policies that make it the de facto for network security protocols. Now, the first policy on the list is Server Request Security Policy. Contrary to the name, this policy can be used on both clients and server PCs. This PC will use IPsec security for all outbound security, and this policy will accept insecure inbound communications. Now, if a client requests a secure session, the policy will allow the client to establish one, which basically means that all computers and servers will always request for security for all IP-based traffic. The second policy we have is Client Respond Only policy. Now, this policy is designed to be run on client machines that don't normally need to worry about security. The policy is designed in such a way that the client will never initiate secure communication on its own. However, if a server requests that the client go into secure communication mode, the client will respond appropriately. Now, this means that computer will only secure the communication when the security has been requested by the other person too. Now, the last policy of IPsec is the Secure Server or Required Security policy. Now, according to this policy, all IP traffic that happened over a network will only be transferred over a secure connection. Okay, so that was all about security at the network layer. Now let's discuss the benefits of network security in a business. Nowadays, computer networks are viewed as a resource by almost all businesses. This resource enables them to gather, analyze, organize, and disseminate information that is essential to their profitability. Most businesses have installed networks to remain competitive. Now, the most obvious role of computer networking is that organization can store virtually any kind of information at a central location and retrieve it at desired place through the network. Now, benefits of computer networking enables people to share information and ideas easily so they can work more efficiently and productively.
Networks improve activities such as purchasing, selling, and customer service. Networking makes traditional business processes more efficient and more manageable and less expensive. Now, the major benefits that a business draws from computer networks are as follows. Firstly is resource sharing. A business can reduce the amount of money spent on hardware by sharing components and peripherals connected to the network. Second is a streamlined business process, which means computer networks enable businesses to streamline their internal business processes. Third is a collaboration among departments. Now, when two or more departments of business connect selected portions of their network, they can streamline business processes that normally take inordinate amounts of time and effort and often pose as difficulties for achieving high productivity. Last but not the least is improved customer relations. Network provide customers with many benefits such as convenience in doing business, speedy service response, and so on. There are many other business-specific benefits that accrue from networking. Such benefits have made it essential for all types of business to adopt computer networking and network security as a whole. So, as an interviewee, I'd expect that the candidate should first tell me the need for cybersecurity, his views on cybersecurity. So the candidate should be like this. Today's generation lives on the internet, and we general users are almost ignorant as to how those random bits of ones and zeros reach securely to our computer. For a hacker, it's a golden age. With so many access points, public IPs, and constant traffic and tons of data to exploit, black hat hackers are having one hell of a time exploiting vulnerabilities and creating malicious software for the same. Above that, cyber attacks are evolving by the day. Hackers are becoming smarter and more creative with their malware, and how they bypass virus scans and firewalls still baffle many people. Therefore, there has to be some sort of protocol that protects us against all these cyber attacks and makes sure our data doesn't fall into the wrong hands. This is exactly why we need cybersecurity. Now, for defining cybersecurity, here goes. Cybersecurity is a combination of processes, practices, and technologies designed to protect networks, computers, programs, data, and information from attack, damage, or unauthorized access. Okay, so moving on to the next question is, what do you have on your home network? So, a home network gives you a test environment for experimentation. Active Directory domain controller, a dedicated firewall appliance, and a net-attached toaster. As long as you are learning and fiddling with it, that's what matters. I've augmented the router my ISP provided with an Apple AirPort Extreme, which provides better wireless performance to some devices. From there, I've extended the wired part of the network into two parts of the house using 5-port Ethernet switches, my office and living room, each with 4 devices. In the office, I have a network-attached storage device which provides shared data folders to every device for movies and TV streaming anywhere in the house as well as backups. In the living room is a range of gaming consoles, a TiVo box, and an Android media player. Despite owning a smart TV, it's not hooked into my network simply because the device we own do a far better job of anything the smart TV offers. Okay, now moving on to the next question is, what is encryption and why is it important? Well, a process of converting data into an unreadable form to prevent unauthorized access and thus ensuring data protection is called encryption. Encryption is important because it allows you to securely protect data that you don't want anyone else to have access to. Businesses use it to protect corporate secrets, governments use it to secure classified information, and many individuals use it to protect personal information to guard against things like identity theft. Okay, so that explains encryption and why it is important. Moving on, tell me the difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Okay, so if we compare on the basis of keys, symmetric encryption has the same secret key for both encryption and decryption, whereas asymmetric uses different keys for encryption and decryption purposes. Performance-wise, symmetric encryption is fast but is more vulnerable, while asymmetric encryption is slightly slower due to high computation. Some examples of symmetric are DES and 3DES, while asymmetric, the most popular is RSA and Diffie-Hellman. Okay, so time for the next question. So what is the CIA triad? Now, in this question, the candidates should explain what is CIA triad and what it is used for. So here's the answer. The CIA triad for information security provides a baseline standard for evaluating and implementing information security, irrespective of the system and/or organization in question, where confidentiality is all about making sure that data is accessible only to its intended individual. Measures undertaken to ensure confidentiality are designed to prevent sensitive information from reaching the wrong people while making sure that the right people can in fact get it. Integrity, on the other hand, is all about making sure that data is kept properly intact
without it being meddled with in an unauthorized way. Data must be changed in transit, and steps must be taken to ensure that data can be altered by unauthorized people. These measures include file permission and user access controls. On the topic of availability, well, it is all about making sure that data and computers are available as needed by authorized parties. Moving on to the next question is, what do you understand by risk, vulnerability, and threat in a network? Well, threat refers to someone or something with the potential to do harm to a system or an organization. Moving on, vulnerability refers to a weakness of an asset that can be exploited by one or more attackers. In other words, it is an issue or bug that allows an attack to be successful. Last but not the least, risk refers to the potential for loss or damage when a threat exploits a vulnerability. Okay, the next question is, how do you report risk? Well, risk needs to be assessed first before it can be reported. There are two ways you can actually analyze risk. The first is, it can be either quantitative or qualitative. This approach is suitable for both technical and business guys. The business guys will see the probable loss in numbers, while the technical guys will monitor and assess the impact and frequency. Now, depending on the audience, the risk can then be reported. Moving on, how do you differentiate between IPS and IDS systems? Well, first of all, IDS stands for Intrusion Detection System, and IPS is Intrusion Prevention System. Now, IDS just detects the intrusion and leaves the rest to the administrator for assessment and evaluation or any further action. IPS, on the other hand, detects the intrusion and takes necessary actions to further prevent intrusion. Also, there is a difference in the positioning of devices in the network. Although they work on the same concept, the placement is very, very different. Moving on, what do you know about cybersecurity frameworks? Well, cybersecurity framework is a voluntary guidance based on existing guidelines and practices for organizations to better manage and reduce cybersecurity risks. Besides helping associations oversee and decrease probable risks, it was intended to cultivate risk and cybersecurity administration communications among both inner and outer authoritative partners. Most frequently adopted cybersecurity frameworks are PCI DDS, which stands for Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards, the ISO 27001 and 27002, which is the International Organization for Standardization, then CIS, which stands for Critical Security Control, and the most famous cybersecurity framework is NIST. Moving on to the next question, which is, what is weak information security? Well, information security policy is considered to be weak if it does not meet the criteria of an effective one. The criteria include distribution, review, comprehension, compliance, and uniform. Information security is weak if the policy has not been made readily available for review by every employee within an organization, or the organization is unable to demonstrate that the employees understand the content of the policy document. This is when an information security is considered weak. Moving on to the next question is, what's the better approach of setting up a firewall? Okay, so following are the steps you should take to configure your firewall. The first is a username and password. Modify the default password for your firewall device. Next is the remote administration, which will disable the feature of remote administration from the outside network. Then comes port forwarding. For certain applications to work properly, such as a web server or FTP server, you need to configure appropriate port forwarding. Next comes the DHCP server, which is installing a firewall on a network with an existing DHCP server will cause conflict unless the firewall's DHCP server is disabled. Then is logging. Now, in order to troubleshoot firewall issues or potential attacks, you want to make sure to enable logging and understand how to view the logs. Last but not the least, we need to actually go through the policies. Now, if you want to have solid security policies in place, make sure that your firewall is configured to enforce those policies. Moving on to the next question is, can you explain SSL encryption? Now, SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer, and it is a protocol which enables safe conversation between two or more parties. It is designed to identify and verify that the person you are talking to on the other end is exactly who they pretend to be. We also have HTTPS, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, which is actually HTTP combined with SSL, which provides you with a safer browsing experience with encryption. So this is a very tricky question, but SSL wins in terms of security. Moving on, which one is more secure, SSL or TLS? Well, SSL is meant to verify the sender's identity, but it doesn't search for any more hazards than that. SSL can help you track the person you are talking to, but that can also be tricked at times. TLS is another identification tool just like SSL, but it offers better security features. It provides additional protection to the data, and hence SSL and TLS are often used together for better protection. Moving on, what are salted hashes? Well, salt is actually random data. When a properly protected password system receives a new password, it creates a hash value of that password and adds a random salt value. Then the combined value is stored in its database. This helps defend against dictionary attacks and known hash attacks. Example, if someone uses the same password on two different systems and they are being used using the same hashing algorithm, the hash value would be same. However, if someone of the system uses salt with the hashes, the value will be different. Moving on to the next question, which is how can identity theft be prevented? Okay, so the following steps can be ensured to actually prevent identity theft. First of all, ensure a strong and unique password. Secondly, avoid sharing confidential information online, especially on social media. Third, shop from known and trusted websites only. Fourth, use the latest version of the browsers. Fifth, install advanced malware, spywares, and tools. Next, use specialized security solutions against financial data and always update your system and software. And last but not the least, always protect your social security number. Now moving on to the next question is how can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack? Okay, so an MITM attack happens when communication between two parties, that is systems, is intruded or intercepted by an outside entity. This can happen in any form of online communication such as email, social media, web surfing, etc. Not only they are trying to eavesdrop on your private conversation, they can also target all the information inside your devices, and the outcome could be pretty catastrophic. So the first method to prevent this attack would be to have encryption, preferably public key encryption between both the parties. This way they both will have an idea with whom they are talking with because of the digital verification. Secondly, to prevent this, it is best to avoid open Wi-Fi networks, and if it is necessary, then use plugins like HTTPS, force TLS, etc. Moving on to the next question, which is state the differences between encoding, hashing, and encryption. Okay, so the purpose of encoding is to transform data so that it can be properly and safely consumed by a different type of system. That is, example, a binary data being sent over email or viewing special characters on a web page. The goal is not to keep information secret, but rather to ensure it's able to be properly consumed. Examples include ASCII, Unicode, URL encoding, and base64. Now, the purpose of encryption is to transform data in order to keep it secret from others. Example, sending someone a secret letter that only they should be able to read, or securely sending a password over the internet. Rather than focusing on usability, the goal is to ensure that data cannot be consumed by anyone other than the intended recipients. Examples include AES, Blowfish, and RSA. Now, hashing serves the purpose of ensuring integrity. That is, it makes sure that if something has changed, you know that some change has taken place. Technically, hashing takes arbitrary inputs and produces a fixed length of string. Example are SHA-3, MD5, which is now obsolete, and SHA-256, etc. Now, moving on to the next question, which is what steps will you take to secure a server? Now, Secure Server uses the Secure Socket Layer protocol for data encryption and decryption to protect data from unauthorized interception. Here are 4 simple ways you can actually secure a server. So the first way is that you make sure that you have a secure password for your root and administrator user. Secondly, the next thing you need to do is to make new users on your system. These will be the users you'll use to manage the system. Step 3 is remove remote access from the default or root administrator accounts. And the last step is to configure your firewall rules for remote access. Okay, so the next question is what is a DDoS attack and how is it mitigated? Okay, so DDoS stands for Distributed Denial of Service. When a network is flooded with large number of requests, which is not recognized to handle, making the server unavailable to the legitimate request senders. DDoS can be mitigated by analyzing and filtering the traffic in the scrubbing centers, and the scrubbing centers are centralized data cleaning stations wherein the traffic to a website is analyzed and malicious traffic is removed. Okay, so the 20th question is, why do you need DNS monitoring? The domain name system allows your website under a certain domain that is easily recognizable, also keeps the information about other domain names. It works like a directory for everything on the internet. Thus, DNS monitoring is very important since you can easily visit a website without actually having to memorize their IP addresses. DNS has an important role in how end users in your enterprise connect to the internet. Inspecting DNS traffic between clients' devices and your local recursive resolver could be revealing a wealth of information for forensic analysis. DNS queries can reveal both botnets and malwares connecting to the CNC server. So this is why DNS monitoring is very essential. Moving on, what is a three-way handshake? The TCP three-way handshake in transmission control protocol is the method used by a device on a network to set up a stable connection over an internet protocol-based network. TCP's three-way handshaking technique is often referred to as the SYN-SYNAC, or more accurately SYN, SYNAC, and ACK because there are three messages transmitted by the TCP to negotiate and start a TCP session between two computers. Moving on to the next question is, what are black hat hackers, white hat hackers, and gray hat hackers? So like all hackers, black hat hackers usually have extensive knowledge about breaking into computer networks and bypassing security protocols. They are responsible for writing malware, which is a method used to gain access to these systems. Their primary motivation is usually for a personal or financial gain, but they can also be involved in cyber espionages, protests, or perhaps just addicted to the thrill of cybercrime. Now, white hat hackers choose to use their power for good rather than evil. Also known as ethical hackers, white hat hackers can sometimes be paid employees or contractors working for companies as security specialists that attempt to find security holes via hacking. They employ the same method of hacking as black hats with one exception, that is, they do it with permission from the owners of the system first, which makes the process completely legal. Now there comes grey hat hackers. As in life, they are grey areas that neither black nor white. Grey hat hackers are a blend of both black hat and white hat hackers. Often grey hat hackers will look for vulnerabilities in a system without the owner's permission or knowledge. If issues are found, they will report them to the owner, sometimes requesting a small fee to fix the issue. Okay, now moving on. How often should you perform patch management? Well, patch manage should be done as soon as it is released. For Windows, once the patch is released, it should be applied to all machines not later than 1 month. Same goes for network devices. We should patch it as soon as it is released. And proper patch management process should be followed too. Question number 24. What do you know about application security? Application security is the practice of improving the security of applications using software, hardware, and other procedural methods. Countermeasures are taken to ensure application security, the most common being an application firewall that limits the execution of files or the handling of data by specific installed programs. Moving on to the next question, which is differentiate between penetration testing and software testing. Now, penetration testing helps identify and address the security vulnerabilities, whereas software testing focuses on functionality of the software and not the security aspect. A good penetration tester truly thinks differently than the other two. They don't care about the proper behaviors of the system or software, and they are crafty, looking for that one small chink of vulnerability that was not mitigated. And software security testers generally have a fair amount of crossover, as they usually know the full details of the system or software, and they know how it's supposed to properly behave when properly used, and they can test for a lot of the common end user misbehaviors. Moving on, when to use traceroute or traceroute. So traceroute is a command which can show you the path a packet of information takes from your computer to the one you specify. It will list all the routers it passes through until it reaches its destination, or fails to and is discarded. In addition to this, it will tell you how long each hop from router to router takes. Now, when you connect to a website, say howtogeek.com, the traffic has to go through several intermediaries before reaching the website. The traffic goes through your local router, your internet service provider's router, onto larger networks, and so on. Okay, so moving on to question number 27, which is tell me something about the common cyber attacks that plague us today. I'm going to be discussing 8 cyber threats. Firstly, it's malware. Now, malware is an all-encompassing term for a variety of cyber threats, including Trojans, viruses, and worms. Malware is simply defined as code with malicious intent that typically steals data or destroys something on your computer. Next is phishing. Now, phishing, often posing as a request for data from a trusted third party, phishing attacks are sent via email and ask users to click on a link and enter their personal data. Phishing emails have gotten much more sophisticated in recent years, making it really difficult for some people to discern a legitimate request for information from a false one. Phishing emails often fall into the same category as spam, but are more harmful than just a simple ad. Next is a password attack, and a password attack is exactly what it sounds like. That is a third party trying to gain access to your system by cracking a user's password, usually using some algorithm like brute force, dictionary attacks, or a software which is a keylogger. Next is a DDoS attack, and a DOS attack focuses on disrupting the service to a network. Attackers send high volumes of data or traffic through the network until the network becomes overloaded and can no longer function. Next is a man-in-the-middle attack, and a man-in-the-middle attack is an attack where somebody is impersonating the endpoints in an online information exchange. For example, If you're a banking online, the man in the middle would communicate with you by impersonating your bank and communicate with the bank by impersonating you. Next is drive-by downloads, and this is a malware which is actually implanted into a legitimate website, and a program is downloaded to the user's system just by visiting the site. It doesn't require any type of action by the user to actually start to trigger the download. Next is malvertising, and malvertising is actually malicious code which is hidden behind advertisements on websites, and it is also downloaded to your system without your knowledge. Last but not the least is rogue software, which is malware that masquerades as legitimate and necessary security software that will keep your system safe. Okay, so moving on to the next question is, what are different OSI layers and what is the job of the network layer? Okay, so OSI, or Open System Interconnection, is a reference model for how applications communicate over a network. A reference model is a conceptual framework for understanding relationships, and the purpose of the OSI reference model is to guide vendors and developers so the digital communication product and software programs they create can interoperate, and to facilitate a clear framework that describes the function of a network or telecommunication system. The 7 OSI layers are application layer, presentation layer, session layer, transport layer, network layer, data link layer, and the physical layer. Okay, so the network layer is actually used for controlling the operations of the subnet, and the main job of this layer is to deliver packets from a source to a destination across multiple links. Moving on to the next question, which is, how would you reset a password-protected BIOS configuration? Now, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for its setting and preferences. In the classic scenario, simply popping out the CMOS battery will be enough to have the memory storing these settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose all its setting. Other times, you'll need to use a jumper or a physical switch on the motherboard. Still other times, you'll need to actually remove the memory itself from the device and reprogram it in order to wipe it out. The simplest way by far, however, is if the BIOS has come from the factory with the default password enabled, try the whole word password. Now for question number 30. What is cross-site scripting, or XSS? Now XSS refers to client-side code injection attacks wherein an attacker can execute malicious scripts, also commonly referred to as malicious payload, into a legitimate website or web application. XSS is amongst the most rampant of web application vulnerabilities and occurs when a web application makes use of unvalidated or unencoded user input within the output it generates. By leveraging XSS, an attacker would exploit a vulnerability within a website or web application that the victim would visit, essentially using the vulnerable website as a vehicle to deliver a malicious script to the victim's browser. Now, what is data protection in transit versus data protection at rest? So the answer to that is that data in transit, or data in motion, is data actively moving from one location to another, such as across the internet or through a private network. Data protection in transit is the protection of this data while it's traveling from network to network or being transferred from a local storage device to a cloud storage device. Wherever data is moving, effectively data protection measures for in-transit data are critical, as data is often considered less secure while in motion. Now, data at rest is data that is not actively moving from device to device or network to network, such as data stored on a hard drive, laptop, flash drive, or archived/stored in some other way. Data protection at rest aims to secure inactive data stored on any device or network. While data at rest is sometimes considered to be less vulnerable than data in transit, attackers often find data at rest a more valuable target than data in motion. The risk profile for data in transit or data at rest depends on the security measures that are in place to secure data in either state. Moving on to question number 32 is, tell me the differences between cybersecurity and network security. Okay, so cybersecurity describes that the policies and procedures implemented by a network administrator to avoid and keep track of unauthorized access, exploitation, modification, or denial of the network and the network resources. Network security describes the process and practices designed to protect network, computers, programs, and data from attack, damage, or unauthorized access. In a computing context, security includes both cybersecurity and physical security. While cybersecurity is concerned with threats outside the castle, network security is worried about what is going on within the castle walls. The cybersecurity specialist is the crusading knight defending the kingdom, and network security focuses on the barbarians at the gate and how the castle connects to the world around it. Moving on to question number 33, which is, how will you prevent data leakage? Data leakage is when data gets out of the organization in an unauthorized way. Data can get leaked through various ways, That is emails, prints, laptops getting lost, unauthorized upload of data to public portals, removable drives, photographs, etc. A few controls can be restricting uploads on internet websites, following an internal encryption solution, restricting the mails to internal networks, or restriction on printing confidential data, etc. Moving on to the next question, which is what is ARP and how does it work? Okay, so Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP, is a protocol for mapping an internet protocol address to a physical machine address that is recognized on the local network. On the topic of how it works, when an incoming packet destined for a host machine on a particular local area network arrives at a gateway, the gateway asks the ARP program to find a physical host or MAC address that matches the IP address. Now the ARP program looks into the ARP cache, and if it finds the address, it provides it so that the packet can be converted to the right packet length and format and send it to the machine. Now if no entry is found for the IP address, ARP broadcasts a request packet in a special format to all machines on the LAN to see if one machine knows that it has the IP address associated with it. So for question number 35 is what is 2FA and how can it be implemented for the public websites? So an extra layer of security that is known as multi-factor authentication requires not only a password and username but also something that only that user has on them. That is a piece of information only they should know or have immediately to hand, such as a physical token. Authenticator apps replace the need to obtain verification code via text, voice call, or email. For example, to access a website or web-based service that supports Google Authenticator, the user types in their username and password. That is a knowledge factor. Okay, now time for question number 36, which is what techniques can we use to prevent brute force login attacks? So here the attacker tries to determine the password for a target through a permutation of fuzzing process. As it is a lengthy task, attackers usually employ software such as Fuzzer to automate the process of creating numerous passwords to be tested against target. To avoid such attacks, password best practices should be followed, mainly on critical resources like servers, routers, exposed services, and so on. Okay, so now time for the next question, which is what is cognitive cybersecurity? Now the applications of artificial intelligence technologies pattern on human thought process to detect threats and protected physical and digital system. Self-learning security systems use data mining, pattern recognition, and natural language processing to simulate the human brain, albeit in a high-powered computer model. This is exactly what cognitive cybersecurity is. So what is port blocking within LAN? Well, restricting the users from accessing a set of services within the local area network is called port blocking. Stopping the source not to access the destination node via ports as applications work on the port, so ports are blocked to restrict the access, filling up the security holes in the network infrastructure. Okay, so time for question number 39, which is what is the difference between VPN and VLAN? Okay, so VPN is related to remote access to the network of a company, while VLAN basically means to logically segregate networks without physically segregating them with various switches. Now, while VPN saves the data from prying eyes while in transit and no one on the net can capture the packets and read the data, VLAN does not involve any encryption technique, but it is only used to slice up your logical network into different sections for the purpose of management and security. Okay, so it's time for question number 40. So the question is, what protocols fall under the TCP/IP internet layer? Okay, so I'll be going through the 5 layers that consist the TCP/IP protocol, and I'll also be listing out the protocols that are inside every layer. So starting with the physical layer, the protocols that reside in the physical layer are the Ethernet IEEE 802.3 and the RS-232 from one of the many protocols. And moving on to the data link layer, we have the PPP protocol, the IEEE 802.2 protocol. Then moving on to the network layer, it's governed by the IP protocol, the ARP protocol, which is basically the address resolution protocol, and the ICMP protocol. Then moving on ahead, the transport layer. Now the transport layer has 2 main protocols, namely the TCP and the UDP protocols. And last but not least, we have the application layer, which is governed by a multiple of protocols, namely NFS, NIS+, DNS, Telnet, FTP, RIP, SNMP, and various other protocols as such. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the general interview questions that might be asked in any cybersecurity interview. Now moving on to the scenario-based questions. So first, I'll be reading out the scenario, and then I'll ask the questions regarding the scenario too. Okay, so for scenario number 1, we have, you received the following email from help desk. So the email goes as follows. Dear UCSC email user, beginning next week, we will be deleting all inactive email accounts in order to create space for more users. You are required to send the following information to continue using your email account. If we do not receive this information from you by the end of the week, your email account will be closed. So then the email actually goes on to ask the various credentials like name, email login, password, DOB, and alternate email. And then it says, please contact the webmail team with any questions and thank you for your immediate attention. So in such a scenario, what do you do and justify your actions for doing so? Okay, so this email is a classic example of phishing trying to trick you into biting. The justification is the generalized way of addressing the receiver, which is used in mass spam mails. Above that, a corporate company will never ask personal details on mail. They want your information, so don't respond to the mail, instant message, text, phone calls, etc., asking you for your password or other information. Disclose your password to anyone, even if they say they work for the UCSC, ITS, or any other campus organization. Moving on to the next scenario, which is a friend sends an electronic Hallmark greeting card to your work email. You need to click on the attachment to see the card. What do you do and justify your actions? Well, this one has 4 big risks. Firstly, some attachments contain viruses or other malicious programs, so just in general, open unknown or unsolicited attachments. Secondly, also in some cases, just clicking on a malicious link can infect a computer. So unless you are sure a link is safe, don't really click on it. Third, email addresses can be fake. So just because the email says it is from someone you know, you can't be certain of this without checking with the person. Fourth, finally, some websites and links look legitimate, but they're really hoaxes designed to steal your information. So what we have to do is actually not click on the email and actually ignore it completely. Moving on to the next scenario, which is one of the staff members in ITS subscribes to a number of free IT magazines. Among the questions she was asked in order to activate her subscriptions, one magazine asked her for a month of birth, a second asked for a year of birth, and a third asked for her mother's maiden name. What you infer is going on in this situation and justify. Well, all 3 newsletters probably have the same parent company or are distributed through the same service. The parent company or service can combine individual pieces of seemingly harmless information and use or sell it for identity theft. Then it is even possible that there is a 4th newsletter that asks for a day of birth as one of the activation questions. Often questions about personal information are optional. In addition to being suspicious about situations like the one described here, never provide personal information when it is not legitimately necessary or to people or companies you don't personally know. So now time for scenario number 4. Well, in our computing labs and departments, print billing is often tied to users' login. People log in, they print, and then they get a bill. Sometimes people call to complain about bills for printing they never did, only to find out that the bills are indeed correct. So what you infer is going on in this situation and justify your inference. Sometimes they realize they loaned their account to a friend who couldn't remember his or her password, and the friend did the printing and thus the charges. It's also possible that somebody came in from behind them and used their account. Now, this is an issue with shared or public computers in general. If you don't log out of the computer properly when you leave, someone else can come in from behind and retrieve what you were doing and use your accounts. Always log out of accounts, quit programs, and close browser windows before you walk away from a general public computer. Now, moving on to scenario number 5, we have that we saw a case a while back where someone used their Yahoo accounts at a computer lab on a campus. She made sure her Yahoo account was no longer open in the browser window before leaving the lab. Now, someone came in behind her and used the same browser to re-access her accounts. They started sending emails from it and caused all sorts of mayhem. So what do you think might have gone wrong here? Well, the first person probably didn't log out of her account, so the new person could just go into the history and access it. Secondly, another possibility is that she did log out but didn't clear her web cache. This is done through the browser menu to clear pages that the browser has saved for future use. Time for scenario number 6 now. Okay, so 2 different offices on campus are working to straighten out an error in an employee's bank account due to a direct deposit mistake. Office number 1 emails the correct account and deposit information to office number 2, which promptly fixes the problem. The employee confirms with the bank that everything has indeed been straightened out. So what is exactly wrong here? Well, account and deposit information is sensitive data that could be used for identity theft. Sending this or any kind of sensitive information by email is very, very risky because email is typically not private or secure. Anyone who knows how can access it anywhere along its route. So as an alternative, the two offices could have called each other or worked with the ITS to send the information in a more secure fashion. Okay, moving on to the next scenario, which is the mouse on your computer screen starts to move around on its own and click on things on your desktop. What do you do in such a situation? A. Call your coworker over so they can see. B. Disconnect your computer from the network. C. Unplug your mouse. D. Tell your supervisor. E. Turn the computer off. F. Run an antivirus. Or G. All of the above. So we have to select all the options that apply in this situation. So the options that apply are B and D, which is basically disconnect your computer from the network and tell your supervisor. So this is definitely suspicious. Immediately report the problem to your supervisor and the ITS support center. Also, since it seems possible that someone is controlling the computer remotely, it is best if you can disconnect the computer from the network and turn off wireless if you have it until help arrives. If possible, don't turn off the computer. Okay, time for scenario number 8. So below are a list of passwords pulled out of a database. Now, which of the following passwords meet the UCSC's password requirement? Okay, so the third password, which is option number C, is the only one that meets all the following of the UCSC's requirement. It has at least 8 characters in length. It contains at least 3 of the following 4 types of characters, which are lowercase characters, uppercase characters, numbers, and special characters. And not a word is preceded or followed by a digit. So it's the third option which is correct in this situation. Moving on to the second last scenario we have for today is you receive an email from your bank telling you there is a problem with your account. The email provides instructions and a link so you can log in to fix your account and fix the problem in doing so. So what should you do? Well, we have to delete the email, and better yet, use the web client that is Gmail, Yahoo Mail, etc. and report it as spam or phishing and then delete. Solicited email or phone call asking you to enter your account information, disclose your password, financial account information, social security number, or any other private or personal information is suspicious, even if it appears to be from a company you are familiar with. Always contact the sender using a method you know is legitimate to verify that the message is indeed from them. Okay, so it's time for our last scenario of the day, which is a while back, the IT folks got a number of complaints that one of our campus computers was sending out Viagra spam. They checked it out and the reports were true. A hacker had installed a program on the computer that made it automatically send out tons of spam email without the computer's own knowledge. So how do you think the hacker got into the computer to set this up? Well, this was actually the result of a hacked password. Using passwords that can be easily guessed and protecting your password by not sharing them or writing them down can help to prevent this. Passwords should be at least 8 characters in length and use a mixture of uppercase, lowercase letters, and numbers and symbols. Even though in this case it was a hacked password, other things could possibly lead to this are that out-of-date patches and updates, the lack of an antivirus software or an out-of-date antivirus software, or clicking on an unknown link or attachment, or downloading unknown or unsolicited programs onto your computer. Okay guys, so that was it for the session on cybersecurity interview questions that were discussed here. Please put a comment down below. If you all also want the PowerPoint presentation that's shown out.
Enjoyed listening to this video.